Volume 2, Chapter 3 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rob Roy by Sir Walter Scott. Volume 2, Chapter 3. It strikes an awe and terror on my aching sight. The tombs and monumental caves of death look cold, and shoot a chillness to the trembling heart. Mourning Bride. Notwithstanding the impatience of my conductor, I could not forbear to pause and gaze for some minutes on the exterior of the building, rendered more impressively dignified by the solitude which ensued when its hitherto open gates were closed, after having, as it were, devoured the multitude which had lately crowded the churchyard, but now, enclosed within the building, were engaged, as the choral swell of voices from within announced to us, in the solemn exercises of devotion. The sound of so many voices united by the distance into one harmony, and freed from those harsh discordances which jar the ear when heard more near, combining with the murmuring brook and the wind which sung among the old firs, affected me with a sense of sublimity. All nature, as invoked by the psalmists whose verses they chanted, seemed united in offering that solemn praise in which trembling is mixed with joy, as she addressed her Maker. I had heard the service of High Mass in France, celebrated with all the éclat which the choicest music, the richest dresses, the most imposing ceremonies could confer on it, yet it fell short in effect of the simplicity of the Presbyterian worship. The devotion in which every one took a share seemed so superior to that which was recited by musicians as a lesson which they had learned by rote, that it gave the Scottish worship all the advantage of reality over acting. As I lingered to catch more of the solemn sound, Andrew, whose impatience became ungovernable, pulled me by the sleeve. "Come awa, sir, come awa. We mauna be late o' gaun in to disturb the worship. If we bide here, the searchers will be on us, and carry us to the guard house for being idlers in kirk time." Thus admonished, I followed my guide, but not, as I had supposed, into the body of the cathedral. This gate, sir," he exclaimed, dragging me off as I made towards the main entrance of the building. "There's but a cauldrife law work gaun on yonder, carnal morality as dowd and as fusionless as rue leaves at Yule. Here's the real savour of doctrine." So saying, we entered a small, low arched door, secured by a wicket, which a grave looking person seemed on the point of closing, and descended several steps as if into the funeral vaults beneath the church. It was even so, for in these subterranean precincts, why chosen for such a purpose I knew not, was established a very singular place of worship. Conceive, Tresham, an extensive range of low browed, dark and twilight vaults, such as are used for sepulchres in other countries, and had long been dedicated to the same purpose in this, a portion of which was seated with pews, and used as a church. The part of the vaults thus occupied, though capable of containing a congregation of many hundreds, bore a small proportion to the darker and more extensive caverns which yawned around what may be termed the inhabited space. In those waste regions of oblivion, dusky banners and tattered escutcheons indicated the graves of those who were once, doubtless, princes in Israel. Inscriptions, which could only be read by the painful antiquary, in language as obsolete as the act of devotional charity which they employed, invited the passengers to pray for the souls of those whose bodies rested beneath. Surrounded by these receptacles of the last remains of mortality, I found a numerous congregation engaged in the act of prayer. The Scotch perform this duty in a standing instead of a kneeling posture, more perhaps to take as broad a distinction as possible from the ritual of Rome than for any better reason, since I have observed that in their family worship, as doubtless in their private devotions, they adopt, in their immediate address to the Deity, that posture which other Christians use as the humblest and most reverential. Standing, therefore, the men being uncovered, a crowd of several hundreds of both sexes and all ages, listened with great reverence and attention to the extempore, at least the unwritten, prayer of an aged clergyman who was very popular in the city. [Footnote: I have in vain laboured to discover this gentleman's name, and the period of his incumbency. I do not, however, despair to see these points with some others which may elude my sagacity, satisfactorily elucidated by one or other of the periodical publications which have devoted their pages to explanatory commentaries on my former volumes, and whose research and ingenuity claim my peculiar gratitude, for having discovered many persons and circumstances connected with my narratives of which I myself never so much as dreamed. Educated in the same religious persuasion, I seriously bent my mind to join in the devotion of the day, and it was not till the congregation resumed their seats that my attention was diverted to the consideration of the appearance of all around me. At the conclusion of the prayer, most of the men put on their hats or bonnets, and all who had the happiness to have seats sat down. Andrew and I were not of this number, having been too late of entering the church to secure such accommodation. We stood among a number of other persons in the same situation, forming a sort of ring around the seated part of the congregation. Behind and around us were the vaults I have already described; before us the devout audience, dimly shown by the light which streamed on their faces through one or two low Gothic windows, such as give air and light to charnel houses. By this were seen the usual variety of countenances which are generally turned towards a Scotch pastor on such occasions, almost all composed to attention, unless where a father or mother here and there recalls the wandering eyes of a lively child, or disturbs the slumbers of a dull one. The high boned and harsh countenance of the nation, with the expression of intelligence and shrewdness which it frequently exhibits, is seen to more advantage in the act of devotion or in the ranks of war, than on lighter and more cheerful occasions of assemblage. The discourse of the preacher was well qualified to call forth the various feelings and faculties of his audience. Age and infirmities had impaired the powers of a voice originally strong and sonorous. He read his text with a pronunciation somewhat inarticulate, but when he closed the Bible and commenced his sermon his tones gradually strengthened, as he entered with vehemence into the arguments which he maintained. They related chiefly to the abstract points of the Christian faith, subjects grave, deep, and fathomless by mere human reason, but for which, with equal ingenuity and propriety, he sought a key in liberal quotations from the inspired writings. My mind was unprepared to coincide in all his reasoning, nor was I sure that in some instances I rightly comprehended his positions. But nothing could be more impressive than the eager, enthusiastic manner of the good old man, and nothing more ingenious than his mode of reasoning. The Scotch, it is well known, are more remarkable for the exercise of their intellectual powers than for the keenness of their feelings. They are, therefore, more moved by logic than by rhetoric, and more attracted by acute and argumentative reasoning on doctrinal points than influenced by the enthusiastic appeals to the heart and to the passions, by which popular preachers in other countries win the favour of their hearers. Among the attentive group which I now saw might be distinguished various expressions similar to those of the audience in the famous cartoon of Paul preaching at Athens. Here sat a zealous and intelligent Calvinist, with brows bent just as much as to indicate profound attention, lips slightly compressed, eyes fixed on the minister with an expression of decent pride, as if sharing the triumph of his argument, the forefinger of the right hand touching successively those of the left, as the preacher, from argument to argument, ascended towards his conclusion. Another, with fiercer and sterner look, intimated at once his contempt of all who doubted the creed of his pastor, and his joy at the appropriate punishment denounced against them. A third, perhaps belonging to a different congregation, and present only by accident or curiosity, had the appearance of internally impeaching some link of the reasoning, and you might plainly read, in the slight motion of his head, his doubts as to the soundness of the preacher's argument. The greater part listened with a calm, satisfied countenance, expressive of a conscious merit in being present and in listening to such an ingenious discourse, although perhaps unable entirely to comprehend it. The women, in general, belonged to this last division of the audience; the old, however, seeming more grimly intent upon the abstract doctrines laid before them, while the younger females permitted their eyes occasionally to make a modest circuit around the congregation, and some of them, Tresham, if my vanity did not greatly deceive me, contrived to distinguish your friend and servant as a handsome young stranger and an Englishman. As to the rest of the congregation, the stupid gaped, yawned, or slept, till awakened by the application of their more zealous neighbours' heels to their shins, and the idle indicated their inattention by the wandering of their eyes, but dared give no more decided token of weariness. Amid the Lowland costume of coat and cloak, I could here and there discern a Highland plaid, the wearer of which, resting on his basket hilt, sent his eyes among the audience with the unrestrained curiosity of savage wonder, and who, in all probability, was inattentive to the sermon for a very pardonable reason, because he did not understand the language in which it was delivered. The martial and wild look, however, of these stragglers added a kind of character which the congregation could not have exhibited without them. They were more numerous, Andrew afterwards observed, owing to some cattle fair in the neighbourhood. Such was the group of countenances, rising tier on tier, discovered to my critical inspection by such sunbeams as forced their way through the narrow Gothic lattices of the Lay Kirk of Glasgow, and having illuminated the attentive congregation, lost themselves in the vacuity of the vaults behind, giving to the nearer part of their labyrinth a sort of imperfect twilight, and leaving their recesses in an utter darkness, which gave them the appearance of being interminable. I have already said that I stood with others in the exterior circle, with my face to the preacher, and my back to those vaults which I have so often mentioned. My position rendered me particularly obnoxious to any interruption which arose from any slight noise occurring amongst these retiring arches, where the least sound was multiplied by 1,000 echoes. The occasional sound of raindrops, which, admitted through some cranny in the ruined roof, fell successively and splashed upon the pavement beneath, caused me to turn my head more than once to the place from whence it seemed to proceed, and when my eyes took that direction, I found it difficult to withdraw them. Such is the pleasure our imagination receives from the attempt to penetrate, as far as possible, into an intricate labyrinth, imperfectly lighted, and exhibiting objects which irritate our curiosity, only because they acquire a mysterious interest from being undefined and dubious. My eyes became habituated to the gloomy atmosphere to which I directed them, and insensibly my mind became more interested in their discoveries than in the metaphysical subtleties which the preacher was enforcing. My father had often checked me for this wandering mood of mind, arising perhaps from an excitability of imagination to which he was a stranger, and the finding myself at present solicited by these temptations to inattention, recalled the time when I used to walk, led by his hand, to Mr. Shower's chapel, and the earnest injunctions which he then laid on me to redeem the time, because the days were evil. At present, the picture which my thoughts suggested, far from fixing my attention, destroyed the portion I had yet left, by conjuring up to my recollection the peril in which his affairs now stood. I endeavoured, in the lowest whisper I could frame, to request Andrew to obtain information whether any of the gentlemen of the firm of MacVittie and Company were at present in the congregation; but Andrew, wrapped in profound attention to the sermon, only replied to my suggestion by hard punches with his elbow, as signals to me to remain silent. I next strained my eyes, with equally bad success, to see if, among the sea of upturned faces which bent their eyes on the pulpit as a common centre, I could discover the sober and business-like physiognomy of Owen; but not among the broad beavers of the Glasgow citizens, or the yet broader brimmed Lowland bonnets of the peasants of Lanarkshire, could I see anything resembling the decent periwig, starched ruffles, or the uniform suit of light brown garments appertaining to the head clerk of the establishment of Osbaldistone and Tresham. My anxiety now returned on me with such violence as to overpower not only the novelty of the scene around me, by which it had hitherto been diverted, but moreover my sense of decorum. I pulled Andrew hard by the sleeve, and intimated my wish to leave the church, and pursue my investigation as I could. Andrew, obdurate in the lay kirk of Glasgow, as on the mountains of Cheviot, for some time deigned me no answer, and it was only when he found I could not otherwise be kept quiet, that he condescended to inform me that, being once in the church, we could not leave it till service was over, because the doors were locked so soon as the prayers began. Having thus spoken in a brief and peevish whisper, Andrew again assumed the air of intelligent and critical importance and attention to the preacher's discourse. While I endeavoured to make a virtue of necessity, and recall my attention to the sermon, I was again disturbed by a singular interruption. A voice from behind whispered distinctly in my ear, "You are in danger in this city." I turned round as if mechanically. One or two starched and ordinary looking mechanics stood beside and behind me, stragglers who like ourselves had been too late in obtaining entrance. But a glance at their faces satisfied me, though I could hardly say why, that none of these was the person who had spoken to me. Their countenances seemed all composed to attention to the sermon, and not one of them returned any glance of intelligence to the inquisitive and startled look with which I surveyed them. A massive round pillar, which was close behind us, might have concealed the speaker the instant he uttered his mysterious caution; but wherefore it was given in such a place, or to what species of danger it directed my attention, or by whom the warning was uttered, were points on which my imagination lost itself in conjecture. It would, however, I concluded, be repeated, and I resolved to keep my countenance turned towards the clergyman, that the whisperer might be tempted to renew his communication under the idea that the first had passed unobserved. My plan succeeded. I had not resumed the appearance of attention to the preacher for 5 minutes, when the same voice whispered, "Listen, but do not look back." I kept my face in the same direction. "You are in danger in this place," the voice proceeded. "So am I. Meet me to night on the brig, at 12 precisely. Keep at home till the gloaming, and avoid observation." Here the voice ceased, and I instantly turned my head. But the speaker had, with still greater promptitude, glided behind the pillar, and escaped my observation. I was determined to catch a sight of him, if possible, and extricating myself from the outer circle of hearers, I also stepped behind the column. All there was empty, and I could only see a figure wrapped in a mantle, whether a Lowland cloak or Highland plaid I could not distinguish, which traversed like a phantom the dreary vacuity of vaults which I have described. I made a mechanical attempt to pursue the mysterious form, which glided away and vanished in the vaulted cemetery, like the spectre of one of the numerous dead who rested within its precincts. I had little chance of arresting the course of one obviously determined not to be spoken with, but that little chance was lost by my stumbling and falling before I had made 3 steps from the column. The obscurity which occasioned my misfortune covered my disgrace, which I accounted rather lucky, for the preacher, with that stern authority which the Scottish ministers assume for the purpose of keeping order in their congregations, interrupted his discourse to desire the proper officer to take into custody the causer of this disturbance in the place of worship. As the noise, however, was not repeated, the beadle, or whatever else he was called, did not think it necessary to be rigorous in searching out the offender, so that I was enabled, without attracting farther observation, to place myself by Andrew's side in my original position. The service proceeded, and closed without the occurrence of anything else worthy of notice. As the congregation departed and dispersed, my friend Andrew exclaimed, "See, yonder is worthy Mr. MacVittie and Mrs. MacVittie and Miss Alison MacVittie and Mr. Thomas MacFin, that they say is to marry Miss Alison. If a bowls row right, she'll hae a hantle siller, if she's no that bonny." My eyes took the direction he pointed out, Mr. MacVittie was a tall, thin, elderly man, with hard features, thick grey eyebrows, light eyes, and, as I imagined, a sinister expression of countenance, from which my heart recoiled. I remembered the warning I had received in the church, and hesitated to address this person, though I could not allege to myself any rational ground of dislike or suspicion. I was yet in suspense, when Andrew, who mistook my hesitation for bashfulness, proceeded to exhort me to lay it aside. "Speak till him, Mr. Francis. He's no provost yet, though they say he'll be my lord neist year. Speak till him, then. He'll gie ye a decent answer, for as rich as he is, unless ye were wanting siller frae him, they say he's dour to draw his purse." It immediately occurred to me that if this merchant were really of the churlish and avaricious disposition which Andrew intimated, there might be some caution necessary in making myself known, as I could not tell how accounts might stand between my father and him. This consideration came in aid of the mysterious hint which I had received, and the dislike which I had conceived at the man's countenance. Instead of addressing myself directly to him, as I had designed to have done, I contented myself with desiring Andrew to inquire at Mr. MacVittie's house the address of Mr. Owen, an English gentleman, and I charged him not to mention the person from whom he received the commission, but to bring me the result to the small inn where we lodged. This Andrew promised to do. He said something of the duty of my attending the evening service, but added with a causticity natural to him, that "in troth, if folk couldna keep their legs still, but wad needs to be couping the creels ower through stanes, as if they would raise the very dead folk wi' the clatter, a kirk wi' a chimley in it was fittest for them." End of Volume 2, Chapter 3rd.
Volume 2, Chapter 4 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rob Roy by Sir Walter Scott. Volume 2, Chapter 4. On the Rialto every night at 12, I take my evening's walk of meditation. There we two will meet. Venice Preserved. Full of sinister augury, for which, however, I could assign no satisfactory cause, I shut myself up in my apartment at the inn, and having dismissed Andrew, after resisting his importunity to accompany him to St. Enoch's Kirk, where, he said, a soul-searching divine was to haud forth, I set myself seriously to consider what were best to be done. St. Enoch's Kirk. This I believe to be an anachronism, as St. Enoch's Church was not built at the date of the story. It was founded in 1780, and has since been rebuilt. I never was what is properly called superstitious, but I suppose that all men, in situations of peculiar doubt and difficulty, when they have exercised their reason to little purpose, are apt, in a sort of despair, to abandon the reins to their imagination, and be guided altogether by chance, or by those whimsical impressions which take possession of the mind, and to which we give way as if to involuntary impulses. There was something so singularly repulsive in the hard features of the Scotch trader, that I could not resolve to put myself into his hands, without transgressing every caution which could be derived from the rules of physiognomy, while, at the same time, the warning voice, the form which flitted away like a vanishing shadow through those vaults, which might be termed the valley of the shadow of death, had something captivating for the imagination of a young man, who, you will farther please to remember, was also a young poet. If danger was around me, as the mysterious communication intimated, how could I learn its nature, or the means of averting it, but by meeting my unknown counsellor, to whom I could see no reason for imputing any other than kind intentions. Rashleigh and his machinations occurred more than once to my remembrance, but so rapid had my journey been, that I could not suppose him apprized of my arrival in Glasgow, much less prepared to play off any stratagem against my person. In my temper also I was bold and confident, strong and active in person, and in some measure accustomed to the use of arms, in which the French youth of all kinds were then initiated. I did not fear any single opponent. Assassination was neither the vice of the age nor of the country. The place selected for our meeting was too public to admit any suspicion of meditated violence. In a word, I resolved to meet my mysterious counsellor on the bridge, as he had requested, and to be afterwards guided by circumstances. Let me not conceal from you, Tresham, what at the time I endeavored to conceal from myself, the subdued yet secretly cherished hope, that Diana Vernon might, by what chance I knew not, through what means I could not guess, have some connection with this strange and dubious intimation conveyed at a time and place, and in a manner so surprising. She alone, whispered this insidious thought, she alone knew of my journey. From her own account, she possessed friends and influence in Scotland. She had furnished me with a talisman, whose power I was to invoke when all other aid failed me. Who then but Diana Vernon possessed either means, knowledge, or inclination for averting the dangers, by which, as it seemed, my steps were surrounded? This flattering view of my very doubtful case pressed itself upon me again and again. It insinuated itself into my thoughts, though very bashfully, before the hour of dinner. It displayed its attractions more boldly during the course of my frugal meal, and became so courageously intrusive during the succeeding half hour, aided perhaps by the flavour of a few glasses of most excellent claret, that, with a sort of desperate attempt to escape from a delusive seduction, to which I felt the danger of yielding, I pushed my glass from me, threw aside my dinner, seized my hat, and rushed into the open air with the feeling of one who would fly from his own thoughts. Yet perhaps I yielded to the very feelings from which I seemed to fly, since my steps insensibly led me to the bridge over the Clyde, the place assigned for the rendezvous by my mysterious monitor. Although I had not partaken of my repast until the hours of evening church service were over, in which, by the way, I complied with the religious scruples of my landlady, who hesitated to dress a hot dinner between sermons, and also with the admonition of my unknown friend, to keep my apartment till twilight. Several hours had still to pass away betwixt the time of my appointment, and that at which I reached the assigned place of meeting. The interval, as you will readily credit, was wearisome enough, and I can hardly explain to you how it passed away. Various groups of persons, all of whom, young and old, seemed impressed with a reverential feeling of the sanctity of the day, passed along the large open meadow which lies on the northern bank of the Clyde, and serves at once as a bleaching field and pleasure walk for the inhabitants, or paced with slow steps the long bridge which communicates with the southern district of the county. All that I remember of them was the general, yet not unpleasing, intimation of a devotional character impressed on each little party, formally assumed perhaps by some, but sincerely characterizing the greater number, which hushed the petulant gaiety of the young into a tone of more quiet, yet more interesting interchange of sentiments, and suppressed the vehement argument and protracted disputes of those of more advanced age. Notwithstanding the numbers who passed me, no general sound of the human voice was heard. Few turned again to take some minutes' voluntary exercise, to which the leisure of the evening, and the beauty of the surrounding scenery, seemed to invite them. All hurried to their homes and resting places. To one accustomed to the mode of spending Sunday evenings abroad, even among the French Calvinists, there seemed something Judaical, yet at the same time striking and affecting, in this mode of keeping the Sabbath holy. Insensibly I felt my mode of sauntering by the side of the river, and crossing successively the various persons who were passing homeward, and without tarrying or delay, must expose me to the observation at least, if not to censure; and I slunk out of the frequented path, and found a trivial occupation for my mind in marshalling my revolting walk in such a manner as should least render me obnoxious to observation. The different alleys lined out through this extensive meadow, and which are planted with trees, like the park of St. James's in London, gave me facilities for carrying into effect these childish manoeuvres. As I walked down one of these avenues, I heard to my surprise the sharp and conceited voice of Andrew Fairservice, raised by a sense of self-consequence, to a pitch somewhat higher than others seemed to think consistent with the solemnity of the day. To slip behind the row of trees under which I walked was perhaps no very dignified proceeding, but it was the easiest mode of escaping his observation, and perhaps his impertinent assiduity, and still more intrusive curiosity. As he passed, I heard him communicate to a grave-looking man in a black coat, a slouched hat, and Geneva cloak, the following sketch of a character, which my self-love, while revolting against it as a caricature, could not, nevertheless, refuse to recognize as a likeness. "Ay, ay, Mr. Hammorgaw, it's e'en as I tell ye. He's no altogether sae void o' sense neither. He has a glummin sight of what's reasonable, that is anes and awa', a gliskin nae mair, but he's crack-brained and cockle-headed about his nipperty-tipperty poetry nonsense. He'll glower at an odd-world barquet, act snag as if it were a quees madam in full bearing, and a naked crag, with a bum jarring o'er it, is unto him as a garden garnished with flowering knots and choice pot-herbs. Then he would rather claver with a daft quean they ca' Diana Vernon, weel I wet they might call her Diana of the Ephesians, for she's little better than a heathen. Better, she's waur a rumman, a mere rumman. He'll claver with her, or any other idle slut, rather than hear what might do him good a' the days of his life, for you or me, Mr. Hammorgaw, or ony other sober and sponsible person. Reason, sir, is what he cannot endure. He's all for your vanities and volubilities, and he ance tells me, poor blinded creature, that the Psalms o' David were excellent poetry, as if the holy psalmist thought o' rattling rhymes in a blether, like his ain silly clinkum-clankum things that he ca's verse. Good help him! Twa lines o' Davie Lindsay would ding a' he ever clerkit." While listening to this perverted account of my temper and studies, you will not be surprised if I meditated for Mr. Fairservice the unpleasant surprise of a broken pate on the first decent opportunity. His friend only intimated his attention by "Ay, ay," and "Is't e'en sae?" and such like expressions of interest at the proper breaks in Mr. Fairservice's harangue, until at length, in answer to some observation of greater length, the import of which I only collected from my trusty guide's reply, honest Andrew answered, "Tell him a bit o' my mind, quoth ye? Wha would be fule then but Andrew? He's a red wad deevil man, he's like Giles Heathertrap's auld boar. Ye need but shake a clout at him to make him turn and gore. Bide wi' him, ye say? Troth, I kenna what for I bide wi' him mysell. But the lad's no a bad lad after a', and he needs some carefu' body to look after him. He hasna the right grip o' his hand. The gowd slips through't like water, man, and it's no that ill a thing to be near him when his purse is in his hand, and it's seldom out o't. And then he's come o' good kith and kin. My heart warms to the poor thoughtless callant, Mr. Hammorgaw, and then the penny fee." In the latter part of this instructive communication, Mr. Fairservice lowered his voice to a tone better beseeming the conversation in a place of public resort on a Sabbath evening, and his companion and he were soon beyond my hearing. My feelings of hasty resentment soon subsided, under the conviction that, as Andrew himself might have said, a hearkener always hears a bad tale of himself, and that whoever should happen to overhear their character discussed in their own servants' hall, must prepare to undergo the scalpel of some such anatomist as Mr. Fairservice. The incident was so far useful, as, including the feelings to which it gave rise, it sped away a part of the time which hung so heavily on my hand. Evening had now closed, and the growing darkness gave to the broad, still, and deep expanse of the brimful river, first a hue sombre and uniform, then a dismal and turbid appearance, partially lighted by a waning and pallid moon. The massive and ancient bridge which stretches across the Clyde was now but dimly visible, and resembled that which Mirza, in his unequalled vision, has described as traversing the valley of Bagdad. The low-browed arches, seen as imperfectly as the dusky current which they bestrode, seemed rather caverns which swallowed up the gloomy waters of the river, than apertures contrived for their passage. With the advancing night the stillness of the scene increased. There was yet a twinkling light occasionally seen to glide along by the stream, which conducted home one or two of the small parties, who, after the abstinence and religious duties of the day, had partaken of a social supper, the only meal at which the rigid Presbyterians made some advance to sociality on the Sabbath. Occasionally also the hoofs of a horse were heard, whose rider, after spending the Sunday in Glasgow, was directing his steps towards his residence in the country. These sounds and sights became gradually of more rare occurrence. At length they altogether ceased, and I was left to enjoy my solitary walk on the shores of the Clyde in solemn silence, broken only by the tolling of the successive hours from the steeples of the churches. But as the night advanced, my impatience at the uncertainty of the situation in which I was placed increased every moment, and became nearly ungovernable. I began to question whether I had been imposed upon by the trick of a fool, the raving of a madman, or the studied machinations of a villain, and paced the little quay or pier adjoining the entrance to the bridge in a state of incredible anxiety and vexation. At length the hour of 12 o'clock swung its summons over the city from the belfry of the metropolitan church of St. Mungo, and was answered and vouched by all the others like dutiful diocesans. The echoes had scarcely ceased to repeat the last sound, when a human form, the first I had seen for 2 hours, appeared passing along the bridge from the southern shore of the river. I advanced to meet him with a feeling as if my fate depended on the result of the interview, so much had my anxiety been wound up by protracted expectation. All that I could remark of the passenger as we advanced towards each other, was that his frame was rather beneath than above the middle size, but apparently strong, thick-set, and muscular; his dress a horseman's wrapping-coat. I slackened my pace, and almost paused as I advanced in expectation that he would address me. But to my inexpressible disappointment, he passed without speaking, and I had no pretence for being the first to address one who, notwithstanding his appearance at the very hour of appointment, might nevertheless be an absolute stranger. I stopped when he had passed me, and looked after him, uncertain whether I ought not to follow him. The stranger walked on till near the northern end of the bridge, then paused, looked back, and turning round, again advanced towards me. I resolved that this time he should not have the apology for silence proper to apparitions, who, it is vulgarly supposed, cannot speak until they are spoken to. "You walk late, sir," said I, as we met a second time. "I bide tryst," was the reply, "and so I think do you, Mr. Osbaldiston." "You are then the person who requested to meet me here at this unusual hour?" "I am," he replied. "Follow me, and you shall know my reasons." "Before following you I must know your name and purpose," I answered. "I am a man," was the reply, "and my purpose is friendly to you." "A man!" I repeated. "That is a very brief description." "It will serve for one who has no other to give," said the stranger. "He that is without name, without friends, without coin, without country, is still at least a man; and he that has all three is no more." "Yet this is still too general an account of yourself, to say the least of it, to establish your credit with a stranger." "It is all I mean to give, howsoe'er. You may choose to follow me, or to remain without the information I desire to afford you." "Can you not give me that information here?" I demanded. "You must receive it from your eyes, not from my tongue. You must follow me, or remain in ignorance of the information which I have to give you." There was something short, determined, and even stern in the man's manner, not certainly well calculated to conciliate undoubting confidence. "What is it you fear?" he said impatiently. "To whom, think ye, is your life of such consequence, that they should think to bereave ye of it?" "I fear nothing," I replied firmly, though somewhat hastily. "Walk on, I attend you." We proceeded, contrary to my expectation, to re-enter the town, and glided like mute spectres, side by side, up its empty and silent streets. The high and gloomy stone fronts, with the variegated ornaments and pediments of the windows, looked yet taller and more sable by the imperfect moonshine. Our walk was for some minutes in perfect silence. At length my conductor spoke. "Are you afraid?" "I retort your own words," I replied. "Wherefore should I fear?" "Because you are with a stranger, perhaps an enemy, in a place where you have no friends and many enemies." "I neither fear you nor them. I am young, active, and armed." "I am not armed," replied my conductor. "But no matter, a willing hand never lacked weapon. You say you fear nothing, but if you knew who was by your side, perhaps you might underlie a tremor." "And why should I?" replied I. "I again repeat, I fear naught that you can do." "Naught that I can do? Be it so. But do you not fear the consequences of being found with one whose very name whispered in this lonely street would make the stones themselves rise up to apprehend him, on whose head half the men in Glasgow would build their fortune as on a found treasure, had they the luck to grip him by the collar, the sound of whose apprehension were as welcome at the cross of Edinburgh as ever the news of a field stricken and won in Flanders?" "And who then are you, whose name should create so deep a feeling of terror?" I replied. "No enemy of yours, since I am conveying you to a place where, were I myself recognized and identified, iron to the heels and hemp to the craig would be my brief dooming." I paused and stood still on the pavement, drawing back so as to have the most perfect view of my companion which the light afforded me, and which was sufficient to guard against any sudden motion of assault. "You have said," I answered, "either too much or too little; too much to induce me to confide in you as a mere stranger, since you avow yourself a person amenable to the laws of the country in which we are, and too little, unless you could show that you are unjustly subjected to their rigour." As I ceased to speak, he made a step towards me. I drew back instinctively, and laid my hand on the hilt of my sword. "What!" said he, "on an unarmed man, and your friend?" "I am yet ignorant if you are either the one or the other," I replied; "and to say the truth, your language and manner might well entitle me to doubt both." "It is manfully spoken," replied my conductor, "and I respect him whose hand can keep his head. I will be frank and free with you. I am conveying you to prison." "To prison!" I exclaimed. "By what warrant or for what offence? You shall have my life sooner than my liberty. I defy you, and I will not follow you a step farther." "I do not," he said, "carry you there as a prisoner. I am," he added, drawing himself hastily up, "neither a messenger nor sheriff's officer. I carry you to see a prisoner from whose lips you will learn the risk in which you presently stand. Your liberty is little risked by the visit. Mine is in some peril, but that I readily encounter on your account, for I care not for the risk, and I love a free young blood, that kens no protector but the cross of the sword." While he spoke thus we had reached the principal street, and were pausing before a large building of hewn stone, garnished, as I thought I could perceive, with gratings of iron before the windows. "Muckle," said the stranger, whose language became more broadly national as he assumed a tone of colloquial freedom, "muckle wad the provost and bailies o' Glasgow Get to ha' him, sitting with iron garters to his hose within their tolbooth, that now stands with his legs as free as the red deer's on the outside on't. And little wad it avail him, for an if they had me there, with a stand's weight o' iron at every ankle, I would show them a tomb room and a lost lodger before to-morrow. But come on, what stint ye for?" As he spake thus, he tapped at a low wicket, and was answered by a sharp voice, as of one awakened from a dream or reverie. "Fa's tat? Was that? I wad say, and fat a deal ye want at this hour at e'en. Clean again rules, as they ca' them." The protracted tone in which the last words were uttered betokened that the speaker was again composing himself to slumber. But my guide spoke in a loud whisper. "Dougal, man, hae ye forgotten ha' none Gregorick?" "Deil a bit," was the ready and lively response, and I heard the internal guardian of the prison gate bustle up with great alacrity. A few words were exchanged between my conductor and the turnkey in a language to which I was an absolute stranger. The bolts revolved, but with a caution which marked the apprehension that the noise might be overheard, and we stood within the vestibule of the prison of Glasgow, a small but strong guard-room, from which a narrow staircase led upwards, and one or two low entrances conducted to apartments on the same level with the outward gate, all secured with a jealous strength of wickets, bolts, and bars. The walls, otherwise naked, were not unsuitably garnished with iron fetters, and other uncouth implements, which might be designed for purposes still more inhuman, interspersed with partisans, guns, pistols of antique manufacture, and other weapons of defence and offence. At finding myself so unexpectedly, fortuitously, and, as it were, by stealth, introduced within one of the legal fortresses of Scotland, I could not help recollecting my adventure in Northumberland, and fretting at the strange incidents, which again, without any demerits of my own, threatened to place me in a dangerous and disagreeable collision with the laws of a country which I visited only in the capacity of a stranger. End of Volume 2, Chapter 4. Recording by Katie Riley, June 2010. Volume 2, Chapter 5 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rob Roy by Sir Walter Scott. Volume 2, Chapter 5. Look round thee, young Astolpho, here's the place which men for being poor are sent to starve in. Rude remedy, I trow, for sore disease. Within these walls, stifled by damp and stench, doth hope's fair torch expire, and at the snuff, ere yet 'tis quite extinct, rude, wild, and wayward, the desperate revelries of wild despair, kindling their hell-born cressets, light to deeds that the poor captive would have died ere practised, till bondage sunk his soul to his condition. The Prison, Scene 3, Act 1. At my first entrance I turned an eager glance towards my conductor, but the lamp in the vestibule was too low in flame to give my curiosity any satisfaction by affording a distinct perusal of his features. As the turnkey held the light in his hand, the beams fell more full on his own scarce less interesting figure. He was a wild, shock-headed looking animal, whose profusion of red hair covered and obscured his features, which were otherwise only characterized by the extravagant joy that affected him at the sight of my guide. In my experience I have met nothing so absolutely resembling my idea of a very uncouth, wild, and ugly savage, adoring the idol of his tribe. He grinned, he shivered, he laughed, he was near crying, if he did not actually cry. He had a "Where shall I go? What can I do for you?" expression of face, the complete, surrendered, and anxious subservience and devotion of which it is difficult to describe otherwise than by the awkward combination which I have attempted. The fellow's voice seemed choking in his ecstasy, and only could express itself in such interjections as "Oi, oi! Ay, ay! It's lang since she's seen ye," and other exclamations equally brief, expressed in the same unknown tongue in which he had communicated with my conductor while we were on the outside of the jail door. My guide received all this excess of joyful gratulation much like a prince too early accustomed to the homage of those around him to be much moved by it, yet willing to requite it by the usual forms of royal courtesy. He extended his hand graciously towards the turnkey, with a civil inquiry of "How's a' with you, Dougal?" "Oi, oi!" exclaimed Dougal, softening the sharp exclamations of his surprise, as he looked around with an eye of watchful alarm. "Oi, to see you here! To see you here! Oi, what will come o' ye, gin the bailies suld come to get witting? Ta filthy, gutty hallions, tat they are?" My guide placed his finger on his lip, and said, "Fear nothing, Dougal, your hand shall never draw a bolt on me." "Tat sall they no," said Dougal. "She suld she wad that is, she wishes them hacked aff by the elbows first but when are ye gaun yonder again? And ye'll no forget to let her ken she's your puir cousin, God kens, only 7 times removed." "I will let you ken, Dougal, as soon as my plans are settled." "And by her sooth, when ye do, an it were 12 o' the Sunday at e'en, she'll fling her keys at the Provost's head or she gie them anither turn, and that or ever Monday morning begins. See if she winna." My mysterious stranger cut his acquaintance's ecstasy short by again addressing him in what I afterwards understood to be the Irish, Erse, or Gaelic explaining, probably, the services which he required at his hand. The answer, "Wi' a' her heart, wi' a' her soul," with a good deal of indistinct muttering in a similar tone, intimated the turnkey's acquiescence in what he proposed. The fellow trimmed his dying lamp, and made a sign to me to follow him. "Do you not go with us?" said I, looking to my conductor. "It is unnecessary," he replied. "My company may be inconvenient for you, and I had better remain to secure our retreat." "I do not suppose you mean to betray me to danger?" said I. "To none but what I partake in doubly," answered the stranger, with a voice of assurance which it was impossible to mistrust. I followed the turnkey, who, leaving the inner wicket unlocked behind him, led me up a turnpike (so the Scotch call a winding stair), then along a narrow gallery, then, opening one of several doors which led into the passage, he ushered me into a small apartment, and casting his eye on the pallet bed which occupied one corner, said with an under voice, as he placed the lamp on a little deal table, "She's sleeping." "She? Who? Can it be Diana Vernon in this abode of misery?" I turned my eye to the bed, and it was with a mixture of disappointment, oddly mingled with pleasure, that I saw my first suspicion had deceived me. I saw a head neither young nor beautiful, garnished with a grey beard of 2 days' growth, and accommodated with a red nightcap. The first glance put me at ease on the score of Diana Vernon. The second, as the slumberer awoke from a heavy sleep, yawned, and rubbed his eyes, presented me with features very different indeed, even those of my poor friend Owen. I drew back out of view an instant, that he might have time to recover himself. Fortunately, recollecting that I was but an intruder on these cells of sorrow, and that any alarm might be attended with unhappy consequences. Meantime, the unfortunate formalist, raising himself from the pallet bed with the assistance of one hand, and scratching his cap with the other, exclaimed in a voice in which as much peevishness as he was capable of feeling contended with drowsiness, "I'll tell ye what, Mr. Dugwell, or whatever your name may be, the sum total of the matter is, that if my natural rest is to be broken in this manner, I must complain to the Lord Mayor." "Shentlemans to speak wi' her," replied Dougal. resuming the true dogged sullen tone of a turnkey, in exchange for the shrill clang of Highland congratulation with which he had welcomed my mysterious guide, and turning on his heel, he left the apartment. It was some time before I could prevail upon the unfortunate sleeper awakening to recognize me. And when he did so, the distress of the worthy creature was extreme, at supposing, which he naturally did, that I had been sent thither as a partner of his captivity. "Oh, Mr. Frank, what have you brought yourself and the house to? I think nothing of myself, that am a mere cipher, so to speak, but you, that was your father's sum total, his omnium, you that might have been the first man in the first house in the first city, to be shut up in a nasty Scotch jail, where one cannot even get the dirt brushed off their clothes." He rubbed, with an air of peevish irritation, the once stainless brown coat, which had now shared some of the impurities of the floor of his prison-house, his habits of extreme punctilious neatness acting mechanically to increase his distress. "Oh, heaven be gracious to us!" he continued. "What news this will be on 'Change! There has not been the like come there since the battle of Almanza, where the total of the British loss was summed up to 5,000 men killed and wounded, besides a floating balance of missing. But what will that be to the news that Osbaldistone and Tresham have stopped?" I broke in on his lamentations to acquaint him that I was no prisoner, though scarce able to account for my being in that place at such an hour. I could only silence his inquiries, by persisting in those which his own situation suggested, and at length obtained from him such information as he was able to give me. It was none of the most distinct, for however clear-headed in his own routine of commercial business, Owen, you are well aware, was not very acute in comprehending what lay beyond that sphere. The sum of his information was, that of 2 correspondents of my father's firm at Glasgow, where, owing to engagements in Scotland formerly alluded to, he transacted a great deal of business, both my father and Owen had found the house of Macvittie, Macfin, and Company, the most obliging and accommodating. They had deferred to the great English house on every possible occasion, and in their bargains and transactions acted, without repining, the part of the jackal, who only claims what the lion is pleased to leave him. However small the share of profit allotted to them, it was always, as they expressed it, enough for the like of them. However large the portion of trouble, they were sensible they could not do too much to deserve the continued patronage and good opinion of their honoured friends in Crane Alley. The dictates of my father were to Macvittie and Macfin the laws of the Medes and Persians, not to be altered, innovated, or even discussed; and the punctilios exacted by Owen in their business transactions, for he was a great lover of form, more especially when he could dictate it, ex cathedra, seemed scarce less sanctimonious in their eyes. This tone of deep and respectful observance went all currently down with Owen. But my father looked a little closer into men's bosoms, and whether suspicious of this excess of deference, or as a lover of brevity and simplicity in business, tired with these gentlemen's long-winded professions of regard, he had uniformly resisted their desire to become his sole agents in Scotland. On the contrary, he transacted many affairs through a correspondent of a character perfectly different, a man whose good opinion of himself amounted to self-conceit, and who, disliking the English in general as much as my father did the Scotch, would hold no communication but on a footing of absolute equality, jealous, moreover, captious occasionally, as tenacious of his own opinions, in point of form as Owen could be of his, and totally indifferent, though the authority of all Lombard Street had stood against his own private opinion. As these peculiarities of temper rendered it difficult to transact business with Mr. Nicol Jarvie, as they occasioned at times disputes and coldness between the English house and their correspondent, which were only got over by a sense of mutual interest, as, moreover, Owen's personal vanity sometimes suffered a little in the discussions to which they gave rise, you cannot be surprised, Tresham, that our old friend threw at all times the weight of his influence in favour of the civil, discreet, accommodating concern of Macvittie and Macfin, and spoke of Jarvie as a petulant, conceited Scotch pedlar, with whom there was no dealing. It was also not surprising that in these circumstances, which I only learned in detail some time afterwards, Owen, in the difficulties to which the house was reduced by the absence of my father, and the disappearance of Rashleigh, should, on his arrival in Scotland, which took place 2 days before mine, have recourse to the friendship of those correspondents who had always professed themselves obliged, gratified, and devoted to the service of his principal. He was received at Messrs. Macvittie and Macfin's counting house in the Gallowgate, with something like the devotion a Catholic would pay to his tutelar saint. But, alas! this sunshine was soon overclouded, when, encouraged by the fair hopes which it inspired, he opened the difficulties of the house to his friendly correspondents, and requested their counsel and assistance. Macvittie was almost stunned by the communication, and Macfin, ere it was completed, was already at the ledger of their firm, and deeply engaged in the very bowels of the multitudinous accounts between their house and that of Osbaldistone and Tresham, for the purpose of discovering on which side the balance lay. Alas! the scale depressed considerably against the English firm, and the faces of Macvittie and Macfin, hitherto only blank and doubtful, became now ominous, grim, and lowering. They met Mr. Owen's request of countenance and assistance, with a counter-demand of instant security against imminent hazard of eventual loss, and at length, speaking more plainly, required that a deposit of assets, destined for other purposes, should be placed in their hands for that purpose. Owen repelled this demand with great indignation, as dishonourable to his constituents, unjust to the other creditors of Osbaldistone and Tresham, and very ungrateful on the part of those by whom it was made. The Scotch partners gained, in the course of this controversy, what is very convenient to persons who are in the wrong, an opportunity and pretext for putting themselves in a violent passion, and for taking, under the pretext of the provocation they had received, measures to which some sense of decency, if not of conscience, might otherwise have deterred them from resorting. Owen had a small share, as I believe is usual, in the house to which he acted as head clerk, and was therefore personally liable for all its obligations. This was known to Messrs. Macvittie and Macfin, and with a view of making him feel their power, or rather in order to force him, at this emergency, into those measures in their favour to which he had expressed himself so repugnant, they had recourse to a summary process of arrest and imprisonment, which it seems the law of Scotland, therein surely liable to much abuse, allows to a creditor, who finds his conscience at liberty to make oath that the debtor meditates departing from the realm. Under such a warrant had poor Owen been confined to durance on the day preceding that when I was so strangely guided to his prison house. Thus possessed of the alarming outline of facts, the question remained, what was to be done? And it was not of easy determination. I plainly perceived the perils with which we were surrounded, but it was more difficult to suggest any remedy. The warning which I had already received seemed to intimate, that my own personal liberty might be endangered by an open appearance in Owen's behalf. Owen entertained the same apprehension, and in the exaggeration of his terror, assured me that a Scotchman, rather than run the risk of losing a farthing by an Englishman, would find law for arresting his wife, children, manservant, maidservant, and stranger within his household. The laws concerning debt, in most countries, are so unmercifully severe, that I could not altogether disbelieve his statement, and my arrest, in the present circumstance, would have been a coup de grace to my father's affairs. In this dilemma, I asked Owen if he had not thought of having recourse to my father's other correspondent in Glasgow, Mr. Nicol Jarvie. He had sent him a letter, he replied, that morning, but if the smooth-tongued and civil house in the Gallowgate had used him thus, what was to be expected from the cross-grained crabstock in the salt market? Gallowgate, a street in the old town of Glasgow. You might as well ask a broker to give up his percentage as expect a favour from him without the per contra. He had not even, Owen said, answered his letter though it was put into his hand that morning as he went to church. And here the despairing man of figures threw himself down on his pallet, exclaiming, My poor dear master! My poor dear master! Oh, Mr. Frank, this is all your obstinacy! But God forgive me for saying so to you in your distress! It's God's disposing, and man must submit. My philosophy Tresham could not prevent my sharing in the honest creature's distress, and we mingled our tears, the more bitter on my part, as the perverse opposition to my father's will, with which the kind-hearted Owen forbore to upbraid me, rose up to my conscience as the cause of all this affliction. In the midst of our mingled sorrow, we were disturbed and surprised by a loud knocking at the outward door of the prison. I ran to the top of the staircase to listen, but could only hear the voice of the turnkey, alternately in a high tone, answering to some person without, and in a whisper, addressed to the person who had guided me hither, She's comin', aloud. Then in a low key, O Honorai, what'll she do now? Gang up to stair, and hide yourself ahint to Sassenach gentleman's ped. She's comin' as fast as she can. A Hallinany, it's my Lord Provost's, and to Paley's, and to guard, and to captain's comin' toon stairs too. Got press her. Gang up or he meets her. She's comin', to Locksair roosted. While Dougal unwillingly, and with as much delay as possible, undid the various fastenings to give admittance to those without, whose impatience became clamorous, my guide ascended the winding stair, and sprang into Owen's apartment, into which I followed him. He cast his eyes hastily round, as if looking for a place of concealment, then said to me, Lend me your pistols. Yet it's no matter, I can do without them. Whatever you see, take no heed, and do not mix your hand in another man's feud. This gear's mine, and I must manage it as I dow, but I have been as hard bested, and worse, than I am even now. As the stranger spoke these words, he stripped from his person the cumbrous upper coat in which he was wrapped, confronted the door of the apartment, on which he fixed a keen and determined glance, drawing his person a little back to concentrate his force, like a fine horse brought up to the leaping bar. I had not a moment's doubt that he meant to extricate himself from his embarrassment, whatever might be the cause of it, by springing full upon those who should appear when the doors opened, and forcing his way through all opposition into the street. And such was the appearance of strength and agility displayed in his frame, and of determination in his look and manner, that I did not doubt a moment but that he might get clear through his opponents, unless they employed fatal means to stop his purpose. It was a period of awful suspense, betwixt the opening of the outward gate and that of the door of the apartment, when there appeared no guard with bayonets fixed, or watch with clubs, bills, or partisans, but a good-looking young woman, with grogram petticoats, tucked up for trudging through the streets, and holding a lantern in her hand. This female ushered in a more important personage, in form, stout, short, and somewhat corpulent, and by dignity, as it soon appeared, a magistrate, bob-wigged, bustling, and breathless with peevish impatience. My conductor, at his appearance, drew back as if to escape observation, but he could not elude the penetrating twinkle with which this dignitary reconnoitred the whole apartment. "A bonny thing it is, and a beseeming, that I should be kept at the door half an hour, Captain Stanchels," said he, addressing the principal jailor, who now showed himself at the door, as if in attendance on the great man, "knocking as hard to get into the tolbooth as onybody else wad to get out of it. Could that avail them? Poor fallen creatures! And how's this? Strangers in the jail after lock-up hours, and on the Sabbath evening! I shall look after this, Stanchels, you may depend on't. Keep the door locked, and I'll speak to these gentlemen in a gliffing. But first I maun ha' a crack with an auld acquaintance here. Mr. Owen, how's a' wi' ye, man?" "Pretty well in body, I thank ye, Mr. Jarvie," drawled out poor Owen, "but sore afflicted in spirit." "Nae doubt. Ay, it's an awfu' wumlie. and for that ane that held his head sae high too. Human nature, human nature. Ay, we're a' subject to a downcome. Mr. Osbaldistone is a good honest gentleman, but I say he was ane o' them to make a spun or spoil a horn, as my father the worthy deacon used to say. The deacon used to say to me, Nick, young Nick, his name was Nicol as weel as mine, sae folk called us in their daffing, young Nick and auld Nick. Nick, said he, never put out your arm farther than ye can draw it easily back again. I hae said sae to Mr. Osbaldistone, and he didna seem to take it a'thegither sae kind as I wished, but it was weel meant, weel meant. This discourse, delivered with prodigious volubility and a great appearance of self-complacency, as he recollected his own advice and predictions, gave little promise of assistance at the hands of Mr. Jarvie. Yet it soon appeared rather to proceed from a total want of delicacy than any deficiency of real kindness; for when Owen expressed himself somewhat hurt that these things should be recalled to memory in his present situation, the Glaswegian took him by the hand, and bade him "Cheer up a gliff. D'ye think I would hae come down at 2 o'clock at night, and a mast broken the Lord's day, just to tell a fa'en man o' his backslidings? Na, that's no Bally Jarvie's skate, nor was't his worthy father's the deacon afore him. Why, man, it's my rule never to think o' worldly business on the Sabbath; and though I did a' I could to keep your note that I gat this morning out o' my head, yet I thought mair on it a' day than on the preaching, and it's my rule to gang to my bed wi' the yellow curtains preceesely at 10 o'clock, unless I were eating a haddock wi' a neighbour, or a neighbour wi' me. Ask the lass quean there, if it isna a fundamental rule in my household; and here ha' I, sitting up reading good books, and gaping as if I would swallow St. Enoch's kirk, twill it chap at 12, whilk was a lawful hour to get a look at my ledger, just to see how things stood between us; and then, as time and tide wait for no man, I made the lass get the lantern, and come slipping my ways here, to see what can be dune anent your affairs. Bailie Jarvie can command entrance into the tolbooth at ony hour, day or night. Sae could my father the deacon in his time, honest man, praise to his memory." Although Owen groaned at the mention of the ledger, leading me grievously to fear that here also the balance stood in the wrong column, and although the worthy magistrate's speech expressed much self-complacency, and some ominous triumph in his own superior judgment, yet it was blended with a sort of frank and blunt good nature, from which I could not help deriving some hopes. He requested to see some papers he mentioned, snatched them hastily from Owen's hand, and sitting on the bed, to rest his shanks, as he was pleased to express the accommodation which that posture afforded him, his servant girl held up the lantern to him, while shawing, muttering, and sputtering, now at the imperfect light, now at the contents of the packet, he ran over the writings it contained. Seeing him fairly engaged in this course of study, the guide who had brought me hither seemed disposed to take an unceremonious leave. He made a sign to me to say nothing, and intimated by his change of posture an intention to glide towards the door in such a manner as to attract the least possible observation. But the alert magistrate, very different from my old acquaintance, Mr. Justice Inglewood, instantly detected and interrupted his purposes. "I say, look to the door, Stanchells, shut and lock it, and keep watch on the outside." The stranger's brow darkened, and he seemed for an instant again to meditate the effecting his retreat by violence, but ere he had determined, the door closed, and the ponderous bolt revolved. He muttered an exclamation in Gaelic, strode across the floor, and then with an air of dogged resolution, as if fixed and prepared to see the scene to an end, sate himself down on the oak table, and whistled a strathspey. Mr. Jarvie, who seemed very alert and expeditious in going through business, soon showed himself master of that which he had been considering, and addressed himself to Mr. Owen in the following strain: "Weel, Mr. Owen, weel, your house are awing certain sums to Messrs. MacVittie and MacFin. Shame fa' their supple snouts, They made that and mair out o' a bargain about the ack woods at Glen Cowsachat, that they took out atween my teeth, wi' help o' your good word, I maun needs say, Mr. Owen, but that makes nae odds now. Weel, sir, your house owes them this siller, and for this, and relief of other engagements, they stand in for you. They hae putten a double turn o' stanchions. Muckle key on ye. Well, sir, ye owe this siller, and maybe ye owe some are to some other body too. Maybe ye owe some to myself, Bailie Nicol Jarvie. I cannot deny, sir, but the balance may of this state be brought out against us, Mr. Jarvie, said Owen. But you'll please to consider— I had nae time to consider now, Mr. Owen, sae near Sabbath at e'en, and out o' ane's warm bed at this time o' night, and a sort o' drown in the air besides, there's nae time for considering. But, sir, as I was saying, ye owe me money, I winna deny, ye owe me money, less or mair, I'll stand by it. But then, Mr. Owen, I canna see how you, an active man that understands business, can read out the business you're come down about, and clear us a' aff, as I have grit hope ye will, if ye're keepit lying here in the tool-booth o' Glasgow. Now, sir, if you can find caution judicio sisti, that is, that ye winna flee the country, but appear and relieve your caution when ca'd for in our legal courts, ye may be set at liberty this very morning. Mr. Jarvie, said Owen, if any friend would become surety for me to that effect, my liberty might be usefully employed, doubtless, both for the house and all connected with it. Ah, weel, sir, continued Jarvie, and doubtless such a friend would expect ye to appear when called on, and relieve him o' his engagement. And I should do so as certainly, bating sickness or death, as that 2 and 2 make 4. Aweel, Mr. Owen, resumed the citizen of Glasgow, I dinna misdoubt ye, and I'll prove it, sir, I'll prove it. I am a careful man, as is well kenned, and industrious, as the hale town can testify, and I can win my crowns, and keep my crowns, and count my crowns, wi' onybody in the salt market, or it may be in the Gallowgate. And I'm a prudent man, as my father the deacon was before me, but rather than an honest civil gentleman, that understands business, and is willing to do justice to all men, should lie by the heels this gate, unable to help himsell or onybody else, why, conscience, man, I'll be your bail myself. But ye'll mind it's a bail judicio sisti, as our town clerk says, not judicatum solvi. Ye'll mind that, for there's muckle difference. Mr. Owen assured him, that as matters then stood, he could not expect any one to become surety for the actual payment of the debt, but that there was not the most distant cause for apprehending loss from his failing to present himself when lawfully called upon. I believe ye, enough said, enough said. We's hae your legs loose by breakfast time. And now let's hear what their chamber chills o' yours had to say for themselves, or how, in the name of unrule, they got here at this time o' night. Illustration: Rob Roy in prison, 68. End of Volume 2, Chapter 5. Recording by Katie Riley, June 2010. Volume 2, Chapter 6 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rob Roy by Sir Walter Scott. Volume 2, Chapter 6. Hame came our goodman at e'en, and hame came he, and there he saw a man, where a man shouldna be. How's this now, kimmer? How's this? quo' he. How came this carle here, without the leave o' me? Old Song. The magistrate took the light out of the servant maid's hand, and advanced to his scrutiny, like Diogenes in the street of Athens, lantern in hand, and probably with as little expectation as that of the cynic, that he was likely to encounter any especial treasure in the course of his researches. The first whom he approached was my mysterious guide, who, seated on a table as I have already described him, with his eyes firmly fixed on the wall, his features arranged into the utmost inflexibility of expression, his hands folded on his breast with an air betwixt carelessness and defiance, his heel patting against the foot of the table, to keep time with the tune which he continued to whistle, submitted to Mr. Jarvie's investigation with an air of absolute confidence and assurance, which for a moment placed at fault the memory and sagacity of the acute investigator. "Ah! Oh!" exclaimed the Bailie, "my conscience! It's impossible! And yet no! Conscience! It canna be! And yet again, Deil hae me, that I suld say, ye robber, ye canteran, ye born deevil that ye are, to a' bad ends and nae good ane. Can this be you?" "E'en as ye see, Bailie," was the laconic answer. "Conscience! If I am not clean babazed, ye cheat the wuddy rogue, you, here on your venture in the Tolbooth at Glasgow, what d'ye think's the value o' your head?" "Umph! Why, fairly weighed in Dutch weight, it might weigh down one provost's, 4 bailies, a town clerk's, 6 deacons, besides stent masters." "Ah, ye reiving villain!" interrupted Mr. Jarvie; "but tell ower your sins, and prepare ye, for if I say the word—" "True, Bailie," said he who was thus addressed, folding his hands behind him with the utmost nonchalance, "but ye will never say that word." "And why suld I not, sir?" exclaimed the magistrate; "why suld I not? Answer me that why suld I not?" "For 3 sufficient reasons, Bailie Jarvie. First, for auld lang syne; second, for the sake of the auld wife ayont the fire at Stuckavrallachan, that made some mixture of our bluids, to my own proper shame be it spoken, that has a cousin with accounts, and yarn winnels, and looms, and shuttles, like a mere mechanical person; and lastly, Bailie, because if I saw a sign o' your betraying me, I would plaster that while with your harns ere the hand of man could rescue you." "Ye're a bauld desperate villain, sir," retorted the undaunted Bailie, "and ye ken that I ken ye to be sae, and that I wadna stand a moment for my ain risk." "I ken weel," said the other, "ye had gentle bluid in your veins, and I would be laith to hurt my ain kinsman; but I'll gang out here as free as I came in, or the very walls of Glasgow Tolbooth shall tell o't these 10 years to come." "Weel, weel," said Mr. Jarvie, "bluid's thicker than water, and it liesna in kith, kin, and ally, to see motes in ilka other's een if other een see them no. It wad be sair news to the auld wife below the Ben of Stuckavrallachan, that you, ye Highland limmer, had knockit out my harns, or that I had kilted you up in a tow. But ye'll own, ye dour deevil, that were it no your very sell, I would hae grippit the best man in the Highlands." "Ye wad hae tried, cousin," answered my guide, "that I wot weel; but I doubt ye would hae come off wi' the short measure; for we gang their auld Highland bodies with an unchancy generation when ye speak to us o' bondage. We downa buy the coercion of good braid cloth about our hinderlands, let a be breeks of freestone and garters o' iron." "Ye'll find the stane breeks in the iron garters ay, and the hemp cravat, for a' that, neighbour," replied the Bailie. "Nae man in a civilised country ever played the pilskies ye hae done, but e'en pickle in your ain pocknook I hae given ye wanting." "Well, cousin," said the other, "you'll wear black at my burial." "Deil a black cloak will be there, Robin, but the corbies and the hoodie craws. I'se gie ye my hand on that. But whaur's the good £1000 Scots that I lent ye, man, and when am I to see it again?" "Where it is," replied my guide, after the affectation of considering for a moment, "I cannot justly tell, probably where last year's snaw is." "And that's on the top of the shallion, ye Highland dog," said Mr. Jarvie, "and I look for payment frae you where ye stand." "Ay," replied the Highlander, "but I keep neither snaw nor dollars in my sporran; and as to when you'll see it, why, just when the king enjoys his ain again, as the auld song says." "Worst o' all, Robin," retorted the Glaswegian, "I mean, ye disloyal traitor, worst o' all! why do ye bring popery in on us, and arbitrary power, and a foist and a warming pan, and the set forms, and the curates, and the auld enormities of surplices and cerements? Ye had better stick to your auld trade o' theft aboot, blackmail, sprigs, and gill ravaging better stealing nowt than ruining nations." "Hout, man, whisht wi' your whiggery," answered the Celt; "we hae kenned ane anither mony a long day. I'se take care your counting room is no cleaned out when the glen and come to redd up the Glasgow booths, and clear them o' their auld shopwares." Gillen and Ailie, the lads with the kilts or petticoats. "And unless it just fa' in the preceese way o' your duty, ye maunna see me oftener, Nicol, than I am disposed to be seen." "Ye are a daring villain, Rob," answered the Bailie, "and ye will be hanged that will be seen and heard tell o'. But I'se ne'er be the ill bird, and foul my nest, set apart strong necessity and the scry o' duty, which no man should hear and be inobedient. And wha the devil's this?" he continued, turning to me; "some gill ravager that ye hae listed, I daur say. He looks as if he had a bauld heart to the highway, and a lang craig for the gibbet." "This, good Mr. Jarvie," said Owen, who, like myself, had been struck dumb during this strange recognition, and no less strange dialogue, which took place betwixt these extraordinary kinsmen, "this, good Mr. Jarvie, is young Mr. Frank Osbaldistone, only child of the head of our house, who should have been taken into our firm at the time Mr. Rashleigh Osbaldistone, his cousin, had the luck to be taken into it." Here Owen could not suppress a groan. But howsoever— "Oh, I have heard of that smake," said the Scottish merchant, interrupting him; "it is he whom your principal, like an obstinate odd fule, would make a merchant a' wad he or wad he no, and the lad turned a strolling stage player, in pure dislike to the labour an honest man should live by. Weel, sir, what say you to your handiwork? Will Hamlet, the Dane, or Hamlet's ghost, be good security for Mr. Owen, sir?" "I don't deserve your taunt," I replied, "though I respect your motive, and am too grateful for the assistance you have afforded Mr. Owen to resent it. My only business here was to do what I could it is perhaps very little to aid Mr. Owen in the management of my father's affairs. My dislike of the commercial profession is a feeling of which I am the best and sole judge." "I protest," said the Highlander, "I had some respect for this callant even before I kenned what was in him; but now I honour him for his contempt of weavers and spinners, and sic-like mechanical persons in their pursuits." "Ye're mad, Rob," said the Bailie, "mad as a March hare; though wherefore a hare suld be mad at March mair than at Martinmas, is mair than I can weel say. Weavers! deil shake ye out o' the web the weaver craft made. Spinners! ye'll spin and wind yoursell a bonny pirn. And this young birkie here, that you're hoying and hounding on the shortest road to the gallows and the deevil, will his stage plays and his poetries help him here, dye think, ony mair than your tea bows and drawn dirks, ye reprobate that ye are? Will Tityre to Patulea, as they ca't, tell him where Rashleigh Osbaldistone is? Or Macbeth, and all his kerns and gallaglasses? And your ain to boot, Rob, procure him £5000 to answer the bills which fa' due 10 days hence. Were they all rouped at the cross? Basket hilts, androferous, leather targets, brogues, brocken, and sporrans? 10 days, I answered, and instinctively drew out Diana Vernon's packet, and the time being elapsed during which I was to keep the seal sacred, I hastily broke it open. A sealed letter fell from a blank enclosure, owing to the trepidation with which I opened the parcel. A slight current of wind, which found its way through a broken pane of the window, wafted the letter to Mr. Jarvie's feet, who lifted it, examined the address with unceremonious curiosity, and, to my astonishment, handed it to his Highland kinsman, saying, "Here's a wind has blown a letter to its right owner, though there were 10,000 chances against its coming to hand." The Highlander, having examined the address, broke the letter open without the least ceremony. I endeavoured to interrupt his proceeding. "You must satisfy me, sir," said I, "that the letter is intended for you, before I can permit you to peruse it." "Make yourself quite easy, Mr. Osbaldistone," replied the mountaineer with great composure. "Remember Justice Inglewood, Clerk Jobson, Mr. Morris. Above all, remember your vera humble servant, Robert Cawmil, and the beautiful Diana Vernon. Remember all this, and doubt no longer that the letter is for me." I remained astonished at my own stupidity. Through the whole night, the voice, and even the features of this man, though imperfectly seen, haunted me with recollections to which I could assign no exact local or personal associations. But now the light dawned on me at once. This man was Campbell himself. His whole peculiarities flashed on me at once. The deep strong voice, the inflexible, stern, yet considerate cast of features, the Scottish brogue, with its corresponding dialect and imagery, which, although he possessed the power at times of laying them aside, recurred at every moment of emotion, and gave pith to his sarcasm, or vehemence to his expostulation. Rather beneath the middle size than above it, his limbs were formed upon the very strongest model that is consistent with agility, while from the remarkable ease and freedom of his movements, you could not doubt his possessing the latter quality in a high degree of perfection. 2 points in his person interfered with the rules of symmetry. His shoulders were so broad in proportion to his height, as, notwithstanding the lean and lathy appearance of his frame, gave him something the air of being too square in respect to his stature, and his arms, though round, sinewy, and strong, were so very long as to be rather a deformity. I afterwards heard that this length of arm was a circumstance on which he prided himself, that when he wore his native Highland garb, he could tie the garters of his hose without stooping, and that it gave him great advantages in the use of the broadsword, at which he was very dexterous. But certainly this want of symmetry destroyed the claim he might otherwise have set up, to be accounted a very handsome man. It gave something wild, irregular, and as it were, unearthly, to his appearance, and reminded me involuntarily of the tales which Mabel used to tell of the old Picts who ravaged Northumberland in ancient times, who, according to her tradition, were a sort of half goblin, half human beings, distinguished, like this man, for courage, cunning, ferocity, the length of their arms, and the squareness of their shoulders. When, however, I recollected the circumstances in which we formerly met, I could not doubt that the billet was most probably designed for him. He had made a marked figure among those mysterious personages, over whom Diana seemed to exercise an influence, and from whom she experienced an influence in her turn. It was painful to think that the fate of a being so amiable was involved in that of desperadoes of this man's description, yet it seemed impossible to doubt it. Of what use, however, could this person be to my father's affairs? I could think only of one. Rashleigh Osbaldistone had, at the instigation of Miss Vernon, certainly found means to produce Mr. Campbell, when his presence was necessary to exculpate me from Mr. Morris's accusation. Was it not possible that her influence in like manner might prevail on Campbell to produce Rashleigh? Speaking on this supposition, I requested to know where my dangerous kinsman was, and when Mr. Campbell had seen him. The answer was indirect. It's a kittle cast she has gi'en me to play, but yet it's fair play, and I winna balk her. Mr. Osbaldistone, I dwell not very far from hence. My kinsman can show you the way. Leave Mr. Owen to do the best he can in Glasgow. Do you come and see me in the glens, and it's like I may pleasure you, and stead your father in his extremity. I am but a poor man, but wit's better than wealth, and cousin," turning from me to address Mr. Jarvie, "if ye daur venture sae muckle as to eat a dish of Scotch callops, and a leg o' red deer venison wi' me, come ye wi' this Sassenach gentleman as far as Drymen, or Bucklivie, or the Clachan of Aberfoil, will be better than ony o' them, and I'll hae somebody waiting to wise ye the gate to the place where I may be for the time. What say ye, man? There's my thumb. I'll ne'er beguile thee." "Na, na, Robin," said the cautious burgher, "I seldom like to leave the Gorbals. I had nae freedom to gang among your wild hills, Robin, and your kilted redshanks. It disna become my place, man." The Gorbals, or suburbs, are situate on the south side of the river. "The devil damn your place and you baith!" reiterated Campbell. "The only drap of gentle blood that's in your body was our great grand uncle's that was justified at Dumbarton, and you set yourself up to say ye wad derogate frae your place to visit me." Justified. Executed for treason. "Hark thee, man, I owe you a day in harst. I'll pay up your £1000 Scots, plack and bawbee, gin ye'll be an honest fallow for anes, and just dacker up the gate with this Sassenach." "Hout awa wi' your gentility," replied the Bailie; "carry your gentle bluid to the cross, and see what ye'll buy wi't. But if I were to come, wad ye really and soothfastly pay me the siller?" "I swear to ye," said the Highlander, "upon the halidom of him that sleeps beneath the grey stane at Inchcaillich." Inchcaillich is an island in Loch Lomond, where the clan of MacGregor were wont to be interred, and where their sepulchres may still be seen. It formerly contained a nunnery, hence the name of Inchcaillich, or the Island of Old Women. "Say nae mair, Robin, say nae mair. We'll see what may be dune. But ye maunna expect me to gang ower the Highland line. I'll gae beyond the line at no rate. Ye maun meet me about Bucklivie, or the Clachan of Aberfoil, and dinna forget the needful." "Nae fear," said Campbell, "I'll be as true as the steel blade that never failed its master. But I must be budging, cousin, for the air o' Glasgow tolbooth is no that or salutary to a Highlander's constitution." "Troth," replied the merchant, "and if my duty were to be dune, ye couldna change your atmosphere, as the minister calls it, this ae wee while. Auchen that I suld ever be concerned in aiding and abetting an escape from justice. It would be a shame and disgrace to me and mine, and my very father's memory for ever." "Hout, hout, man, let that fleece stick in the wa'," answered his kinsman; "when the dirt's dry it will rub out. Your father, honest man, could look ower a friend's fault as weel as anither." "Ye may be right, Robin," replied the Bailie, after a moment's reflection. "He was a considerate man, the deacon. He kenned we had a' our frailties, and he lo'ed his friends. Ye'll no hae forgotten him, Robin?" This question he put in a softened tone, conveying as much at least of the ludicrous as the pathetic. "Forgotten him!" replied his kinsman; "what suld ail me to forget him? A wapping weaver he was, and wrought my first pair o' hose. But come awa, kinsman." "Come fill up my cap, come fill up my can, Come saddle my horses, and call up my man. Come open your gates, and let me gae free, I durna stay long in bonny Dundee." "Whisht, sir!" said the magistrate in an authoritative tone; "lilting and singing sae near the latter end o' the Sabbath, this house may hear ye sing anither tune yet. Aweel, we hae a backslidings to answer for. Stanchells, open the door." The jailor obeyed, and we all sallied forth. Stanchells looked with some surprise at the two strangers, wondering, doubtless, how they came into these premises without his knowledge. But Mr. Jarvie's "Friends o' mine, Stanshall's friends o' mine," silenced all disposition to inquiries. We now descended into the lower vestibule, and hallooed more than once for Dougal, to which summons no answer was returned, when Campbell observed with a sardonic smile, that if Dougal was the lad he kent him, he would scarce wait to get thanks for his ain share of the night's work, but was in all probability on the full trot to the pass of Ballamaha. "And left us! and abuna me, mysell, locked up in the tolbooth a' night!" exclaimed the Bailie, in ire and perturbation. "Ca for forehammers, sledge-hammers, pinches, and coulters. Send for Deacon Yetlin, the smith, and let him ken that Bailie Jarvie's shut up in the tolbooth by a Highland blackguard, whom he'll hang up as high as Haman." "When ye catch him," said Campbell gravely. "But stay, the door is surely not locked." Indeed, on examination we found that the door was not only left open, but that Dougal in his retreat had, by carrying off the keys along with him, taken care that no one should exercise his office of porter in a hurry. "He has glimmerings o' common sense now, that creature Dougal," said Campbell. "He kenn'd an open door might hae served me at a pinch." We were by this time in the street. "I tell you, Robin," said the magistrate, "in my puir mind, if ye live the life ye do, ye suld hae ane o' your gillies door-keeper in every jail in Scotland, in case of the warst." "Ane o' my kinsmen a bailie in ilka burgh will do just as weel, cousin Nicol so good night, or good morning to ye. I forget not the clachin of Aberfoil." And without waiting for an answer, he sprung to the other side of the street, and was lost in darkness. Immediately on his disappearance, we heard him give a low whistle of peculiar modulation, which was instantly replied to. "Here to the Highland deevils," said Mr. Jarvie. "They think themselves on the skirts of Ben Lomond already, where they may gang wi' wingand whistling about without minding Sunday or Saturday." Here he was interrupted by something which fell with a heavy clash on the street before us. "Good guide us, what's this mair o't? Mattie, haud up the lantern. Conscience, if it isna the keys! Weel, that's just as weel they cost the burgh siller, and there might hae been some clavers about the loss o' them. Oh, an Bailie Graham were to get word o' this night's job, it would be a sair hair in my neck." As we were still but a few steps from the Tolbooth door, we carried back these implements of office, and consigned them to the head jailor, who, in lieu of the usual mode of making good his post by turning the keys, was keeping sentry in the vestibule till the arrival of some assistant, whom he had summoned in order to replace the Celtic fugitive Dougal. Having discharged this piece of duty to the burgh, and my road lying the same way with the honest magistrate's, I profited by the light of his lantern, and he by my arm, to find our way through the streets, which, whatever they may be now, were then dark, uneven, and ill paved. Age is easily propitiated by attentions from the young. The Bailie expressed himself interested in me, and added, that since I was nane of that play-acting and play-ganging generation whom his saw hated, he would be glad if I would eat a rysted haddock, or a fresh herring, at breakfast wi' him the morn, and meet my friend Mr. Owen, whom, by that time, he would place at liberty. "My dear sir," said I, when I had accepted of the invitation with thanks, "how could you possibly connect me with the stage?" "I wotna," replied Mr. Jarvie. "It was a blethering phrasin chield they ca' Fairservice, that cam at e'en to get an order to send the crier through the town for ye at skreigh a day the morn. He telled me wha ye were, and how ye were sent frae your father's house because ye wouldna be a dealer, and that ye mightna disgrace your family wi' ganging on the stage. And Hammorgaw, our precentor, brought him here, and said he was an auld acquaintance. But I sent them both away, with a flae in their lug for bringing me sic an errand, on sic a night. But I see he's a fule creature a'thegither, and clean mista'en about ye. I like ye, man," he continued. "I like a lad that will stand by his friends in trouble. I aye did it mysell, and sae did the deacon my father, rest and bless him. but he sudna keep ower mickle company wi' Highland men, and they wild cattle. Can a man touch pitch and not be defiled? I mind that. Nae doubt the best and wisest may err. Once, twice, and thrice have I backslidden, man, and doen three things this night my father wadna hae believed his een, if he could hae looked up and seen me do them." He was by this time arrived at the door of his own dwelling. He paused, however, on the threshold, and went on in a solemn tone of deep contrition. "Firstly, I hae thought my ain thoughts on the Sabbath. Secondly, I hae gi'en security for an Englishman, and, in the third and last place, well a day, I have let an ill doer escape from the place of imprisonment. But there's a balm in Gilead, Mr. Osbaldistone. Mattie, I can let mysell in see Mr. Osbaldistone to Lucky Flitters at the corner of the wynd. Mr. Osbaldistone," in a whisper, "ye'll offer nae incivility to Mattie. She's an honest man's daughter, and a near cousin of the Laird of Limmerfield's." End of Volume 2, Chapter 6. Recording by Katie Riley, June 2010.
Volume 2, Chapter 7 of Rob Roy. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 7th. Will it please your worship to accept of my poor service? I beseech that I may feed upon your bread, though it be the brownest, and drink of your drink, though it be of the smallest. For I will do your worship as much service for 40 shillings as another man shall for 3 pounds. Green's to Quoque. I remembered the honest Bailie's parting charge, but did not conceive there was any incivility in adding a kiss to the half crown with which I remunerated Mattie's attendance. Nor did her "Fie for shame, sir," express any very deadly resentment of the affront. Repeated knocking at Mrs. Flyter's gate awakened in due order, first, 1 or 2 stray dogs, who began to bark with all their might; next, 2 or 3 night-capped heads, which were thrust out of the neighbouring windows to reprehend me for disturbing the solemnity of the Sunday night by that untimely noise, while I trembled lest the thunders of their wrath might dissolve in showers like that of Xantippe. Mrs. Flyter herself awoke, and began, in a tone of objurgation not unbecoming the philosophical spouse of Socrates, to scold 1 or 2 loiterers in her kitchen for not hastening to the door to prevent a repetition of my noisy summons. These worthies were, indeed, nearly concerned in the fracas which their laziness occasioned, being no other than the faithful Mr. Fairservice, with his friend Mr. Hammergore, and another person whom I afterwards found to be the town crier, who was sitting over a cog of ale, as they called it, at my expense, as my bill afterwards informed me, in order to devise the terms and style of a proclamation to be made through the streets the next day, in order that the unfortunate young gentleman, as they had the impudence to qualify me, might be restored to his friends without farther delay. It may be supposed that I did not suppress my displeasure at this impertinent interference with my affairs, but Andrew set up such ejaculations of transport at my arrival as fairly drowned my expressions of resentment. His raptures, perchance, were partly political, and the tears of joy which he shed had certainly their source in that noble fountain of emotion, the tankard. However, the tumultuous glee which he felt, or pretended to feel, at my return, saved Andrew the broken head which I had twice destined him, first on account of the colloquy he had held with the precentor on my affairs, and secondly for the impertinent history he had thought proper to give of me to Mr. Jarvie. I, however, contented myself with slapping the door of my bedroom in his face as he followed me, praising Heaven for my safe return, and mixing his joy with admonitions to me to take care how I walked my own ways in future. I then went to bed, resolving my first business in the morning should be to discharge this troublesome, pedantic, self-conceited coxcomb, who seemed so much disposed to constitute himself rather a preceptor than a domestic. Accordingly, in the morning I resumed my purpose, and, calling Andrew into my apartment, requested to know his charge for guiding and attending me as far as Glasgow. Mr. Fairservice looked very blank at this demand, justly considering it as a presage to approaching dismission. "Your honour," he said, after some hesitation, when I think "Speak out, you rascal, or I'll break your head," said I, as Andrew, between the double risk of losing all by asking too much, or a part by stating his demand lower than what I might be willing to pay, stood gasping in the agony of doubt and calculation. Out it came with a bolt, however, at my threat, as the kind violence of a blow on the back sometimes delivers the windpipe from an intrusive morsel. "18 sterling per diem, that is, by the day. Your honour would not think unconscionable." "It is double what is usual, and treble what you merit, Andrew. But there's a guinea for you, and get about your business." "The Lord forgive us! Is your honour mad?" exclaimed Andrew. "No, but I think you mean to make me so. I give you a third above your demand, and you stand staring and expostulating there as if I were cheating you. Take your money and go about your business." "Good save us!" continued Andrew, "in what can I have offended your honour? Certainly a flesh is but as the flowers of the field, but if a bed of camomile hath value in medicine, of a surety the use of Andrew Fairservice to your honour is nothing less evident. It's as muckle as your life's worth to part with me." "Upon my honour," replied I, "it is difficult to say whether you are more knave or fool. So you intend then to remain with me whether I like it or no?" "Troth, I was e'en thinking sae," replied Andrew dogmatically; "for if your honour disna ken when he hae a good servant, I ken when I hae a good master, and the deil be in my feet gin I leave you. And there's the brief and the lang o't. Besides, I hae received nae regular warning to quit my place." "Your place, sir!" said I; "why, you are no hired servant of mine. You are merely a guide, whose knowledge of the country I availed myself of on my road." "I am not just a common servant, I admit, sir," remonstrated Mr. Fairservice; "but your honour kens I quitted a good place at an hour's notice to comply with your honour's solicitations. A man might make honestly, and with a clear conscience, 20 sterling pounds per annum, well counted siller, off the garden at Osbaldistone Hall, and I wasna likely to gie up all that for a guinea, I trow. I reckoned on staying with your honour to the term's end at the least o't, and I account my wage, board wage, fee, and bountith, ay, to that length o't at the least." "Come, come, sir," replied I, "these impudent pretensions won't serve your turn, and if I hear any more of them, I shall convince you that Squire Thorncliff is not the only one of my name that can use his fingers." While I spoke thus, the whole matter struck me as so ridiculous, that, though really angry, I had some difficulty to forbear laughing at the gravity with which Andrew supported a plea so utterly extravagant. The rascal, aware of the impression he had made on my muscles, was encouraged to perseverance. He judged it safer, however, to take his pretensions a peg lower, in case of overstraining at the same time both his plea and my patience. "Admitting that my honour could part with a faithful servant that had served me and mine by day and night for 20 years, in a strange place, and at a moment's warning, he was weel assured," he said, "it wasna in my heart, nor in no true gentleman's, to pit the poor lad like himself, that had come 40 or 50, or say 100 miles out of his road, purely to bear my honour company, and that had nae handling but his penny fee, To sic a hardship as it comes to. I think it was you, Will, who once told me that, to be an obstinate man, I am in certain things the most gullible and malleable of mortals. The fact is that it is only contradiction which makes me peremptory, and when I do not feel myself called on to give battle to any proposition, I am always willing to grant it, rather than give myself much trouble. I knew this fellow to be a greedy, tiresome, meddling coxcomb. Still, however, I must have some one about me in the quality of guide and domestic, and I was so much used to Andrew's humour that on some occasions it was rather amusing. In the state of indecision to which these reflections led me, I asked Fairservice if he knew the roads, towns, etc., in the north of Scotland, to which my father's concerns with the proprietors of Highland forests were likely to lead me. I believe if I had asked him the road to the terrestrial paradise, he would have at that moment undertaken to guide me to it, so that I had reason afterwards to think myself fortunate in finding that his actual knowledge did not fall very much short of that which he asserted himself to possess. I fixed the amount of his wages, and reserved to myself the privilege of dismissing him when I chose, on paying him a week in advance. I gave him finally a severe lecture on his conduct of the preceding day, and then dismissed him, rejoicing at heart, though somewhat crestfallen in countenance, to rehearse to his friend the precentor, who was taking his morning draught in the kitchen, the mode in which he had "killed up the daft young English squire." Agreeable to appointment, I went next to Bailie Nicol Jarvie's, where a comfortable morning's repast was arranged in the parlour, which served as an apartment of all hours, and almost all work, to that honest gentleman. The bustling and benevolent magistrate had been as good as his word. I found my friend Owen at liberty, and, conscious of the refreshments and purification of brush and basin, was of course a very different person from Owen a prisoner, squalid, heartbroken, and hopeless. Yet the sense of pecuniary difficulties, arising behind, before, and around him, had depressed his spirit, and the almost paternal embrace which the good man gave me was embittered by a sigh of the deepest anxiety, and when he sate down, the heaviness in his eye and manner, so different from the quiet composed satisfaction which they usually exhibited, indicated that he was employing his arithmetic in mentally numbering up the days, the hours, the minutes, which yet remained as an interval between the dishonour of Bills and the downfall of the great commercial establishment of Osbaldistone and Tresham. It was left to me, therefore, to do honour to our landlord's hospitable cheer, to his tea, right from China, which he got in a present from some eminent ship's husband at Wapping, to his coffee, from a snug plantation of his own, as he informed us with a wink, called Salt Market Grove, in the island of Jamaica, to his English toast and ale, his Scotch dried salmon, his Lochfine herrings, and even to the double damask tablecloth, wrought by hand, as you may guess, save that of his deceased father, the worthy Deacon Jarvie. Having conciliated our good humoured host by those little attentions which are great to most men, I endeavoured in my turn to gain from him some information which might be useful for my guidance, as well as for the satisfaction of my curiosity. We had not hitherto made the least allusion to the transactions of the preceding night, a circumstance which made my question sound somewhat abrupt, when, without any previous introduction of the subject, I took advantage of a pause when the history of the tablecloth ended, and that of the napkins was about to commence, to inquire, "Pray, by the by, Mr. Jarvie, who may this Mr. Robert Campbell be, whom we met with last night?" The interrogatory seemed to strike the honest magistrate, to use the vulgar phrase, all of a heap, and instead of answering, he returned the question, "Here's Mr. Robert Campbell? Here's Mr. Robert Campbell, quoth he?" Yes, said I mean who, and what is he? Why, where did you meet with Mr. Robert Campbell, as ye ca him? I met him by chance, I replied, some months ago in the north of England. Oh, then Mr. Osbaldistone, said the Bailie doggedly, ye'll ken as muckle about him as I do. I should suppose not, Mr. Jarvie, I replied. You are his relation, it seems, and his friend. There is some cousin red between us, doubtless, said the Bailie reluctantly, but we hae seen little o' either since Rob Gay tipped the cattle line o' dealing para fallow. He was hardly guided why they might hae used him better, and they haena made their pluck a Borby aught neither. There is money in this day would rather they had never chased poor Robin frae the cross of Glasgow. There's money in would rather see him again at the tail of 300 kilos than at the head of 30 war cattle. All this explains nothing to me, Mr. Jarvie, of Mr. Campbell's rank, habits of life, and means of subsistence, I replied. Rank? said Mr. Jarvie. He's a Highland gentleman, nae doubt, better rank need nane to be. And for habit, I judge he wears the Highland habit among the hills, though he has breeks on when he comes to Glasgow. And as for his subsistence, what needs we care about his subsistence, so long as he asks nothing frae us? Ye ken? But I hae nae time for clavering about him e'en now, because we maun look into your father's concerns with all speed. So saying, he put on his spectacles and sate down to examine Mr. Owen's states, which the other thought it most prudent to communicate to him without reserve. I knew enough of business to be aware that nothing could be more acute and sagacious than the views which Mr. Jarvie entertained with the matters submitted to his examination, and, to do him justice, it was marked by much fairness and even liberality. He scratched his ear indeed repeatedly on observing the balance which stood at the debit of Osbaldistone and Tresham in account with himself personally. It may be a dead loss, he observed, and conscience, whatever ane o' your Lombard Street goldsmiths may say to it. It's a snail ane in the South Market of Glasgow. It will be a heavy deficit, a staff out of my bigger, I trow. But what then? I trust the house winna coop the crane for all that's come and gane yet, and if it does, I'll never bear sae base a mind as they carbies in the Gallowgate, and I am to lose by ye, as I'll ne'er deny I hae won by ye, money a fair pond stealing, say, an it come to the worst, as e'en lay the head of the sow to the tail of the grace. I did not altogether understand the proverbial arrangement with which Mr. Jarvie consoled himself, but I could easily see that he took a kind and friendly interest in the arrangement of my father's affairs, suggested several expedients, approved several plans proposed by Owen, and by his countenance and counsel greatly abated the gloom upon the brow of that afflicted delegate of my father's establishment. As I was an idle spectator on this occasion, and perhaps as I showed some inclination more than once to return to the prohibited and apparently the puzzling subject of Mr. Campbell, Mr. Jarvie dismissed me with little formality, with an advice to gang up the gate to the college, where I would find some chiels could speak Greek and Latin weel. At least they got plenty of siller for doing deal hate else, if they didna do that, and where I might read a spell of the worthy Mr. Zachary Boyd's translations of the Scriptures, but the poetry need nane to be, as he had been told by them that kenned, or should have kenned about sic things. But he seasoned this dismission with a kind and hospitable invitation to come back and take part of his family chuck at ane precisely. There would be a leg of mutton, and it might be a top's head, for they were in season; but above all, I was to return at 1 o'clock precisely. It was the hour he and the deacon his father aye dined at. They petted off for nothing, nor for nobody.
End of Volume 2, Chapter 7. Recording by Felicity Campbell, Whanganui, New Zealand. Volume 2, Chapter 8 of Rob Roy. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rob Roy by Sir Walter Scott, Volume 2, Chapter 8. Chapter 8th. So stands the Thracian herdsman with his spear full in the gap, and hopes the hunted bear, and hears him in the rustling wood, and sees his course at distance by the bending trees, and thinks, here comes my mortal enemy, and either he must fall in fight, or I. Palamon and Arcady. I took the route towards the college as recommended by Mr. Jarvie, less with the intention of seeking for any object of interest or amusement, than to arrange my own ideas, and meditate on my future conduct. I wandered from one quadrangle of old-fashioned buildings to another, and from thence to the college yards, or walking ground, where, pleased with the solitude of the place, most of the students being engaged in their classes, I took several turns, pondering on the waywardness of my own destiny. I could not doubt from the circumstances attending my first meeting with this person Campbell, that he was engaged in some strangely desperate courses; and the reluctance with which Mr. Jarvie alluded to his person or pursuits, as well as all the scene of the preceding night, tended to confirm these suspicions. Yet to this man Diana Vernon had not, it would seem, hesitated to address herself in my behalf, and the conduct of the magistrate himself towards him showed an odd mixture of kindness and even respect, with pity and censure. Something there must be uncommon in Campbell's situation and character, and what was still more extraordinary, it seemed that his fate was doomed to have influence over, and connection with, my own. I resolved to bring Mr. Jarvie to close quarters on the first proper opportunity, and learn as much as was possible on the subject of this mysterious person, in order that I might judge whether it was possible for me, without prejudice to my reputation, to hold that degree of farther correspondence with him to which he seemed to invite. While I was musing on these subjects, my attention was attracted by three persons who appeared at the upper end of the walk through which I was sauntering, seemingly engaged in very earnest conversation. That intuitive impression which announces to us the approach of whomsoever we love or hate with intense vehemence, long before a more indifferent eye can recognise their persons, flashed upon my mind the sure conviction that the midmost of these three men was Rashleigh Osbaldistone. To address him was my first impulse. My second was, to watch him until he was alone, or at least to reconnoitre his companions before confronting him. The party was still at such distance, and engaged in such deep discourse, that I had time to step unobserved to the other side of a small hedge, which imperfectly screened the alley in which I was walking. It was at this period the fashion of the young and gay to wear, in their morning walks, a scarlet cloak, often laced and embroidered above their other dress,
and it was the trick of the time for gallants occasionally to dispose it so as to muffle a part of the face. The imitating this fashion, with the degree of shelter which I received from the hedge, enabled me to meet my cousin unobserved by him or the others, except perhaps as a passing stranger. I was not a little startled at recognising in his companions that very Morris on whose account I had been summoned before Justice Inglewood, and Mr. MacVittie the merchant, from whose starched and severe aspect I had recoiled on the preceding day. A more ominous conjunction to my own affairs and those of my father could scarce have been formed. I remembered Morris's false accusation against me, which he might be as easily induced to renew as he had been intimidated to withdraw. I recollected the inauspicious influence of MacVittie over my father's affairs, testified by the imprisonment of Owen, and I now saw both these men combined with one whose talent for mischief I deemed little inferior to those of the great author of all ill, and my abhorrence of whom almost amounted to dread. When they had passed me for some paces, I turned and followed them unobserved. At the end of the walk they separated, Morris and MacVittie leaving the gardens, and Rashleigh returning alone through the walks. I was now determined to confront him, and demand reparation for the injuries he had done my father, though in what form redress was likely to be rendered remained to be known. This, however, I trusted to chance, and flinging back the cloak in which I was muffled, I passed through a gap of the low hedge, and presented myself before Rashleigh as, in a deep reverie, he paced down the avenue. Rashleigh was no man to be surprised or thrown off his guard by sudden occurrences, yet he did not find me thus close to him, wearing undoubtedly in my face the marks of that indignation which was glowing in my bosom, without visibly starting at an apparition so sudden and menacing. "You are well met, sir," was my commencement. "I was about to take a long and doubtful journey in quest of you." "You know little of him you sought then," replied Rashleigh, with his usual undaunted composure. "I am easily found by my friends, still more easily by my foes. Your manner compels me to ask in which class I must rank Mr. Francis Osbaldistone." "In that of your foes, sir," I answered; "in that of your mortal foes, unless you instantly do justice to your benefactor my father, by accounting for his property." "And to whom, Mr. Osbaldistone," answered Rashleigh, "am I, a member of your father's commercial establishment, to be compelled to give any account of my proceedings in those concerns, which are in every respect identified with my own? Surely not to a young gentleman whose exquisite taste for literature would render such discussions disgusting and unintelligible." "Your sneer, sir, is no answer. I will not part with you until I have full satisfaction concerning the fraud you meditate. You shall go with me before a magistrate." "Be it so," said Rashleigh, and made a step or two as if to accompany me; then pausing, proceeded, "Were I inclined to do so as you would have me, you should soon feel which of us had most reason to dread the presence of a magistrate. But I have no wish to accelerate your fate. Go, young man, amuse yourself in your world of poetical imaginations, and leave the business of life to those who understand and can conduct it." His intention, I believe, was to provoke me, and he succeeded. "Mr. Osbaldistone," I said, "this tone of calm insolence shall not avail you. You ought to be aware that the name we both bear never submitted to insult, and shall not in my person be exposed to it." "You remind me," said Rashleigh, with one of his blackest looks, "that it was dishonoured in my person, and you remind me also by whom. Do you think I have forgotten the evening at Osbaldistone Hall, when you cheaply and with impunity played the bully at my expense? For that insult, never to be washed out but by blood; for the various times you have crossed my path, and always to my prejudice; for the persevering folly with which you seek to traverse schemes, the importance of which you neither know nor are capable of estimating. For all these, sir, you owe me a long account, for which there shall come an early day of reckoning." "Let it come when it will," I replied, "I shall be willing and ready to meet it." "Yet you seem to have forgotten the heaviest article, that I had the pleasure to aid Miss Vernon's good sense and virtuous feeling in extricating her from your infamous toils." I think his dark eyes flashed actual fire at this home taunt, and yet his voice retained the same calm, expressive tone with which he had hitherto conducted the conversation. "I had other views with respect to you, young man," was his answer, "less hazardous for you, and more suitable to my present character and former education. But I see you will draw on yourself the personal chastisement your boyish insolence so well merits. Follow me to a more remote spot, where we are less likely to be interrupted." I followed him accordingly, keeping a strict eye on his motions, for I believed him capable of the very worst actions. We reached an open spot in a sort of wilderness, laid out in the Dutch taste, with clipped hedges and one or two statues. I was on my guard, and it was well with me that I was so, for Rashleigh's sword was out and at my breast ere I could throw down my cloak or get my weapon unsheathed, so that I only saved my life by springing a pace or two backwards. He had some advantage in the difference of our weapons, for his sword, as I recollect, was longer than mine, and had one of those bayonet or three-cornered blades which are now generally worn, whereas mine was what we then called a Saxon blade, narrow, flat, and two-edged, and scarcely so manageable as that of my enemy. In other respects we were pretty equally matched. For what advantage I might possess in superior address and agility, was fully counterbalanced by Rashleigh's great strength and coolness. He fought indeed more like a fiend than a man, with concentrated spite and desire of blood, only allayed by that cool consideration which made his worst actions appear yet worse from the air of deliberate premeditation which seemed to accompany them. His obvious malignity of purpose never for a moment threw him off his guard, and he exhausted every feint and stratagem proper to the science of defence, while at the same time he meditated the most desperate catastrophe to our encounter. On my part, the combat was at first sustained with more moderation. My passions, though hasty, were not malevolent, and the walk of 2 or 3 minutes' space gave me time to reflect that Rashleigh was my father's nephew, the son of an uncle who, after his fashion, had been kind to me, and that his falling by my hand could not but occasion much family distress. My first resolution, therefore, was to attempt to disarm my antagonist, a manoeuvre in which, confiding in my superiority of skill and practice, I anticipated little difficulty. I found, however, I had met my match, and one or two foils which I received, and from the consequences of which I narrowly escaped, obliged me to observe more caution in my mode of fighting. By degrees I became exasperated at the rancour with which Rashleigh sought my life, and returned his passes with an inveteracy resembling in some degree his own, so that the combat had all the appearance of being destined to have a tragic issue. That issue had nearly taken place at my expense. My foot slipped in a full lounge which I made at my adversary, and I could not so far recover myself as completely to parry the thrust with which my pass was repaid. Yet it took but partial effect, running through my waistcoat, grazing my ribs, and passing through my coat behind. The hilt of Rashleigh's sword, so great was the vigour of his thrust, struck against my breast with such force as to give me great pain, and confirm me in the momentary belief that I was mortally wounded. Eager for revenge, I grappled with my enemy, seizing with my left hand the hilt of his sword, and shortening my own, with the purpose of running him through the body. Our death grapple was interrupted by a man who forcibly threw himself between us, and pushing us separate from each other, exclaimed in a loud and commanding voice,
"What! The sons of those fathers who sucked the same breast, shedding each other's blood as it were strangers? By the hand of my father, I will cleave to the brisket the first man that mints another stroke."
I looked up in astonishment. The speaker was no other than Campbell. He had a basket-hilted broadsword drawn in his hand, which he made to whistle around his head as he spoke, as if for the purpose of enforcing his mediation. Rashleigh and I stared in silence at this unexpected intruder, who proceeded to exhort us alternately.
Do you, Master Francis, opine that ye will re-establish your father's credit by quitting your kinsman's thrapple, or getting your ain sneaked instead thereof in the college yards of Glasgow? Or do you, Mr. Rashleigh, think men will trust their lives and fortunes with ane that, when in point of trust and in point of confidence with a great political interest, gangs about brawling like a drunken gillie? Nay, never look gash or grim at me, man. If you're angry, ye ken how to turn the buckle of your belt behind you.
You presume on my present situation, replied Rashleigh, or you would have hardly dared to interfere where my honour is concerned.
Hoot, presume! And what for should it be presuming? Ye may be the richer man, Mr. Osbaldistone, as is most likely, and ye may be the more learned man, will I dispute naught. But I reckon ye are neither a prettier man nor a better gentleman than myself, and it will be news to me when I hear ye are as good. And dare too, muckle daring there's about it, I trow. Here I stand, that I slashed his head to haggis is only of the 20 year, and thought nae muckle o' my morning's wark when it was done. If my feet were on the heather as it's on the causeway, or this pickle gravel that's little better, I hae been waur mistrysted than if I were set to gie ye baith your sharing o't.
Rashleigh had by this time recovered his temper completely. My kinsman, he said, will acknowledge he forced this quarrel on me. It was none of my seeking. I am glad we are interrupted before I chastised his forwardness more severely.
Are ye hurt, lad?
inquired Campbell of me, with some appearance of interest. A very slight scratch, I answered, which my kind cousin would not long have boasted of, had not you come between us.
In troth, and that's true, Master Rashleigh,
said Campbell. For the cold iron and your best blood were like to hae become acquaint when I mastered Mr. Frank's right hand. But never look like a sow playing upon a trump for the love of that.
Man, come and work with me. I ain't used to tell ye, and ye'll cool and come to yourself, like MacKibben's grouty when he sitted out at the window bowl.
Pardon me, sir, said I. Your intentions have seemed friendly to me on more occasions than one, but I must not and will not quit sight of this person until he yields up to me those means of doing justice to my father's engagements, of which he has treacherously possessed himself."
"You're a daft man," replied Campbell. "It will serve ye naething to follow us, you know. Ye hae just enow a man. Would ye bring twa on your head, and might bide quiet?"
"20," I replied, "if it be necessary." I laid my hand on Rashleigh's collar, who made no resistance, but said, with a sort of scornful smile, "You hear him, MacGregor, he rushes on his fate. Will it be my fault if he falls into it? The warrants are by this time ready, and all is prepared." The Scotchman was obviously embarrassed. He looked around and before and behind him, and then said,
"Ne'er a bit will I yield my consent to his being ill-guided for standing up for the father that got him. And I gave God's malison and mine to a' sort the magistrates, justices, bailies, sheriffs, sheriff officers, constables, and sic like black cattle, that hae been the plagues of poor old Scotland this 100 year. It was a merry world, wherein every man held his ain gear wi' his ain grip, and when the countryside was fashed with warrants and poindings and apprisings, and all that cheatery craft. And ance mair I say it, my conscience winna see this poor thoughtless lad ill-guided, and especially with that sort of trade. I would rather he fell tilt again, and voted out like douce honest men."
"Your conscience, MacGregor," said Rashleigh. "You forget how long you and I have known each other."
"Yes, my conscience,"
reiterated Campbell, or MacGregor, or whatever was his name.
"I hae such a thing about me, Mr. Osbaldistone, and therein it may weel chance that I hae the better of you. As to our knowledge of each other, if ye ken what I am, ye ken what usage it was made me what I am, and whatever you may think, I would not change states with the proudest of the oppressors that hae driven me to take the heather bush for a bield. What you are, Mr. Rashleigh, and what excuse ye had for being what you are, is between your ain heart and the lang day. And now Mr. Francis let go his collar, for he says truly that ye are in more danger from a magistrate than he is, and were your cause as straight as an arrow, he would find a way to put you wrong. So let go his craig, as I was saying."
He seconded his words with an effort so sudden and unexpected that he freed Rashleigh from my hold, and securing me, notwithstanding my struggles, in his own Herculean gripe, he called out, "Take the bent, Mr. Rashleigh. Make a pair of legs worth twa pair of hands."
"Ye hae done that before now."
"You may thank this gentleman, kinsman," said Rashleigh, "if I leave any part of my debt to you unpaid; and if I quit you now, it is only in the hope we shall soon meet again without the possibility of interruption." He took up his sword, wiped it, sheathed it, and was lost among the bushes. The Scotchman, partly by force, partly by remonstrance, prevented my following him. Indeed, I began to be of opinion my doing so would be to little purpose.
"As I live by bread,"
said Campbell, when, after one or two struggles, in which he used much forbearance towards me, he perceived me inclined to stand quiet,
"I never saw sae daft a callant. I would hae gi'en the best man in the country the breadth of his back gin he'd gi'en me sic a kemping as ye hae done. What would ye do? Would ye follow the wolf to his den? I tell ye, man, he has the old trap set for ye. He has got to collect the creature Morris to bring up all the old story again, and ye maun look for nae help frae me here, as ye got at Justice Inglewood's. It isna good for my health to come in the gate of the Whigamore Bailey bodies. No, gang your ways hame like a good baron. Duke, and let the jar gae by. Keep out of sight of Rashleigh and Morris and that McVitie animal. Mind the clachan of Aberfoyle, as I said before, and by the word of a gentleman, I winna see you ranged. But keep a calm so till we meet again. I maun gae and get Rashleigh out of the town afore war comes out, for the nibberhim's never out to mischief. Mind the clachan of Aberfoyle.
He turned upon his heel and left me to meditate on the singular events which had befallen me. My first care was to adjust my dress and reassume my cloak, disposing it so as to conceal the blood which flowed down my right side. I had scarcely accomplished this, when, the classes of the college being dismissed, the gardens began to be filled with parties of the students. I therefore left them as soon as possible, and in my way towards Mr. Jarvie's, whose dinner hour was now approaching, I stopped at a small unpretending shop, the sign of which intimated the indweller to be Christopher Nielsen, surgeon and apothecary. I requested of a little boy who was pounding some stuff in a mortar, that he would procure me an audience of this learned pharmacopolist. He opened the door of the back shop, where I found a lively elderly man, who shook his head incredulously at some idle account I gave him of having been wounded accidentally by the button breaking off my antagonist's foil while I was engaged in a fencing match. When he had applied some lint and somewhat else he thought proper to the trifling wound I had received, he observed, "There never was button on the foil that made this hurt, or young blood, but we surgeons are a secret generation. If it werena for hot blood and ill blood, what would become of the twa learned faculties?" With which moral reflection he dismissed me, and I experienced very little pain or inconvenience afterwards from the scratch I had received. End of Volume 2, Chapter 8. Recording by Felicity Campbell, Whanganui, New Zealand.
Chapter 9, Volume 2 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rob Roy by Sir Walter Scott. Volume 2, Chapter 9th. An iron race the mountain cliffs maintain, foes to the gentler genius of the plain, who, while their rocky ramparts round they see, the rough abode of want and liberty, as lawless force from confidence will grow, insult the plenty of the vales below. Gray. "What made ye sae late?" said Mr. Jarvie, as I entered the dining parlour of that honest gentleman. "It is chappit wayne the best fika 5 minutes by gain. Matty has been twice at the door with the dinner, and weel for you. It was a tup's head, for that canna suffer by delay. A sheep's head ower muckle boiled is rank poison, as my worthy father used to say. He liked the lug a ween weel, honest man." I made a suitable apology for my breach of punctuality, and was soon seated at table, where Mr. Jarvie presided with great glee and hospitality, compelling, however, Owen and myself to do rather more justice to the Scottish dainties with which his board was charged than was quite agreeable to our southern palates. I escaped pretty well from having those habits of society which enable one to elude this species of well-meant persecution. But it was ridiculous enough to see Owen, whose ideas of politeness were more rigorous and formal, and who was willing, in all acts of lawful compliance, to evince his respect for the friend of the firm, eating with rueful complacence mouthful after mouthful of singed wool, and pronouncing it excellent, in a tone in which disgust almost overpowered civility. When the cloth was removed, Mr. Jarvie compounded with his own hands a very small bowl of brandy punch, the first which I had ever the fortune to see. The limes, he assured us, were from his own little farm yonder away, indicating the West Indies with a knowing shrug of his shoulders. And he had learned the art of composing the liquor from old Captain Coffinkey, who acquired it, he added in a whisper, as maist folk thought, among the buccaneers. But it's excellent liquor, said he, helping us round, and good ware as often come frae a wicked market. And as for Captain Coffinkey, he was a decent man when I kent him, only he used to swear awfully. But he's dead, and gane to his account, and I trust he's accepted. We found the liquor exceedingly palatable, and it led to a long conversation between Owen and our host on the opening which the Union had afforded to trade between Glasgow and the British colonies in America and the West Indies, and on the facilities which Glasgow possessed of making up sortable cargoes for that market. Mr. Jarvie answered some objection which Owen made on the difficulty of sorting a cargo for America without buying from England, with vehemence and volubility. Nay, nay, sir, we stand on our ain bottom, we pickle in our ain pockneuk. We hae our own sterling serges, Musselburgh stuffs, Aberdeen hose, Edinburgh shalloons, and the like, for our wool and our worsted goods. And we hae linens of a' kinds better and cheaper than ye hae in Lunnon itsel, and we can buy your north of England wares as Manchester wares, Sheffield wares, and Newcastle earthenware as cheap as ye can at Liverpool. And we are making a fair spell at cottons and muslins. Nay, nay, let every herring hing by its ain head, and every sheep by its ain shank, and ye'll find, sir, us Glasgow folk no so far ahint but what we may follow. This is but a poor entertainment for you, Mr. Osbaldistone, observing that I had been for some time silent, but ye ken cadgers maun aye be speaking about cart saddles. I apologized, alleging the painful circumstances of my own situation, and the singular adventures of the morning, as the causes of my abstraction and absence of mind. In this manner I gained what I sought, an opportunity of telling my story distinctly and without interruption. I only omitted mentioning the wound I had received, which I did not think worthy of notice. Mr. Jarvie listened with great attention and apparent interest, twinkling his little grey eyes, taking snuff, and only interrupting me by brief interjections. When I came to the account of the rencontre at which Owen folded his hands and cast up his eyes to heaven, the very image of woeful surprise, Mr. Jarvie broke in upon the narration with, "Wrang now, clane wrang. To draw a sword on your kinsman is inhibited by the laws of God and man, and to draw a sword on the streets of a royal borough is punishable by fine and imprisonment. And the college yards are nae better privileged. They should be a place of peace and quietness, I trow. The college didna get good £600 a year out of the bishop's rents. Sorrow for the brood of bishops and the rents too, nor yet a lease of the Archbishopric of Glasgow, the sellet, that they sud let folks toolsy in their yards, or the wild callants bicker there with snowballs as they whiles do, that when Matty and I gae through we are fain to make a bake and a bow, or run the risk of our herns being knocked out. It will be looked to. But come away wi' your tale. What fell neist?" Reader's note. The boys in Scotland used formerly to make a sort of saturnalia in a snowstorm, by pelting passengers with snowballs. But those exposed to that annoyance were excused from it on the easy penalty of a bake, curtsy, from a female, or a bow from a man. It was only the refractory who underwent the storm. End reader's note. On my mentioning the appearance of Mr. Campbell, Jarvie arose in great surprise and paced the room, exclaiming, "Robbing again! Robert's mad! Clean wood and war! Rob will be hanged, and disgrace a' his kindred, and that will be seen and heard tell o'. My father, the deacon, wrought him his first hose. Od, I am thinking Deacon Three-Ply, the rape spinner, will be twisting his last cravat. Ay, ay, poor Robin is a fair way of being hanged. But come away, let's hear the law of it." I told the whole story as pointedly as I could, but Mr. Jarvie still found something lacking to make it clear, until I went back, though with considerable reluctance, on the whole story of Morris, and of my meeting with Campbell at the house of Justice Inglewood. Mr. Jarvie inclined a serious ear to all this, and remained silent for some time after I had finished my narrative. "Upon all these matters I am now to ask your advice, Mr. Jarvie, which I have no doubt will point out the best way to act for my father's advantage and my own honour." "You're right, young man, you're right," said the Bailie. "I take the counsel of those who are older and wiser than yourself, and binna like the goddess Rehoboam, who took the advice of a wheen beardless callants, neglecting the auld counsellors who had sate at the feet of his father Solomon, and, as it was weel put by Mr. Michael John, in his lecture on the chapter, were doubtless partakers of his sapience. But I maun hear naething about honour. We ken naething here but about credit. Honour is a homicide and a blood spiller, that gangs about making frays in the street, but credit is a decent honest man that sits at hame and makes the pat play. Assuredly, Mr. Jarvie, said our friend Owen, credit is the sum total, and if we can but save that, at whatever discount. Ye are right, Mr. Owen, ye are right. Ye speak weel and wisely, and I trust bowls will row right, though they are a wee a gee, ye know. But touching Robin, I am of opinion he will befriend this young man if it is in his power. He has a good heart, poor Robin, and though I lost a matter of £200 wi' his former engagements, and haena muckle expectations ever to see back my £1,000 Scots that he promises me e'en now, yet I will never say but what Robin means fair by men. Am I to consider him, I replied, as an honest man? Humph, replied Jarvie with a precautionary sort of cough. Ay, he has a kind of Highland honesty. He's honest after a sort, as they say. My father the deacon used aye to laugh when he told me how that byword came up. When Captain Costlet was cracking crows about his loyalty to King Charles, and Clerk Pettigrew, you'll ha' heard mony a tale about him, asked him after what manner he served the king when he was fighting again him at Worcester in Cromwell's army, and Captain Costlet was a ready body, and said that he served him after a sort. My honest father used to laugh well at that sport, and say the byword came up. But do you think, I said, that this man will be able to serve me after a sort, or should I trust myself to this place of rendezvous which he's given me? Frankly and fairly, it's worth trying. You see yourself there's some risk in you staying here. This bit body Morris has got a custom house place down at Greenock. That's a port on the Firth down by here, and though all the world kens him to be but a twa-legged creature, wi' a goose's head and a hen's heart, that goes about on the quay, plaguing folks about permits and cockets and dockets and all that vexatious trade, yet if he lodge an information, no doubt a man in magisterial duty maun attend to it, and you might come to be clapped up within 4 walls, whilk wad be convenient to your father's affairs. True, I observed, yet what service am I likely to render him by leaving Glasgow, which, it is probable, will be the principal scene of Rashleigh's machinations, and committing myself to the doubtful faith of a man of whom I know little but that he fears justice, and has doubtless good reasons for doing so, and that, for some secret and probably dangerous purpose, he is in close league and alliance with the very person who is like to be the author of our ruin. Ay, but ye judge Rob hardly, said the Bailie. Ye judge him hardly, poor child, and the truth is, that ye ken nothing about our hill country, or Highlands as we call them. They are clean and nither set for their like o' us. There's nae Bailie courts amang them, nae magistrates that dinna bear the sword in vain, like the worthy deacon that's away. And I may say it, like myself and other present magistrates in this city, but it's just the laird's command, and the loon man loup, and the never another law ha' they but the length of their dirks. The broadsword's pursuer, or a plaintiff, as you Englishers ca' it, and the target is defender. The stoutest head bears longest out, and there's a Highland plea for ye. Owen groaned deeply, and I allow that the descriptions did not greatly increase my desire to trust myself in a country so lawless as he described these Scottish mountains. Now, sir, said Jarvie, we speak little o' they things, because they are familiar to ourselves, and where's the use of vilifying one's country, and bringing a discredit on one's kin, before southrons and strangers? It's an ill bird that files its ain nest. Well, sir, but as it is no impertinent curiosity of mine, but real necessity, that obliges me to make these inquiries, I hope you will not be offended at my pressing for a little farther information. I have to deal, on my father's account, with several gentlemen of these wild countries, and I must trust your good sense and experience for the requisite lights upon the subject. This little morsel of flattery was not thrown out in vain. Experience, said the Bailie. I ha' had experience, nae doubt, and I hae made some calculations. Ay, and to speak quietly among ourselves, I ha' made some perquisitions through Andrew Wiley, my old clerk. He's with McVitie & Co. now, but he whiles drinks a gill on the Saturday afternoons wi' his old master. And since ye say ye are willing to be guided by the Glasgow weaver body's advice, I am no the man that will refuse it to the son of my old correspondent, and my father the deacon was nane sick afore me. I have whiles thought of letting my lights burn before the Duke of Argyle or his brother Lord Ely, for wherefore should they be hidden under a bushel? But the like of they great man wadna mind the like of me, a poor Webster body. They think more of wha says a thing than of what the thing is that's said. The mare's the pity, Not that I would speak ony ill of this MacCallum More. Curse not the rich in your red chamber, saith the son of Sirach. For a bird of the air shall carry the clatter, and pint stoups hae lang lugs. I interrupted these prolegomena, in which Mr. Jarvie was apt to be somewhat diffuse, by praying him to rely upon Mr. Owen and myself as perfectly secret and safe confidants. "It's no for that," he replied, "for I fear nae man. What for suld I? I spake no treason. Only they Highland men hae lang grips, and I whiles gang a wee bit up the glens to see some auld kinsfolks, and I wadna willingly be in bad blood wi' any o their clans. Howsomever, to proceed. Ye maun understand I found my remarks on figures, whilk, as Mr. Owen here weel kens, is the only true demonstrable root of human knowledge." Owen readily assented to a proposition so much in his own way, and our orator proceeded. "These Highlands of ours, as we ca' them, gentlemen, are but a wild kind of world by themselves, full of heights and howes, woods, caverns, lochs, rivers, and mountains, that it would tire the very devil's wings to flee to the top of them. And in this country, and in the Isles, whilk are a little better, or to speak the truth rather waur than the mainland, there are about 230 parrakeens, including the Orkneys, where, whether they speak Gaelic or no I wotna, but they are an uncivilized people. Now, sirs, I shall hold ilk parrakeen at the moderate estimate of 800 examinable persons, deducting children under 9 years of age, and then adding 1/5 to stand for bairns of 9 years old and under. The whole population will reach the sum of, let us add 1/5 to 800 to be the multiplier, and 230 being the multiplicand. The product," said Mr. Owen, who entered delightedly into these statistics of Mr. Jarvie, "will be 230,000. "Right, sir, perfectly right. And the military array of this Highland country, where all the men folk between 18 and 56 brought out that could bear arms, couldna come weel sort of 57,500 men. Now, sir, it's a sad enough a truth, that there is neither work, nor the very fashion nor appearance of work, for the tae half of the pure creatures. That is to say, that the agriculture, the pasturage, the fisheries, and every species of honest industry about the country, cannot employ the one moiety of the population, let them work as lazily as they like, and if they do work as if a plough or a spade burnt their fingers. Well, sir, this moiety of unemployed bodies, amounting to 115,000 souls," said Owen, "being the half of the above product." "Ye hae it, Mr. Owen, ye hae it, whereof there may be 28,700 able-bodied gillies fit to bear arms, and that do bear arms, and will touch a look at nae honest means of livelihood, even if they could get it, which, lack a day, they cannot." "But is it possible," said I, "Mr. Jarvie, that this can be a just picture of so large a portion of the Isle of Britain?" "Sir, I'll make it as plain as Peter Paisley's pike-staff. I will allow that ilk parrakeen, on average, employs 50 ploughs, which is a great proportion in sic miserable soil as they creatures hae to labour, and that there may be pasture enough for plough horses and ousel, and 40 or 50 cows now to take care of the ploughs and cattle. We's allow 75 families of 6 lives in ilk family, and we's add 50 mair to make even numbers, and ye have 500 souls, the tae half of the population, employed and maintained in a sort of fashion, with some chance of sour milk and crowdy. But I would be glad to ken what the other 500 are to do." "In the name of God," said I, "what do they do, Mr. Jarvie? It makes me shudder to think of their situation." "Sir," replied the Bailie, "you would maybe shudder mair if you were living near hand them; for, admitting that the tae half of them may make some little thing for themselves honestly, in the Lowlands by shearing and harst, droving, hay-making, and the like, ye hae still mony hundreds and thousands of lang-legged Highland gillies that will neither work nor want, and maun gang thigging and sorning about on their acquaintance, or live by doing the laird's bidding, be to right or be to wrang." Thigging and sorning was a kind of genteel begging, or rather something between begging and robbing, by which the needy in Scotland used to extort cattle, or the means of subsistence, from those who had any to give. And mair especially, mony hundreds of them come down to the borders of the low country, where there's gear to grip, and live by stealing, riving, lifting cows, and like depredations. a thing deplorable on any Christian country, the mair especially that they take pride in it, and reckon driving a spray, whilk is in plain Scotch, stealing a herd of nauta, a gallant, manly action, and mair befitting of pretty men, as sic drivers will call themselves, than to win a day's wage by any honest thrift. Reader's note. The word pretty is or was used in Scotch in the sense of the German prachtig, and meant a gallant, alert fellow, prompt and ready at his weapons. End reader's note. And the lairds are as bad as the loons, for if they dinna bid them gae rive and harry, the dial a bit, they forbid them, and they shelter them, or let them shelter themselves in their woods and mountains and strongholds, whenever the thing's done. And every one of them will maintain as mony his own name, or his clan, as we say, as he can rap and rend means for, or whilk's the same thing, as mony as can in any fashion, fair or foul, maintain themselves. And there they are with gun and pistol, dirk and darlach, ready to disturb the peace of the country whenever the laird likes, and that's the grievance of the Highlands, whilk are, and hae been for this 1,000 years by past, a bike of the maist lawless, unchristian limmers that ever disturbed a douce, quiet, God-fearing neighbourhood like this of ours in the west here. And this kinsman of yours, and friend of mine, is he one of those great proprietors who maintain the household troops you speak of? I inquired. Nay, nay, said Bailie Jarvie. He's nae a great grandees of chiefs, as they ca' them, neither, though he is weel born and lineally descended frae old Glenstray. I ken his lineage. Indeed, he is a near kinsman, and, as I said, of good gentle Highland blood, though you may think well that I care little about that nonsense. It's all moonshine and water, waste threads and thrums, as we say. But I could show you letters frae his father that was a third off Glenstray to my father Deacon Jarvie, peace be with his memory, beginning, Dear Deacon, and ending, Your loving kinsman to command. They are most about borrowed siller, say the good deacon that's dead and gane, keep it them as documents and evidence. He was a careful man. But if he is not, I resumed, one of their chiefs or patriarchal leaders, whom I have heard my father talk of, this kinsman of yours has at least much to say in the Highlands, I presume. Ye may say that. Nane better kenned between the Lennox and Breadalbane. Robin was once a well-doing, painstaking drover, as you wad see among 10,000. It was a pleasure to see him in his belted plaid and brogues, wi' his target at his back and claymore and dirk at his belt, following 100 Highland stots, and a dozen of the gillies, as rough and ragged as the beasts they drave. And he was baith civil and just in his dealings, and if he thought his chapman had made a hard bargain, he would gie him a lucky penny to the mends. I ha' kenned him gie back 5 shillings out of the pound sterling. 25 per cent, said Owen, a heavy discount. He would gie it though, sir, as I tell ye, mair especially if he thought the buyer was a poor man, and couldna stand by a loss. But the times came hard, and Rob was venturesome. It wasna my fault, he cannot wyte me. I aye told him it, and the creditors, mair especially some grit neighbours of his, gripped to his living and land, and they say his wife was turned out of the house to the hillside, and sair misguided to the boot. Shameful, shameful! I am a peaceful man and a magistrate, but if any one had guided sae muckle as my servant Queen Maddie, as it's like they guided Rob's wife, I think it suld have set the shabble (cutlass) that my father the deacon had it both well brig a walking again. Well, Rob came hame and found desolation, God pity us, where he left plenty. He looked east, west, south, north, and saw neither hog nor hope, neither bile nor shelter. Sae he e'en pulled the bonnet o'er his brow, belted the broadsword to his side, took to the brae side, and became a broken man. Note, an outlaw. The voice of the good citizen was broken by his contending feelings. He obviously, while he professed to contemn the pedigree of his Highland kinsman, attached a secret feeling of consequence to the connection, and he spoke of his friend in his prosperity with an overflow of affection, which deepened his sympathy for his misfortunes, and his regret for their consequences. Thus tempted and urged by despair, said I, seeing Mr. Jarvie did not proceed in his narrative, I suppose your kinsman became one of those depredators you have described to us. No sae bad as that, said the Glaswegian. No altogether and outright so bad as that. But he became a levier of blackmail, wider and farther than ever it was raised in our day. A' through the Lennox and NINETEENTH, and up to the gates of Stirling Castle. Blackmail? I do not understand the phrase, I remarked. Oh, you see, Rob soon gathered an unco band of blue bonnets at his back, for he comes o' a rough name when he's kent by his ain, and a name that's held its ain for mony a long year, baith again king and parliament, and kirk too, for aught I ken, an held an honourable name, for as sair as it had been worried and hadden down and oppressed. My mother was a MacGregor, I carena wha kens it, and Robert had soon a gallant band, and as it grieved him, he said, to see sic heirship and waste and depredation to the south of the Highland line, why, if ony heritor or farmer would pay him £4 Scot out of each £100 of value rent, whilk was doubtless a moderate consideration, Rob engaged to keep them scatheless, let them send to him if they lost sae muckle as a single cloot by thieving, and Rob engaged to get them again, or pay the value, and he aye keepit his word. I canna deny but he keepit his word. All men allow Rob keeps his word. That is a very singular contract of assurance, said Mr. Owen. It's clane again our statute law, that must be owned, said Jarvie. Clane again law. The levying and the paying blackmail are both punishable. But if the law cannot protect my barn and byre, what for should I no engage wi' a Highland gentleman that can? Answer me that. But, said I, Mr. Jarvie, is this contract of blackmail, as you call it, completely voluntary on the part of the landlord or farmer who pays the insurance, or what usually happens, in case any one refuses payment of this tribute? Aha, lad, said the baby, laughing and putting his finger to his nose, ye think ye ha' me there. Troth, I would advise ony friend of mine to agree with Rob, for watch as they like and do what they like, they are sair apt to be harried when the lang nights come on. Note, plundered. Some of the Graham and Cahoon gentry stood out, but what then? They lost their hale stock the verse winter. Sae maist folk now think it best to come into Rob's terms. He's aisy wi' a body that will be easy wi' him, but if you throw him, you'd better throw the deevil. And by his exploits in these vocations, I continued, I suppose he has rendered himself amenable to the laws of the country. Amenable? You may say that. His Craig would ken the way to his herdies if they could get hold of Rob. But he has good friends among the great folk, and I could tell you o' a great family that keeps him up as far as they decently can, to be all them in the sight of another. And then he's sic an old foreign long-headed chield as ever took up the trade of cattering in our time. Mony a daft rake he has played, mair than wad fill a book, and a queer one it would be, as good as Robin Hood or William Wallace. Full of venturesome deeds and escapes, sic as folk tell ower at a winter ingle in the daft days. It's a queer thing o' me, gentlemen, that I'm a man o' peace mysel, and a peaceful man's son, for the deacon my father quarrelled with none out of the town council. It's a queer thing, I say, but I think the Highland blood o' me warms at the daft tales, and whilst I like better to hear them than a word of profit, good forgive me. But they are vanities, sinful vanities, and moreover again the statute law, again the statute and gospel law. I now followed up my investigation by inquiring what means of influence this Mr. Robert Campbell could possibly possess over my affairs or those of my father. Why, you are to understand, said Mr. Jarvie in a very subdued tone, I speak among friends, and under the rose, you are to understand that the Highlands hae been keepit quiet since the year '89, that was Killiecrankie year. But how hae they been keepit quiet, think ye? By siller, Mr. Owen, by siller, Mr. Osbaldistone. King William caused Breadalbane distribute 20,000 oud punds sterling among them, and it said the auld Highland Earl keepit a long lugget in his ain sporin. And then Queen Anne that's dead gave the chiefs bits of pensions, sae they had wherewith to support their gillies and caterans at work nae work, as I said afore, and they lay by quiet enough, saying some sprayery in the Lowlands, whilk is their use and want, and some cutting of thrapples among themselves, that nae civilised body kens or cares onything anent. Well, but there's a new word come up with this King George. I say God bless him for when. There's neither like to be siller nor pensions gown among them. They haena the means of maintaining the clans that eat them up, as ye may guess frae what I said before. The credit's gain in the Lowlands, and a man that can whistle ye up 1,000 or 1,500 Lincoln lads to do his will, would hardly get £50 on his band at the Cross of Glasgow. This canna stand lang. There will be an outbreak for the Stuarts. There will be an outbreak. They will come down to the low country like a flood, as they did in the Wafa wars of Montrose. And that will be seen and heard tell o' ere a 12-month gangs round. Yet still, I said, I do not see how this concerns Mr. Campbell, much less my father's affairs. Rob can levy 500 men, sir, and therefore war suld concern him as muckle as maist folk, replied the Bailie, for it is a faculty that is far less profitable in time of peace. Then, to tell ye the truth, I doubt he has been the prime agent between some of our Highland chiefs and the gentlemen to the north of England. We all heard of the public money that was ta'en for the child Morris somewhere about the fit of Cheviot by Rob and one of the old Osbaldistone lads, and to tell ye the truth, word gaed that it was you yourself, Mr. Francis, and sorry it was that your father's son should have ta'en to sick practices. Nay, you needna say a word about it. I see well I was mistaken, but I would believe anything o' a stage player whilk I concluded you to be. But now, I doubt na, it has been Rashleigh himself, or some other of your cousins. They are all tarred with the same stick, rank Jacobites and Papists, and wad thing the government siller and government papers lawful prize. And the creature Morris is sic a cowardly caitiff, that to this hour he darena say that it was Rob took the portmanteau off him. And troth he's right, for your custom house and excise cattle are ill like it on all sides, and Rob might get a backhanded lick at him before the board, as they ca' it, could help him. I have long suspected this, Mr. Jarvie, said I, and perfectly agree with you. But as to my father's affairs, suspected it? It's certain. I ken them that saw some of the papers that were ta'en off Morris. It's needless to say where. But to your father's affairs, ye maun think that in they 20 years bygane, some of the Highland lairds and chiefs hae come to some sma' sense of their ain interest. Your father and others hae bought the woods of Glen Disseries, Glen Kissoch, Torbernay Kippoch, and mony mair besides, and your father's house has granted large bills in payment. And as the credit o' Osbaldistone and Tresham was good, for I'll say before Mr. Owen's face, as I would behind his back, that bating misfortunes of the Lord's sending, nae men could be mair honourable in business. The Highland gentlemen, holders of thae bills, ha' found credit in Glasgow and Edinburgh. I might a'most say in Glasgow wholly, for it's little the pride for Edinburgh folk do in real business, for all or the greater part of the contents of thae bills. So that, aha, d'ye see me now? I confessed I could not quite follow his drift. Why, said he, if these bills are not paid, the Glasgow merchant comes on the Highland lairds, who hae dealt a bottle of siller, and will like ill to spew up what is item all spent. They will turn desperate. 500 will rise that might ha' sit in a helm. The de'il will gae our Jock Webster, and the stopping of your father's house will hasten the outbreak that's been sae long biding us. You think, then, said I, surprised at this singular view of the case, that Rashleigh Osbaldistone has done this injury to my father merely to accelerate a rising in the Highlands by distressing the gentleman to whom these bills were originally granted? Doubtless. It has been one main reason, Mr. Osbaldistone. I doubt na but what the ready money he carried off with him might be another, but that makes comparatively but a small part of your father's loss, though it might make the maist part of Rashleigh's direct gain. The assets he carried off are of nae mair use to him than if he were to light his pipe with them. He tried if McVitie and Co. would gie him siller on them, that I ken by Andrew Wylie. But they were our auld cats to draw that stray afore them. They keep it off, and gie fair words. Rashleigh Osbaldistone is better kenned than trusted in Glasgow, for he was here about some Jacobitical papistical troking in 1707, and left debt ahint him. Nay, he canna pit off the paper here. Folk will misdoubt him how he come by it. Na, he'll hae the stuff safe at some of their halls in the Highlands, and I daresay my cousin Rob could get at it, gin he liked. But would he be disposed to serve us in this pinch, Mr. Jarvie, said I? You have described him as an agent of the Jacobite party, and deeply connected in their intrigues. Will he be disposed for my sake, or if you please for the sake of justice, to make an act of restitution, which, supposing it in his power, would, according to your view of the case, materially interfere with their plans? I cannot precisely speak to that. The grandees among them are doubtful of Rob, and he's doubtful of them. And he's been weel friended with the Argyle family, wha stand for the present model of government. If he was freed o' his hornings and captions, he would rather be on Argyle's side than he would be on Breadalbane's, for there's all ill will between the Breadalbane family and his kin and name. The truth is, that Rob is for his ain hand, as Henry Wynd fought. He'll take the side that suits him best. If the de'il was laird, Rob would be for being tenant, and ye canna blame him, puir fellow, considering his circumstances. Reader's note: two great clans fought out a quarrel with 30 men of a side, in presence of the king, on the north inch of Perth, on or about the year 1392. A man was a-missing on one side, whose room was filled by a little bandy-legged citizen of Perth. This substitute, Henry Wynd, or as the Highlanders called him, Gal Chrome, that is, the bandy-legged smith, fought well and contributed greatly to the fate of the battle, without knowing which side he fought on. So, to fight for your own hand like Henry Wynd, passed into a proverb. This incident forms a conspicuous part of the subsequent novel, The Fair Maid of Perth. End reader's note. But there's ae thing sair again ye. Rob has a grey mare in his stable at hame. A grey mare, said I. What is that to the purpose? The wife, man, the wife. An awful wife she is. She downa bide the sight of a kindly Scot, if he come frae the Lowlands, far less of an English heir, and she'll be keen for a' that can set up King James and ding down King George. It is very singular, I replied, that the mercantile transactions of London citizens should become involved with revolutions and rebellions. Not at all, man, not at all, returned Mr. Jarvie. That's all your silly prejudications. I read whiles in the lang dark nights, and I hae read in Baker's Chronicle that the merchants o' London could gar the Bank of Genoa break their promise to advance a mighty sum to the King of Spain, whereby the sailings of the great Spanish Armada was put off for a whole year. What do you think of that, sir? Reader's note. The Chronicle of the Kings of England by Sir Richard Baker, with continuations, passed through several editions between 1641 and 1733. Whether any of them contain the passage alluded to is doubtful. End of reader's note. That the merchants did their country golden service, which ought to be honourably remembered in our histories. I think so too. They would do weel, and deserve weel baith of a state and o' humanity. That would save 3 or 4 honest Highland gentlemen for looping heads over heels into destruction, wi' all their poor sackless followers, just because they canna pay back the siller they had reason to count upon as their ain, and save your father's credit, and my own good siller that Osbaldistone and Tresham owes me into the bargain. Note, sackless, that is, innocent. I say, if Wayne could manage all this, I think it should be done and said unto him, even if he were a poor ca' the shuttle body, as unto one whom the king delighteth to honour. I cannot pretend to estimate the extent of public gratitude, I replied, but our own thankfulness, Mr. Jarvie, would be commensurate with the extent of the obligation, which, added Mr. Owen, we would endeavour to balance with a per contra the instant our Mr. Osbaldistone returns from Holland. I doubt na. He is a very worthy gentleman, and responsible, and with some of my lights might do muckle business in Scotland. Well, sir, if these assets could be redeemed out of the hands of the Philistines, they are good paper. They are the right stuff when they are in the right hands, and that's yours, Mr. Owen. And I's find you 3 men in Glasgow, for as little as ye may think of us, Mr. Owen. That's Sandy Steenson in the Tradesland, and John Peary in Candleriggs, and another that shall be nameless at this present, shall advance what sums are sufficient to secure the credit of your house, and seek nae better security. Owen's eyes sparkled at this prospect of extrication, but his countenance instantly fell on recollecting how improbable it was that the recovery of the assets, as he technically called them, should be successfully achieved. "Dinna despair, sir, dinna despair," said Mr. Jarvie. "I hae ta'en sae muckle concern wi' your affairs already, that it maun e'en be overshown our boots wi' me now. I am just like my father the deacon, praise be wi' him. I canna meddle wi' a friend's business, but I aye end wi' making it my ain. Say, I'll e'en pit on my boots in the morn, and be jogging o'er Drimmen Muir wi' Mr. Frank here, and if I canna make Rob hear reason, and his wife too, I dinna ken wha can. I hae been a kind friend to them afore now, to say nothing o' o'erlooking him last night, when naming his name would have cost him his life. I'll be hearing of this in the council, maybe, fra Bailey Graham and McVitty, and some of them. They hae cussed up my kindred to Rob, to me already. Set up their nash gabs, I told them I would vindicate nae man's faults, but set apart what he had done again the law of the country, and the heirship of the Lennox, and the misfortune of some folks losing life by him. He was an honester man than stood on ony of their shanks. And what for should I mind their clavers? If Rob is an outlaw, to himsel be it said. There is nae laws now about reset of intercommune persons, as there was in the ill times of the last Stuarts. I trow I hae a Scotch tongue in my head. If they spake, I's answer." It was with great pleasure that I saw the Bailie gradually surmount the barriers of caution Under the united influence of public spirit and good-natured interest in our affairs, together with his natural wish to avoid loss and acquire gain, and not a little harmless vanity. Through the combined operation of these motives, he at length arrived at the doughty resolution of taking the field in person, to aid in the recovery of my father's property. His whole information led me to believe that if the papers were in possession of this Highland adventurer, it might be possible to induce him to surrender what he could not keep with any prospect of personal advantage, and I was conscious that the presence of his kinsman was likely to have a considerable weight with him. I therefore cheerfully acquiesced in Mr. Jarvie's proposal that we should set out early next morning. That honest gentleman was indeed as vivacious and alert in preparing to carry his purpose into execution as he had been slow and cautious in forming it. He roared to Matty to "have his trot cosy, have his jack boots graced and set before the kitchen fire all night, and to see that his beast be corned, and all his riding gear in order." Having agreed to meet him at 5 o'clock next morning, and having settled that Owen, whose presence could be of no use to us upon this expedition, should await our return at Glasgow, we took a kind farewell of this unexpectedly zealous friend. I installed Owen in an apartment in my lodgings, contiguous to my own, and giving orders to Andrew Fairservice to attend me next morning at the hour appointed, I retired to rest, with better hopes than it had lately been my fortune to entertain. End of Book 2, Chapter 9.
Volume 2, Chapter 10 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 10th. Far as the eye could reach, no tree was seen. Earth, clad in russet, scorned the lively green. No birds, except as birds of passage flew. No bee was heard to hum, no dove to coo. No streams, as amber smooth, as amber clear, were seen to glide, or heard to warble here. Prophecy of famine. It was in the bracing atmosphere of a harvest morning that I met by appointment Fairservice with the horses at the door of Mr. Jarvie's house, which was but little space distant from Mrs. Flyter's hotel. The first matter which caught my attention was, that whatever were the deficiencies of the pony which Mr. Fairservice's legal adviser, Clerk Toothhope, generously bestowed upon him in exchange for Thorncliffe's mare, he had contrived to part with it, and procure in its stead an animal with so curious and complete a lameness that it seemed only to make use of 3 legs for the purpose of progression, while the 4th appeared as if meant to be flourished in the air by way of accompaniment. "What do you mean by bringing such a creature as that here, sir? And where is the pony you rode to Glasgow upon?" were my very natural and impatient inquiries. "I sold it, sir. It was a slink beast, and would hae eaten its hair off, standing at Lucky Flyter's at a livery, and I hae bought this on your honour's account. It's a grand bargain, cost but £1 the foot. That's for a' thegither. The stringhold will gae off when it's gien a mile. It's a well kenned ganger, they call it Souple Tam." "On my soul, sir," said I, "you will never rest until my supple jack and your shoulders become acquainted. If you do not go instantly and procure the other brute, you shall pay the penalty of your ingenuity." Andrew, notwithstanding my threats, continued to battle the point, as he said it would cost him a guinea of rue bargain to the man who had bought his pony, before he could get it back again. Like a true Englishman, though sensible, I was duped by the rascal. I was about to pay his exaction rather than lose time, when forth sallied Mr. Jarvie, cloaked, mantled, hooded, and booted, as if for a Siberian winter, while 2 apprentices, under the immediate direction of Matty, led forth the decent ambling steed which had the honour on such occasions to support the person of the Glasgow magistrate. Ere he clomber to the saddle, an expression more descriptive of the Bailie's mode of mounting than that of the knights errant to whom Spenser applies it, he inquired the cause of the dispute betwixt my servant and me. Having learned the nature of honest Andrew's manoeuvre, he instantly cut short all debate, by pronouncing, that if Fairservice did not forthwith return the three-legged palfrey, and produce the more useful quadruped which he had discarded, he would send him to prison, and immerse him in half his wages. "Mr. Osbaldistone," said he, "contracted for the service of both your horse and you. Ta brutes at ance, you unconscionable rascal! But I shall look weel after you during this journey." "It will be nonsense fining me," said Andrew doubtfully, "that hasna a grey groat to pay a fine wi'. It's ill taking the breeks aff a Highland man." "If ye hae nae purse to fine, ye have flesh to pine," replied the Bailie, "and I will look weel to ye get in your deserts the tae way or the t'other." To the commands of Mr. Jarvie, therefore, Andrew was compelled to submit, only muttering between his teeth, "Ower mony masters, ower mony masters, as the parrock said to the harrow, when every tooth gecher a tig." Apparently he found no difficulty in getting rid of Supple Tam, and recovering possession of his former Bucephalus, for he accomplished the exchange without being many minutes absent, nor did I hear further of his having paid any smart money for breach of bargain. We now set forward, but had not reached the top of the street in which Mr. Jarvie dwelt, when a loud hallooing and breathless call of "Stop! Stop!" was heard behind us. We stopped accordingly, and were overtaken by Mr. Jarvie's two lads, who bore two parting tokens of Mattie's care for her master. The first was conveyed in the form of a voluminous silk handkerchief, like the mainsail of one of his own West Indiamen, which Mrs. Mattie particularly desired he would put about his neck, and which, thus entreated, he added to his other integuments. The second youngster brought only a verbal charge. I thought I saw the rogue disposed to laugh as he delivered it, on the part of the housekeeper, that her master would take care of the waters. "Poh, poh, silly hussy!" answered Mr. Jarvie, but added, turning to me, "It shows a kind heart, though. It shows a kind heart in sae young a queen. Mattie's a careful lass." So speaking, he pricked the sides of his palfrey, and we left the town without further interruption. While we paced easily forward, by a road which conducted us north eastward from the town, I had an opportunity to estimate and admire the good qualities of my new friend. Although, like my father, he considered commercial transactions the most important objects of human life, he was not wedded to them so as to undervalue more general knowledge. On the contrary, with much oddity and vulgarity of manner, with a vanity which he made much more ridiculous by disguising it now and then under a thin veil of humility, and devoid as he was of all the advantages of a learned education, Mr. Jarvie's conversation showed tokens of a shrewd, observing, liberal, and, to the extent of its opportunities, a well improved mind. He was a good local antiquary, and entertained me as we passed along with an account of remarkable events which had formerly taken place in the scenes through which we passed. And as he was well acquainted with the ancient history of his district, he saw, with the prospective eye of an enlightened patriot, the buds of many of those future advantages which have only blossomed and ripened within these few years. I remarked also, and with great pleasure, that although a keen Scotchman, and abundantly zealous for the honour of his country, he was disposed to think liberally of the sister kingdom. When Andrew Fairservice, whom, by the way, the Bailie could not abide, chose to impute the accident of one of the horses casting his shoe to the deteriorating influence of the union, he incurred a severe rebuke from Mr. Jarvie. "Whisht, sir, whisht! It's ill scraped tongues like yours that make mischief atween neighbourhoods and nations. There's naething sae good on this side o' time but it might hae been better, and that may be said o' the Union. nane more keener against it than the Glasgow folk, with their rabblings and their risings and their mobs, as they call them nowadays. But it's an ill wind blows naebody good. Let ilka ane reese the fort as they find it. I say let Glasgow flourish, whilk is judiciously and elegantly putting around the town's arms by way of byword. No, since Saint Mungo catched herrings in the Clyde, what was ever like to Garras flourish like the sugar and tobacco trade? Will anybody tell me that, and grumble at the treaty that opened us a road west awa yonder? Andrew Fairservice was far from acquiescing in these arguments of expedience, and even ventured to enter a grumbling protest, that it was an unco change to have Scotland's laws made in England, and that, for his share, he wouldn't have all the herring barrels in Glasgow, and all the tobacco casks to boot. He given up the riding of the Scots Parliament, or sent our crown, and our sword, and our sceptre into Mons Meg, to be kept by the English puck puddings in the Tower of London. What would Sir William Wallace, or old Davy Lindsay, he said to the Union, or them that made it? The road which we travelled, while diverting the way with these discussions, had become wild and open as soon as we had left Glasgow a mile or two behind us, and was growing more dreary as we advanced. Huge continuous heaths spread before, behind, and around us, in hopeless barrenness, now level and interspersed with swamps, green with treacherous verdure, or sable with turf, or, as they call them in Scotland, peat bogs, and now swelling into huge heavy ascents, which wanted the dignity and form of hills, while they were still more toilsome to the passenger. There were neither trees nor bushes to relieve the eye from the russet livery of absolute sterility. The very heath was of that stinted, imperfect kind which has little or no flower, and affords the coarsest and meanest covering, which, as far as my experience enables me to judge, Mother Earth is ever arrayed in. Living thing we saw none, except occasionally a few straggling sheep of a strange diversity of colours, as black, bluish, and orange. The sable hue predominated, however, in their faces and legs. The very birds seemed to shun these wastes, and no wonder, since they had an easy method of escaping from them. At least I only heard the monotonous and plaintive cries of the lapwing and curlew, which my companions denominated the peasweep and whaup. At dinner, however, which we took about noon at a most miserable alehouse, we had the good fortune to find that these tiresome screamers of the morass were not the only inhabitants of the moors. The good wife told us that the gude man had been at the heel, and well for us that he had been so, for we enjoyed the product of his chasse in the shape of some broiled moor game, a dish which gallantly eked out the ewe milk cheese, dried salmon, and oaten bread, being all besides that the house afforded. Some very indifferent twopenny ale, and a glass of excellent brandy, crowned our repast, and as our horses had in the meantime discussed their corn, we resumed our journey with renovated vigour. I had need of all the spirits a good dinner could give, to resist the dejection which crept insensibly on my mind, when I combined the strange uncertainty of my errand with the disconsolate aspect of the country through which it was leading me. Our road continued to be, if possible, more waste and wild than we had travelled in the forenoon. The few miserable hovels that showed some marks of human habitation were now of still rarer occurrence, and at length, as we began to ascend an uninterrupted swell of the moorland, they totally disappeared. The only exercise which my imagination received was, when some particular turn of the road gave us a partial view, to the left, of a large assemblage of dark blue mountains, stretching to the north and northwest, which promised to include within their recesses a country as wild perhaps, but certainly differing greatly in point of interest from that which we now travelled. The peaks of this screen of mountains were as wildly varied and distinguished as the hills which we had seen on the right were tame and lumpish, and while I gazed on this alpine region, I felt a longing to explore its recesses. though accompanied with toil and danger, similar to that which a sailor feels when he wishes for the risks and animation of a battle or a gale, in exchange for the insupportable monotony of a protracted calm. I made various inquiries of my friend Mr. Jarvie respecting the names and positions of these remarkable mountains, but it was a subject on which he had no information, or did not choose to be communicative. "They're the Highland hills, the Highland hills. You'll see and hear eneugh about them before you see Glasgow cross again. I down look at them. I never see them but they gar me grey. It's no for fear, but just for grief for the poor blinded half-starved creatures that inhabit them. But say nae mair about it. It's ill speaking of Highland men, say near the line. I ha kenned mony an honest man wouldna have ventured this length without he had made his last will and testament. Matty had ill will to see me set awa on this raid, and grat away, the silly tawpie. But it's nae more fairly to see a woman greet than to see a goose gang barefit." I next attempted to lead the discourse on the character and history of the person whom we were going to visit, but on this topic Mr. Jarvie was totally inaccessible, owing perhaps in part to the attendance of Mr. Andrew Fairservice, who chose to keep so close in our rear that his ears could not fail to catch every word which was spoken, while his tongue assumed the freedom of mingling in our conversation as often as he saw an opportunity. For this he occasionally incurred Mr. Jarvie's reproof. "Keep it back, sir, as best sets ye," said the Bailie, as Andrew pressed forward to catch the answer to some question I had asked about Campbell. "He would fain ride the forehorse, an ye wist how. That chield's aye for being out of the cheese vat he was moulded in. Now, as for your questions, Mr. Osbaldistone, now that chield's out of earshot, I'll just tell you, it's free to you to speir, and it's free to me to answer or no. Good, I cannot say muckle or Rob, poor chield, ill I will not say of him, for be that he's my cousin, we're coming near his own country, and there may be ane of his gillies ahint every whin bush, for what I ken, and if ye'll be guided by my advice, the less ye speak about him, or where we are going, or what we are going to do, will be the mair likely to speed us in our errand. For it's like we may fall in with some of his unfriends. There are even over money of them about, and his bonnet sits even on his brow yet, for all that. But I doubt there'll be upsides with Rob at the last. Ere day or late day, the fox's hide finds aye the flaying knife." "I will certainly," I replied, "be entirely guided by your experience." "Right, Mr. Osbaldistone, right. But I maun speak to this gabbling skite too, for bairns and fools speak at the cross what they hear at the Ingleside. Do you hear you, Andrew? What's your name? Fairservice?" Andrew, who at the last rebuff had fallen a good way behind, did not choose to acknowledge the summons. "Andrew, you scoundrel!" repeated Mr. Jarvie. "Here, sir, here." "Here is for the dog," said Andrew, coming up sulkily. "I'll give ye dog's wages, ye rascal, if ye dinna attend to what I say to ye. We are going into the Highlands a bit." "I judged as muckle," said Andrew. "Haud your peace, ye knave, and hear what I have to say till ye. We are going a bit into the Highlands. You told me sae already," replied the incorrigible Andrew. "I'll break your head," said the Bailie, rising in wrath, "if you dinna hold your tongue." "A hardened tongue," replied Andrew, "makes a slabbered mouth." It was now necessary I should interfere, which I did by commanding Andrew, with an authoritative tone, to be silent at his peril. "I am silent," said Andrew. "I shall do all your lawful bidding without a nae say. My poor mother used aye to tell me, be it better, be it worse, be ruled by him that has the purse." Say ye may e'en speak as lang as ye like, baith attaining the tither o' ye for Andrew." Mr. Jarvie took the advantage of his stopping after quoting the above proverb to give him the requisite instructions. "Now, sir, it's as muckle as your life's worth. That would be dear or little siller, to be sure, but it is as muckle as all our lives are worth, if ye dinna mind what I say to ye. In this public whar we are going to, and whar it is like we may hae to stay a night, men of all clans and kindred, Highland and Lowland, take up their quarters, and whilst there are mair drawn dirks than open Bibles amang them, when the usquebaugh gets uppermost, say ye neither meddle nor make, nor gie nae offence with that clavering tongue o' yours, but keep a calm sough, and let ilka cock fight his ain battle." "Muckle needs to tell me that," said Andrew contemptuously, "as if I had never seen a Hieland man before, and ken nae how to manage them. Nae man alive can cootle up Donal better than mysell. I have bought with them, sold with them, eaten with them, drucken with them." "Did ye ever fight with them?" said Mr. Jarvie. "Na, na," answered Andrew, "I took care of that. It would ill hae set me, that I'm an artist and half a scholar to my trade, to be fighting amang a wheen kilted loons that dinna ken the name of a single herb or flower in braid Scots, let it be in the Latin tongue." "Then," said Mr. Jarvie, "as ye wad keep either your tongue in your mouth, or your lugs in your head, and ye might miss them for as saucy members as they are, I charge ye to say no word, good or bad, that ye can weel get by, to onybody that may be in the clachan; and ye'll specially understand that ye're nae to be bleezing and blasting about your master's name and mine, or saying that this is Mr. Bailie Nicol Jarvie of the South Market, son of the worthy Dean Nicol Jarvie, that a body has heard about, and this is Mr. Frank Osbaldistone, son of the managing partner of the great house of Osbaldistone and Tresham in the city." "Enough said," answered Andrew, "enough said. What did ye think I would be speaking about your names for? I have mony things of mair importance to speak about, I trow. It's thae very things of importance that I'm feared for, ye blethering goose. Ye maunna speak onything, good or bad, that ye can by any possibility help." "If ye dinna think me fit," replied Andrew in a huff, "to speak like ither folk, gie me my wages and my board wages, and I sall gae back to Glasgow. There's sma sorrow at our parting, as the old mare said to the broken cart." Finding Andrew's perverseness again rising to a point which threatened to occasion me inconvenience, I was under the necessity of explaining to him that he might return if he thought proper, but that in that case I would not pay him a single farthing for his past services. The argument ad crumenam, as it has been called by jocular logicians, has weight with the greater part of mankind, and Andrew was in that particular far from affecting any trick of singularity. He drew in his horns, to use the Bailie's phrase, on the instant, professed no intention whatsoever to disoblige, and a resolution to be guided by my commands, whatever they might be. Concord being thus happily restored to our small party, we continued to pursue our journey. The road, which had ascended for 6 or 7 English miles, now began to descend for about the same space, through a country which, neither in fertility nor interest, could boast any advantage over that which we had passed already, and which afforded no variety, unless when some tremendous peak of a Highland mountain appeared at a distance. We continued, however, to ride on without pause, and even when night fell and overshadowed the desolate wilds which we traversed, we were, as I understood from Mr. Jarvie, still 3 miles and a bittock distant from the place where we were to spend the night. End of Volume 2, Chapter 10. Recording by Felicity Campbell, Whanganui, New Zealand. Volume 2, Chapter 11 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 11th. Baron of Bucklevi, may the foul fiend drive ye, and all to pieces rive ye, for building sic a town where there's neither horse meat, nor man's meat, nor a chair to sit down. Scottish popular rhymes on a bad inn. The night was pleasant, and the moon afforded us good light for our journey. Under her rays, the ground over which we passed assumed a more interesting appearance than during the broad daylight, which discovered the extent of its wasteness. The mingled light and shadows gave it an interest which naturally did not belong to it, and, like the effect of a veil flung over a plain woman, irritated our curiosity on a subject which had in itself nothing gratifying. The descent, however, still continued, turned, winded, left the more open heaths, and got into steeper ravines, which promised soon to lead us to the banks of some brook or river, and ultimately made good their presage. We found ourselves at length on the bank of a stream which rather resembled one of my native English rivers than those I had hitherto seen in Scotland. It was narrow, deep, still, and silent, although the imperfect light, as it gleamed on its placid waters, showed also that we were now among the lofty mountains which formed its cradle. "That's the Forth," said the Bailie, with an air of reverence which I have observed the Scotch usually pay to their distinguished rivers. The Clyde, the Tweed, the Forth, the Spey, are usually named by those who dwell on their banks with a sort of respect and pride, and I have known duels occasioned by any word of disparagement. I cannot say I have the least quarrel with this sort of harmless enthusiasm. I received my friend's communication with the importance which he seemed to think appertained to it. In fact, I was not a little pleased, after so long and dull a journey, to approach a region which promised to engage the imagination. My faithful squire, Andrew, did not seem to be quite of the same opinion, for he received the solemn information, "That is the Forth," with a "Ugh! An he had said that's the public house, it would have been mair to the purpose." The Forth, however, as far as the imperfect light permitted me to judge, seemed to merit the admiration of those who claimed an interest in its stream. A beautiful eminence of the most regular round shape, and clothed with copsewood of hazels, mountain ash, and dwarf oak, intermixed with a few magnificent old trees, which, rising above the underwood, exposed their forked and bared branches to the silver moonshine, seemed to protect the sources from which the river sprung. If I could trust the tale of my companion, which, while professing to disbelieve every word of it, he told under his breath, and with an air of something like intimidation, this hill, so regularly formed, so richly verdant, and garlanded with such a beautiful variety of ancient trees and thriving copsewood, was held by the neighbourhood to contain, within its unseen caverns, the palaces of the fairies, a race of airy beings, who formed an intermediate class between men and demons, and who, if not positively malignant to humanity, were yet to be avoided and feared on account of their capricious, vindictive, and irritable disposition. "They ca' them," said Mr. Jarvie in a whisper, "Daoiné, which signifies, as I understand, men of peace, meaning thereby to make their good will; and we may e'en as weel ca' them that too, Mr. Osbaldistone, for there's nae good in speaking ill of the laird within his ain bounds. But he added presently after, on seeing one or two lights which twinkled before us, "It's deceits o' Satan after a', and I fearna to say it, for we are near the manse now, and yonder are the lights in the clachan of Aberfoil." I own I was well pleased at the circumstance to which Mr. Jarvie alluded, not so much that it set his tongue at liberty, in his opinion, with all safety, to declare his real sentiments with respect to the Downshire or fairies, as that it promised some hours' repose to ourselves and our horses, of which, after a ride of 50 miles and upwards, both stood in some need. We crossed the Infant Forth by an old-fashioned stone bridge, very high and very narrow. My conductor, however, informed me that to get through this deep and important stream, and to clear all its tributary dependencies, the general pass from the Highlands to the southward lay by what was called the Fords of Frew, at all times deep and difficult of passage, and often altogether unfordable. Beneath these fords there was no pass of general resort until so far east as the bridge of Stirling, so that the river of Forth forms a defensible line between the Highlands and Lowlands of Scotland, from its source nearly to the firth, or inlet of the ocean, in which it terminates. The subsequent events which we witnessed led me to recall with attention what the shrewdness of Bailie Jarvie suggested in his proverbial expression, that "Forth bridles the wild Highlandman." About half a mile's riding after we crossed the bridge, placed us at the door of the public house where we were to pass the evening. It was a hovel rather worse than better than that in which we had dined, but its little windows were lighted up, voices were heard from within, and all intimated a prospect of food and shelter, to which we were by no means indifferent. Andrew was the first to observe that there was a peeled willow wand placed across the half open door of the little inn. He hung back, and advised us not to enter. "For," said Andrew, "some of their chiefs and grit men are birling at the usquebaugh inn by there, and dinna want to be disturbed; and the least we'll get, if we gang ram stam in on them, will be a broken head, to learn us better havings, if we dinna come by the length of a couled duck and a wam, whilk is just as likely." I looked at the Bailie, who acknowledged in a whisper that the gowk had some reason for singing ance in the year. Meanwhile a staring half-clad wench or two came out of the inn and the neighbouring cottages, on hearing the sound of our horses' feet. No one bade us welcome, nor did any one offer to take our horses from which we had alighted; and to our various inquiries, the hopeless response of "Ha Neil Sassenach" was the only answer we could extract. The Bailie, however, found in his experience a way to make them speak English. "If I gie ye a bawbee," said he to an urchin of about 10 years old, with a fragment of a tattered plaid about him, "will ye understand Sassenach?" "Ay, ay, that will I," replied the brat in very decent English. "Then gang and tell your mammy, my man, there's twa Sassenach gentlemen come to speak wi' her." The landlady presently appeared, with a lighted piece of split fir blazing in her hand. The turpentine, and the species of torch which is generally dug from out of the turf bogs, makes it blaze and sparkle readily, so that it is often used in the Highlands in lieu of candles. On this occasion such a torch illuminated the wild and anxious features of a female, pale, thin, and rather above the usual size, whose soiled and ragged dress, though aided by a plaid or tartan screen, barely served the purposes of decency, and certainly not those of comfort. Her black hair, which escaped in uncombed elf locks from under her coif, as well as the strange and embarrassed look with which she regarded us, gave me the idea of a witch disturbed in the midst of her unlawful rites. She plainly refused to admit us into the house. We remonstrated anxiously, and pleaded the length of our journey, the state of our horses, and the certainty that there was not another place where we could be received nearer than Callander, which the Bailie stated to be 7 Scots miles distant. How many these may exactly amount to in English measurement, I have never been able to ascertain, but I think the double ratio may be pretty safely taken as a medium computation. The obdurate hostess treated our expostulation with contempt. "Better gang farther than fair water," she said, speaking the Scottish Lowland dialect, and being indeed a native of the Lennox district. Her house was taken up with them, wadna like to be intruded on with strangers. She didna ken who mair might be there, redcoats it might be, frae the garrison. These last words she spoke under her breath, and with very strong emphasis. The night, she said, was fair a boonhead. A night amang the heather would colour our bloods. We might sleep in our clothes, as mony a good blade does in the scabbard. There wasna muckle flowmoss in the shore. If we took up our quarters right, and we might pit up our horses to the hill, nobody would say naething against it. But, my good woman, said I, while the Bailie groaned and remained undecided, it is 6 hours since we dined, and we have not taken a morsel since. I am positively dying with hunger, and I have no taste for taking up my abode supperless among these mountains of yours. I positively must enter, and make the best apology you can to your guests for adding a stranger or two to their number. Andrew, you will see the horses put up. The Hecate looked at me with surprise, and then ejaculated, "A wilful man will hae his way. Them that will to Cooper, maun to Cooper. To see thy English belly gods, he has had a full meal the day already, and he'll venture life and liberty rather than he'll want a het supper. Set roasted beef and pudding on the opposite side of the pit o' toffee, and an Englishman will mak a spang at it. But I wash my hands o't. Follow me, sir," to Andrew, "and I'll show ye where to pit the beasts." I own I was somewhat dismayed at my landlady's expressions, which seemed to be ominous of some approaching danger. I did not, however, choose to shrink back after having declared my resolution, and accordingly I boldly entered the house, and after narrowly escaping breaking my shins over a turf back and a salting tub, which stood on either side of the narrow exterior passage, I opened a crazy, half-decayed door, constructed not of plank but of wicker, and, followed by the Bailie, entered into the principal apartment of this Scottish caravansary. The interior presented a view which seemed singular enough to southern eyes. The fire, fed with blazing turf and branches of dried wood, blazed merrily in the centre, but the smoke, having no means to escape but through a hole in the roof, eddied round the rafters of the cottage, and hung in sable folds at the height of about 5 feet from the floor. The space beneath was kept pretty clear by innumerable currents of air which rushed towards the fire from the broken panel of basket work which served as a door. From 2 square holes, designed as ostensible windows, through one of which was thrust a plaid, and through the other a tattered greatcoat, and, moreover, through various less distinguishable apertures in the walls of the tenement, which, being built of round stones and turf, cemented by mud, let in the atmosphere at innumerable crevices. At an old oaken table adjoining to the fire sat 3 men, guests apparently, whom it was impossible to regard with indifference. 2 were in the Highland dress, the one, a little dark complexioned man, with a lively, quick, and irritable expression of features, wore the trews, or close pantaloons, wove out of a sort of checkered stocking stuff. The Bailie whispered me that he behoved to be a man of some consequence, for that naebody but the Duinhe wassels wore the trews. They were ill to weave exactly to the Highland pleasure. The other mountaineer was a very tall, strong man, with a quantity of reddish hair, freckled face, high cheekbones, and long chin, a sort of caricature of the national features of Scotland. The tartan which he wore differed from that of his companion, as it had much more scarlet in it, whereas the shades of black and dark green predominated in the chequers of the other. The third, who sate at the same table, was in the Lowland dress. A bold, stout-looking man, with a cast of military daring in his eye and manner, his riding dress showily and profusely laced, and his cocked hat of formidable dimensions. His hanger and a pair of pistols lay on the table before him. Each of the Highlanders had their naked dirks stuck upright in the board beside him, an emblem, I was afterwards informed, but surely a strange one, that their computation was not to be interrupted by any brawl. A mighty pewter measure, containing about an English quart of usquebaugh, a liquor nearly as strong as brandy, which the Highlanders distil from malt, and drink undiluted in excessive quantities, was placed before these worthies. A broken glass, with a wooden foot, served as a drinking cup to the whole party, and circulated with a rapidity which, considering the potency of the liquor, seemed absolutely marvellous. These men spoke loudly and eagerly together, sometimes in Gaelic, at other times in English. Another Highlander, wrapped in his plaid, reclined on the floor, his head resting on a stone, from which it was only separated by a wisp of straw, and slept, or seemed to sleep, without attending to what was going on around him. He also was probably a stranger, for he lay in full dress, and accoutred with the sword and target, the usual arms of his countrymen when on a journey. Cribs there were of different dimensions beside the walls, formed some of fractured boards, some of shattered wickerwork, or plaited boughs, in which slumbered the family of the house, men, women, and children, their places of repose only concealed by the dusky wreaths of vapour which arose above, below, and around them. Our entrance was made so quietly, and the carousers I have described were so eagerly engaged in their discussions, that we escaped their notice for a minute or two. But I observed the Highlander, who lay beside the fire, raise himself on his elbow as we entered, and, drawing his plaid over the lower part of his face, fix his look on us for a few seconds, after which he resumed his recumbent posture, and seemed again to betake himself to the repose which our entrance had interrupted. We advanced to the fire, which was an agreeable spectacle after our late ride during the chillness of an autumn evening among the mountains, and first attracted the attention of the guests who had preceded us by calling for the landlady. She approached, looking doubtfully and timidly, now at us, now at the other party, and returned a hesitating and doubtful answer to our request to have something to eat. She didna ken, she said, she wasna sure there was onything in the house, and then modified her refusal with the qualification, that is, onything fit for the like of us. I assured her we were indifferent to the quality of our supper, and looking round for the means of accommodation which were not easily to be found, I arranged an old hen coop as a seat for Mr. Jarvie, and turned down a broken tub to serve for my own. Andrew Fairservice entered presently afterwards, and took a place in silence behind our backs. The natives, as I may call them, continued staring at us with an air as if confounded by our assurance, and we, at least I myself, disguised as well as we could, under an appearance of indifference, any secret anxiety we might feel concerning the mode in which we were to be received by those whose privacy we had disturbed. At length the lesser Highlander, addressing himself to me, said in very good English, and in a tone of great haughtiness, "Ye make yourself at home, sir, I see." "I usually do so," I replied,
when I come into a house of public entertainment." "And did she na see," said the taller man, "by the white wand at the door, that gentlemans had taken up the public house on their own business?" "I do not pretend to understand the customs of this country, but I am yet to learn," I replied, "how 3 persons should be entitled to exclude all other travellers from the only place of shelter and refreshment for miles round." "There's nae reason for it, gentlemen," said the Bailie; "we mean nae offence, but there's neither law nor reason for it; but as far as a stoup of good brandy would make up the quarrel, we, being peaceable folk, would be willing." "Damn your brandy, sir," said the Lowlander, adjusting his cocked hat fiercely upon his head, "we desire neither your brandy nor your company." And up he rose from his seat. His companions also arose, muttering to each other, drawing up their plaids, and snorting and snuffing the air, after the manner of their countrymen when working themselves into a passion. "I told ye what would come, gentlemen," said the landlady, "and ye would hae been told. Get away with ye out of my house, and make nae disturbance here. There's nae gentleman to be disturbed at Jeanie MacAlpine's, and she can hinder. A wheen idle English loons going about the country and a cloud o' night, and disturbing honest peaceable gentlemen that are drinking their drap drink at the fireside." At another time I should have thought of the old Latin adage, Dat venem corvus fixit censure Columbus. But I had not any time for classical quotation, for there was obviously a fray about to ensue, at which, feeling myself indignant at the inhospitable insolence with which I was treated, I was totally indifferent, unless on the Bailie's account, whose person and qualities were ill qualified for such an adventure. I started up, however, on seeing the others rise, and dropped my cloak from my shoulders, that I might be ready to stand on the defensive. "We are 3 to 3," said the lesser Highlander, glancing his eyes at our party. "If ye be pretty men, draw." And, unsheathing his broadsword, he advanced on me. I put myself in a posture of defence, and aware of the superiority of my weapon, a rapier or small sword, was little afraid of the issue of the contest. The Bailie behaved with unexpected mettle. As soon as he saw the gigantic Highlander confront him with his weapon drawn, he tugged for a second or two at the hilt of his shabbel, as he called it, but finding it loath to quit the sheath, to which it had long been secured by rust and disuse, he seized as a substitute on the red hot coulter of a plough, which had been employed in arranging the fire by way of a poker, and brandished it with such effect, that at the first pass he set the Highlander's plate on fire, and compelled him to keep a respectful distance till he could get it extinguished. Andrew, on the contrary, who ought to have faced the Lowland champion, had, I grieve to say it, vanished at the very commencement of the fray; but his antagonist, crying, "Fair play, fair play," seemed courteously disposed to take no share in the scuffle. Thus we commenced our rencontre on fair terms as to numbers. My own aim was to possess myself, if possible, of my antagonist's weapon, but I was deterred from closing, for fear of the dirk which he held in his left hand, and used in parrying the thrusts of my rapier. Meantime the Bailie, notwithstanding the success of his first onset, was sorely bested. The weight of his weapon, the corpulence of his person, the very effervescence of his own passions, were rapidly exhausting both his strength and his breath, and he was almost at the mercy of his antagonist, when up started the sleeping Highlander from the floor on which he reclined, with his naked sword and target in his hand, and threw himself between the discomfited magistrate and his assailant, exclaiming, "Her namesel has eaten the town bread at the Cross of Glasgow, and by her troth she'll fight for Bailie Sharvie at the Clachan of Aberfoil,
tat will she e'en." And seconding his words with deeds, this unexpected auxiliary made his sword whistle about the ears of his tall countryman, who, nothing abashed, returned his blows with interest. But both being accoutred with round targets made of wood, studded with brass, and covered with leather, with which they readily parried each other's strokes, their combat was attended with much more noise and clatter than serious risk of damage. It appeared, indeed, that there was more of bravado than of serious attempt to do us any injury, for the Lowland gentleman, who, as I mentioned, had stood aside for want of an antagonist when the brawl commenced, was now pleased to act the part of moderator and peacemaker. Hold your hands, enough done, the quarrel's no mortal. The strange gentlemen have shown themselves men of honour, and get reasonable satisfaction. I'll stand on mine honour as kittle as ony man, but I hate unnecessary bloodshed." It was not, of course, my wish to protract the fray. My adversary seemed equally disposed to sheathe his sword. The Bailie, gasping for breath, might be considered as hors du combat, and our two sword and buckler men gave up their contest with as much indifference as they had entered into it. "And now," said the worthy gentleman, who acted as umpire, "let us drink and gree like honest fellows. The house will hold us all. I propose that this good little gentleman, that seems sair forfiffen, as I may say, in this Tuesday, shall send for a tass of brandy, and I'll pay for another, by way of archy law, and then we'll bowl our borbies a round about, like brethren." "And fa's to pay my new pony plaid," said the larger Highlander, "wi' a whole bundle, and might put a kail part through. Saw ever onybody decent gentleman fight with a firebrand before?" "Let that be nae hindrance," said the Bailie, who had now recovered his breath, and was at once disposed to enjoy the triumph of having behaved with spirit, and avoid the necessity of again resorting to such hard and doubtful arbitrament. "Gin I hae broken the head," he said, "I sall find the plaister. A new plaid sall ye hae, and a' the best. Your ain clan colours, man, and ye tell me where it can be sent to you frae Glasgow?" "I needna name my clan. I am of a king's clan, as is weel kenned," said the Highlander; "but you may tak a bit of the plaid. Fich! She smells like a singed sheep's head, and that'll learn you the set. And a gentleman that's a cousin of my ain, that carries eggs down from Glencroe, will call for't about Martinmas, and you will tell her where you bide. But, honest gentleman, next time ye fight, ony hae ony respect for your adversary, let it be with your sword, man, since ye wear one, and not with the het coulters and firebrands like a wild Indian." "Conscience," replied the Bailie, "every man maun do as he dow. My sword hasna seen the light since both will break, when my father that's died and gane war it, and I ken well if it was forthcoming then either, for the battle was o' the briefest. At any rate, it's glued to the scabbard now, beyond my power to part them, and finding that, I e'en grip it at the first thing I could make a fend wi'. I trow my fighting days is done, though I like ill to take the scorn for all that. But with the honest lad that took my quarrel on himself sae frankly, I sall bestow a gill aquavitae on him, and I suld never call for another." The champion for whom he looked around was, however, no longer to be seen. He had escaped unobserved by the Bailie immediately when the brawl was ended, yet not before I had recognised in his wild features and shaggy red hair our acquaintance Dougal, the fugitive turnkey of the Glasgow jail. I communicated this observation in a whisper to the Bailie, who answered in the same tone, Well, well, I see that him that ye ken o said very right. There is some glimmering of common sense about that creature Dougal. I maun see and think of something that'll do him some good." Thus saying, he sat down, and fetching one or two deep aspirations by way of recovering his breath, called to the landlady, "I think, Luckie, now that I find there's nae hole in my wall whilk I'm muckle reason to doubt find the doings of your house, I would be the better of something to put in't." The dame, who was all officiousness so soon as the storm had blown over, immediately undertook to broil something comfortable for our supper. Indeed, nothing surprised me more in the course of the whole matter than the extreme calmness with which she and her household seemed to regard the martial tumult that had taken place. The good woman was only heard to call to some of her assistants, "Steek the door, kill or be killed. Let nobody pass out till they have paid the loan." And as for the slumberers in those lairs by the wall, which served the family for beds, they only raised their shirtless bodies to look at the fray, ejaculated "Ugh! Ugh!" in the tones suitable to their respective sex and ages, and were, I believe, fast asleep again ere our swords were well returned to their scabbards. Our landlady, however, now made a great bustle to get some victuals ready, and to my surprise very soon began to prepare for us in the frying pan a savoury mess of venison collops, which she dressed in a manner that might well satisfy hungry men, if not epicures. In the meantime the brandy was placed on the table, to which the Highlanders, however partial to their native strong waters, showed no objection, but much the contrary; and the Lowland gentlemen, after the first cup had passed round, became desirous to know our profession and the object of our journey. "We are bits of Glasgow bodies, if it please your honour," said the Bailie, with an affectation of great humility, "travelling to Stirling to get in some siller that is owing us." I was so silly as to feel a little disconcerted at the unassuming account which he chose to give of us; but I recollected my promise to be silent, and allow the Bailie to manage the matter his own way. And really, when I recollected, Will, that I had not only brought the honest man a long journey from home, which even in itself had been some inconvenience, if I were to judge from the obvious pain and reluctance with which he took his seat or arose from it, but had also put him within a hair's breadth of the loss of his life, I could hardly refuse him such a compliment. The spokesman of the other party, snuffing up his breath through his nose, repeated the words with a sort of sneer. "Your Glasgow tradesfolk hae nothing to do but to gang frae the tae end o' the west of Scotland to the other, to plague honest folks that may chance to be away ahint the hand, like me." "If our debtors were all sic honest gentlemen as I believe you to be, Garschattachin," replied the Bailie, "conscience, we might save ourselves a labour, for they would come to seek us." "Eh? What? How?" exclaimed the person whom he had addressed. "As I live by bread, not forgetting beef and brandy, it's my old friend Nicol Jarvie, the best man I ever counted down marks on a bond till a distressed gentleman. Were ye nae coming up my way? Were ye nae coming up the Andrick to Garschattachin?" "Troth no, Maister Galbraith," replied the Bailie; "I had other eggs on the spit, and I thought you would be saying I came to look about the annual rent that's due on that bit heritable bond that's between us." "Damn the annual rent!" said the laird, with an appearance of great heartiness; "deil a word to business will you or I speak, now that ye're so near my country. To see how a trot cosy and a Joseph can disguise a man, that I sudna ken my old feel friend the Deacon." "The Bailie, if you please," resumed my companion; "but I ken what gars your mistake.
The bond was granted to my father that's happy, and he was deacon, but his name was Nicol as well as mine. I dinna mind that there's been a payment of principal sum or annual rent on it in my day, and doubtless that has made the mistake." "Weel, the devil take the mistake, and all that occasioned it," replied Mr. Galbraith; "but I'm glad ye are a Bailie. Gentlemen, fill a brimmer. This is my excellent friend, Bailie Nicol Jarvie's health. I kenned him and his father these 20 years. Are ye a cleared Kelty aff? Fill another. Here's to his being seen provost, I say provost, Lord Provost Nicol Jarvie, and them that affirms there's a man walks the High Street of Glasgow that's fitter for the office, they will do well not to let me, Duncan Galbraith of Garschattachin, hear them say so, that's all." And therewith Duncan Galbraith martially cocked his hat, and placed it on one side of his head with an air of defiance. The brandy was probably the best recommendation of their complimentary toasts to the two Highlanders, who drank them without appearing anxious to comprehend their purport. They commenced a conversation with Mr. Galbraith in Gaelic, which he talked with perfect fluency, being, as I afterwards learned, a near neighbour to the Highlands. "I kenned that scant of grace well enough frae the very outset," said the Bailie, in a whisper to me; "but when blood was warm, and swords were out at ony rate, who kens what way he might have thought of paying his debts? It will be lang he does it in common form, but he's an honest lad, and has a warm heart too. He doesna come often to the Cross of Glasgow, but mony a book and blackcock he sends us due frae the hills, and I can want my silly well enough. My father, the deacon, had a greater regard for the family of Garschattachin." Supper being now nearly ready, I looked round for Andrew Fairservice, but that trusty follower had not been seen by any one since the beginning of the rencontre. The hostess, however, said that she believed our servant had gone into the stable, and offered to light me to the place, saying that no entreaties of the bairns or hers could make him give any answer, and that truly she caredna to gang into the stable herself at this hour. She was a lone woman, and it was weel kenned who the brownie of Bennygask guided the guidwife at Ardnogone, and it was I judged there was a brownie in our stable, which was just which garred me gie ower keeping an hostler. As, however, she lighted me towards the miserable hovel into which they had crammed our unlucky steeds, to regale themselves on hay, every fibre of which was as thick as an ordinary goose quill, she plainly showed me that she had another reason for drawing me aside from the company than that which her words implied. "Read that," she said, slipping a piece of paper into my hand as we arrived at the door of the shed. "I bless God I'm rid o't. Between sodgers and Saxons, and Catharans and cattle lifters, and hership and bloodshed, an honest woman would live quieter in hell than on the Highland line." So saying, she put the pine torch into my hand, and returned into the house. End of Volume 2, Chapter 11. Recording by Felicity Campbell, Whanganui, New Zealand.
Volume 2, Chapter 12 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 12. Bagpipes, not lyres, the Highland hills adorn, MacLean's loud hollow and MacGregor's horn. John Cooper's reply to Allan Ramsay. I stopped in the entrance of the stable, if indeed a place be entitled to that name where horses were stowed away, along with goats, poultry, pigs, and cows, under the same roof with the mansion house, although by a degree of refinement unknown to the rest of the hamlet, and which I afterwards heard was imputed to an over pride on the part of Jeanie MacAlpine, our landlady, the apartment was accommodated with an entrance different from that used by her biped customers. By the light of my torch I deciphered the following billet, written on a wet, crumpled, and dirty piece of paper, and addressed "For the honoured hands of Mr. F. O., a Saxon young gentleman." These. The contents were as follows: "Sir, there are night hawks abroad, so that I cannot give you and my respected kinsman, B.N.J., the meeting at the Clachan of Aberfoil, whilk was my purpose. I pray you to avoid unnecessary communication with those you may find there, as it may give future trouble. The person who gives you this is faithful and may be trusted, and will guide you to a place where, God willing, I may safely give you the meeting, when I trust my kinsman and you will visit my poor house, where, in despite of my enemies, I can still promise sic cheer as in Highland man may gie his friends, and where we will drink a solemn health to a certain D.V., and look to certain affairs whilk I hope to be your aidance in, and I rest, as is wont among gentlemen, your servant to command, R.M.C." I was a good deal mortified at the purport of this letter, which seemed to adjourn to a more distant place and date the service which I had hoped to receive from this man Campbell. Still, however, it was some comfort to know that he continued to be in my interest, since without him I could have no hope of recovering my father's papers. I resolved, therefore, to obey his instructions, and observing all caution before the guests, to take the first good opportunity I could find to procure from the landlady directions how I was to obtain a meeting with this mysterious person. My next business was to seek out Andrew Fairservice, whom I called several times by name without receiving any answer, surveying the stable all round, at the same time, not without risk of setting the premises on fire, had not the quantity of wet litter and mud so greatly counterbalanced 2 or 3 bunches of straw and hay. At length my repeated cries of "Andrew Fairservice! Andrew! Fool! Ass! Where are you?" produced a doleful "Here," in a groaning tone, which might have been that of the brownie itself. Guided by this sound, I advanced to the corner of a shed, where, ensconced in the angle of the wall, behind a barrel full of the feathers of all the fowls which had died in the cause of the public for a month past, I found the manful Andrew, and, partly by force, partly by command and exhortation, compelled him forth into the open air. The first words he spoke were, "I am an honest lad, sir." "Who the devil questions your honesty?" said I, "or what have we to do with it at present? I desire you to come and attend us at supper." "Yes," reiterated Andrew, without apparently understanding what I said to him, "I am an honest lad, whatever the Bailie may say to the contrary. I grant the world and the world's gear sits ora near my heart whiles, as it does to mony an ane. But I am an honest lad, and though I spake of leaving ye in the moor, yet God knows it was far frae my purpose, but just like idle things folk says when they're driving a bargain, to get it as far to the ain side as they can. And I like your honour weel for sae young a lad, and I wouldna part with ye lightly." "What the deuce are you driving at now?" I replied. "Has not everything been settled again and again to your satisfaction? And are you to talk of leaving me every hour, without either rhyme or reason?" "But I was only making fashion before," replied Andrew; "but it's come on me in sair earnest now. Loose or win, I do go nae farther wi' your honour, and if you'll take my foolish advice, you'll bide by a broken tryst rather than gang forward yoursell. I hae a sincere regard for you, and I'm sure you'll be a credit to your friends if you live to sow out your wild oats and get some mair sense and steadiness. But I can follow you nae farther, even if ye should founder and perish from the way for lack of guidance and counsel. To gang into Rob Roy's country is a mere tempting of Providence." "Rob Roy?" said I in some surprise. "I know no such person. What new trick is this, Andrew?" "It's hard," said Andrew, "very hard, that a man cannot be believed when he speaks heaven's truth, just because he's whiles overcome, and tells lees a little when there is necessary occasion. You needna ask wha Rob Roy is, the raving lifter that he is. God forgive me, I hope naebody hears us. When ye hae a letter frae him in your pouch, I heard ane of his gillies bid that old rudest jowd of a guidwife gie ye that. They thought I did not understand their gibberish, but though I cannot speak it muckle, I can get a good guess at what I hear them say. I never thought to hae told you that, but in a fright all things come out that should be kept in. Oh, Maister Frank, all your uncle's follies and all your cousin's pliskies were naething to this. Drink clean cap out, like Sir Hildebrand. Begin the blessed morning with brandy sops, like Squire Percy. Swagger, like Squire Thorncliffe. Run wood among the lasses, like Squire John. Gamble like Richard. Win souls to the Pope and the devil, like Rashleigh. Rive, rant, break the Sabbath, and do the Pope's bidding, like them all put together. But, merciful Providence, take care of your young blood, and gang nae near Rob Roy." Andrew's alarm was too sincere to permit me to suppose he counterfeited. I contented myself, however, with telling him that I meant to remain in the alehouse that night, and desired to have the horses well looked after. As to the rest, I charged him to observe the strictest silence upon the subject of his alarm, and he might rely upon it I would not incur any serious danger without due precaution. He followed me with a dejected air into the house, observing between his teeth, "Man should be served afore beast. I haena had a morsel in my mouth but the rough legs of that old muircock this hale blessed day." The harmony of the company seemed to have suffered some interruption since my departure, for I found Mr. Galbraith and my friend the Bailie high in dispute. "I'll hear nae sic language," said Mr. Jarvie as I entered, "respecting the Duke of Argyle in the name of Campbell. He's a worthy, public spirited nobleman, and a credit to the country, and a friend and benefactor to the trade of Glasgow. I'll say naething against MacCallum More and the Slioch nan Diarmid," said the lesser Highlander, laughing. "I live on the wrang side of Glen Crow to quarrel with Inverara." "Loch, ne'er so the Cornwall Lymfords," said the bigger Highlander. "She'll speak her mind in fear of naebody. She doesna value a Cornwall mair as a cowan, and ye may tell MacCallum More that Allan Inverach said sae. It's a far cry to Lochow." Mr. Galbraith, on whom the repeated pledges which he had quaffed had produced some influence, slapped his hand on the table with great force, and said in a stern voice, "There's a bloody debt due by that family, and they will pay it one day. The banes of a loyal and gallant Graham hae long rattled in their coffin for vengeance on thae Dukes of Guile and Lords Forlorn. There never was treason in Scotland but a Cornwall was at the bottom o't, and now that the wrang side's uppermost, who but the Cornwalls for keeping down the right? But this warld winna last lang. and it will be time to sharp the Merton for shearing o' crags and thrapples. I hope to see the old rusty lass linking at a bloody hast again." "For shame, Garschattchen!" exclaimed the Bailie. "Fie for shame, sir! Would you say such things before a magistrate, and bring yourself into trouble? How do you think to maintain your family, and satisfy your creditors, myself and others, if ye gang on in that wild way, which cannot but bring ye under the law, to the prejudice of all that's connected with ye?" "Damn my creditors!" retorted the gallant Galbraith, "and you, if ye be ane of them. I say there will be a new world soon, and we shall hae nae cormels cocking their bonnets sae high, and hounding their dogs where they durna come themselves, nor protecting thieves, nor murderers and oppressors, to harry and spoil better men and mair loyal clans than themselves." The Bailie had a great mind to have continued the dispute, when the savoury vapour of the broiled venison, which our landlady now placed before us, proved so powerful a mediator, that he betook himself to his trencher with great eagerness, leaving the strangers to carry on the dispute among themselves. "And that's true," said the taller Highlander, whose name I found was Stewart, "for we sudna be plagued and worried here wi' meetings to pit down Rob Roy, if the Cormels did not gie him refuge. I was one o' 30 of my ain name, part Glen Phyllis, and part men that came down from Appin. We chased the MacGregors as you would chase ray deer, till we came into Glen Falloch's country, and the Cormels raised, and wouldna let us pursue nae farther, and sae we lost our labour. But her would give ta and a pluck to be as near Rob as she was that day." It seemed to happen, very unfortunately, that in every topic of discourse which these warlike gentlemen introduced, my friend the Bailie found some matter of offence. "Ye'll forgive me speaking my mind, sir, but ye would maybe hae given the best bowl in your bonnet to hae been as far away frae Rob as ye are in it noo. Od, my het pleugh culter would hae been naething to his claymore. She had better speak nae mair about her culter, or by God, I will gie her 8 her words, and 2 handfuls of cold steel to drive them over with." And with a most inauspicious and menacing look, the mountaineer laid his hand on his dagger. "We'll hae nae quarrelling, Allan," said his shorter companion; "and if the Glasgow gentleman has ony regard for Rob Roy, he'll maybe see him in cold irons the night, and praying tricks on a tow the morn, for this country has been overlang plagued wi' him, and his race is near hand run, and it's time, Allan, we were ganging to our lads." "Hout awa, Inverashalloch," said Galbraith. "Mind the old saw, man. It's a bold moon," quoth Bennygas. "Another pint," quoth Leslie. "We'll no start for another chappin." "I ha had chappins enow," said Inverashalloch. "I'll drink my quart of usquebaugh or brandy with any honest fellow, but the deil a drop more when I hae work to do in the morning. And in my poor thinking, Garschattachin, ye had better be thinking to bring up your horsemen to the Clachan before day, that we may aye start fair." "What the deevil are ye in such a hurry for?" said Garschattachin. "Meat and mass never hindered wark, and it had been my directing. Deil a bit o' me wad hae fashed ye to come down the glens to help us. The garrison and our ain horse could hae taken a Rob Roy easily enough. There's the hand," he said, holding up his own, "should lay him on the green, and never ask a Hieland man o' ye all for his help." "You might let us bide still where we were then," said Inverashalloch. "I didna come 60 miles without being sent for,
but an ye'll hae my opinion, I redd ye keep your mouth better steekit if ye hope to speed. Should folk live lang, and say my him ye ken o'. The way to catch a bird is not to fling a bannet at her. And also they gentlemen hae heard some things they shouldna hae heard. And the brandy hae not been over bold for your brain, Major Galbraith. You need not cock your hat and bully with me, man, for I will not bear it. I hae said it, said Galbraith, with a solemn air of drunken gravity, that I will quarrel no more this night, either with broadcloth or tartan. When I am off duty, I'll quarrel with ye, or any man in the Highlands or Lowlands, but not on duty. No, no. I wish we heard of these red coats. If it had been to do anything against King James, we would have seen them lang sin. But when it's to keep the peace of the country, they can lie as loond as their neighbours. As he spoke, we heard the measured footsteps of a body of infantry on the march, and an officer, followed by 2 or 3 files of soldiers, entered the apartment. He spoke in an English accent, which was very pleasant to my ears, now so long accustomed to the varying brogue of the Highland and Lowland Scotch. You are, I suppose, Major Galbraith, of the squadron of Lennox militia, and these are the 2 Highland gentlemen with whom I was appointed to meet in this place. They assented, and invited the officer to take some refreshments, which he declined. I have been too late, gentlemen, and am desirous to make up time. I have orders to search for and arrest 2 persons guilty of treasonable practices. We'll wash our hands of that, said Inverashalloch. I came here with my men to fight against the Red MacGregor that killed my cousin 7 times removed, Duncan MacRaran in Invernenty, but I will hae nothing to do touching honest gentlemen that may be going through the country on their ain business. Nor I neither, said Iverack. Major Galbraith took up the matter more solemnly, and, premising his oration with a hiccup, spoke to the following purpose. I shall say nothing against King George, Captain, because as it happens my commission may run in his name. But one commission being good, sir, does not make another bad, and some think that James may be just as good a name as George. There's the king that is, and there's the king that sort of right be. I say an honest man may and should be loyal to them both, Captain. But I am of the Lord Lieutenant's opinion for the time, as it becomes a militia officer and a deputy lieutenant, and about treason and all that, it's a lost time to speak of it. Least said is soonest mended. I am sorry to see how you have been employing your time, sir, replied the English officer, as indeed the honest gentleman's reasoning had a strong relish of the liquor he had been drinking. And I could wish, sir, it had been otherwise on an occasion of this consequence. I would recommend to you to try to sleep for an hour. Do these gentlemen belong to your party? Looking at the Bailie and me, who, engaged in eating our supper, had paid little attention to the officer on his entrance. Travellers, sir, said Galbraith, lawful travellers by sea and land, as the prayer book hath it. My instructions, said the captain, taking a light to survey us closer, are to place under arrest an elderly and a young person, and I think these gentlemen answer nearly the description. Take care what ye say, sir, said Mr. Jarvie. It shall not be your red coat, nor your laced hat shall protect ye, if ye put any affront on me. I shall convene ye both in an action of scandal and false imprisonment. I am a free burgess and a magistrate of Glasgow. Nicol Jarvie is my name. Sae was my father's afore me. I am a bailie, be praised for the honour, and my father was a deacon. He was a prick-eared cur, said Major Galbraith,
and fought again the king of Bothwell Brig. He paid what he ought and what he bought, Mr. Galbraith, said the Bailie, and was an honester man than ever steed on your shanks. I have no time to attend to all this, said the officer. I must positively detain you, gentlemen, unless you can produce some respectable security that you are loyal subjects. I desire to be carried before some civil magistrate, said the Bailie, the sheriff or the judge of the bounds. I am not obliged to answer every redcoat that speers questions at me. Well, sir, I shall know how to manage you if you are silent. And you, sir, to me, what may your name be? Francis Osbaldistone, sir. What, a son of Sir Hildebrand Osbaldistone of Northumberland? No, sir, interrupted the Bailie, a son of the great William Osbaldistone of the house of Osbaldistone and Tresham, Crane Alley, London. I am afraid, sir, said the officer, your name only increases the suspicions against you, and lays me under the necessity of requesting that you will give up what papers you have in charge. I observed the Highlanders look anxiously at each other when this proposal was made. I had none, I replied, to surrender. The officer commanded me to be disarmed and searched. To have resisted would have been madness. I accordingly gave up my arms and submitted to a search, which was conducted as civilly as an operation of the kind well could. They found nothing except the note which I had received that night through the hand of the landlady. This is different from what I expected, said the officer, but it affords us good grounds for detaining you. Here I find you in written communication with the outlawed robber, Robert MacGregor Campbell, who has been so long the plague of this district. How do you account for that? Spies of Rob, said Inverashalloch. We would serve them right to strap them up till the next tree. We are going to see after some gear of our own, gentlemen, said the Bailie, that's fallen into his hands by accident. There's nae law again a man looking after his ain, I hope. How did you come by this letter? Said the officer, addressing himself to me. I could not think of betraying the poor woman who had given it to me, and remained silent. Do you know anything of it, fellow? Said the officer, looking at Andrew, whose jaws were chattering like a pair of castanets at the threats thrown out by the Highlander. Oh, ay, I ken all about it. It was a Highland loon gied the letter to that lang-tongued Jude, the guidwife there. I'll be sworn my master kenned naething about it, but he's wilfully gang up the hills and speak with Rob. And oh, sir, it would be a charity just to send a wheen redcoats to see him safe back to Glasgow again, whether he will or no. And ye can keep Mr. Jarvie as lang as ye like. He's responsible enough for any fine ye may lay on him, and so's my master, for that matter. For me, I'm just a poor gardener lad, and not worth your staring. I believe, said the officer, the best thing I can do is to send these persons to the garrison under an escort. They seem to be in immediate correspondence with the enemy, and I shall be in no way answerable for suffering them to be at liberty. Gentlemen, you will consider yourselves as my prisoners. So soon as dawn approaches, I will send you to a place of security. If you be the persons you describe yourselves, it will soon appear, and you will sustain no great inconvenience from being detained a day or two. I can hear no remonstrances, he said, turning away from the Bailie, whose mouth was open to address him. The service I am on gives me no time for idle discussions. Aweel, sir, said the Bailie, ye're welcome to a tune on your ain fiddle, but see if I dinna gar ye dance till to 4 hours dune. An anxious consultation now took place between the officer and the Highlanders, but carried on in so low a tone that it was impossible to catch the sense. So soon as it was concluded, they all left the house. At their departure, the Bailie thus expressed himself: "The Hielandmen are of the western clans, and just as light-handed as their neighbours, and all tales be true, and yet ye see they have brought them frae the head of Argyleshire to make war with poor Rob for some old ill will that they hae at him and his surname. And there's the Grahams, and the Buchanans, and the Lennox gentry, all mounted and in order. It's weel kenned their quarrel, and I dinna blame them. Naebody likes to lose his kye. And then there's sodgers, poor things, hired out frae the garrison at a body's bidding. Poor Rob will hae his hands full by the time the sun comes ower the hill. Well, it's wrang for a magistrate to be wishing anything again the course of justice, but deil o' me, and I would break my heart to hear that Rob had gi'en them a' their pegs." End of Volume 2, Chapter 12. Recording by Felicity Campbell, Whanganui, New Zealand. Volume 2, Chapter 13 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13. General, hear me and mark me well, and look upon me directly in my face, my woman's face. See if one fear, one shadow of a terror, one paleness dare appear but from my anger to lay hold on your mercies. Bonduca. We were permitted to slumber out the remainder of the night in the best manner that the miserable accommodations of the alehouse permitted. The Bailie, fatigued with his journey and the subsequent scenes, less interested also in the event of our arrest, which to him could only be a matter of temporary inconvenience, perhaps less nice than habit had rendered me about the cleanliness or decency of his couch, tumbled himself into one of the cribs which I have already described, and soon was heard to snore soundly. A broken sleep, snatched by intervals, while I rested my head upon the table, was my only refreshment. In the course of the night I had occasion to observe that there seemed to be some doubt and hesitation in the motions of the soldiery. Men were sent out as if to obtain intelligence, and returned apparently without bringing any satisfactory information to their commanding officer. He was obviously eager and anxious, and again dispatched small parties of 2 or 3 men, some of whom, as I could understand from what the others whispered to each other, did not return again to the Clachan. The morning had broken, when a corporal and 2 men rushed into the hut, dragging after them in a sort of triumph a Highlander, whom I immediately recognised as my acquaintance the ex-turnkey. The Bailie, who started up at the noise with which they entered, immediately made the same discovery, and exclaimed, "Mercy on us! they have gripped the poor creature Dougal. Captain, I will put in bail, sufficient bail for that Dougal creature." To this offer, dictated undoubtedly by a grateful recollection of the late interference of the Highlander in his behalf, the captain only answered by requesting Mr. Jarvie to mind his own affairs, and remember that he was himself for the present a prisoner. "I take you to witness, Mr. Osbaldistone," said the Bailie, who was probably better acquainted with the process in civil than in military cases, "that he has refused sufficient bail. It's my opinion that the creature Dougal would have a good action of wrongous imprisonment and damages again him, under the Act 1701, and I'll see the creature righted." The officer, whose name I understood was Thornton, paying no attention to the Bailie's threats or expostulations, instituted a very close inquiry into Dougal's life and conversation, and compelled him to admit, though with apparent reluctance, the successive facts: that he knew Rob Roy MacGregor, that he had seen him within these 12 months, within these 6 months, within this month, within this week, in fine, that he had parted from him only an hour ago. All this detail came like drops of blood from the prisoner, and was, to all appearance, only extorted by the threat of a halter and the next tree, which Captain Thornton assured him should be his doom, if he did not give direct and special information. "And now, my friend," said the officer, "you will please inform me how many men your master has with him at present." Dougal looked in every direction except at the querist, and began to answer, "She canna just be sure about that." "Look at me, you Highland dog," said the officer, "and remember your life depends on your answer. How many rogues had that outlawed scoundrel with him when you left him?" "Oh, not aboon 6 rogues when I was gane." "And where are the rest of his banditti?" "Gane with the lieutenant again to Western cause." "Against the Western clans?" said the captain. That is likely enough. And what rogue's errand were you dispatched upon?" "Just to see what your honour and our gentlemen redcoats were doing down here at Clachan." "The creature will prove fause hearted after all," said the Bailie, who by this time had planted himself close behind me. "It's lucky I didna pit myself to expenses anenting." "And now, my friend," said the captain, "let us understand each other. You have confessed yourself a spy, and should string up to the next tree. But come, if you will do me one good turn, I will do you another. You, Donald, you shall just, in the way of kindness, carry me and a small party to the place where you left your master, as I wish to speak a few words with him on serious affairs, and I'll let you go about your business, and give you 5 guineas to boot." "Oh, oh!" exclaimed Dougal in the extremity of distress and perplexity, "she canna do that, she canna do that, she'd rather be hanged." "Hanged, then, you shall be, my friend," said the officer, "and your blood be upon your own head. Corporal Cramp, do you play provost marshal. Away with him." The corporal had confronted poor Dougal for some time, ostentatiously twisting a piece of cord which he had found in the house into the form of a halter. He now threw it about the culprit's neck, and, with the assistance of 2 soldiers, had dragged Dougal as far as the door, when, overcome with the terror of immediate death, he exclaimed, "Shentlemans, stops, stops! She'll do his honour's bidding, stops!" "Awa with the creature!" said the Bailie; "he deserves hanging mair now than ever. Awa with him, corporal! Why dinna ye take him away?" "It's my belief and opinion, honest gentleman," said the corporal, "that if you were going to be hanged yourself, you would be in no such damned hurry." This by dialogue prevented my hearing what passed between the prisoner and Captain Thornton, but I heard the former snivel out in a very subdued tone, "And ye'll ask her to gang nae farther than just to show you where the MacGregor is, ahone, ahone." "Silence your howling, you rascal! No, I give you my word I will ask you to go no farther. Corporal, make the men fall in front of the houses. Get out these gentlemen's horses, we must carry them with us. I cannot spare any men to guard them here. Come, my lads, get under arms." The soldiers bustled about and were ready to move. We were led out along with Dougal in the capacity of prisoners. As we left the hut, I heard our companion in captivity remind the captain of "to 5 guineas." "Here they are for you," said the officer, putting gold into his hand.
But observe that if you attempt to mislead me, I will blow your brains out with my own hand." "The creature," said the Bailie, "is waur than I judged him. It is a warldly and a perfidious creature. Oh, the filthy lucre of gain the man gies himself up to! My father the deacon used to say, the penny siller slew mair souls than the naked sword slew birdies." The landlady now approached, and demanded payment of her reckoning, including all that had been quaffed by Major Galbraith and his Highland friends. The English officer remonstrated, but Mrs. MacAlpine declared, if she had not trusted to his honest name being used in the company, she would never hae drawn the mistouple liquor. For Mr. Galbraith, she might see him again, or she might no, but weel did she wot she had small chance of seeing her siller, and she was a poor widow, had naething but her custom to rely on. Captain Thornton put a stop to her remonstrances by paying the charge, which was only a few English shillings, though the amount sounded very formidable in Scottish denominations. The generous officer would have included Mr. Jarvie and me in this general acquittance, but the Bailie, disregarding an intimation from the landlady to "make as muckle of the Englishers" as we could, "for they were sure to get us plaguing you," went into a formal accounting respecting our share of the reckoning, and paid it accordingly. The captain took the opportunity to make us some slight apology for detaining us. If we were loyal and peaceable subjects, he said, we would not regret being stopped for a day, when it was essential to the king's service. If otherwise, he was acting according to his duty. We were compelled to accept an apology which it would have served no purpose to refuse, and we sallied out to attend him on his march. I shall never forget the delightful sensation with which I exchanged the dark, smoky, smothering atmosphere of the Highland hut in which we had passed the night so uncomfortably, for the refreshing fragrance of the morning air, and the glorious beams of the rising sun, which, from a tabernacle of purple and golden clouds, were darted full on such a scene of natural romance and beauty as had never before greeted my eyes. To the left lay the valley, down which the Forth wandered on its easterly course, surrounding the beautiful detached hill, with all its garland of woods. On the right, amid a profusion of thickets, knolls, and crags, lay the bed of a broad mountain lake, lightly curled into tiny waves by the breath of the morning breeze, each glittering in its course under the influence of the sunbeams. High hills, rocks, and banks, waving with natural forests of birch and oak, formed the borders of this enchanting sheet of water, and, as their leaves rustled to the wind and twinkled in the sun, gave to the depth of solitude a sort of life and vivacity. Man alone seemed to be placed in a state of inferiority, in a scene where all the ordinary features of nature were raised and exalted. The miserable little borricks, as the Bailie termed them, of which about a dozen formed the village called the Clachan of Aberfoil, were composed of loose stones, cemented by clay instead of mortar, and thatched by turfs, laid rudely upon rafters formed of native and unhewn birches and oaks from the woods around. The roofs approached the ground so nearly, that Andrew Fairservice observed we might have ridden over the village the night before, and never found out we were near it, unless our horses' feet had gane through the rigging. From all we could see, Mrs. MacAlpine's house, miserable as were the quarters it afforded, was still by far the best in the hamlet, and I dare say, if my description gives you any curiosity to see it, you will hardly find it much improved at the present day, for the Scotch are not a people who speedily admit innovation, even when it comes in the shape of improvement. The inhabitants of these miserable dwellings were disturbed by the noise of our departure, and,
As our party of about 20 soldiers drew up in rank before marching off, we were reconnoitred by many a beldam from the half-opened door of her cottage. As these sibyls thrust forth their grey heads, imperfectly covered with close caps of flannel, and showed their shrivelled brows and long skinny arms, with various gestures, shrugs, and muttered expressions in Gaelic, addressed to each other, my imagination recurred to the witches of Macbeth, and I imagined I read in the features of these crones the malevolence of the weird sisters. The little children also, who began to crawl forth, some quite naked, and others very imperfectly covered with tatters of tartan stuff, clapped their tiny hands, and grinned at the English soldiers with an expression of national hate and malignity which seemed beyond the years. I remarked particularly that there were no men, nor so much as a boy of 10 or 12 years old, to be seen among the inhabitants of a village which seemed populous in proportion to its extent; and the idea certainly occurred to me that we were likely to receive from them, in the course of our journey, more effectual tokens of ill will than those which lowered on the visages and dictated the murmurs of the women and children. It was not until we commenced our march that the malignity of the elder persons of the community broke forth into expressions. The last file of men had left the village to pursue a small broken track formed by the sledges in which the natives transported their peats and turfs, and which led through the woods that fringed the lower end of the lake, when a shrilly sound of female exclamation broke forth, mixed with the screams of children, the whooping of boys, and the clapping of hands, with which the Highland dames enforced their notes, whether of rage or lamentation. I asked Andrew, who looked as pale as death, what all this meant. "I doubt we'll ken that ower soon," said he. It means that the Highland wives are cursing and banning the redcoats, and wishing ill luck to them, and ilka ane that ever spoke the Saxon tongue. I have heard wives flyte in England and Scotland. It's nae marvel to hear them flyte ony gate, but sic ill scraped tongues as their Highland carlines, and sic gruesome wishes that men should be slaughtered like sheep, and that they may lap their hands to the elbows in the heart's blood, and that they should die the death of Walter Cumming of Gio, who had not as muckle o' him left together as would swear a messing dog. Sic awesome language as that I ne'er heard out of a human hrapple, and unless Dale were rise among them to gie them a lesson, I think na that the talented cursing could be amended. The worst o't is, they bid us aye gang up the loch, and see what we'll land in." Adding Andrew's information to what I had myself observed, I could scarce doubt that some attack was meditated upon our party. The road as we advanced seemed to afford every facility for such an unpleasant interruption. At first it winded apart from the lake through marshy meadow ground overgrown with copsewood, now traversing dark and close thickets which would have admitted an ambuscade to be sheltered within a few yards of our line of march, and frequently crossing rough mountain torrents, some of which took the soldiers up to the knees, and ran with such violence that their force could only be stemmed by the strength of 2 or 3 men holding fast by each other's arms. It certainly appeared to me, though altogether unacquainted with military affairs, that a sort of half savage warriors, as I had heard the Highlanders asserted to be, might, in such passes as these, attack a party of regular forces with great advantage. The Bailie's good sense and shrewd observation had led him to the same conclusion, as I understood from his requesting to speak with the captain, whom he addressed nearly in the following terms: "Captain, it's not to fleet any favour I to you, for I scorn it, and it's under protest that I reserve my action and pleas of oppression and wrongous imprisonment; but, being a friend to King George and his army, I'd take the liberty to speir. Dinna ye think ye might take a better time to gang up this glen? If ye are seeking a Rob Roy, he's kented to be better than half 100 men strong,
when he's at the fewest, and if he brings in the Glen Gael folk, and the Glen Finlas and bulk-witted lads, he may come to gie ye your kale through the reek. And it's my sincere advice, as a king's friend, you had better talk back again to the Clachan, for they women at Aberfoyle, like the Scarrets and Seymours at the Cumries, there's foul weather follies they're skirting. Make yourself easy, sir, replied Captain Thornton. I am in the execution of my orders. And as you say you are a friend to King George, you will be glad to learn that it is impossible that this gang of ruffians, whose licence has disturbed the country so long, can escape the measures now taken to suppress them. The horse squadron of militia, commanded by Major Galbraith, is already joined by 2 or more troops of cavalry, which will occupy all the lower passes of this wild country. 300 Highlanders, under the 2 gentlemen you saw at the inn, are in possession of the upper part, and various strong parties from the garrison are securing the hills and glens in different directions. Our last accounts of Rob Roy correspond with what this fellow has confessed, that, finding himself surrounded on all sides, he had dismissed the greater part of his followers, with the purpose either of lying concealed, or of making his escape through his superior knowledge of the passes. "I dinna ken," said the Bailie. "There's mair brandy than brains in Garschattachin said this morning, and I wouldna, if I were you, Captain, rest my main dependence on the Highland men. Hawks willna pike out hawks in. They may quarrel among themselves, and gie ilk ill names, and maybe a slash wi' a claymore, but they are sure to join in the longer run against a civilized folk that wear breeks on their hinder ends, and hae purses in their pouches." Apparently these admonitions were not altogether thrown away on Captain Thornton. He reformed his line of march, commanded his soldiers to unsling their firelocks and fix their bayonets, and formed an advanced and rear guard, each consisting of a non-commissioned officer and 2 soldiers, who received strict orders to keep an alert lookout. Dougal underwent another and very close examination, in which he steadfastly asserted the truth of what he had before affirmed, and being rebuked on account of the suspicious and dangerous appearance of the route by which he was guiding them, he answered with a sort of testiness that seemed very natural, "Her Nainsel did not make the road, and shentlemans licked grand roads, she should have paid it at Glasgow." All this passed off well enough, and we resumed our progress. Our route, though leading towards the lake, had hitherto been so much shaded by wood, that we only from time to time obtained a glimpse of that beautiful sheet of water; but the road now suddenly emerged from the forest ground, and, winding close by the margin of the loch, afforded us a full view of its spacious mirror, which now, the breeze having totally subsided, reflected in still magnificence the high dark heathy mountains, huge grey rocks, and shaggy banks by which it is encircled. The hills now sunk on its margins so closely, and were so broken and precipitous, as to afford no passage except just upon the narrow line of the track which we occupied, and which was overhung with rocks, from which we might have been destroyed merely by rolling down stones, without much possibility of offering resistance. Add to this, that as the road winded round every promontory and bay which indented the lake, there was rarely a possibility of seeing 100 yards before us. Our commander appeared to take some alarm at the nature of the pass in which he was engaged, which displayed itself in repeated orders to his soldiers to be on the alert, and in many threats of instant death to Dougal, if he should be found to have led them into danger. Dougal received these threats with an air of stupid impenetrability, which might arise either from conscious innocence or from dogged resolution. "If shentlemans were seeking to raid Gregarach," he said,
To be sure, they could not expect to find her without some wee danger." Just as the Highlander uttered these words, a halt was made by the corporal commanding the advance, who sent back one of the file who formed it, to tell the captain that the path in front was occupied by Highlanders, stationed on a commanding point of particular difficulty. Almost at the same instant, a soldier from the rear came to say that they heard the sound of a bagpipe in the woods through which we had just passed. Captain Thornton, a man of conduct as well as courage, instantly resolved to force the pass in front, without waiting till he was assailed from the rear, and, assuring his soldiers that the bagpipes which they heard were those of the friendly Highlanders who were advancing to their assistance, he stated to them the importance of advancing and securing Rob Roy, if possible, before these auxiliaries should come up to divide with them the honour, as well as the reward, which was placed on the head of this celebrated freebooter. He therefore ordered the rear guard to join the centre, and both to close up to the advance, doubling his file so as to occupy with his column the whole practicable part of the road, and to present such a front as its breadth admitted. Dougal, to whom he said in a whisper, "You dog, if you have deceived me, you shall die for it," was placed in the centre, between two grenadiers, with positive orders to shoot him if he attempted an escape. The same situation was assigned to us as being the safest, and Captain Thornton, taking his half pike from the soldier who carried it, placed himself at the head of his little detachment, and gave the word to march forward. The party advanced with the firmness of English soldiers. Not so Andrew Fairservice, who was frightened out of his wits, and not so, if truth must be told, either the Bailie or I myself, who, without feeling the same degree of trepidation, could not with stoical indifference see our lives exposed to hazard in a quarrel with which we had no concern. But there was neither time for remonstrance nor remedy. We approached within about 20 yards of the spot where the advanced guard had seen some appearance of an enemy. It was one of those promontories which run into the lake, and round the base of which the road had hitherto winded in the manner I have described. In the present case, however, the path, instead of keeping the water's edge, sealed the promontory by one or two rapid zigzags, carried in a broken track along the precipitous face of a slaty grey rock, which would otherwise have been absolutely inaccessible. On the top of this rock, only to be approached by a road so broken, so narrow, and so precarious, the corporal declared he had seen the bonnets and long-barrelled guns of several mountaineers, apparently couched among the long heath and brushwood which crested the eminence. Captain Thornton ordered him to move forward with 3 files to dislodge this supposed ambuscade, while at a more slow but steady pace he advanced to his support with the rest of his party. The attack which he meditated was prevented by the unexpected apparition of a female upon the summit of the rock. "Stand," she said, with a commanding tone, "and tell me what ye seek in MacGregor's country." I have seldom seen a finer or more commanding form than this woman. She might be between the term of 40 and 50 years, and had a countenance which must once have been of a masculine cast of beauty, though now, imprinted with deep lines by exposure to rough weather, and perhaps by the wasting influence of grief and passion, its features were only strong, harsh, and expressive. She wore her plaid, not drawn around her head and shoulders, as is the fashion of the women in Scotland, but disposed around her body, as the Highland soldiers wear theirs. She had a man's bonnet with a feather in it, an unsheathed sword in her hand, and a pair of pistols at her girdle. "It's Helen Campbell, Rob's wife," said the Bailie, in a whisper of considerable alarm, "and there will be broken heads among us or it's lang." "What seek ye here?" she asked again of Captain Thornton, who had himself advanced to reconnoitre. "We seek the outlaw, Rob Roy MacGregor Campbell," answered the officer, "and make no war on women. Therefore, offer no vain opposition to the king's troops, and assure yourself of civil treatment." "I," retorted the Amazon, "I am no stranger to your tender mercies. Ye have left me neither name nor fame. My mother's bones will shrink aside in their grave when mine laid beside them. Ye have left me neither house nor hold, blanket nor bedding, cattle to feed us, or flocks to clothe us. Ye have taken from us all. The very name of our ancestors have ye taken away, and now ye come for our lives." "I seek no man's life," replied the captain; "I only execute my orders. If you are alone, good woman, you have naught to fear. If there are any with you so rash as to offer useless resistance, their own blood be on their own heads. Move forward, sergeant." "Forward, march!" said the non-commissioned officer. "Huzza, my boys, for Rob Roy's head and a purse of gold!" He quickened his pace into a run, followed by the 6 soldiers; but as they attained the first traverse of the ascent, the flash of a dozen of firelocks from various parts of the pass parted in quick succession and deliberate aim. The sergeant, shot through the body, still struggled to gain the ascent, raised himself by his hands to clamber up the face of the rock, but relaxed his grasp after a desperate effort, and falling, rolled from the face of the cliff into the deep lake, where he perished. Of the soldiers, 3 fell, slain or disabled; the others retreated on their main body, all more or less wounded. "Grenadiers to the front!" said Captain Thornton. You are to recollect that in those days this description of soldiers actually carried that destructive species of firework from which they derive their name. The 4 grenadiers moved to the front accordingly. The officer commanded the rest of the party to be ready to support them, and only saying to us, "Look to your safety, gentlemen," gave in rapid succession the word to the grenadiers, "Open your pouches, handle your grenades, blow your matches, fall on." The whole advanced with a shout, headed by Captain Thornton, the grenadiers preparing to throw their grenades among the bushes where the ambuscade lay, and the musketeers to support them by an instant and close assault. Dougal, forgotten in the scuffle, wisely crept into the thicket which overhung that part of the road where we had first halted, which he ascended with the activity of a wild cat. I followed his example, instinctively recollecting that the fire of the Highlanders would sweep the open track. I clambered until out of breath, for a continued spattering fire, in which every shot was multiplied by 1,000 echoes, the hissing of the kindled fuses of the grenades, and the successive explosion of those missiles, mingled with the huzzas of the soldiers and the yells and cries of their Highland antagonists, formed a contrast which added, I do not shame to own it, wings to my desire to reach a place of safety. The difficulties of the ascent soon increased so much that I despaired of reaching Dougal, who seemed to swing himself from rock to rock and stump to stump with the facility of a squirrel, and I turned down my eyes to see what had become of my other companions. Both were brought to a very awkward standstill. The Bailie, to whom I suppose fear had given a temporary share of agility, had ascended about 20 feet from the path, when his foot slipping, as he straddled from one huge fragment of rock to another, he would have slumbered with his father the deacon, whose acts and words he was so fond of quoting, but for a projecting branch of a ragged thorn, which, catching hold of the skirts of his riding coat, supported him in mid-air, where he dangled, not unlike to the sign of the Golden Fleece over the door of a mercer in the Trongate of his native city. As for Andrew Fairservice, he had advanced with better success, until he had attained the top of a bare cliff, which, rising above the wood, exposed him, at least in his own opinion, to all the dangers of the neighbouring skirmish, while at the same time it was of such a precipitous and impracticable nature that he dared neither to advance nor retreat. Footing it up and down upon the narrow space which the top of the cliff afforded, very like a fellow at a country fair dancing upon a trencher. He roared for mercy in Gaelic and English alternately, according to the side on which the scale of victory seemed to predominate, while his exclamations were only answered by the groans of the Bailie, who suffered much, not only from apprehension, but from the pendulous posture in which he hung suspended by the loins. On perceiving the Bailie's precarious situation, my first idea was to attempt to render him assistance. But this was impossible without the concurrence of Andrew, whom neither sign, nor entreaty, nor command, nor expostulation could inspire with courage to adventure the descent from his painful elevation, where, like an unskilful and obnoxious minister of state, unable to escape from the eminence to which he had presumptuously ascended, he continued to pour forth piteous prayers for mercy, which no one heard, and to skip to and fro, writhing his body into all possible antic shapes, to avoid the balls which he conceived to be whistling around him. In a few minutes this cause of terror ceased, for the fire, at first so well sustained, now sunk at once, a sure sign that the conflict was concluded. To gain some spot from which I could see how the day had gone was now my object, in order to appeal to the mercy of the victors, who I trusted, whichever side might be gainers, would not suffer the honest Bailie to remain suspended, like the coffin of Mahomet, between heaven and earth, without lending a hand to disengage him. At length, by dint of scrambling, I found a spot which commanded a view of the field of battle. It was indeed ended, and as my mind already augured, from the place and circumstances attending the contest, it had terminated in the defeat of Captain Thornton. I saw a party of Highlanders in the act of disarming that officer and the scanty remainder of his party. They consisted of about 12 men, most of whom were wounded, who, surrounded by treble their number, and without the power either to advance or retreat, exposed to a murderous and well aimed fire, which they had no means of returning with effect, had at length laid down their arms by the order of their officer, when he saw that the road in his rear was occupied, and that protracted resistance would be only wasting the lives of his brave followers. By the Highlanders, who fought under cover, the victory was cheaply bought, at the expense of 1 man slain and 2 wounded by the grenades. All this I learned afterwards. At present I only comprehended the general result of the day, from seeing the English officer, whose face was covered with blood, stripped of his hat and arms, and his men, with sullen and dejected countenances, which marked their deep regret, enduring, from the wild and martial figures who surrounded them, the severe measures to which the laws of war subject the vanquished for security of the victors. End of Volume 2, Chapter 13. Recording by Felicity Campbell, Whanganui, New Zealand. Volume 2, Chapter 14 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 14. Woe to the vanquished, was stern Breno's word, when sunk proud Rome beneath the Gallic sword. Woe to the vanquished, when his massive blade bore down the scale against her ransom weighed, and on the field of foughten battle still, woe knows no limits save the victor's will. The Gaudiard. I anxiously endeavoured to distinguish Dougal among the victors. I had little doubt that the part he had played was assumed, on purpose to lead the English officer into the defile, and I could not help admiring the address with which the ignorant and apparently half brutal savage had veiled his purpose, and the affected reluctance with which he had suffered to be extracted from him the false information which it must have been his purpose from the beginning to communicate. I foresaw we should incur some danger on approaching the victors in the first flush of their success, which was not unstained with cruelty, for one or two of the soldiers, whose wounds prevented them from rising, were poniarded by the victors, or rather by some ragged Highland boys who had mingled with them. I concluded, therefore, it would be unsafe to present ourselves without some mediator, and as Campbell, whom I now could not but identify with the celebrated freebooter Rob Roy, was nowhere to be seen, I resolved to claim the protection of his Emircy, Dougal. After gazing everywhere in vain, I at length retraced my steps to see what assistance I could individually render to my unlucky friend, when, to my great joy, I saw Mr. Jarvie delivered from his state of suspense, and, though very black in the face, and much deranged in the garments, safely seated beneath a rock, in front of which he had been so lately suspended. I hastened to join him and offer my congratulations, which he was at first far from receiving in the spirit of cordiality with which they were offered. A heavy fit of coughing scarce permitted him breath enough to express the broken hints which he threw out against my sincerity. They say a friend sticketh closer than a brother. When I came up here, Master Osbaldistone, to this country, cursed of God and man, and forgive me for swearing, on nae man's errand but yours, do you think it was fair to leave me first to be shot or drowned between Redward Highlanders and Redcoats, and next to be hung up between heaven and earth like an old potato bogle, without sae muckle as trying to relieve me? I made 1,000 apologies, and laboured so hard to represent the impossibility of my affording him relief by my own unassisted exertions, that at length I succeeded, and the Bailie, who was as placable as hasty in his temper, extended his favour to me once more. I next took the liberty of asking him how he had contrived to extricate himself. "Me extricate? I might hang there till the day of judgment, or I could hae helped mysell, wi' my head hanging down on the tae side, and my heels on the t'other, like the yon scales in the weigh house. It was the creature Dougal that extricated me, as he did yestreen. He cut it aff the tails of my coat with his dirk, and another gillie and him set me on my legs as cleverly as if I had never been aft. But to see what a thing good braidcloth is, had I been in ony o' your rotten French comlets now, or your drab de berries, it would hae screeded like an old rag with sic weight as mine. But fair fa the weaver that wrought the weft o't, I swung and bobbit yonder as safe as a gabbart that's mirrored by a 3-ply cable at the Broomielaw." I now inquired what had become of his preserver. "The creature," so he continued to call the Highland man, "contrived to let me ken there would be danger in going near the leddy till he came back, and bade me stay here. I am oath the mind," he continued, "that he's seeking after you. It's a considerate creature, and troth, I would swear he was right about the lady as he calls her too. Helen Campbell was none of the maist douce maidens, nor weakest wives neither, and folk say that Rob himself stands in awe of her. I doubt she winna ken me, for it's mony years since we met. I'm clear for waiting for the Dougal creature, or we gang near her." I signified my acquiescence in this reasoning, but it was not the will of fate that day that the Bailie's prudence should profit himself or any one else. Andrew Fairservice, though he had ceased to caper on the pinnacle upon the cessation of the firing which had given occasion for his whimsical exercise, continued, as perched on the top of an exposed cliff, too conspicuous an object to escape the sharp eyes of the Highlanders, when they had time to look a little around them. We were apprised he was discovered by a wild halloo set up among the assembled victors, 3 or 4 of whom instantly plunged into the copsewood, and ascended the rocky side of the hill in different directions towards the place where they had discovered this whimsical apparition. Those who arrived first within gunshot of poor Andrew did not trouble themselves to offer him any assistance in the ticklish posture of his affairs, but, levelling their long Spanish-barrelled guns, gave him to understand, by signs which admitted of no misconstruction, that he must contrive to come down and submit himself to their mercy, or to be marked at from beneath, like a regimental target set up for ball practice. With such a formidable hint for venturous exertion, Andrew Fairservice could no longer hesitate. The more imminent peril overcame his sense of that which seemed less inevitable, and he began to descend the cliff at all risks, clutching to the ivy and oak stumps, and projecting fragments of rock, with an almost feverish anxiety, and never failing, as circumstances left him a hand at liberty, to extend it to the platted gentry below in an attitude of supplication, as if to deprecate the discharge of their levelled firearms. In a word, the fellow, under the influence of a counteracting motive for terror, achieved a safe descent from his perilous eminence, which I verily believe nothing but the fear of instant death could have moved him to attempt. The awkward mode of Andrew's descent greatly amused the Highlanders below, who fired a shot or 2 while he was engaged in it, without the purpose of injuring him, as I believe, but merely to enhance the amusement they derived from his extreme terror, and the superlative exertions of agility to which it excited him. At length he attained firm and comparatively level ground, or rather, to speak more correctly, his foot slipping at the last point of descent, he fell on the earth at his full length, and was raised by the assistance of the Highlanders who stood to receive him, and who, ere he gained his legs, stripped him, not only of the whole contents of his pockets, but of periwig, hat, coat, doublet, stockings, and shoes, performing the feat with such admirable celerity, that, although he fell on his back, a well-clothed and decent burgher-seeming serving-man, he arose, a forked, uncased, bald-pated, beggarly-looking scarecrow, without respect to the pain which his undefended toes experienced from the sharp encounter of the rocks over which they hurried him. Those who had detected Andrew proceeded to drag him downward towards the road through all the intervening obstacles. In the course of their descent, Mr. Jarvie and I became exposed to their lynx-eyed observation, and instantly 6 of armed Highlanders thronged around us, with drawn dirks and swords pointed at our faces and throats, and cocked pistols presented against our bodies. To have offered resistance would have been madness, especially as we had no weapons capable of supporting such a demonstration. We therefore submitted to our fate, and with great roughness on the part of those who assisted at our toilette, were in the act of being reduced to as unsophisticated a state, to use King Lear's phrase, as the plumeless biped Andrew Fairservice, who stood shivering, between fear and cold, at a few yards' distance. Good chance, however, saved us from this extremity of wretchedness, for, just as I had yielded up my cravat, a smart Steinkirk by the way and richly laced, and the Bailie had been disrobed of the fragments of his riding coat, entered Dougal, and the scene was changed. By a high tone of expostulation, mixed with oaths and threats as far as I could conjecture the tenor of his language from the violence of his gestures, he compelled the plunderers, however reluctant, not only to give up their further depredations on our property, but to restore the spoil they had already appropriated. He snatched my cravat from the fellow who had seized it, and twisted it, in the zeal of his restitution, around my neck with such suffocating energy as made me think that he had not only been, during his residence at Glasgow, a substitute of the jailer,
but must moreover have taken lessons as an apprentice of the hangman. He flung the tattered remnants of Mr. Jarvie's coat around his shoulders, and as more Highlanders began to flock towards us from the high road, he led the way downwards, directing and commanding the others to afford us, but particularly the Bailie, the assistance necessary to our descending with comparative ease and safety. It was, however, in vain that Andrew Fairservice employed his lungs in obsecrating a share of Dougal's protection, or at least his interference to procure restoration of his shoes. "Na, na," said Dougal in reply, "she's no gentle poddy, I trow. Her betters hae ganged barefoot, or she's muckle mista'en." And leaving Andrew to follow at his leisure, or rather at such leisure as the surrounding crowd were pleased to indulge him with, he hurried us down to the pathway in which the skirmish had been fought, and hastened to present us as additional captives to the female leader of his band. We were dragged before her accordingly, Dougal fighting, struggling, screaming as if he were the party most apprehensive of hurt, and repulsing by threats and efforts all those who attempted to take a nearer interest in our capture than he seemed to do himself. At length we were placed before the heroine of the day, whose appearance, as well as those of the savage, uncouth, yet martial figures who surrounded us, struck me, to own the truth, with considerable apprehension. I do not know if Helen MacGregor had personally mingled in the fray, and indeed I was afterwards given to understand the contrary; but the specks of blood on her brow, her hands and naked arms, as well as on the blade of her sword, which she continued to hold in her hand, her flushed countenance, and the disordered state of the raven locks which escaped from under the red bonnet and plume that formed her headdress, seemed all to intimate that she had taken an immediate share in the conflict. Her keen black eyes and features expressed an imagination inflamed by the pride of gratified revenge and the triumph of victory, yet there was nothing positively sanguinary or cruel in her deportment, and she reminded me, when the immediate alarm of the interview was over, of some of the paintings I had seen of the inspired heroines in the Catholic churches of France. She was not, indeed, sufficiently beautiful for a Judith, nor had she the inspired expression of features which painters have given to Deborah, or to the wife of Heber the Kenite, at whose feet the strong oppressor of Israel, who dwelled in Harosheth of the Gentiles, bowed down, fell, and lay a dead man. Nevertheless, the enthusiasm by which she was agitated gave her countenance and deportment, wildly dignified in themselves, an air which made her approach nearly to the ideas of those wonderful artists who gave to the eye the heroines of Scripture history. I was uncertain in what terms to accost a personage so uncommon, when Mr. Jarvie, breaking the ice with a preparatory cough, for the speed with which he had been brought into her presence had again impeded his respiration, addressed her as follows: "I am very happy to have this joyful opportunity." A quaver in his voice strongly belied the emphasis which he studiously laid on the word joyful. "This joyful occasion," he resumed, trying to give the adjective a more suitable accentuation, "to wish my kinsman Robin's wife a very good morning. How's are we ye?" By this time he had talked himself into his usual jog-trot manner, which exhibited a mixture of familiarity and self-importance. "How's are we ye this lang time? Ye'll hae forgotten me, Mrs. MacGregor Campbell, as your cousin. But ye'll mind my father, Deacle Nicol Jarvie, in the South Margaret of Glasgow. An honest man he was, and responsible and respect here and yours. So, as I said before, I'm right glad to see ye, Mrs. MacGregor Campbell, as my kinsman's wife. I would crave the liberty of a kinsman to salute ye, but that your gillies keep such a doleful fast hold on my arms, and To speak heaven's truth unto magistrates, ye wouldna be the worst of a cogful of water before ye are welcome to our friends." There was something in the familiarity of this introduction which ill suited the exalted state of temper of the person to whom it was addressed, then busied with distributing dooms of death, and warm from conquest in a perilous encounter. "What fellow are you," she said, "that dare to claim kindred with the MacGregor, and neither wear his dress nor speak his language? What are you, that have the tongue and the habit of the hound, and yet seek to lie down with the deer?" "I dinna ken," said the undaunted Bailie. "If the kindred was ever been weel read out to you yet, cousin, but it's kenned and can be proved. My mother, Elspeth MacFarlane, was the wife of my father, Deacon Nicol Jarvie, peace be with them both, and Elspeth was the daughter of Pauline MacFarlane at the Shilling of Lochsloy. Now, this Pauline MacFarlane, as a surviving daughter, Maggie MacFarlane, alias MacNab, who married Duncan MacNab of Ostracaverlacan, can testify, stood as near to your good man Robert MacGregor as in the fourth degree of kindred, for the virago lopped the genealogical tree by demanding haughtily, "If a stream of rushing water acknowledge any relation with the portion withdrawn from it for the mean domestic uses of those who dwelt on its banks?" "Very true, kinswoman," said the Bailie; "but for all that, the baron would be glad to hae the mill dam back again in summer, when the chuggy stanes are white in the sun. I ken weel enough ye Highland folk how does Glasgow people late and cheap for our language and our plays; but everybody speaks their native tongue that they learned in infancy, and it would be a daft like thing to see me wi' my fat wame in a short Highland coat, and my poor short horse gartered below the knee like ane o' your long-legged gillies. Mair by token, kinswoman," he continued, in defiance of various intimations by which Dougal seemed to recommend silence, as well as of the marks of impatience which the Amazon evinced at his loquacity, "I would have ye to mind that the king's errand whiles comes in the Garter's gate, and that, for as high as ye may think of the good man, as it's right every wife should honour her husband, there's scripture warrant for that. Yet as high as you heard him, as I was saying, I have been serviceable to Rob Ernew, for by a set of pearlings I sent to yourself when you was going to be married, and when Rob was an honest weel-doing drover, and none of this unlawful work, wi' fighting and flashes and fluff gibs, disturbing the king's peace and disarming his soldiers." He had apparently touched on a key which his kinswoman could not brook. She drew herself up to her full height, and betrayed the acuteness of her feelings by a laugh of mingled scorn and bitterness. "Yes," she said, "you, and such as you, might claim a relation to us, when we stooped to be the paltry wretches fit to exist under your dominion, as your hewers of wood and drawers of water, to find cattle for your banquets, and subjects for your laws to oppress and trample on. But now we are free, free by the very act which left us neither house nor hearth, food nor covering, which bereaved me of all, and makes me groan when I think I must still cumber the earth for other purposes than that of vengeance. And I will carry on the work this day has so well commenced, by a deed that shall break all bonds between MacGregor and the Lowland churls. Here, Allan, Dougal, bind these Sassenachs neck and heel together, and throw them into the Highland loch to seek for their Highland kinsfolk." The Bailie alarmed at this mandate, was commencing an expostulation which probably would have only inflamed the violent passions of the person whom he addressed, when Dougal threw himself between them, and in his own language, which he spoke with a fluency and rapidity strongly contrasted by the slow, imperfect, and idiot-like manner in which he expressed himself in English, poured forth what I doubt not was a very animated pleading in our behalf. His mistress replied to him, or rather cut short his harangue, by exclaiming in English, as if determined to make us taste in anticipation the full bitterness of death, "Best dog and son of a dog, do you dispute my commands? Should I tell you to cut out their tongues, and put them in each other's throats, to try which would their best Knapp Southron, or to tear out their hearts, and put them into each other's breasts, to see which would their best plot treason against the MacGregor? And such things have been done of old in the day of revenge, when our fathers had wrongs to redress. Should I command you to do this, would it be your part to dispute my orders?" To be sure," Dougal replied with accents of profound submission. "Her pleasure should be done, that's but reason. But an it were, that is, an it could be thought the same to her, to cope the ill forlorn at a red coat captain and him's corporal cramp, and to 3 other red coats into the loch, itself would do't me muckle mair great satisfaction than to hae to honest civil gentlemans as were friends to the Glencarrick, and came up on the chief's assurance, and not to do no treason, as herself could testify." The lady was about to reply, when a few wild strains of a pibroch were heard advancing up the road from Aberfoil, the same probably which had reached the ears of Captain Thornton's rear guard, and determined him to force his way onward, rather than return to the village on finding the pass occupied. The skirmish being of very short duration, the armed men, who followed this martial melody, had not, although quickening their march when they heard the firing, been able to arrive in time sufficient to take any share in the rencontre. The victory, therefore, was complete without them, and they now arrived only to share in the triumph of their countrymen. There was a marked difference betwixt the appearance of these newcomers and that of the party by which our escort had been defeated, and it was greatly in favour of the former. Among the Highlanders who surrounded the chieftainess, if I may presume to call her so without offence to grammar, were men in the extremity of age, boys scarce able to bear a sword, and even women, all, in short, whom the last necessity urges to take up arms, and it added a shade of bitter shame to the dejection which clouded Thornton's manly countenance, when he found that the numbers and position of a foe, otherwise so despicable, had enabled them to conquer his brave veterans. But the 30 or 40 Highlanders who now joined the others were all men in the prime of youth or manhood, active, clean-made fellows, whose short hose and belted plaids set out their sinewy limbs to the best advantage. Their arms were as superior to those of the first party as their dress and appearance. The followers of the female chief had axes, scythes, and other antique weapons in aid of their guns, and some had only clubs, daggers, and long knives. But of the second party, most had pistols at the belt, and almost all had dirks hanging at the pouches which they wore in front. Each had a good gun in his hand, and a broadsword by his side, besides a stout round target made of light wood, covered with leather, and curiously studded with brass, and having a steel spike screwed into the centre. These hung on their left shoulder during a march, or while they were engaged in exchanging fire with the enemy, and were worn on their left arm when they charged with sword in hand.
But it was easy to see that this chosen band had not arrived from a victory such as they found their ill-appointed companions possessed of. The pibroch sent forth occasionally a few wailing notes expressive of a very different sentiment from triumph, and when they appeared before the wife of their chieftain, it was in silence, and with downcast and melancholy looks. They paused when they approached her, and the pipes again sent forth the same wild and melancholy strain. Helen rushed towards them with a countenance in which anger was mingled with apprehension. "What means this, Alastair?" she said to the minstrel. "Why a lament in the moment of victory? Robert, Hamish, where's the MacGregor? Where's your father?" Her sons, who led the band, advanced with slow and irresolute steps towards her, and murmured a few words in Gaelic, at hearing which she set up a shriek that made the rocks ring again, in which all the women and boys joined, clapping their hands and yelling as if their lives had been expiring in the sound. The mountain echoes, silent since the military sounds of battle had ceased, had now to answer these frantic and discordant shrieks of sorrow, which drove the very night birds from their haunts in the rocks, as if they were startled to hear orgies more hideous and ill-omened than their own, performed in the face of open day. "Taken!" replied Helen, when the clamour had subsided. "Taken! Captive! And ye live to say so? Coward dogs, did I nurse you for this, that ye should spare your blood on your father's enemies, or see him prisoner and come back to tell it?" The sons of MacGregor, to whom this expostulation was addressed, were youths of whom the eldest had hardly attained his 20th year. Hamish, or James, the elder of these youths, was the tallest by a head, and much handsomer than his brother. His light blue eyes, with a profusion of fair hair, which streamed from under his smart blue bonnet, made his whole appearance a most favourable specimen of the Highland youth. The younger was called Robert, but, to distinguish him from his father, the Highlanders added the epithet Oig, or the young. Dark hair and dark features, with a ruddy glow of health and animation, in a form strong and well set beyond his years, completed the sketch of the young mountaineer. Both now stood before their mother with countenances clouded with grief and shame, and listened, with the most respectful submission, to the reproaches with which she loaded them. At length, when her resentment appeared in some degree to subside, the eldest, speaking in English, probably that he might not be understood by their followers, endeavoured respectfully to vindicate himself and his brother from his mother's reproaches. I was so near him as to comprehend much of what he said, and as it was of great consequence to me to be possessed of information in this strange crisis, I failed not to listen as attentively as I could. The MacGregor, his son stated, had been called out upon a trysting with the Lowland Highland, who came with the token from. He muttered the name very low, but I thought it sounded like my own. The MacGregor, he said, accepted of the invitation, but commanded the Saxon who brought the message to be detained, as a hostage that good faith should be observed to him. Accordingly he went to the place of appointment, which had some wild Highland name that I cannot remember, attended only by Angus Breck and little Rory, commanding no one to follow him. Within half an hour Angus Breck came back with the doleful tidings that the MacGregor had been surprised and made prisoner by a party of Lennox militia under Galbraith of Garschattachin. He added, that Galbraith, on being threatened by MacGregor, who upon his capture menaced him with retaliation on the person of the hostage, had treated the threat with great contempt, replying, let each side hang his man, we'll hang the thief, and your caterans may hang the gauger rob, and the country will be rid of two damned things at once, a wild Highlander and a revenue officer.
Angus Breck, less carefully looked to than his master, contrived to escape from the hands of the captors, after having been in their custody long enough to hear this discussion, and to bring off the news. "And did ye learn this, ye false-hearted traitor?" said the wife of MacGregor, "and not instantly rush to your father's rescue to bring him off, and leave your body on the place?" The young MacGregor modestly replied by representing the very superior force of the enemy, and stated that as they made no preparation for leaving the country, he had fallen back up the glen with the purpose of collecting a band sufficient to attempt a rescue with some tolerable chance of success. At length, he said, the militiamen would quarter, he understood, in the neighbouring house of Gartartan, or the old castle in the port of Monteith, or some other stronghold, which, although strong and defensible, was nevertheless capable of being surprised, could they but get enough of men assembled for the purpose. I understood afterwards that the rest of the freebooters' followers were divided into two strong bands, one destined to watch the remaining garrison of Inverness, a party of which, under Captain Thornton, had been defeated, and another to show front to the Highland clans who had united with the regular troops and Lowlanders in this hostile and combined invasion of that mountainous and desolate territory, which, lying between the lakes of Loch Lomond, Loch Katrine, and Loch Ard, was at this time currently called Rob Roy's, or the MacGregor country. Messengers were dispatched in great haste, to concentrate, as I supposed, their forces with a view to the proposed attack on the Lowlanders; and the dejection and despair, at first visible on each countenance, gave place to the hope of rescuing their leader, and to the thirst of vengeance. It was under the burning influence of the latter passion that the wife of MacGregor commanded that the hostage exchanged for his safety should be brought into her presence. I believe her sons had kept this unfortunate wretch out of her sight, for fear of the consequences; but if it was so, their humane precaution only postponed his fate. They dragged forward at her summons a wretch already half dead with terror, in whose agonized features I recognised, to my horror and astonishment, my old acquaintance Morris. He fell prostrate before the female chief with an effort to clasp her knees, from which she drew back, as if his touch had been pollution, so that all he could do in token of the extremity of his humiliation was to kiss the hem of her plaid. I never heard entreaties for life poured forth with such agony of spirit. The ecstasy of fear was such, that instead of paralysing his tongue, as on ordinary occasions, it even rendered him eloquent, and with cheeks pale as ashes, hands compressed in agony, eyes that seemed to be taking their last look of all mortal objects, he protested with the deepest oath his total ignorance of any design on the person of Rob Roy, whom he swore he loved and honoured as his own soul. In the inconsistency of his terror, he said he was but the agent of others, and he muttered the name of Rashleigh. He prayed but for life, he would give all he had in the world. It was but life he asked, life, if it were to be prolonged under tortures and privations. He asked only breath, though it should be drawn in the damps of the lowest caverns of their hills. It is impossible to describe the scorn, the loathing and contempt with which the wife of MacGregor regarded this wretched petitioner for the poor boon of existence. "I could have bid ye live," she said, "had life been to you the same weary and wasting burden that it is to me, that it is to every noble and generous mind. But ye, wretch, ye could creep through the world, unaffected by its various disgraces, its ineffable miseries, its constantly accumulating masses of crime and sorrow. Ye could live and enjoy yourself, while the noble minded are betrayed, when nameless and birthless villains tread on the neck of the brave and the long descended, you could enjoy yourself like a butcher's dog in the shambles, battening on garbage, when the slaughter of the oldest and best went on around you. This enjoyment you shall not live to partake of. Ye shall die, best dog, and that before yon cloud has passed over the sun." She gave a brief command in Gaelic to her attendants, two of whom seized upon the prostrate suppliant, and hurried him to the brink of a cliff which overhung the flood. He set up the most piercing and dreadful cries that fear ever uttered. I may well term them dreadful, for they haunted my sleep for years afterwards. As the murderers, or executioners, call them as you will, dragged him along, he recognised me even in that moment of horror, and exclaimed, in the last articulate words I ever heard him utter, "Oh, Mr. Osbaldistone, save me! Save me!" I was so much moved by this horrid spectacle, that although in momentary expectation of sharing his fate, I did attempt to speak in his behalf, but as might have been expected, my interference was sternly disregarded. The victim was held fast by some, while others, binding a large heavy stone in a plait, tied it round his neck, and others again eagerly stripped him of some part of his dress. Half naked, and thus manacled, they hurled him into the lake, there about 12 feet deep, with a loud halloo of vindictive triumph, above which, however, his last death shriek, the yell of mortal agony, was distinctly heard. The heavy burden splashed in the dark blue waters, and the Highlanders, with their pole axes and swords, watched an instant to guard, lest, extricating himself from the load to which he was attached, the victim might have struggled to regain the shore. But the knot had been securely bound, the wretched man sunk without effort. The waters, which his fall had disturbed, settled calmly over him, and the unit of that life for which he had pleaded so strongly was for ever withdrawn from the sum of human existence. End of Volume 2, Chapter 14. Recording by Felicity Campbell, Whanganui, New Zealand. Volume 2, Chapter 15 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 15. And be he safe restored ere evening set, or, if there's vengeance in an injured heart, and power to wreak it in an armed hand, your land shall ache for it. Old Play. I know not why it is that a single deed of violence and cruelty affects our nerves more than when these are exercised on a more extended scale. I had seen that day several of my brave countrymen fall in battle. It seemed to me that they met a lot appropriate to humanity, and my bosom, though thrilling with interest, was affected with nothing of that sickening horror with which I beheld the unfortunate Morris put to death without resistance, and in cold blood. I looked at my companion, Mr. Jarvie, whose face reflected the feelings which were painted in mine. Indeed, he could not so suppress his horror, but that their words escaped him in a low and broken whisper. "I take up my protest against this deed as a bloody and cruel murder. It is a cursed deed, and God will avenge it in his dear way and time." "Then you do not fear it to follow?" said the virago, bending on him a look of death, such as that with which a hawk looks at his prey ere he pounces. Kinswoman, said the Bailie, nae man would willingly cut short his thread of life before the end of his burn was fairly measured off on yon winnels. And I am muckle to do, and I be spared in this world, public and private business, as well as belonging to the magistracy as to my ain particular, and nae doubt I hae some to depend on me, as poor Mattie, who is an orphan. She's a far away cousin of the Laird of Limmerfield, so that, laying others together, skin for skin, yea, all that a man hath, will he give for his life. And were I to set ye at liberty, said the imperious dame, what name could you give to the drowning of that Saxon dog? said the Bailie, clearing his throat as well as he could. I should study to say as little on that score as might be. Least said is soonest mended. But if you were called on by the courts, as you term them, of justice, she again demanded, what then would be your answer? The Bailie looked this way and that way, like a person who meditates an escape, and then answered in the tone of one who, seeing no means of accomplishing a retreat, determines to stand the brunt of battle. I see what you are driving me to the wa about, but I'll tell you it plain, kinswoman. I be heard just to speak according to my own conscience, and though your own good man, that I wish had been here for his own sake and mine, as well as the poor Highland creature Dougal, can tell you that Nicol Jarvie can wink as hard at a friend's feelings as onybody, yet I'll tell you, kinswoman, mine's ne'er be the tongue to belie my thought, and sooner than say that yonder poor wretch was lawfully slaughtered, I would consent to be laid beside him, though I think ye are the first Highland woman who admit sic a doom to her husband's kinsman but 4 times removed. It is probable that the tone and firmness assumed by the Bailie in his last speech was better suited to make an impression on the hard heart of his kinswoman than the tone of supplication he had hitherto assumed, as gems can be cut with steel, though they resist softer metals. She commanded us both to be placed before her. Your name, she said to me, is Osbaldistone? The dead dog whose death ye have witnessed called ye so? My name is Osbaldistone, was my answer. Rashleigh, then, I suppose, is your Christian name? She pursued. No, my name is Francis. But ye know Rashleigh Osbaldistone? She continued. He is your brother, if I mistake not, at least your kinsman and near friend. He is my kinsman, I replied, but not my friend. We were lately engaged together in a rencontre, when we were separated by a person whom I understand to be your husband. My blood is hardly yet dried on his sword, and the wound on my side is yet green. I have little reason to acknowledge him as a friend. Then, she replied, if a stranger to his intrigues, you can go in safety to Garschattachin and his party without fear of being detained, and carry them a message from the wife of the MacGregor? I answered that I knew no reasonable cause why the militia gentlemen should detain me, that I had no reason on my own account to fear being in their hands, and that if my going on her embassy would act as a protection to my friend and servant who were here prisoners, I was ready to set out directly. I took the opportunity to say that I had come into this country on her husband's invitation, and his assurance that he would aid me in some important matters in which I was interested, that my companion, Mr. Jarvie, had accompanied me on the same errand. "And I wish Mr. Jarvie's boots had been full of boiling water when he drew them on for sic a purpose," interrupted the Bailie. "You may read your father," said Helen MacGregor, turning to her sons, "in what this young Saxon tells us. Wise only when the bonnet is on his head and the sword is in his hand. He never exchanges the tartan for the broadcloth, but he runs himself into the miserable intrigues of the Lowlanders, comes again after all he has suffered, their agent, their tool, their slave." "Add, madam," said I, "and their benefactor." "Be it so," she said, "for it is the most empty title of them all, since he has uniformly sown benefits to reap a harvest of the most foul ingratitude. But enough of this. I shall cause you to be guided to the enemy's outposts. Ask for their commander, and deliver him this message from me, Helen MacGregor, that if they injure a hair of MacGregor's head, and if they do not set him at liberty within the space of 12 hours, there is not a lady in the Lennox but shall before Christmas cry the coronach for them she will be loath to lose. There is not a farmer but shall sing Willowa over a burnt barnyard and an empty byre. There is not the laird nor herito shall lay his head on the pillow at night with the assurance of being a live man in the morning. And to begin as we are to end, so soon as the term is expired, I will send them this Glasgow Bailie, and this Saxon captain, and all the rest of my prisoners, each bundled in a plaid, and chopped into as many pieces as there are checks in the tartan." As she paused in her denunciation, Captain Thornton, who was within hearing, added with great coolness, "Present my compliments, Captain Thornton's of the Royals, compliments to the commanding officer, and tell him to do his duty and secure his prisoner, and not waste a thought upon me. If I have been fool enough to have been led into an ambuscade by these artful savages, I am wise enough to know how to die for it without disgracing the service. I am only sorry for my poor fellows," he said, "that have fallen into such butcherly hands." "Whist, whist!" exclaimed the Bailie. "Are ye weary of your life? Ye'll gie my service to the commanding officer, Mr. Osbaldistone. Bailie Nicol Jarvie's service, magistrate of Glasgow, as his father the deacon was before him, and tell him here are wheen honest men in great trouble, and like to come to mair, and the best thing he can do for the common good will be just to let Rob come his wa's up the glen, and nae mair about it. There's been some ill doing here already, but as it is lighted chiefly on the gauger, it will be muckle worth making a stir about." With these very opposite injunctions from the parties chiefly interested in the success of my embassy, and with the reiterated charge of the wife of MacGregor to remember and detail every word of her injunctions, I was at length suffered to depart; and Andrew Fairservice, chiefly, I believe, to get rid of his clamorous supplications, was permitted to attend me. Doubtful, however, that I might use my horse as a means of escape from my guides, or desirous to retain a prize of some value, I was given to understand that I was to perform my journey on foot, escorted by Hamish MacGregor, the older brother, who, with 2 followers, attended, as well to show me the way as to reconnoitre the strength and position of the enemy. Dougal had been at first ordered on this party, but he contrived to elude the service, with the purpose, as we afterwards understood, of watching over Mr. Jarvie,
whom, according to his wild principles of fidelity, he considered as entitled to his good offices, from having once acted in some measure as his patron or master. After walking with great rapidity about an hour, we arrived at an eminence covered with brushwood, which gave us a commanding prospect down the valley, and a full view of the post which the militia occupied. Being chiefly cavalry, they had judiciously avoided any attempt to penetrate the pass which had been so unsuccessfully essayed by Captain Thornton. They had taken up their situation with some military skill, on a rising ground in the centre of the little valley of Aberfoyle, through which the river Forth winds its earliest course, and which is formed by two ridges of hills, faced with barricades of limestone rock, intermixed with huge masses of breccia, or pebbles, embedded in some softer substance which has hardened around them like mortar, and surrounded by the more lofty mountains in the distance. These ridges, however, left the valley of breadth enough to secure the cavalry from any sudden surprise by the mountaineers, and they had stationed sentinels and outposts at proper distances from this main body in every direction, so that they might secure full time to mount and get under arms upon the least alarm. It was not indeed expected at that time that Highlanders would attack cavalry in an open plain, though late events have shown that they may do so with success. When I first knew the Highlanders, they had almost a superstitious dread of a mounted trooper, the horse being so much more fierce and imposing in his appearance than the little shelties of their own hills, and moreover being trained, as the more ignorant mountaineers believed, to fight with his feet and his teeth. The appearance of the picketed horses feeding in this little vale, the forms of the soldiers as they sate, stood, or walked in various groups in the vicinity of the beautiful river, and of the bare yet romantic ranges of rock which hedge in the landscape on either side, formed a noble foreground; while far to the eastward the eye caught a glance of the Lake of Monteith, and Stirling Castle, dimly seen along with the blue and distant line of the Ochil Mountains, closed the scene. After gazing on this landscape with great earnestness, young MacGregor intimated to me that I was to descend to the station of the militia and execute my errand to their commander, enjoining me at the same time, with a menacing gesture, neither to inform them who had guided me to that place, nor where I had parted from my escort. Thus tutored, I descended towards the military post, followed by Andrew, who, only retaining his breeches and stockings of the English costume, without a hat, bare-legged, with brogues on his feet, which Dougal had given him out of compassion, and having a tattered plaid to supply the want of all upper garments, looked as if he had been playing the part of a Highland Tom of Bedlam. We had not proceeded far before we became visible to one of the vedettes, who, riding towards us, presented his carabine and commanded me to stand. I obeyed, and when the soldier came up, desired to be conducted to his commanding officer. I was immediately brought where a circle of officers, sitting upon the grass, seemed in attendance upon one of superior rank. He wore a cuirass of polished steel, over which were drawn the insignia of the ancient order of the Thistle. My friend Garschattachin, and many other gentlemen, some in uniform, others in their ordinary dress, but all armed and well attended, seemed to receive their orders from this person of distinction. Many servants in rich liveries, apparently a part of his household, were also in waiting. Having paid to this nobleman the respect which his rank appeared to demand, I acquainted him that I had been an involuntary witness to the king's soldiers having suffered a defeat from the Highlanders at the pass of Loch Ard. Such, I had learned, was the name of the place where Mr. Thornton was made prisoner, and that the victors threatened every species of extremity to those who had fallen into their power, as well as to the low country in general, unless their chief, who had that morning been made prisoner, were returned to them uninjured. The Duke, for he whom I addressed was of no lower rank, listened to me with great composure, and then replied, that he should be extremely sorry to expose the unfortunate gentlemen who had been made prisoners to the cruelty of the barbarians into whose hands they had fallen, but that it was folly to suppose that he would deliver up the very author of all these disorders and offences, and so encourage his followers in their licence. You may return to those who sent you, he proceeded, and inform them that I shall certainly cause Rob Roy Campbell, whom they call MacGregor, to be executed by break of day, as an outlaw taken in arms, and deserving death by 1,000 acts of violence. That I should be most justly held unworthy of my situation and commission did I act otherwise. That I shall know how to protect the country against their insolent threats of violence, and that if they injure a hair of the head of any of the unfortunate gentlemen whom an unlucky accident has thrown into their power, I will take such ample vengeance, that the very stones of their glens shall sing woe for it this 100 years to come. I humbly begged leave to remonstrate respecting the honourable mission imposed on me, and touched upon the obvious danger attending it, when the noble commander replied, that such being the case, I might send my servant. "The deil be in my feet," said Andrew, without either having respect to the presence in which he stood, or waiting till I replied, "the deil be in my feet if I gang my tae's length. Do the folk think I hae another thrapple in my pouch after John Hielandman sneaked this one with his jock to leg? Or that I can dive down at the tae side of a Highland loch, and rise at the t'other like a sheldrake? No, no, ilk for himsell, and God for us all. Folk may just make a page of their ain age, and serve themselves to their bairns grow up, and gang their ain errands for Andrew. Rob Roy never came near the parish of Dreep daily to steal either pippin or pear frae me or mine." Silencing my follower with some difficulty, I represented to the Duke the great danger Captain Thornton and Mr. Jarvie would certainly be exposed to, and entreated he would make me the bearer of such modified terms as might be the means of saving their lives. I assured him I should decline no danger if I could be of service, but from what I had heard and seen, I had little doubt they would be instantly murdered should the chief of the outlaws suffer death. The Duke was obviously much affected. It was a hard case, he said, and he felt it as such, but he had a paramount duty to perform to the country. Rob Roy must die. I own it was not without emotion that I heard this threat of instant death to my acquaintance Campbell, who had so often testified his goodwill towards me. Nor was I singular in the feeling, for many of those around the Duke ventured to express themselves in his favour. It would be more advisable, they said, to send him to Stirling Castle, and there detain him a close prisoner, as a pledge for the submission and dispersion of his gang. It were a great pity to expose the country to be plundered, which, now that the long nights approached, it would be found very difficult to prevent, since it was impossible to guard every point, and the Highlanders were sure to select those that were left exposed. They added, that there was great hardship in leaving the unfortunate prisoners to the almost certain doom of massacre denounced against them, which no one doubted would be executed in the first burst of revenge. Garschattachin ventured yet farther, confiding in the honour of the nobleman whom he addressed, although he knew he had particular reasons for disliking their prisoner. "Rob Roy," he said, "though a kittle neighbour to the Low Country, and particularly obnoxious to his Grace, and though he maybe carried the cutter and trade farther than ony man o' his day, was an old friend call, and there might be some means of making him hear reason,
whereas his wife and sons were reckless fiends, without either fear or mercy about them, and at the head of his limmerloons he would be a worse plague to the country than ever he had been. Phew, phew, replied his Grace, it is the very sense and cunning of this fellow which has so long maintained his reign. A mere Highland robber would have been put down in as many weeks as he has flourished years. His gang without him is no more to be dreaded as a permanent annoyance, it will no longer exist, than a wasp without its head, which may sting once perhaps, but is instantly crushed into annihilation. Garschattachin was not so easily silenced. I am sure, my Lord Duke, he replied, I have no favour for Rob, and he as little for me, seeing he has twice cleaned out my own virus, besides scathe among my tenants. But, however, Garschattachin, said the Duke with a smile of peculiar expression, I fancy you think such a freedom may be pardoned in a friend's friend, and Rob's supposed to be no enemy to Major Galbraith's friends over the water. If it be so, my lord, said Garschattachin in the same tone of jocularity, it's not the worst thing I have heard of him, but I wish we heard some news from the clans that we have waited for so long. I vow to God they'll keep a Highlandman's word with us. I never kenned them better. It's ill drawing boots upon trees. I cannot believe it, said the Duke. These gentlemen are known to be men of honour, and I must necessarily suppose they are to keep their appointment. Send out 2 more horsemen to look for our friends. We cannot, till their arrival, pretend to attack the pass where Captain Thornton has suffered himself to be surprised, and which, to my knowledge, 10 men on foot might make good against a regiment of the best horse in Europe. Meanwhile, let refreshments be given to the men. I had the benefit of this last order, the more necessary and acceptable, as I had tasted nothing since our hasty meal at Aberfoil the evening before. The vedettes who had been dispatched returned without tidings of the expected auxiliaries, and sunset was approaching, when a Highlander, belonging to the clans whose cooperation was expected, appeared as the bearer of a letter, which he delivered to the Duke with the most profound congé. Now will I wad the hogshead of credit, said Garschattachin, that this is a message to tell us that these cursed Highlandmen, whom we have fetched here at the expense of so much plague and vexation, are going to draw off, and leave us to do our own business if we can. It is even so, gentlemen, said the Duke, reddening with indignation, after having perused the letter, which was written upon a very dirty scrap of paper, but most punctiliously addressed, for the much honoured hands of an high and mighty Prince the Duke, etc., etc., etc. Our allies, continued the Duke, have deserted us, gentlemen, and have made a separate peace with the enemy. It's just the fate of all alliances, said Garschattachin. The Dutch were going to serve us the same gate, if we had not got the start of them at Utrecht. You are facetious, sir, said the Duke, with a frown which showed how little he liked the pleasantry. But our business is rather of a grave cut just now. I suppose no gentleman would advise our attempting to penetrate farther into the country, unsupported either by friendly Highlanders or by infantry from Inversnaid. A general answer announced that the attempt would be perfect madness. Nor would there be great wisdom, the Duke added, in remaining exposed to a night attack in this place. I therefore propose that we should retreat to the house of Ducray, and that of Gartartan,
and keep safe and sure watch and ward until morning. But before we separate, I will examine Rob Roy before you all, and make you sensible, by your own eyes and ears, of the extreme unfitness of leaving him space for further outrage." He gave orders accordingly, and the prisoner was brought before him, his arms belted down above the elbow, and secured to his body by a horse girth buckled tight behind him. Two non-commissioned officers had hold of him, one on each side, and two file of men with carabines and fixed bayonets attended for additional security. I had never seen this man in the dress of his country, which set in a striking point of view the peculiarities of his form. A shock head of red hair, which the hat and periwig of the Lowland costume had in a great measure concealed, was seen beneath the Highland bonnet, and verified the epithet of Roy, or Red, by which he was much better known in the Low Country than by any other, and is still, I suppose, best remembered. The justice of the appellation was also vindicated by the appearance of that part of his limbs, from the bottom of his kilt to the top of his short hose, which the fashion of his country dress left bare, and which was covered with a fell of thick short red hair, especially around his knees, which resembled in this respect, as well as from their sinewy appearance of extreme strength, the limbs of a red-coloured Highland bull. Upon the whole, betwixt the effect produced by the change of dress, and by my having become acquainted with his real and formidable character, his appearance had acquired to my eyes something so much wilder and more striking than it before presented, that I could scarce recognise him to be the same person. His manner was bold, unconstrained, unless by the actual bonds, haughty, and even dignified. He bowed to the Duke, nodded to Garschattachin and others, and showed some surprise at seeing me among the party. "It's a long time since we have met, Mr. Campbell," said the Duke. "It is so, my Lord Duke. I could have wished it had been," looking at the fastening on his arms, "when I could have better paid the compliments I owe to your Grace. But there is a good time coming." "No time like the time present, Mr. Campbell," answered the Duke, "for the hours are fast flying that must settle your last account with all mortal affairs. I do not say this to insult your distress, but you must be aware yourself that you draw near the end of your career. I do not deny that you may sometimes have done less harm than others of your unhappy trade, and that you may occasionally have exhibited marks of talent, and even of a disposition which promised better things. But you are aware how long you have been the terror and the oppressor of a peaceful neighbourhood, and by what acts of violence you have maintained and extended your usurped authority. You know, in short, that you have deserved death, and that you must prepare for it." "My lord," said Rob Roy, "although I may well lay my misfortunes at your Grace's door, yet I will never say that you yourself have been the wilful and witting author of them. My lord, if I had thought so, your Grace would not this day have been sitting in judgment on me, for you have been 3 times within good rifle distance of me, when you were thinking but of the red deer, and few people had kenned me miss my aim. But as for them that have abused your Grace's ear, and set you up against a man that was ance as peaceful a man as ony in the land, and made your name the warrant for driving me to utter extremity, I have had some amends of them, and for all that your Grace now says, I expect to live to hae mair." "I know," said the Duke in rising anger, "that you are a determined and impudent villain, who will keep his oath if he swears to mischief, but it shall be my care to prevent you. You have no enemies but your own wicked actions." "Had I called myself Graham instead of Campbell, I might have heard less about them," answered Rob Roy with dogged resolution. "You will do well, sir," said the Duke, "to warn your wife and family and followers to beware how they use the gentleman now in their hands,
as I will requite tenfold on them, and their kin and allies, the slightest injury done to any of his Majesty's liege subjects." "My lord," said Roy in answer, "none of my enemies will allege that I have been a bloodthirsty man; and were I now wi' my folk, I could rule 400 or 500 wild Highlanders as easy as your grace those 8 or 10 lackeys and footboys. But if your grace is bent to take the head away from a house, you may lay your account there will be misrule among the members. However, come what like, there's an honest man, a kinsman of my ain, may come be nae scathe. Is there anybody here would do a good deed for MacGregor? He may repay it, though his hands be now tied." The Highlander who had delivered the letter to the Duke replied, "I will do your will for you, MacGregor, and I'll gang back up the glen on purpose." He advanced and received from the prisoner a message to his wife, which, being in Gaelic, I did not understand, but I had little doubt it related to some measures to be taken for the safety of Mr. Jarvie. "Do you hear the fellow's impudence?" said the Duke. "He confides in his character of a messenger. His conduct is of a piece with his masters, who invited us to make common cause against these freebooters, and have deserted us so soon as the MacGregors have agreed to surrender the Balquhidder lands they were squabbling about. No truth in plaids, no faith in tartan trews, chameleon like, they change 1,000 hues." "Your great ancestor never said so, my lord," answered Major Galbraith; "and with submission, neither would your grace have occasion to say it, would ye but be for beginning justice at the well head. Gie the honest man his mere again. Let every head wear its ain bonnet, and the destructions of the Lennox would be mended with them of the land." "Hush, hush, Garschattachin," said the Duke; "this is language dangerous for you to talk to any one, and especially to me. But I presume you reckon yourself a privileged person. Please to draw off your party towards Gartartan. I shall myself see the prisoner escorted to Duchray, and send you orders to morrow. You will please grant no leave of absence to any of your troopers." "Here's old ordering and counter ordering," muttered Garschattachin between his teeth; "but patience, patience, we may ae day play at change seats. The king's coming." The two troops of cavalry now formed, and prepared to march off the ground, that they might avail themselves of the remainder of daylight to get to their evening quarters. I received an intimation, rather than an invitation, to attend the party, and I perceived that, though no longer considered as a prisoner, I was yet under some sort of suspicion. The times were indeed so dangerous. The great party questions of Jacobite and Hanoverian divided the country so effectually, and the constant disputes and jealousies between the Highlanders and Lowlanders, besides a number of inexplicable causes of feud which separated the great leading families in Scotland from each other, occasioned such general suspicion, that a solitary and unprotected stranger was almost sure to meet with something disagreeable in the course of his travels. I acquiesced, however, in my destination with the best grace I could, consoling myself with the hope that I might obtain from the captive freebooter some information concerning Rashleigh and his machinations. I should do myself injustice did I not add, that my views were not merely selfish. I was too much interested in my singular acquaintance not to be desirous of rendering him such services as his unfortunate situation might demand, or admit of his receiving. End of Volume 2, Chapter 15. Recording by Felicity Campbell, Whanganui, New Zealand.
Volume 2, Chapter 16 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 16. And when he came to Broken Brig, he bent his bow and swam, and when he came to grass growing, set down his feet and ran. Gil Morris. The echoes of the rocks and ravines on either side now rang to the trumpets of the cavalry, which, forming themselves into two distinct bodies, began to move down the valley at a slow trot. That commanded by Major Galbraith soon took to the right hand and crossed the Forth, for the purpose of taking up the quarters assigned them for the night, when they were to occupy, as I understood, an old castle in the vicinity. They formed a lively object while crossing the stream, but were soon lost in winding up the bank on the opposite side, which was clothed with wood. We continued our march with considerable good order. To ensure the safe custody of the prisoner, the Duke had caused him to be placed on horseback behind one of his retainers, called, as I was informed, Ewan of Briglands, one of the largest and strongest men who were present. A horse belt passed round the bodies of both, and buckled before the yeoman's breast, rendered it impossible for Rob Roy to free himself from his keeper. I was directed to keep close beside them, and accommodated for the purpose with a troop horse. We were as closely surrounded by the soldiers as the width of the road would permit, and had always at least one, if not two, on each side, with pistol in hand. Andrew Fairservice, furnished with a Highland pony, of which they had made prey somewhere or other, was permitted to ride among the other domestics, of whom a great number attended the line of march, though without falling into the ranks of the more regularly trained troopers. In this manner we travelled for a certain distance, until we arrived at a place where we also were to cross the river. The Forth, as being the outlet of a lake, is of considerable depth, even where less important in point of width, and the descent to the ford was by a broken precipitous ravine, which only permitted one horseman to descend at once. The rear and centre of our small body halting on the bank, while the front files passed down in succession, produced a considerable delay, as is usual on such occasions, and even some confusion, for a number of those riders who made no proper part of the squadron crowded to the ford without regularity, and made the militia cavalry, although tolerably well drilled, partake in some degree of their own disorder. It was while we were thus huddled together on the bank that I heard Rob Roy whisper to the man behind whom he was placed on horseback, "Your father, Jan, wouldna ha carried an old Frian to the shambles like a calf, for all the jerks in Christendom." Ewan returned no answer, but shrugged as one who would express by that sign that what he was doing was none of his own choice. "And when MacGregor's come down the glen, and ye see Tomb Falls, a bloody hearthstone, and the fire flashing out between the rafters of your house, ye may be thinking then, Ian, that where your friend rubbed to the fire, ye would have had that safe which it will make your heart sair to lose." Ewan of Briglands again shrugged and groaned, but remained silent. "It's a sair thing," continued Rob, sliding his insinuations so gently into Ewan's ear that they reached no other but mine, who certainly saw myself in no shape called upon to destroy his prospects of escape. "It's a sair thing that Ewan of Briglands, whom Roy MacGregor has helped with hand, sword, and purse, should mind to gloom from a great man more than a friend's life." Ewan seemed sorely agitated, but was silent. We heard the Duke's voice from the opposite bank call, "Bring over the prisoner." Ewan put his horse into motion, and just as I heard Roy say, "Never wear a MacGregor's blood against a broken whang of leather, for there will be another accounting to give for it, both here and hereafter," they passed me hastily, and dashing forward rather precipitately, entered the water. "Not yet, sir, not yet," said some of the troopers to me as I was about to follow. while others pressed forward into the stream. I saw the Duke on the other side, by the waning light, engaged in commanding his people to get into order, as they landed dispersedly, some higher, some lower. Many had crossed, some were in the water, and the rest were preparing to follow, when a sudden splash warned me that MacGregor's eloquence had prevailed on Ewan to give him freedom and a chance for life. The Duke also heard the sound, and instantly guessed its meaning. "Dog!" he exclaimed to Ewan as he landed, "where is your prisoner?" And without waiting to hear the apology which the terrified vassal began to falter forth, he fired a pistol at his head, whether fatally I know not, and exclaimed, "Gentlemen, disperse and pursue the villain, 100 guineas for him that secures Rob Roy." All became an instant scene of the most lively confusion. Rob Roy, disengaged from his bonds, doubtless by Ewan's slipping the buckle of his belt, had dropped off at the horse's tail, and instantly dived, passing under the belly of the troop horse which was on his left hand. But as he was obliged to come to the surface an instant for air, the glimpse of his tartan plaid drew the attention of the troopers, some of whom plunged into the river with a total disregard to their own safety, rushing according to the expression of their country through pool and stream, sometimes swimming their horses, sometimes losing them and struggling for their own lives. Others, less zealous or more prudent, broke off in different directions, and galloped up and down the banks to watch the places at which the fugitive might possibly land. The hollowing, the whooping, the calls for aid at different points where they saw, or conceived they saw, some vestige of him they were seeking, the frequent report of pistols and carabines fired at every object which excited the least suspicion, the sight of so many horsemen riding about in and out of the river, and striking with their long broadswords at whatever excited their attention, joined to the vain exertions used by their officers to restore order and regularity, and all this in so wild a scene, and visible only by the imperfect twilight of an autumn evening, made the most extraordinary hubbub I had hitherto witnessed. I was indeed left alone to observe it, for our whole cavalcade had dispersed in pursuit, or at least to see the event of the search. Indeed, as I partly suspected at the time, and afterwards learned with certainty, many of those who seemed most active in their attempts to waylay and recover the fugitive were in actual truth least desirous that he should be taken, and only joined in the cry to increase the general confusion, and to give Rob Roy a better opportunity of escaping. Escape indeed was not difficult for a swimmer so expert as the freebooter, as soon as he had eluded the first burst of pursuit. At one time he was closely pressed, and several blows were made which flashed in the water around him, the scene much resembling one of the otter hunts which I had seen at Osbaldistone Hall, where the animal is detected by the hounds from his being necessitated to put his nose above the stream to vent or breathe, while he is enabled to elude them by getting under water again so soon as he has refreshed himself by respiration. MacGregor, however, had a trick beyond the otter, for he contrived, when very closely pursued, to disengage himself unobserved from his plaid, and suffer it to float down the stream, where in its progress it quickly attracted general attention. Many of the horsemen were thus put upon a false scent, and several shots or stabs were averted from the party for whom they were designed. Once fairly out of view, the recovery of the prisoner became almost impossible, since in so many places the river was rendered inaccessible by the steepness of its banks, or the thickets of alders, poplars, and birch, which overhanging its banks, prevented the approach of horsemen. Errors and accidents had also happened among the pursuers, whose task the approaching night rendered every moment more hopeless. Some got themselves involved in the eddies of the stream, and required the assistance of their companions to save them from drowning. Others, hurt by shots or blows in the confused melee, implored help or threatened vengeance, and in one or two instances such accidents led to actual strife. The trumpets therefore sounded the retreat, announcing that the commanding officer, with whatsoever unwillingness, had for the present relinquished hopes of the important prize which had thus unexpectedly escaped his grasp, and the troopers began slowly, reluctantly, and brawling with each other as they returned, again to assume their ranks. I could see them darkening as they formed on the southern bank of the river, whose murmurs, long drowned by the louder cries of vengeful pursuit, were now heard hoarsely mingling with the deep, discontented, and reproachful voices of the disappointed horsemen. Hitherto I had been, as it were, a mere spectator, though far from an uninterested one, of this singular scene which had passed. But now I heard a voice suddenly exclaim, "Where is the English stranger? It war he gave Rob Roy the knife to cut the belt." "Cleave the pock pudding to the chaffs," cried one voice. "We's a brace of bars through his handpun," said another. "Drive 3 inches of cold iron into his brisket," shouted a third; and I heard several horses galloping to and fro, with the kind purpose, doubtless, of executing these denunciations. I was immediately awakened to the sense of my situation, and to the certainty that armed men, having no restraint whatever on their irritated and inflamed passions, would probably begin by shooting or cutting me down, and afterwards investigate the justice of the action. Impressed by this belief, I leaped from my horse, and turning him loose, plunged into a bush of alder trees, where, considering the advancing obscurity of the night, I thought there was little chance of my being discovered. Had I been near enough to the Duke to have invoked his personal protection, I would have done so; but he had already commenced his retreat, and I saw no officer on the left bank of the river, of authority sufficient to have afforded protection in case of my surrendering myself. I thought there was no point of honour which could require, in such circumstances, an unnecessary exposure of my life. My first idea, when the tumult began to be appeased, and the clatter of the horses' feet was heard less frequently in the immediate vicinity of my hiding place, was to seek out the Duke's quarters when all should be quiet, and to give myself up to him, as a liege subject, who had nothing to fear from his justice, and a stranger, who had every right to expect protection and hospitality. With this purpose I crept out of my hiding place and looked around me. The twilight had now melted nearly into darkness. A few or none of the troopers were left on my side of the Forth, and of those who were already across it, I only heard the distant trample of the horses' feet, and the wailing and prolonged sound of their trumpets, which rung through the woods to recall stragglers. Here, therefore, I was left in a situation of considerable difficulty. I had no horse, and the deep and wheeling stream of the river, rendered turbid by the late tumult of which its channel had been the scene, and seeming yet more so under the doubtful influence of an imperfect moonlight, had no inviting influence for a pedestrian by no means accustomed to wade rivers, and who had lately seen horsemen weltering in this dangerous passage up to the very saddle laps. At the same time, my prospect, if I remained on the side of the river on which I then stood, could be no other than of concluding the various fatigues of this day and the preceding night by passing that which was now closing in, al fresco, on the side of a Highland hill. After a moment's reflection, I began to consider that Fairservice, who had doubtless crossed the river with the other domestics, according to his forward and impertinent custom of putting himself always amongst the foremost, could not fail to satisfy the Duke or the competent authorities respecting my rank and situation, and that therefore my character did not require my immediate appearance, at the risk of being drowned in the river, of being unable to trace the march of the squadron in case of my reaching the other in safety, or finally of being cut down right or wrong by some straggler, who might think such a piece of good service a convenient excuse for not sooner rejoining his ranks. I therefore resolved to measure my steps back to the little inn where I had passed the preceding night. I had nothing to apprehend from Rob Roy. He was now at liberty, and I was certain, in case of my falling in with any of his people, the news of his escape would ensure me protection. I might thus also show that I had no intention to desert Mr. Jarvie in the delicate situation in which he had engaged himself chiefly on my account. And lastly, it was only in this quarter that I could hope to learn tidings concerning Rashleigh and my father's papers, which had been the original cause of an expedition so fraught with perilous adventure. I therefore abandoned all thoughts of crossing the Forth that evening, and turning my back on the fords of Frew, began to retrace my steps towards the little village of Aberfoil. A sharp frost wind, which made itself heard and felt from time to time, removed the clouds of mist which might otherwise have slumbered till morning on the valley, and though it could not totally disperse the clouds of vapour, yet threw them in confused and changeful masses, now hovering among the heads of mountains, now filling, as with a dense and voluminous stream of smoke, the various deep gullies where masses of the composite rock or breccia, tumbling in fragments from the cliffs, have rushed to the valley, leaving each behind its course a rent and torn ravine, resembling a deserted watercourse. The moon, which was now high, and twinkled with all the vivacity of a frosty atmosphere, silvered the windings of the river, and the peaks and precipices which the mist left visible, while her beams seemed as it were absorbed by the fleecy whiteness of the mist, where it lay thick and condensed, and gave to the more light and vapoury specks, which were elsewhere visible, a sort of filmy transparency resembling the lightest veil of silver gauze. Despite the uncertainty of my situation, a view so romantic, joined to the active and inspiring influence of the frosty atmosphere, elevated my spirits while it braced my nerves. I felt an inclination to cast care away, and bid defiance to danger, and involuntarily whistled, by way of cadence to my steps, which my feeling of the cold led me to accelerate, and I felt the pulse of existence beat prouder and higher in proportion as I felt confidence in my own strength, courage, and resources. I was so much lost in these thoughts, and in the feelings which they excited, that two horsemen came up behind me without my hearing their approach, until one was on each side of me, when the left-hand rider, pulling up his horse, addressed me in the English tongue. "So ho, friend, whither so late?" "To my supper and bed at Aberfoil," I replied. "Are the passes open?" he required, with the same commanding tone of voice. "I do not know," I replied. "I shall learn when I get there. But," I added, the fate of Morris recurring to my recollection, "if you are an English stranger, I advise you to turn back till daylight. There has been some disturbance in this neighbourhood, and I should hesitate to say it is perfectly safe for strangers." "The soldiers had the worst, had they not?" was the reply. "They had indeed, and an officer's party were destroyed or made prisoners." "Are you sure of that?" replied the horseman. "As sure as that I hear you speak," I replied. "I was an unwilling spectator of the skirmish." "Unwilling?" continued the interrogator. "Were you not engaged in it then?" "Certainly no," I replied. "I was detained by the king's officer." "On what suspicion? And who are you? And what is your name?" he continued. "I really do not know, sir, why I should answer so many questions to an unknown stranger. I have told you enough to convince you that you are going into a dangerous and distracted country. If you choose to proceed, it is your own affair; but as I ask you no questions respecting your name and business, you will oblige me by making no inquiries after mine." "Mr. Francis Osbaldistone," said the other rider, in a voice the tones of which thrilled through every nerve of my body, "should not whistle his favourite airs when he wishes to remain undiscovered." And Diana Vernon, for she, wrapped in a horseman's cloak, was the last speaker, whistled in playful mimicry the second part of the tune which was on my lips when they came up. "Good God!" I exclaimed, like one thunderstruck, "can it be you, Miss Vernon, on such a spot, at such an hour, in such a lawless country, in such a masculine dress, you would say? But what would you have? The philosophy of the excellent Corporal Nym is the best after all. Things must be as they may. Pauca verba." While she was thus speaking, I eagerly took advantage of an unusually bright gleam of moonshine to study the appearance of her companion; for it may be easily supposed that finding Miss Vernon in a place so solitary, engaged in a journey so dangerous, and under the protection of one gentleman only, were circumstances to excite every feeling of jealousy as well as surprise. The rider did not speak with the deep melody of Rashleigh's voice. His tones were more high and commanding. He was taller, moreover, as he sate on horseback, than that first-rate object of my hate and suspicion. Neither did the stranger's address resemble that of any of my other cousins. It had that indescribable tone and manner by which we recognise a man of sense and breeding, even in the first few sentences he speaks. The object of my anxiety seemed desirous to get rid of my investigation. "Diana," he said, in a tone of mingled kindness and authority, "give your cousin his property, and let's not spend time here." Miss Vernon had in the meantime taken out a small case, and leaning down from her horse towards me, she said, in a tone in which an effort at her usual quaint lightness of expression contended with deeper and more grave tone of sentiment, "You see, my dear coz, I was born to be your better angel. Rashleigh has been compelled to yield up his spoil, and had we reached this same village of Aberfoil last night as we proposed, I should have found some Highland sylph to have wafted to you all these representatives of commercial wealth; but there were giants and dragons in the way, and errant knights and damsels of modern times, bold though they be, must not, as of yore, run into useless danger. Do not you do so either, my dear coz." "Diana," said her companion, "let me once more warn you that the evening waxes late, and we are still distant from our home." "I am coming, sir, I am coming. Consider," she added with a sigh, "how lately I have been subjected to control. Besides, I have not yet given my cousin the packet, and bid him farewell for ever." "Yes, Frank," she said, "for ever, for there is a gulf between us, a gulf of absolute perdition. Where we go you must not follow, what we do you must not share in. Farewell, be happy." In the attitude in which she bent from her horse, which was a Highland pony, her face, not perhaps altogether unwillingly, touched mine. She pressed my hand, while the tear that trembled in her eye found its way to my cheek instead of her own. It was a moment never to be forgotten, inexpressibly bitter, yet mixed with a sensation of pleasure so deeply soothing and affecting as at once to unlock all the floodgates of the heart. It was but a moment, however, for instantly recovering from the feeling to which she had involuntarily given way, she intimated to her companion she was ready to attend him, and putting their horses to a brisk pace, they were soon far distant from the place where I stood. Heaven knows it was not apathy which loaded my frame and my tongue so much, that I could neither return Miss Vernon's half embrace nor answer her farewell. The word, though it rose to my tongue, seemed to choke in my throat like the fatal guilty, which the delinquent who makes it his plea knows must be followed by the doom of death. The surprise, the sorrow, almost stupefied me. I remained motionless with the packet in my hand, gazing after them, as if endeavouring to count the sparkles which flew from the horse's hoofs. I continued to look after even these had ceased to be visible, and to listen for their footsteps long after the last distant trampling had died in my ears. At length tears rushed to my eyes, glazed as they were by the exertion of straining after what was no longer to be seen. I wiped them mechanically, and almost without being aware that they were flowing, but they came thicker and thicker. I felt the tightening of the throat and breast, the hysteric apatio of poor Lear, and sitting down by the wayside, I shed a flood of the first and most bitter tears which had flowed from my eyes since childhood. End of Volume 2, Chapter 16 of Rob Roy. Recording by Felicity Campbell, Whanganui, New Zealand. Volume 2, Chapter 17 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17. Dangle. Egad, I think the interpreter is the harder to be understood of the two. Critic. I had scarce given vent to my feelings in this paroxysm ere was ashamed of my weakness. I remembered that I had been for some time endeavouring to regard Diana Vernon, when her idea intruded itself on my remembrance, as a friend, for whose welfare I should indeed always be anxious, but with whom I could have little further communication. But the almost unrepressed tenderness of her manner, joined to the romance of our sudden meeting where it was so little to have been expected, were circumstances which threw me entirely off my guard. I recovered, however, sooner than might have been expected, and without giving myself time accurately to examine my motives. I resumed the path on which I had been travelling when overtaken by this strange and unexpected apparition. I am not, was my reflection, transgressing her injunctions so pathetically given, since I am but pursuing my own journey by the only open route. If I have succeeded in recovering my father's property, it still remains incumbent on me to see my Glasgow friend delivered from the situation in which he has involved himself on my account. Besides, what other place of rest can I obtain for the night, excepting at the little inn of Aberfoil? They must also stop there, since it is impossible for travellers on horseback to go farther. Well, then, we shall meet again, meet for the last time perhaps, but I shall see and hear her. I shall learn who this happy man is who exercises over her the authority of a husband. I shall learn if there remains, in the difficult course in which she seems engaged, any difficulties which my efforts may remove, or aught that I can do to express my gratitude for her generosity, for her disinterested friendship. As I reasoned thus with myself, colouring with every plausible pretext which occurred to my ingenuity my passionate desire once more to see and converse with my cousin, I was suddenly hailed by a touch on the shoulder, and the deep voice of a Highlander, who, walking still faster than I, though I was proceeding at a smart pace, accosted me with, "A braw night, Maister Osbaldistone. We have met at the mark hour before now." There was no mistaking the tone of MacGregor. He had escaped the pursuit of his enemies, and was in full retreat to his own wild and to his adherents. He had also contrived to arm himself, probably at the house of some secret adherent, for he had a musket on his shoulder, and the usual Highland weapons by his side. To have found myself alone with such a character in such a situation, and at this late hour in the evening, might not have been pleasant to me in any ordinary mood of mind, for though habituated to think of Rob Roy in rather a friendly point of view, I will confess frankly that I never heard him speak but that it seemed to thrill my blood. The intonation of the mountaineers gives a habitual depth and hollowness to the sound of their words, owing to the guttural expression so common in their native language, and they usually speak with a good deal of emphasis. To these national peculiarities Rob Roy added a sort of hard indifference of accent and manner, expressive of a mind neither to be daunted nor surprised, nor affected by what passed before him, however dreadful, however sudden, however afflicting. Habitual danger, with unbounded confidence in his own strength and sagacity, had rendered him indifferent to fear, and the lawless and precarious life he led had blunted, though its dangers and errors had not destroyed, his feelings for others. And it was to be remembered that I had very lately seen the followers of this man commit a cruel slaughter on an unarmed and suppliant individual. Yet such was the state of my mind, that I welcomed the company of the outlaw leader as a relief to my own overstrained and painful thoughts, and was not without hopes that through his means I might obtain some clue of guidance through the maze in which my fate had involved me. I therefore answered his greeting cordially, and congratulated him on his late escape in circumstances when escape seemed impossible. "Ay," he replied, "there is as much between the craig and the woody as there is between the cup and the lip. But my peril was less than you may think, being a stranger to this country. Of those that and to keep me, and to retake me again, there was a moiety, as cousin Nicol Jarvie calls it, that had nae will that I should be either taken, or kept fast, or retain; and of t'other moiety, there was as half was fear to stir me, and so I had only like the fourth part of 50 or 60 men to deal withal." "And enough too, I should think," replied I. "I dinna ken that," said he; "but I ken that turn every ill willer that I had amang them out upon the green before the clachan of Aberfoil, I would find them play with broadsword and target, one down and another come on." He now inquired into my adventures since we entered his country, and laughed heartily at my account of the battle we had in the inn, and at the exploits of the Bailie with the red hot poker. "Let Glasgow flourish!" he exclaimed. "The curse of Cromwell on me, if I would hae wished better sport than to see cousin Nicol Jarvie singe Inverrex played like a sheep's head between a pair of tongs. But my cousin Jarvie," he added more gravely, "has some gentleman's blood in his veins, although he has been unhappily bred up to a peaceful and mechanical craft, which could not but blunt any pretty man's spirit. Ye may estimate the reason why I could not receive you at the Clachan of Aberfoil as I purposed. They had made a fine horse net for me when I was absent 2 or 3 days at Glasgow upon the king's business, but I think I broke up the league about their lugs. They'll no be able to hound one clan against another as they hae done. I hope soon to see the day when all Highlandmen will stand shoulder to shoulder. But what chanced next?" I gave him an account of the arrival of Captain Thornton and his party, and the arrest of the Bailie and myself under pretext of our being suspicious persons; and upon his more special inquiry, I recollected the officer had mentioned that, besides my name sounding suspicious in his ears, he had orders to secure an old and young person resembling our description. This again moved the outlaw's risibility. "As man lives by bread," he said, "the buzzards have mistaken my friend the Bailie for his Excellency, and you for Diana Vernon. Och, the most egregious night howlets!" "Miss Vernon?" said I, with hesitation, and trembling for the answer, "does she still bear that name?" She passed but now, along with a gentleman who seemed to use a style of authority. "Ay, ay," answered Rob, "she's under lawful authority now, and full time, for she was a daft hempie; but she's a mettle quean. It's a pity his Excellency is a thought elden. The like of yourself, or my son Hamish, would be mair sortable in point of years." Here then was a complete downfall of those castles of cards which my fancy had, in despite of my reason, so often amused herself with building, although in truth I had scarcely anything else to expect, since I could not suppose that Diana could be travelling in such a country at such an hour, with any but one who had a legal title to protect her. I did not feel the blow less severely when it came, and MacGregor's voice, urging me to pursue my story, sounded in my ears without conveying any exact import to my mind. "You are ill," he said at length, after he had spoken twice without receiving an answer. "This day's work has been ower muckle for ane, doubtless unused to sic things." the tone of kindness in which this was spoken recalling me to myself, and to the necessities of my situation, I continued my narrative as well as I could. Rob Roy expressed a great exultation at the successful skirmish in the pass. "They say," he observed, "that king's chaff is better than other folk's corn; but I think that cannot be said o' king's soldiers, if they let themselves be beaten with the wheen old carles that are past fighting, and barons that are no come till't, and wives with their rocks and distaffs, the very wally draigles of the countryside. And Dougal Gregor, too, how would I thought there had been as muckle sense in his tatty pow, that ne'er had a better covering than his ain shaggy hassock of hair. But say away, though I dread what's to come next, for my Helen's an incarnate devil when her blood's up. Poor thing, she has ower muckle reason." I observed as much delicacy as I could in communicating to him the usage we had received, but I obviously saw the detail gave him great pain. "I would rather than 1,000 merks," he said, "that I had been at home, to misguide strangers, and forby all my ain natural cousin that had showed me sic kindness. I would rather they had burned half the Lennox in their folly. But this comes of trusting women and their bairns, that have neither measure nor reason in their dealings. However, it's all owing to that dog of a gauger, who betrayed me by pretending a message from your cousin Rashleigh to meet him on the king's affairs, whilk I thought was very like to be anent Garschattachin and a party of the Lennox declaring themselves for King James. Faith, but I kenned I was clean beguiled when I heard the Duke was there, and when they strapped the horse girth over my arms, I might have judged what was biding me, for I kenned your kinsman, being, wi' pardon, a slippery loon himself, is prone to employ those of his ain kidney. I wish he mayna hae been at the bottom of the ploy himsell. I thought the chield Morris looked devilish queer when I determined he should remain a ward or hostage for my safe back coming. But I am come back, nae thanks to him, or them that employed him, and the question is how the collected lien is to win back himsell. I promise him it will not be without a ransom." "Morris," said I, "has already paid the last ransom which mortal man can owe." "Eh? What?" exclaimed my companion hastily. "What do you say? I trust it was in the skirmish he was killed." "He was slain in cold blood after the fight was over, Mr. Campbell." "Cold blood! Damnation!" he said, muttering betwixt his teeth. "How fell that, sir? Speak out, sir, and do not Maister or Campbell me. My foot is on my native heath, and my name is MacGregor." His passions were obviously irritated, but without noticing the rudeness of his tone, I gave him a short and distinct account of the death of Morris. He struck the butt of his gun with great vehemence against the ground, and broke out, "I vow to God, such a deed might make one forswear kin, clan, country, wife, and bairns, and yet the villain wrought long for it. And what is the difference between warsling below the water with a stain about your neck, and wavering in the wind with a tether round it? It's but choking after all, and he drees the doom he ettled for me. I could have wished, though, they had rather putten a ball through him, or a dirk, for the fashion of removing him will give rise to mony idle clavers. But every wight has his weird, and we maun a' day when our day comes, and nobody will deny that Helen MacGregor has deep wrongs to avenge." So saying, he seemed to dismiss the theme altogether from his mind, and proceeded to inquire how I got free from the party in whose hands he had seen me. My story was soon told, and I added the episode of my having recovered the papers of my father, though I dared not trust my voice to name the name of Diana. "I was sure ye would get them," said MacGregor. "The letter ye brought me contained his Excellency's pleasure to that effect, and nae doubt it was my will to have aided in it. And I asked ye up into this glen on the very errand. But it's like his Excellency has foregathered with Rashleigh sooner than I expected." The first part of this answer was what most forcibly struck me. "Was the letter I brought you, then, from this person you call his Excellency? Who is he, and what is his rank and proper name?" "I am thinking," said MacGregor, "that since ye dinna ken them already, there canna be a muckle consequence to you, and sae I shall say naething on that score, but will what the letter was for his ain hand, or, having I sought the business of my ain on my hands, being, as ye will may say, just as much as I can fairly manage, I canna say I would have fashed mysell sae muckle about the matter." I now recollected the lights seen in the library, the various circumstances which had excited my jealousy, the glove, the agitation of the tapestry which covered the secret passage from Rashleigh's apartment, and above all, I recollected that Diana retired in order to write, as I then thought, the billet to which I was to have recourse in case of the last necessity. Her hours then were not spent in solitude, but in listening to the addresses of some desperate agent of Jacobitical treason, who was a secret resident within the mansion of her uncle. Other young women have sold themselves for gold, or suffered themselves to be seduced from their first love from vanity, but Diana had sacrificed my affections and her own to partake the fortunes of some desperate adventurer, to seek the haunts of freebooters through midnight deserts, with no better hopes of rank or fortune than that mimicry of both, which the mock courts of the Stuarts at Saint Germain had in their power to bestow. "I will see her," I said internally, "if it be possible, once more. I will argue with her as a friend, as a kinsman, on the risks she is incurring, and I will facilitate her retreat to France, where she may, with more comfort and propriety, as well as safety, abide the issue of the turmoils which the political trepanner to whom she has united her fate is doubtless busied in putting into motion." "I conclude, then," I said to MacGregor, after about 5 minutes' silence on both sides, "that his Excellency, since you give me no other name for him, was residing in Osbaldistone Hall at the same time with myself." To be sure, and in the young lady's apartment, as best reason was." This gratuitous information was adding gall to bitterness. "But few," added MacGregor, "kenned he was derrand there, save Rashleigh and Sir Hildebrand, for ye were out of the question, and the young lads haena wit enough to call the cat frae the cream. But it's a braw old fashioned house, and what I specially admire is the abundance of holes and barrows and concealments. Ye could put 20 or 30 men in a corner, and a family might live a week without finding them out, which nae doubt may on occasion be a special convenience. I wish we had the like of Osbaldistone Hall on the braes of Craigroyston, but we maun gar woods and caves, save the like of us poor Highland bodies." "I suppose his Excellency," said I, "was privy to the first accident which befell—" I could not help hesitating a moment. "Ye were going to say Morris," said Rob Roy coolly, for he was too much accustomed to deeds of violence for the agitation he had at first expressed to be of long continuance. "I used to laugh heartily at that reek, but I'll hardly hae the heart to do it again since the ill-farred accident at the loch. Na, his excellently ken'd nought o' that ploy. It was all managed atween Rashleigh and mysell. But the sport that came after, and Rashleigh's shift of turning the suspicion of himself upon you,
that he had nae great favour to frae the beginning, and then Miss Di, she maun hae a sweep up all a spider's webs again, and set you out to the Justice's clause, and then the frightened craven Morris that was scared out of his seven senses by seeing the real man when he was charging the innocent stranger, and the gowk of a clerk, and the drunken call of a justice, many a laugh that job's gien me. And now all I can do for the poor devil is get some messes said for his soul." "May I ask," said I, "how Miss Vernon came to have so much influence over Rashleigh and his accomplices as to derange your projected plan?" "Mine? It was none of mine. No man can say I ever laid my burden on other folk's shoulders. It was all Rashleigh's doings. But undoubtedly she had great influence with us both, on account of his Excellency's affection, as well as that she kenned far over mony secrets to be lightly in a matter of that kind." "Deil take him," he ejaculated by way of summing up, "that gies women either secret to keep or power to abuse. Fools shouldna hae chapping sticks." We were now within a quarter of a mile from the village, when three Highlanders, springing upon us with presented arms, commanded us to stand and tell our business. The single word Gregarach, in the deep and commanding voice of my companion, was answered by a shout, or rather yell, of joyful recognition. One, throwing down his firelock, clasped his leader so fast round the knees that he was unable to extricate himself, muttering at the same time a torrent of Gaelic gratulation, which every now and then rose into a sort of scream of gladness. The two others, after the first howling was over, set off literally with the speed of deers, contending which should first carry to the village, which a strong party of the MacGregors now occupied, the joyful news of Rob Roy's escape and return. The intelligence excited such shouts of jubilation that the very hills rung again, and young and old, men, women, and children, without distinction of sex or age, came running down the vale to meet us, with all the tumultuous speed and clamour of a mountain torrent. When I heard the rushing noise and yells of this joyful multitude approach us, I thought it a fitting precaution to remind MacGregor that I was a stranger and under his protection. He accordingly held me fast by the hand, while the assemblage crowded around him with such shouts of devoted attachment and joy at his return as were really affecting. Nor did he extend to his followers what all eagerly sought, the grasp, namely of his hand, until he had made them understand that I was to be kindly and carefully used. The mandate of the Sultan of Delhi could not have been more promptly obeyed. Indeed, I now sustained nearly as much inconvenience from their well-meant attentions as formerly from their rudeness. They would hardly allow the friend of their leader to walk upon his own legs, so earnest were they in affording me support and assistance upon the way, and at length, taking advantage of a slight stumble which I made over a stone which the press did not permit me to avoid, they fairly seized upon me and bore me in their arms in triumph towards Mrs. MacAlpine's. On arrival before her hospitable wigwam, I found power and popularity had its inconveniences in the Highlands, as everywhere else, for before MacGregor could be permitted to enter the house where he was to obtain rest and refreshment, he was obliged to relate the story of his escape at least a dozen times over, as I was told by an officious old man, who chose to translate it at least as often for my edification, and to whom I was in policy obliged to seem to pay a decent degree of attention. The audience being at length satisfied, group after group departed to take their bed upon the heath, or in the neighbouring huts, some cursing the Duke and Garschattachin, some lamenting the probable danger of Ewan of Briglands, incurred by his friendship to MacGregor, but all agreeing that the escape of Rob Roy himself
lost nothing in comparison with the exploit of any one of their chiefs since the days of Dougal Chair, the founder of his line. The friendly outlaw, now taking me by the arm, conducted me into the interior of the hut. My eyes roved round its smoky recesses in quest of Diana and her companion, but they were nowhere to be seen, and I felt as if to make inquiries might betray some secret motives which were best concealed. The only known countenance upon which my eyes rested was that of the Bailie, who, seated on a stool by the fireside, received with a sort of reserved dignity the welcomes of Rob Roy, the apologies which he made for his indifferent accommodation, and his inquiries after his health. "I am pretty well, kinsman," said the Bailie, "indifferent well, I thank ye, and for accommodations, and can expect to carry about the South Market at his tail, as a snail does his cape, and am blithe that ye hae gotten out of the hands of your unfriends." "Weel, weel, then," answered Roy, "what is it ails ye, man? All's well that ends well. The warld will last our day. Come, take a cup of brandy. Your father the deacon could take ane at an orra time." "It might be he might do sae, Robin, after fatigue. Ilk has been my lot mair ways than ane this day. But," he continued, slowly filling up a little wooden stoup, which might hold about 3 glasses, "he was a moderate man of his bicker, as I am mysell. Here's wassing health to ye, Robin." A sip. "And your welfare here and hereafter." Another taste. "And also to my cousin Helen, and to your twa hopeful lads, of whom mair anon." So saying, he drank up the contents of the cup with great gravity and deliberation, while MacGregor winked aside to me, as if in ridicule of the air of wisdom and superior authority which the Bailie assumed towards him in their intercourse, and which he exercised when Rob was at the head of his armed clan, in full as great, or a greater degree, than when he was at the Bailie's mercy in the toll booth of Glasgow. It seemed to me that MacGregor wished me, as a stranger, to understand that if he submitted to the tone which his kinsman assumed, it was partly out of deference to the rites of hospitality, but still more for the jest's sake. As the Bailie set down his cup, he recognised me, and, giving me a cordial welcome on my return, he waived farther communication with me for the present. "I will speak to your matters anon. I maun begin, as in reason, with those of my kinsman. I presume, Robin, there's naebody here will carry out what I'm going to say to the town council or elsewhere, to my prejudice or to yours?" "Make yourself easy on that head, cousin Nicol," answered MacGregor. "The twa half of the gillies willna ken what ye say, and the t'other willna care. Besides that, I would stir the tongue out of the head of any of them that should presume to say or again any speech held with me in their presence." "Ah, well, cousin, sic being the case, and Mr. Osbaldistone here being a prudent youth and a safe friend, I shall plainly tell ye, ye are breeding up your family to gang in ill gate." Then, clearing his voice with a preliminary hem, he addressed his kinsman, checking, as Malvolio proposed to do when seated in his state, his familiar style with an austere regard of control. "Ye ken yourself ye hold light by the law, and for my cousin Helen, forby that her reception of me this blessed day whilk I excuse on account of perturbation of mind, was mickle on the north side of friendly. I say," outputting this personal reason of complaint, "I had that to say o' your wife." "Say nothing of her, kinsman," said Rob, in a grave and stern voice,
but what is fitting a friend to say and her husband to hear, of me you are welcome to say your full pleasure." I will," said the Bailie, somewhat disconcerted. "We will let that be a pass over. I dinna approve of making mischief in families, but here are your twa sons, Hamish and Robin, whilk signifies, as I'm gain to understand, James and Robert. I trust you will call them sae in future. There comes nae good of Hamishes and Irishens and Angus's, except that they're the names and I chances to see in the indictments at the Western Circuits for cow lifting, at the instance of His Majesty's advocate for His Majesty's interest. Well, but the tall lads, as I was saying, they haena seen muckle as the ordinary grants, man, of liberal education. They dinna ken the very multiplication table itself, whilk is the root of all useful knowledge. And they did naething but laugh and fleer at me when I told them my mind on their ignorance. It's my belief they can neither read, write, nor cipher, if sic a thing could be believed, or its ain connections in a Christian land." "If they could, kinsman," said MacGregor with great indifference, "their learning must have come of free will, for where the deil was I to get them a teacher? Would ye hae had me put on the gate of your divinity hall at Glasgow College, wanted a tutor for Rob Roy's bairns?" "No, kinsman," replied Mr. Jarvie, "but ye might have seen the lads wha they could hae learned the fear of God and the usages of civilized creatures. They are as ignorant as the kye laws ye used to drive to market, or the very English churls that ye sold them to, and can do naething whatever to purpose." "Oh," answered Rob, "Hamish can bring down a blackcock when he's on the wing wi' a single bullet, and Rob can drive a dirk through a 2-inch board." "Sae muckle the waur for them, cousin, sae muckle the waur for them baith," answered the Glasgow merchant in a tone of great decision; "and they ken naething better than that. They had better no ken that neither. Tell me yourself, Rob, what has all this cutting and stabbing and shooting and driving of dirks, whether through human flesh or for deils, dune for yourself? And werena ye a happier man at the tail of your night bestial, when ye were in an honest calling, than ever ye hae been since, at the head of your Highland kerns and galliglasses?" I observed that MacGregor, while his well-meaning kinsman spoke to him in this manner, turned and writhed his body like a man who indeed suffers pain, but is determined no groan shall escape his lips; and I longed for an opportunity to interrupt the well-meant, but, as it was obvious to me, quite mistaken strain in which Jarvie addressed this extraordinary person. The dialogue, however, came to an end without my interference. "And sae," said the Bailie, "I hae been thinking, Rob, that as it may be ye are ower deep in the black book to win a pardon, and ower old to mend yourself, that it would be a pity to bring up twa hopeful lads to sic a godless trade as your ain, and I wad blithely take them for prentices at the loom, as I began mysell, and my father the deacon afore me, though, praise to the giver, I only trade now as wholesale dealer, and he saw a storm gathering on Rob's brow, which probably induced him to throw in, as a sweetener of an obnoxious proposition, what he had reserved to crown his own generosity, had it been embraced as an acceptable one. "And, Robin, lad, ye needna look sae glum, for I'll pay the prentice fee, and never plague ye for the 1000 merks neither." Jade milli diawl, 100,000 devils, exclaimed Rob, rising and striding through the hut. My sons of weavers, milli molly hut. But I would see every loom in Glasgow, beam, traddles, and shutters burnt in hellfire sooner. With some difficulty I made the Bailie, who was preparing a reply, comprehend the risk and impropriety of pressing our host on this topic, and in a minute he recovered or reassumed his serenity of temper. "But ye mean well, said he. So give me your hand, Nicol, and if ever I put my son's apprentice, I will give you the refusal of him. And, as ye say, there's 1,000 merks to be settled between us. Here, Irashin MacAnalister, bring me my sporran." The person he addressed, a tall, strong mountaineer, who seemed to act as MacGregor's lieutenant, brought from some place of safety a large leathern pouch, such as Highlanders of rank wear before them when in full dress, made of the skin of the sea otter, richly garnished with silver ornaments and studs. "I advise no man to attempt opening this sporran till he has my secret," said Rob Roy, and then twisting one button in one direction and another in another, pulling one stud upward and pressing another downward, the mouth of the purse, which is bound with massive silver plate, opened and gave admittance to his hand. He made me remark, as if to break short the subject on which Bailie Jarvie had spoken, that a small steel pistol was concealed within the purse, the trigger of which was connected with the mounting, and made part of the machinery, so that the weapon would certainly be discharged, and in all probability its contents lodged in the person of any one who, being unacquainted with the secret, should tamper with the lock which secured his treasure. "This," said he, touching the pistol, "this is the keeper of my privy purse." The simplicity of the contrivance to secure a furred pouch, which could have been ripped open without any attempt on the spring, reminded me of the verses in the Odyssey, where Ulysses, in a yet ruder age, is content to secure his property by casting a curious and involved complication of cordage around the sea chest in which it was deposited. The Bailie put on his spectacles to examine the mechanism, and when he had done, returned it with a smile and a sigh, observing, "Och, Rob, had other folks' purses been as weel guarded, I doubt if your sporran would hae been as weel filled as it caives to be by the weight." "Never mind, kinsman," said Rob, laughing, "it will aye open for a friend's necessity, or to pay a just due. And here," he added, pulling out a rouleau of gold, "here is your 1,000 merks. Count them, and see that you are full and justly paid." Mr. Jarvie took the money in silence, and weighing it in his hand for an instant, laid it on the table, and replied, "Rob, I canna take it. I donna intermit wi' it. There can nae good come o't. I hae seen ower weel the day what sort of a gate your gold is made in. Ill got gear ne'er prosper, and to be plain wi' you, I winna meddle wi't. It looks as there might be blood on't." "Troth sure," said the outlaw, affecting an indifference which perhaps he did not altogether feel, "it's gude French gold, and ne'er was in Scotchman's pouch before mine. Look at them, man, they are a' louis d'or, bright and bonny as the day they were coined. The war, just sae muckle the war, Robin," replied the Bailie, averting his eyes from the money, though, like Caesar on the Lupercal, his fingers seemed to itch for it. "But rebellion is waur than witchcraft, or robbery either. There's gospel warrant for it." "Never mind the warrant, kinsman," said the freebooter. "You come by the gold honestly, and in payment of a just debt. It came from the one king, ye may give it to the other, if ye like, and it will just serve for a weakening of the enemy, and in the point where poor King James is weakest too. For, God knows, he has hands and hearts enough, but I doubt he wants the siller. He'll no get mony Highlanders then, Robin, said Mr. Jarvie, as, again replacing his spectacles on his nose, he undid the rouleau, and began to count its contents. No Lowlanders neither, said MacGregor, arching his eyebrow, and, as he looked at me, directing a glance towards Mr. Jarvie, who, all unconscious of the ridicule, weighed each piece with habitual scrupulosity, and having told twice over the sum which amounted to the discharge of his debt, principal, and interest, he returned 3 pieces to buy his kinswoman a gown, as he expressed himself, and a brace more for the tar barons, as he called them, requesting they might buy anything they liked with them except gunpowder. The Highlander stared at his kinsman's unexpected generosity, but courteously accepted his gift, which he deposited for the time in his well secured pouch. The Bailie next produced the original bond for the debt, on the back of which he had written a formal discharge, which, having subscribed himself, he requested me to sign as a witness. I did so, and Bailie Jarvie was looking anxiously around for another, the Scottish law requiring the subscription of 2 witnesses to validate either a bond or a quittance. You will hardly find a man that can write save ourselves within these 3 miles, said Rob, but I'll settle the matter as easily. And, taking the paper from before his kinsman, he threw it in the fire. Bailie Jarvie stared in his turn, but his kinsman continued, That's a Highland settlement of accounts. The time might come, cousin, were I to keep all these charges and discharges, that friends might be brought into trouble for having dealt with me. The Bailie attempted no reply to this argument, and our supper now appeared in a style of abundance and even delicacy which, for the place, might be considered as extraordinary. The greater part of the provisions were cold, intimating they had been prepared at some distance, and there were some bottles of good French wine to relish pasties of various sorts of game, as well as other dishes. I remarked that MacGregor, while doing the honours of the table with great and anxious hospitality, prayed us to excuse the circumstance that some particular dish or pasty had been infringed on before it was presented to us. You must know, said he to Mr. Jarvie, but without looking towards me, you are not the only guest this night in the MacGregor's country. Will doubtless ye will believe, since my wife and the twa lads would otherwise have been maist ready to attend you, as well beseems them. Bailie Jarvie looked as if he felt glad at any circumstance which occasioned their absence, and I should have been entirely of his opinion, had it not been that the outlaw's apology seemed to imply they were in attendance on Diana and her companion, whom, even in my thoughts, I could not bear to designate as her husband. While the unpleasant ideas arising from this suggestion counteracted the good effects of appetite, welcome, and good cheer, I remarked that Rob Roy's attention had extended itself to providing us better bedding than we had enjoyed the night before. 2 of the least fragile of the bedsteads, which stood by the wall of the hut, had been stuffed with heath, then in full flower, so artificially arranged that, the flowers being uppermost, afforded a mattress at once elastic and fragrant. Cloaks, and such bedding as could be collected, stretched over this vegetable couch, made it both soft and warm. The Bailie seemed exhausted by fatigue. I resolved to adjourn my communication to him until next morning, and therefore suffered him to betake himself to bed so soon as he had finished a plentiful supper. Though tired and harassed, I did not myself feel the same disposition to sleep, but rather a restless and feverish anxiety, which led to some farther discourse betwixt me and MacGregor. End of Volume 2, Chapter 17.
Recording by Felicity Campbell, Whanganui, New Zealand.
Volume 2, Chapter 18 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rob Roy, by Sir Walter Scott. Volume 2, Chapter 18. A hopeless darkness settles o'er my fate. I've seen the last look of her heavenly eyes. I've heard the last sound of her blessed voice. I've seen her fair form from my sight depart. My doom is closed. Count Basil. I ken not what to make of you, Mr. Osbaldistone, said MacGregor, as he pushed the flask towards me. Ye eat not, ye show no wish for rest, and yet ye drink not, though that flask of Bordeaux might have come out of Sir Hildebrand's ain cellar. Had ye been always as abstinent, you would have escaped the deadly hatred of your cousin Rashleigh. Had I been always prudent, said I, blushing at the scene he recalled to my recollection, I should have escaped a worse evil, the reproach of my own conscience. MacGregor cast a keen and somewhat fierce glance at me, as if to read whether the reproof, which he evidently felt, had been intentionally conveyed. He saw that I was thinking of myself, not of him, and turned his face toward the fire with a deep sigh. I followed his example, and each remained for a few minutes wrapped in his own painful reverie. All in the hut were now asleep, or at least silent, excepting ourselves. MacGregor first broke silence, in the tone of one who takes up his determination to enter on a painful subject. My cousin Nicol Jarvie means well, he said, but he presses o'er hard on the temper and situation of a man like me, considering what I've been, what I have been forced to become, and, above all, that which has forced me to become what I am. He paused, and though feeling the delicate nature of the discussion in which the conversation was likely to engage me, I could not help replying, that I did not doubt his present situation had much which must be unpleasant to his feelings. I should be happy to learn, I added, that there is an honourable chance of your escaping from it. You speak like a boy, returned MacGregor, in a low voice that growled like distant thunder. Like a boy who thinks the old gnarled oak can be twisted as easily as a young sapling. Can I forget that I have been branded as an outlaw, stigmatized as a traitor, a price set on my head as if I'd been a wolf? My family treated as the dam and the cubs of the hill fox, whom all may torment, vilify, degrade, and insult. The very name which came to me from a long and noble line of marital ancestors, denounced as if it were a spell to conjure up the devil with? And he went on in this manner. I could plainly see that, by the enumeration of his wrongs, he was lashing himself up into a rage, in order to justify in his own eyes the errors that had led him into. In this he perfectly succeeded, his light grey eyes contracting alternately and dilating their pupils, until they seemed actually to flash with flame, while he thrust forward and drew back his foot, grasped the hilt of his dirk, extended his arm, clenched his fists, and finally rose from his seat. "And they shall find," he said, in the same muttered but deep tone of stifled passion, "that the name they have dared to proscribe, that the name of MacGregor, is a spell to raise the wild devil withal. They shall hear of my vengeance, that would scorn to listen to the story of my wrongs, the miserable Highland drover, bankrupt, barefooted, stripped of all, dishonoured, and hunted down, because the avarice of others grasped at more than the poor all could pay, shall burst on them in an awful change, that they scoffed at the grovelling worm, and trode upon him, may cry and howl when they see the stoop of the flying and fiery-mouthed dragon. But why do I speak of all this?" he said, sitting down again, and in a calmer tone. "Only ye may opine it frets my patience, Mr. Osbaldistone, to be hunted like an otter, or a seal, or a salmon upon the shallows, and that by my very friends and neighbours, and to have as many sword cuts made, and pistols flashed at me, as I had this day in the ford of Avondale, would try a saint's temper, much more a Highlander's, who are not famous for that great gift. as ye may ha' heard, Mr. Osbaldistone. But, as thing bides wi' me o' what Nicole said, I'm vexed for the bairns. I'm vexed for what I think of Hamish and Robert living off their father's life, and yielding to despondence on account of his sons, which he felt not upon his own. The father rested his head upon his hand. I was much affected, Will. All my life long I have been more melted by the distress under which a strong, proud, and powerful mind is compelled to give way, than by the more easily excited sorrows of softer dispositions. The desire of aiding him rushed strongly on my mind, notwithstanding the apparent difficulty and even impossibility of the task. "We have extensive connections abroad," said I. "Might not your sons, with some assistance, and they are well entitled to what my father's house can give, find an honourable resource in foreign service?" I believe my countenance showed signs of sincere emotion, but my companion, taking me by the hand, as I was going to speak farther, said, I thank ye, but let us say nae mair of this. I do not think the eye of man would again have had a tear on MacGregor's eyelash." He dashed the moisture from his long grey eyelash and shaggy red eyebrow with the back of his hand. "Tomorrow morning," he said, "we'll talk of this, and we will talk too of your affairs, for we are early starters in the dawn, even when we have the luck to have good beds to sleep in. Will you not pledge me in a grace cup?" I declined the invitation. "Then, by the soul of Saint Meronach, I must pledge myself," and he poured out and swallowed at least half a quart of wine. I laid myself down to repose, resolving to delay my own inquiries until his mind should be in a more composed state. Indeed, so much had this singular man possessed himself of my imagination, that I felt it impossible to avoid watching him for some minutes after I had flung myself upon my heath mattress to seeming rest. He walked up and down the hut, crossed himself from time to time, muttering over some Latin prayer of the Catholic Church, then wrapped himself in his plaid, with his naked sword on one side, and his pistol on the other, so disposing the folds of his mantle that he could start up at a moment's warning, with a weapon in either hand, ready for instant combat. In a few minutes his heavy breathing announced that he was fast asleep. Overpowered by fatigue, and stunned by the various unexpected and extraordinary scenes of the day, I, in my turn, was soon overpowered by a slumber deep and overwhelming, from which, notwithstanding every cause for watchfulness, I did not awake until the next morning. When I opened my eyes, and recollected my situation, I found that MacGregor had already left the hut. I awakened the Bailie, who, after many a snort and groan, and some heavy complaints of the soreness of his bones, in consequence of the unwonted exertions of the preceding day, was at length able to comprehend the joyful intelligence that the assets carried off by Rashleigh Osbaldistone had been safely recovered. The instant he understood my meaning, he forgot all his grievances, and, bustling up in a great hurry, proceeded to compare the contents of the packet which I had put into his hands, with Mr. Owen's memorandums, muttering as he went on, Right, the real thing. Bailey and Whittington. Where's Bailey and Whittington? 700, 6, and 8. Exact to a fraction. Pollock and Peelman, 28, 7, exact. Praise be blessed. Grubb and Grinder better men cannot be. 370. Giblad, 20. I doubt Giblad's gangling. Slippery tongue's gain. But what they are, Simuses, the rest's are right. Praise be blessed. We have got the stuff, but we may leave this doleful country. I shall never think on Lochnaard, but the thought will gare me grew again. I'm sorry, cousin, said MacGregor, who entered the hut during the last observation. I have not been altogether in the circumstances to make your reception sick as I could have desired. Nevertheless, if you would condescend to visit my poor dwelling... Muckle obliged, answered Mr. Jarvie, very hastily. But we mun be gangling. We mun be jogging, Mr. Osbaldistone and me. Business cannot wait. Ah, weel, kinsman, replied the Highlander. Ye ken our fashion. Foster the guest that comes, further him that may gon. But ye cannot return by Dryman. I must sit ye on Loch Lowland, and boat ye down to the ferry of Bollock, and send your nags round to meet ye there. It's a maxim of a wise man never to return by the same road he came, providing another's free to him. Aye, Rob, said the Bailie. That ain's the maxims ye learned when ye were a drover. Ye cardina to face the tenants where your beasts had been taking a rug of their own moorland grass in the by gangling, and I doubt your roads were marked now than it was then. The mares need not travel it over often, kinsman, replied Rob. But I send round your nags to the ferry with Dougal's Gregor, who was converted for that purpose into the Bailie's men, coming not, as ye may believe, from Aberfoyle or Rob Roy's country, but on a quiet jaunt from Stirling. See, here he is. I wadna hike in the creature, said Mr. Jarvie, nor indeed was it easy to recognise the wild Highlander, when he appeared before the door of the cottage, attired in a hat, periwig, and riding coat, which had once called Andrew Fairservice master, and mounted on the Bailie's horse and leading mine. He received his last orders from his master to avoid certain places where he might be exposed to suspicion, to collect what intelligence he could in the course of his journey, and to await our coming at an appointed place near the ferry of Balloch. At the same time, MacGregor invited us to accompany him upon our own road, assuring us that we must necessarily march a few miles before breakfast, and recommending a dram of brandy as a proper introduction to the journey, in which he was pledged by the Bailie, who pronounced it an unlawful and perilous habit to begin the day with spirituous liquors, except to defend the stomach. Whilk was a tender part, against the morning mist, in whilk case his father the deacon had recommended a dram, by precept and example. Very true, kinsman, replied Rob, for which reason we who are children of the mist have a right to drink brandy from morning till night. The Bailie, thus refreshed, was mounted upon a small Highland pony. Another was offered for my use, which, however, I declined, and we resumed, under very different guidance and auspices, our journey of the preceding day. Our escort consisted of MacGregor and 5 or 6 of the handsomest, best armed, and most athletic mountaineers of his band, and whom he had generally in immediate attendance upon his own person. When we approached the pass, the scene of the skirmish of the preceding day, and of the still more direful deed which followed it, MacGregor hastened to speak, as if it were rather to what he knew must be necessarily passing in my mind, than to anything I had said. He spoke, in short, to my thoughts, and not to my words. "You must think hardly of us, Mr. Osbaldistone, and it's not natural that it should be otherwise. But remember, at least, that we have not been unprovoked. We are a rude and an ignorant, and it may be a violent and passionate, but we are not a cruel people. The land may be a peace and a law for us, did they allow us to enjoy the blessings of peaceful law, but we have been a persecuted generation." "And persecution," said the Bailie, "maketh wise men mad. What must it do then to men like us, living as our fathers did 1,000 years since, and possessing scarce more lights than they did? Can we view their bloody edicts against us, their hanging, heading, hounding, and hunting down an ancient and honourable name, as deserving better treatment than that which enemies give to enemies? Here I stand, have been in 20 frays, and never hurt man but when I was in het bluid, and yet they had wad betray me, and hang me like a masterless dog, at the gate of only one great man that has an ill will at." I replied, that the prescription of his name and family sounded in English ears as a very cruel and arbitrary law, and having thus far soothed him, I resumed my propositions of obtaining military employment for himself, if he chose it, and his sons in foreign parts. MacGregor shook me very cordially by the hand, and, detaining me so as to permit Mr. Jarvie to precede us, a manoeuvre of which the narrowness of the road served as an excuse, he said to me, "You are a kind-hearted and an honourable youth, and understand, doubtless, that which is due to the feelings of a man of honour. But the heather that I have trode upon when living must bloom o'er me when I am dead. My heart would sink, and my arm would shrink and wither like a fern in the frost, were I to lose sight of my native hills. Nor has the world a scene that would console me for the loss of the rocks and cairns, wild as they are, that you see around us. And Helen, what would become of her, were I to leave her the subject of a new insult and atrocity? Or how could she bear to be removed from these scenes, where the remembrance of her wrongs is aye sweetened by the recollection of her revenge? I was once so hard put at by my great enemy, as I may well call him, that I was forced to gie way to the tide, and remove myself and my people and family from our dwellings in our native land, and to withdraw for a time into MacCallum's moor country. And Helen made a lament on our departure, as weel as MacRimmon himself could have framed it, and so piteously sad and waesome, that our hearts amiss broke, and we sate and listened to her. It was like the wailing of one that mourns for the mother that bore him. The tears came down the rough faces on our gillies as they hearkened, and I would not have the same touch of heartbreak again. No, not to have all the lands that were ever owned by MacGregor. Footnote: the MacRimmons, or MacRimmons, were hereditary pipers to the chiefs of MacLeod, and celebrated for their talents. The pibroch said to have been composed by Helen MacGregor is still in existence. See the introduction to this novel. But your sons, I said. They are at an age when your countrymen have usually no objection to see the world. And I should be content, he replied, that they push their fortune in the French or Spanish service, as is the wont of Scottish cavaliers of honour. And last night your plan seemed feasible enough. But I hae seen his Excellency this morning before ye were up. Did he then quarter so near us? Said I, my bosom throbbing with anxiety. Nearer than ye thought, was MacGregor's reply. But he seemed rather in some shape to jealous your speaking to the young lady, and so ye see. There was no occasion for jealousy, I answered, with some haughtiness. I should not have intruded on his privacy. But ye may not be offended, or look out from among your curls then like a wild cat out of an ivy tod, for ye are to understand that he wishes most sincere well to you, and he proved it, and it's partly the whilk that has set heather on the fire e'en now. Heather on fire? Said I. I do not understand you. Why, resumed MacGregor, ye can weel enough that a woman and gear are at the bottom and of the mischief in this world. I had been misdoubting your cousin Raleigh since ever he saw that he wasna to get die Vernon for his morrow, and I think he took grudge at his Excellency mainly on that account. But then came the sproor about surrendering your papers, and we hae now good evidence that, sae soon he was compelled to yield them up, he ride past to Stirling, and told the government all and mair, and then all, that was gone dousely on among us hill folk, and doubtless that was the way that the country was laid to take his Excellency and the lady, and to make sic an unexpected raid on me, and I hae as little doubt that the poor devil Morris, whom he could gar believe anything, was egged on by him, and some of Lowland gentry, to trepan me in the gate he tried to do so. But if Rashleigh Osbaldistone were baith the last and best of his name, and granting that he and I ever foregather again, the fiend go down my weasand with a bare blade at his belt, if we part before my dirk and his best bluid are weel acquainted together. He pronounced the last threat with an ominous frown, and the appropriate gesture of his hand upon his dagger. I should almost rejoice at what has happened, said I, could I hope that Rashleigh's treachery might prove the means of preventing the explosion of the rash and desperate intrigues in which I have long suspected him to be a prime agent. Trow ye nae that, said Rob Roy. Traitor's word ne'er yet hurt honest cause. He was ever doubting our secrets, that's true, and had it not been so, Stirling and Edinburgh castles would have not been baith in our hands by this time, or briefly hereafter. Whilk is now scarce to be hoped for, but there are o'er many and changed. By far o'er good cause to be gien up for the breath of the traitor's tale, and that will be seen and heard of ere it be long. And so, as I was about to say, the best of my thanks to you for your offer ament my sons. Whilk last night and I had some thoughts to have embraced on their behalf, but I see that this villain's treason will convince our great folk that they must instantly draw to a head, and make a blow for it, or it ta'en in their houses, coupled up like hounds, and driven up to London like the honest noblemen and gentlemen in the year 1707. Civil war is like a cockatrice. We have sitten hatchling in the egg that held it for 10 years, and may hae sitten on it for 10 years mair, when it comes Rashleigh, and chips the shell, and out bangs the wonder among us, and cries to fire and sword. Now in sic a matter I'll heed nae of the hands I can make, and nae disparagement to the kings of France and Spain, whom I wish very weel to, King James is as good a man as ony of 'em, and he has the best right to hamish and rob, being his natural born subjects." I easily comprehended that these words boded a general national convulsion, and, as it would have been alike useless and dangerous to have combated the political opinions of my guide, at such a place and moment, I contented myself with regretting the promiscuous scene of confusion and distress likely to arise from any general exertion in favour of the exiled royal family. "Let it come, man, let it come," answered MacGregor. "Ye never saw dull weather clear without a shower, and if the world is turned upside down, why, honest men have the better chance to cut bread out of it." I again attempted to bring him back to the subject of Diana, but although on most occasions and subjects he used a freedom of speech which I had no great delight in listening to, yet upon that alone which was most interesting to me, he kept a degree of scrupulous reserve, and contented himself with intimating that he hoped the laddie would be soon in a quieter country than this was like to be for one while. I was obliged to be content with this answer, and to proceed in the hope that accident might, as on a former occasion, stand my friend, and allow me at least the sad gratification of bidding farewell to the object which had occupied such a share of my affections, so much beyond even what I had supposed, till I was about to be separated from her for ever. We pursued the margin of the lake for about 6 English miles, through a devious and beautifully variegated path, until we attained a sort of Highland farm, or assembly of hamlets, near the head of that fine sheet of water, called, if I mistake not, the Dyart, or some such name. Here a numerous party of MacGregor's men were stationed in order to receive us. The taste, as well as the eloquence of tribes in a savage, or, to speak more properly, in a rude state, is usually just, because it is unfettered by system and affection, and of this I had an example in the choice these mountaineers had made of a place to receive their guests. It has been said that a British monarch would judge well to receive the embassy of a rival power in the cabin of a man of war, and a Highland leader acted with some propriety in choosing a situation where the natural objects of grandeur, proper to his country, might have their full effect in the minds of his guests. We ascended about 200 yards from the shores of the lake, guided by a brawling brook, and left on the right hand 4 or 5 Highland huts, with patches of arable land around them, so small as to show that they must have been worked with the spade rather than the plough, cut as it were out of the surrounding copsewood, and waving with crops of barley and oats. Above this limited space the hill became more steep, and on its edge we descried the glittering arms and waving drapery of about 50 of MacGregor's followers. They were stationed on a spot, the recollection of which yet strikes me with admiration. The brook, hurling its waters downward from the mountain, had in this spot encountered a barrier rock, over which it had made its way by 2 distinct leaps. The first fall, across which a magnificent old oak, slanting out from the farther bank, partly extended itself as if to shroud the dusky stream of the cascade, might be about 12 feet high. The broken waters were received in a beautiful stone basin, almost as regular as if hewn by a sculptor, and after wheeling around its flinty margin, they made a second precipitous dash, through a dark and narrow chasm, at least 50 feet in depth, and from thence, in a hurried but comparatively a more gentle course, escaped to join the lake. With the natural taste which belongs to mountaineers, and especially to the Scottish Highlanders, whose feelings, I have observed, are often allied with the romantic and poetical, Rob Roy's wife and followers had prepared our morning repast in a scene well calculated to impress strangers with some feeling of awe. They are also naturally a grave and proud people, and, however rude in our estimation, carry their ideas of form and politeness to an excess that would appear overstrained, except from the demonstration of superior force which accompanies the display of it. For it must be granted that the air of punctilious deference and rigid etiquette, which would seem ridiculous in an ordinary peasant, has, like the salute of corps de garde, a proprietary when tendered by a Highlander completely armed. There was, accordingly, a good deal of formality in our approach and reception. The Highlanders, who had been dispersed on the side of the hill, drew themselves together when we came in view, and, standing firm and motionless, appeared in close column behind three figures, whom I soon recognized to be Helen MacGregor and her two sons. MacGregor himself arranged his attendants in the rear, and, requesting Mr. Jarvie to dismount where the ascent became steep, advanced slowly, marshalling us forward at the head of the troop. As we advanced, we heard the wild notes of the bagpipes, which lost their natural discord from being mingled with the dashing sound of the cascade. When we came close, the wife of MacGregor came forward to meet us. Her dress was studiously arranged in a more feminine taste than it had been on the preceding day, but her features wore the same lofty, unbending, and resolute character, and as she folded my friend the Bailie in an unexpected and apparently unwelcome embrace, I could perceive by the agitation of his wig, his back, and the calves of his legs, that he felt much like to one who feels himself suddenly in the gripe of a she-bear, without being able to distinguish whether the animal is in kindness or wrath. "Kinsman," she said, "you are welcome, and you too, stranger," she added, releasing my alarmed companion, who instinctively drew back and settled his wig, and, addressing herself to me, "you are also welcome. You came," she added, "to our unhappy country when our broods were chafed, and our hands were red. Excuse the rudeness that gave you all rough welcome, and lay it upon the evil times, and not upon us." All this was said in the manners of a princess, and in a tone and style of a court, nor was there the least tincture of that vulgarity which we naturally attach to the Lowland Scottish. There was a strong provincial accentuation, but otherwise, the language rendered by Helen MacGregor, out of the native and poetical Gaelic into English, which she had acquired as we do learn tongues, but had probably never heard applied to the mean purpose of ordinary life, was graceful, flowing, and declamatory. Her husband, who had in his time played many parts, used a much less elevated and emphatic dialect, but even his language rose in purity of expression, as you may have remarked, if I have been accurate in recording it, where the affairs which he discussed were of an agitating and important nature, and it appears to me, in his case, and that in some other Highlanders whom I have known, that, when familiar and facetious, they used the Lowland Scottish dialect. When serious and impassioned, their thoughts arranged themselves in the idiom of their native language, and in the latter case, as they uttered the corresponding ideas in English, the expressions sounded wild, elevated, and poetical. In fact, the language of passion is almost always pure as well as vehement, and it is no uncommon thing to hear a Scotchman, when overwhelmed by a countryman with a tone of bitter and fluent upbraiding, reply by way of taunt to his adversary, "You have gotten to your English." Be this as it may, the wife of MacGregor invited us to a refreshment spread out in the grass, which abounded with all the good things their mountains could offer, but was clouded by the dark and undisturbed gravity which sat on the brow of our hostess, as well as by our deep and anxious recollection of what had taken place in the preceding day. It was in vain that the leader exerted himself to excite mirth. A chill hung over our minds, as if the feast had been funereal, and every bosom felt light when it was ended. "Adieu, cousin," she said to Mr. Jarvie, as we rose from the entertainment. "The best wish Helen MacGregor can give to a friend is, that he may see her no more." The Bailie struggled to answer, probably with some commonplace maxim of morality, but the calm and melancholy sternness of her countenance bore down and disconcerted the mechanical and formal importance of the magistrate. He coughed, hemmed, bowed, and was silent. "For you, stranger," she said, "I have a token, from one whom you can never—" "Helen!" interrupted MacGregor, in a loud and stern voice, "what means this? Have you forgotten the charge?" "MacGregor," she replied, "I have forgotten naught that is fitting for me to remember. It is not such hands as these," and she stretched forth her long, sinewy, and bare arm, "that are fitting to convey love tokens, were the gift connected with aught but misery. Young man," she said, presenting me with a ring, which I well remembered as one of the few ornaments that Miss Vernon sometimes wore, "this comes from one whom you will never see more. If it is a joyless token, it is well fitted to pass through the hands of one whom joy can never be known. Her last words were, 'Let him forget me forever.' 'And can she,' I said, almost without being conscious that I spoke, 'suppose that it is possible?' 'All may be forgotten,' she said, the extraordinary female who addressed me. 'All but the sense of dishonour, and the desire of vengeance.' 'Seed sus!' cried the MacGregor, stamping with impatience. 'Strike up!' The bagpipes sounded, and with their thrilling and jarring tones cut short our conference. Our leave of our hostess was taken by silent gestures, and we resumed our journey, and with an additional proof on my part that I was beloved by Diana, and was separated from her for ever. End of Volume 2, Chapter 18. Recording by Elliot Miller. Volume 2, Chapter 19 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rob Roy by Sir Walter Scott. Volume 2, Chapter 19. Farewell to the land where the clouds love to rest, like the shroud of the dead, on the mountain's cold breast, to the cataract's roar where the eagles reply, and the lake her lone bosom expands to the sky. Our route lay through a dreary yet romantic country, which the distresses of my own mind prevented me from remarking particularly, and which therefore I will not attempt to describe. The lofty peak of Ben Lomond, here the predominant monarch of the mountains, lay on our right hand, and served as a striking landmark. I was not awakened from my apathy until, after a long and toilsome walk, we emerged through a pass in the hills, and Loch Lomond opened before us. I will spare you the attempt to describe what you would hardly comprehend without going to see it. But certainly this noble lake, boasting innumerable beautiful islands, of every varying form and outline which fancy can frame, its northern extremity narrowing until it is lost among dusky and retreating mountains, while, gradually widening as it extends to the southward, it spreads its base around the indentures and promontories of a fair and fertile land, affords one of the most surprising, beautiful, and sublime spectacles in nature. The eastern side, peculiarly rough and rugged, was at the time the chief seat of MacGregor and his clan, to curb whom a small garrison had been stationed in a central position betwixt Loch Lomond and another lake. The extreme strength of the country, however, with the numerous passes, marshes, caverns, and other places of concealment or defence, made the establishment of this little fort seem rather an acknowledgment of the danger, than an effectual means of securing against it. On more than one occasion, as well as on that which I witnessed, the garrison suffered from the adventurous spirit of the outlaw and his followers. These advantages were never sullied by ferocity when he himself was in command, for, equally good-tempered and sagacious, he understood well the danger of incurring unnecessary odium. I learned with pleasure that he had caused the captives of the preceding day to be liberated in safety, and many traits of mercy, and even of generosity, are recorded of this remarkable man on several occasions. A boat waited for us in a creek beneath a huge rock, manned by 4 lusty Highland rowers, and our host took leave of us with great cordiality and even affection. Betwixt him and Mr. Jarvie, indeed, there seemed to exist a degree of mutual regard, which formed a strong contrast to their different occupations and habits. After kissing each other very lovingly, and when they were just in the act of parting, the Bailie, in the fullness of his heart, and with a faltering voice, assured his kinsman, that if ever £100 or 200 would put him in or his family a settled way, he need but just send a line to the Sot Market, and Rob, grasping his basket hilt with one hand, and shaking Mr. Jarvie heartily with the other, protested, that if ever anybody should affront his kinsman, and he would but let him kin, he would stow his lugs out of his head, were he the best man in Glasgow. With these assurances of mutual aid and continued goodwill, we bore away from the shore, and took our course for the southwestern angle of the lake, where it gives birth to the river Leven. Rob Roy remained for some time standing on the rock from beneath which we had departed, conspicuous by his long gun, waving tartans, and the single plume of his cap, which in those days denoted the Highland gentleman and soldier. Although I observe that the present military taste has decorated the Highland bonnet with a quantity of black plumage resembling that which is worn before funerals. At length, as the distance increased between us, we saw him turn and go slowly up the side of the hill, followed by his immediate attendants or bodyguard. We performed our voyage for a long time in silence, interrupted only by the Gaelic chant which one of the rowers sung in low, irregular measure, rising occasionally into a wild chorus, in which the others joined. My own thoughts were sad enough, yet I felt something soothing in the magnificent scenery with which I was surrounded, and thought, in the enthusiasm of the moment, that had my faith been that of Rome, I could have consented to live and die a lonely hermit in one of the romantic and beautiful islands amongst which our boat glided. The Bailie had also his speculations, but they were of somewhat a different complexion, as I found when, after about an hour's silence, during which he had been mentally engaged in the calculations necessary, he undertook to prove the possibility of draining the lake, and, giving the plough and harrow many hundred, ay, many 1,000 acres, from whilk no man could get earthly guide anew, unless it were a ged, or a dish of perch now and then. Footnote: a pike. Amidst the long discussion which he crammed into mine ear against the stomach of my sense, I only remember that it was part of his project to preserve a portion of the lake just deep enough and broad enough for the purposes of water carriage, so that coal barges and gabbards should pass as easily between Dumbarton and Glenfalloch as between Glasgow and Greenock. At length we neared our distant place of landing, adjoining to the ruins of an ancient castle, and just where the lake discharges its superfluous waters into the Leven, there we found Dougal with the horses. The Bailie had formed a plan with respect to the creature, as well upon the draining of the lake, and perhaps in both cases with more regard to the utility man than to the practical possibility of his scheme. "Dougal," he said, "ye are a kindly creature, and hae the sense of feeling of what is due to your betters, and I'm e'en aware of you, Dougal, for it canna be but that in the life ye lead you should get a jeddart cast, ae day sooner or later. I trust, considering my services as a magistrate, and my father the deacon afore me, I have interest enough in the council to gar them wink a wee at a waur fought than yours." Footnote: the memory of Dunbar's legal proceedings at Jedburgh is preserved in the proverbial phrase jeddart justice, which signifies trial after execution. Minstrelsy of the Border, Preface, page 56. "Sae hae I been thinking, that if ye will gang back to Glasgow with us, being a strong backlit creature, ye might be employed in the warehouse till something better should cost up." "Nigel muckle obliged to the Bailie's honour," replied Dougal, "but te'll be in her shanks fan the gangs on a causewayed street, unless she'd be drawn up by Gallowgate with toes as she was before." In fact, I afterwards learned that Dougal had originally come to Glasgow as a prisoner, from being concerned in some depredation, but had somehow found such favour in the eyes of the jailor, that, with rather overweening confidence, he had retained in him the service as one of the turnkeys, a task which Dougal had discharged with sufficient fidelity, so far as was known, until overcome by his clannish prejudices on the unexpected appearance of his old leader. Astonished at receiving so round a refusal to so favourable an offer, the Bailie, turning to me, observed, that the creature was a natural born idiot. I testified my own gratitude in a way which Dougal much better relished, by slipping a couple of guineas into his hand. He no sooner felt the touch of the gold, than he sprung twice or thrice from the earth, with the agility of a wild buck, flinging out first one heel and then another, in a manner which would have astonished a French dancing master. He ran to the boatmen to show them the prize, and a small gratuity made them take part of his raptures. He then, to use a favourable expression of the dramatic John Bunyan, went on his way, and I saw him no more. The Bailie and I had mounted our horses, and proceeded on the road to Glasgow. When we had lost the view of the lake and its superb amphitheatre of mountains, I could not help expressing with enthusiasm my sense of its natural beauties, although I was conscious that Mr. Jarvie was very uncongenial spirit to communicate with on such a subject. "Ye are a young gentleman," he replied, "and an Englishman, and a' this may be a very fine to you, but for me, why, I'm a plain man, and ken something of the different values of land. I want to get the finest sight we hae seen in the Highlands for the first keek of the Gorbals of Glasgow, and if I were once there, it sudna been every fool's errand, begging your pardon, Mr. Francis, that should take me out of sight of St. Mungo's steeple again." The honest man had his wish, for, by dint of travelling very late, we arrived at his own house that night, or rather on the succeeding morning. Having seen my worthy fellow traveller safely consigned to the charge of the considerate and officious Mattie, I proceeded to Mrs. Flyter's, in Hull House, even at this unwonted hour. Light was still burning. The door was opened by no less a person than Andrew Fairservice himself, who, upon first sound of my voice, set up a loud shout of joyful recognition, and, without uttering a syllable, ran upstairs toward a parlour on the second floor, from the windows of which the light proceeded. Justly conceiving that he went to announce my return to the anxious Owen, I followed him upon the foot. Owen was not alone. There was another in the apartment. It was my father. The first impulse was to preserve the dignity of his usual equanimity. "Francis, I am glad to see you." The next was embrace me tenderly. "My dear, dear son." Owen secured one of my hands, and wetted it with his tears, while he joined in congratulating my return. These are scenes which address themselves to the eye and to the heart, rather than to the ear. My old eyelids still moisten at the recollection of our meeting, but your kind and affectionate feelings can well imagine what I should find it impossible to describe. When the tumult of our joy was over, I learnt that my father had arrived from Holland shortly after Owen had set off for Scotland. Determined and rapid in all his movements, he only stopped to provide the means of discharging the obligations incumbent upon his house. By his extensive resources, with funds enlarged and credit fortified, by eminent success in his continental speculation, he easily accomplished what perhaps his absence alone rendered difficult, and set out for Scotland to exact justice from Rashleigh Osbaldistone, as well as to put order to his affairs in that country. My father's arrival in full credit, and with the ample means of supporting his engagements honourably, as well as benefiting his correspondence in future, was a stunning blow to Macvittie and Company, who had conceived his star set for ever. Highly incensed at the use of his confidential clerk and agent had received at their hands, Mr. Osbaldistone refused every tender of apology and accommodation, and, having settled the balance of their account, announced to them that, with all its numerous contingent advantages, that leaf of their ledger was closed for ever. While he enjoyed this triumph over false friends, he was not a little alarmed on my account. Owen, good man, had not supposed it possible that a journey of 50 or 60 miles, which may be made with so much ease and safety in any direction from London, could be attended with any particular danger. But he caught alarm by sympathy from my father, to whom the country and the lawless character of its inhabitants were better known. These apprehensions were raised to agony, when, a few hours before I arrived, Andrew Fairservice made his appearance, with a dismal and exaggerated account of the uncertain state in which he had left me. The nobleman with whose troops he had been a sort of prisoner, had after examination not only dismissed him, but furnished him with the means of returning rapidly to Glasgow, in order to announce to my friends my precarious and unpleasant situation. Andrew was one of those persons who have no objection to the sort of temporary attention and woeful importance which attaches itself to the bearer of bad tidings, and had therefore by no means smoothed down his tale in the telling, especially as the rich London merchant himself proved unexpectedly one of the auditors. He went at great length into an account of the dangers I had escaped, chiefly, as he insinuated, by means of his own experience, exertion, and sagacity. What was to come of me now, when my better angel in his, Andrew's, person, was removed from my side, it was, he said, sad and sair to conjecture that the Bailie was nae way better than just nobody at a pinch, or something wur, for he was conceited body, and Andrew hated conceit. But certainly, atween the pistols and the carabines of the troopers, that rapped aff the tane after his t'other as fast as hail, and the dirks and claymores of the Highlanders, and the deep waters and wheels of the Avondale, it was to be thought there would be a poor account of the young gentleman. This statement would have driven Owen to despair, had he been alone and unsupported, but my father's perfect knowledge of mankind enabled him easily to appreciate the character of Andrew, and the real amount of his intelligence. Stripped of all exaggeration, however, it was alarming enough to a parent. He determined to set out in person to obtain my liberty by ransom or negotiation, and was busied with Owen till a late hour, in order to get through some necessary correspondence, and devolve on the latter some business, and thus it chanced that I found them watchers. It was late ere we separated to rest, and, too impatient long to endure repose, I was stirring early the next morning. Andrew gave his attendance at my levee, as in duty bound, and instead of the scarecrow figure to which he had been reduced in Aberfoyle, now appeared in the attire of an undertaker, a goodly suit, namely, of the deepest mourning. It was not till after one or two queries, which the rascal affected as long as he could to misunderstand, that I found out he had thought it but decent to put on mourning on account of my inexpressible loss, and as the broker at whose shop he had equipped himself declined to receive the goods again, and as his own garments had been destroyed or carried off in my honour's service, doubtless I and my honourable father, whom Providence had blessed with the means, wouldna suffer a poor lad to sit down with the loss. A stand o' cleese a nae great matter to an Osbaldistone, be praised for it, especially to an old and attached servant of the house. As there was something of justice in Andrew's plea of loss at my service, his finesse succeeded, and he came by a good suit of mourning, with a beaver and all things conforming, as the exterior signs of woe for a master who was alive and merry. My father's first care, when he arose, was to visit Mr. Jarvie, for whose kindness he entertained the most grateful sentiments, which he expressed in a few, but manly and nervous terms. He explained the altered state of his affairs, and offered the Bailie, on such terms as could not but be both advantageous and acceptable, that part in his concerns which had been hitherto managed by MacVittie and Company. The Bailie heartily congratulated my father and Owen on the changed posture of their affairs, and, without affecting to disclaim that he had done his best to serve them, when matters looked otherwise, he said, he had only just acted as he would be done by that. As to the extension of their correspondence, he frankly accepted it with thanks. Had MacVittie's folk behaved like honest men, he said, he would ha' liked ill to ha' come by a hint them, and out afore them this gate. But it's otherwise, and they mun in stand the loss. The Bailie then pulled me by the sleeve into a corner, and, after again cordially wishing me joy, proceeded, in rather an embarrassed tone, I would heartily wish, Mr. Francis, that should be as little said as possible about the queer things we saw up yonder away. There is nae good, unless ane were judicially examine it, to say anything about that awful job of Morris, and the members of the council wadna think it credible in any other body to be fighting wi' a wee Highlandman, and singing their plaidens, and abune although I am a decent sponsible man when am on my right end, I canna but think I mun hae made a queer figure without my hat and my periwig, hanging by the middle like bawdrons, or a cloak flung over a cloak pin. Bailie Graham won haeing a count of hair in my neck, and he got that tail by the end. I could not suppress a smile when I recollected the Bailie's situation, although I certainly thought it no laughing matter at the time. The good-natured merchant was a little confused, but smiled also when he shook his head. I see how it is, I see how it is. But say nothing about it, there's a good callant, and charge that long-tongued, conceited, upsetting servant man of yours to say nothing either. I wadna for ever say muckle even the lassock Meddy can do anything about it. I would never hear an end of it. He was obviously relieved from his impending fears of ridicule, when I told him it was my father's intention to leave Glasgow almost immediately. Indeed, he had now no motive for remaining, since the most valuable part of the papers carried off by Rashleigh had been recovered. For that portion which he had converted into cash and expended in his own or on political intrigues, there was no mode of recovering it but by a suit at law, which was forthwith commenced, and proceeded, as our law agents assured us, with all deliberate speed. We spent, accordingly, one hospitable day with the Bailie, and took leave of him, as this narrative now does. He continued to grow in wealth, honour, and credit, and actually rose to the highest civic honours in his native city. About 2 years after the period I have mentioned, he tired of his bachelor life, and promoted Mattie from her wheel by the kitchen fire to the upper end of his table, in the character of Mrs. Jarvie. Bailie Graham, the MacVitties, and others, for all men have their enemies, especially in the council of a royal burgh, ridiculed this transformation. "But," said Mr. Jarvie, "let them say their say, I'll ne'er fash myself, nor lose my liking for sae feckless a matter as a 9 days' clash. My honest father the deacon had a byword, Bent brow and lily skin, a loving heart and leal within, is better than God or gentle kin. Besides," as he always concluded, "Mattie was nae ordinary lassock queen. She was akin to the Laird of Limmerfield." Whether it was owing to her descent or her good gifts, I do not presume to decide. But Mattie behaved excellently in her exaltation, and relieved the apprehensions of some of the Bailie's friends, who had deemed his experiment somewhat hazardous. I do not know that there were any other incident of this quiet and useful life worthy of being particularly recorded. End of Volume 2, Chapter 19. Recording by Elliot Miller. Volume 2, Chapter 20 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rob Roy, by Sir Walter Scott. Volume 2, Chapter 20. Come ye hither, my 6 good sons, gallant men I trow ye be. How many of you, my children dear, will stand by that good Earl and me? 5 of them did answer make, 5 of them spoke hastily. O father, till the day we die, we'll stand by that good Earl and thee. The Rising in the North. On the morning when we were to depart from Glasgow, Andrew Fairservice bounced into my apartment like a madman, jumping up and down, and singing with more vehemence than tune. The kiln's on fire, the kiln's on fire, the kiln's on fire, she's in a low. With some difficulty I prevailed upon him to cease his confounded clamour, and explain to me what the matter was. He was pleased to inform me, as if he had been bringing the finest news imaginable, that the Highlands were clean broken out, every man of them, and that Rob Roy and his breakless bands would be down upon Glasgow or 24 hours, or the clock goed round. Hold your tongue, said I. You rascal, you must be drunk or mad, and if there is any truth in your news, is it a singing matter, you scoundrel? Drunk or mad, no doubt, replied Andrew, dauntlessly, and I's drunk or mad if he tells you what good folks didna like to hear. Sing? Ah, the clans would be make us sing in the wrong side of our mouth, if we are sae drunk or mad as to bide their coming. I rose in great haste, and found my father and Owen also on foot, and in considerable alarm. Andrew's news proved but too true in the main. The great rebellion which agitated Britain in the year 1715 had already broken out, but by the unfortunate Earl of Mar setting up of the standard of the Stuart family in an ill-omened hour, to the ruin of many honourable families, both in England and Scotland, the treachery of some of the Jacobite agents, Rashleigh among the rest, and the arrest of others, had made George the government acquainted with the extensive ramifications of conspiracy long prepared, and which at last exploded prematurely, and in a part of the kingdom too distant to have any vital effect upon the country, which, however, was plunged into much confusion. This great public event served to confirm and elucidate the obscure explanations I had received from MacGregor, and I could easily see why the Westland clans, who were brought against him, should have waived their private quarrel in consideration that they would all shortly be engaged in the same public cause. It was a more melancholy reflection to my mind, that Diana Vernon was the wife of one of those who were most active in turning the world upside down, and that she was herself exposed to all the privations and perils of her husband's hazardous trade. We held an immediate consultation of the measures we were to adopt in this crisis, and acquiesced in my father's plan that we should instantly get the necessary passports, and make the best of our way to London. I acquainted my father with my wish to offer my personal service to the government in any volunteer corps, several being already spoken of. He readily acquiesced to my proposal, for though he disliked war as a profession, yet, upon principle, no man would have exposed his life more willingly in defence of civil and religious liberty. We travelled in haste and in peril through Dumfriesshire and the neighbouring counties of England. In this quarter, gentlemen of the Tory interest were already in motion, mustering men and horses, while the Whigs assembled themselves in the principal towns, armed the inhabitants, and prepared for civil war. We narrowly escaped being stopped on more occasions than one, and were often compelled to take circuitous routes to avoid the points where forces were assembling. When we reached London, we immediately associated with those bankers and eminent merchants who agreed to support the credit of government, and to meet that run upon the funds, on which the conspirators had greatly founded their hopes of furthering their undertaking, by rendering the government, as it were, bankrupt. My father was chosen one of the members of this formidable body in the moneyed interest, as all had the greatest confidence in his zeal, skill, and activity. He was also the organ by which they communicated with the government, and contrived, from funds belonging to his own house, or over which he had command, to find purchasers for a quantity of the national stock, which was suddenly flung into the market at a depreciated price when the rebellion broke out. I was not idle myself, but obtained a commission, and levied at my father's expense about 200 men, with whom I joined General Carpenter's army. The rebellion, in the meantime, had extended itself to England. The unfortunate Earl of Derwentwater had taken arms in the cause, along with General Foster. My poor uncle, Sir Hildebrand, whose estate was reduced to almost nothing by his own carelessness and the expense and debauchery of his sons and household, was easily persuaded to join that unfortunate standard. Before doing so, however, he exhibited a degree of precaution of which no one could have suspected him. He made his will. By the document he devised his estates at Osbaldistone Hall, and so forth to his sons successively and their male heirs, until he came to Rashleigh, whom, on account of the turn he had lately taken in politics, he detested with all his might. He cut him off with a shilling, and settled the estate on me as his next heir. I had always been rather a favourite of the old gentleman, but it is probable that, confident in the number of gigantic youths who now armed around him, he considered the destination as likely to remain a dead letter, which he inserted chiefly to show his displeasure at Rashleigh's treachery, both public and domestic. There was an article by which he bequeathed to the niece of his late wife, Diana Vernon, now Lady Diana Vernon Beauchamp, some diamonds belonging to her late aunt, and a great silver ewer, having the arms of Vernon and Osbaldistone quarterly engraven upon it. But heaven had decreed a more speedy extinction of his numerous and healthy lineage, than most probably he himself had reckoned on. In the very first muster of the conspirators, at a place called Green Rig, Thorncliff Osbaldistone quarrelled about precedence with a gentleman of the Northumbrian border, to the full as fierce and intractable as himself. In spite of all remonstrances, they gave their commander a specimen of how far their discipline might be relied upon, by fighting it out with their rapiers, and my kinsman was killed on the spot. His death was a great loss to Sir Hildebrand, for, notwithstanding his infernal temper, he had a grain or two of more sense than belonged to the rest of the brotherhood, Rashleigh always excepted. Percival, the sot, died also in his calling. He had a wager with another gentleman, who, from his exploits in that line, had acquired the formidable epithet of Brandy Swalewell, which should drink the largest cup of strong liquor when King James was proclaimed by the insurgents at Morpeth. The exploit was something enormous. I forgot the exact quantity of brandy which Percy swallowed, but it occasioned a fever, of which he expired at the end of 3 days, with the word "water, water," perpetually on his tongue. Dickon broke his neck near Warrington Bridge, in an attempt to show off a foundered blood mare which he wished to palm upon a Manchester merchant who had joined the insurgents. He pushed the animal at a 5-barred gate. She fell in the leap, and the unfortunate jockey lost his life. Wilfred, the fool, as sometimes befalls, had the best fortune of the family. He was slain at Proud Preston, in Lancashire, on the day that General Carpenter attacked the barricades, fighting with great bravery, though I have heard he was never able exactly to comprehend the cause of the quarrel, and did not uniformly remember on which king's side he was engaged. John also behaved very boldly in the same engagement, and received several wounds, of which he was not happy enough to die on the spot. Old Sir Hildebrand, entirely broken-hearted by these successive losses, became, by the next day's surrender, one of the unhappy prisoners, and was lodged in Newgate with his wounded son John. I was now released from my military duty, and lost no time, therefore, in endeavouring to relieve the distresses of these new relations. My father's interest with government, and the general compassion excited by a parent who had sustained the successive loss of so many sons within so short a time, would have prevented my uncle and cousin from being brought to trial for high treason. But their doom was given forth from a greater tribunal. John died of his wounds in Newgate, recommending to me in his last breath a cast of hawks which he had at the Hall, and a black spaniel bitch called Lucy. My poor uncle seemed beaten down to the very earth by his family calamities, and the circumstances in which he unexpectedly found himself. He said little, but seemed grateful for such attentions as circumstances permitted me to show him. I did not witness his meeting with my father for the first time for so many years, and under circumstances so melancholy, but, judging from my father's extreme depression of spirits, it must have been melancholy in the last degree. Sir Hildebrand spoke with great bitterness against Rashleigh, now his only surviving child, laid upon him the ruin of his house and the death of all his brethren, and declared that neither he nor they would have plunged into political intrigue but for that very member of his family, who had been the first to desert them. He once or twice mentioned Diana, always with great affection, and once he said, while I sat by his bedside, "Nevoy since Thorncliffe, and all of them are dead. I am sorry you cannot have her." The expression affected me much at the time, for it was a usual custom of the poor old baronet, when joyously setting forth upon the morning's chase, to distinguish Thorncliffe, who was a favourite, while he summoned the rest more generally, and the loud jolly tone in which he used a hello, "Call Thorny, call all of them," contrasted sadly with the woebegone and self-abandoning note in which he uttered the disconsolate words which I have above quoted. He mentioned the contents of his will, and supplied me with an authenticated copy. The original he had deposited with my old acquaintance Mr. Justice Inglewood, who, dreaded by no one, and confided in by all as a kind of neutral person, had become, for aught I know, the despotary and half the wills of the fighting men of both factions in the country of Northumberland. The greater part of my uncle's last hours were spent in the discharge of the religious duties of his church, in which he was directed by the chaplain of the Sardinian ambassador, for whom, with some difficulty, we obtained permission to visit him. I could not ascertain by my own observation or through the medical attendants that Sir Hildebrand Osbaldistone died of any formed complaint bearing a name in the science of medicine. He seemed to me completely worn out and broken by fatigue of body and distress of mind, and rather ceased to exist than died of any positive struggle, just as a vessel, buffeted and tossed by a succession of tempestuous gales, her timbers overstrained, and her joints loosened, will sometimes spring a leak and founder, when there are no apparent causes for her destruction. It was a remarkable circumstance that my father, after the last duties were performed by his brother, appeared suddenly to imbibe a strong anxiety that I should act upon the will, and represent his father's house, which had hitherto seemed to be the thing in the world which had least charms for him. But formerly, as he had been like the fox in the fable, contemning what was beyond his reach, and moreover, I doubt not that the excessive dislike which he entertained against Rashleigh, now Sir Rashleigh Osbaldistone, who loudly threatened to attack his father Sir Hildebrand's will and settlement, corroborated my father's desire to maintain it. "He has been most unjustly disinherited," he said, "by his own father.
His brother's will had repaired the disgrace, if not the injury, by leaving the wreck of his property to Frank, the natural heir, and he was determined the bequest should take effect.
In the meantime, Rochely was not altogether a contemptible personage as an opponent. The information he had given to government was critically well timed, and his extreme plausibility, with the extent of his intelligence, and the artful manner in which he contrived to assume both merit and influence, had, to a certain extent, procured him patrons among ministers. We were already in the full tide of litigation with him on the subject of his pillaging the firm of Osbaldistone and Tresham, and judging from the progress we had made in that comparatively simple lawsuit, there was a chance that this second course of litigation might be drawn out beyond the period of all our natural lives. To avert these delays as much as possible, my father, by the advice of his counsel learned in the law, paid off and vested in my person the rights to certain large mortgages affecting Osbaldistone Hall. Perhaps, however, the opportunity to convert a great share of the large profits which accrued from the rapid rise of the funds upon the suppression of the rebellion, and the experience he had so lately had of the perils of commerce, encouraged him to realize in this manner a considerable part of his property. At any rate, it so chanced that, instead of commanding me to the desk, as I fully expected, having intimated my willingness to comply with his wishes, however they might destine me, I received his directions to go down to Osbaldistone Hall, and take possession of it as the heir and representative of the family. I was directed to apply to Squire Inglewood for the copy of my uncle's will deposited with him, and take all necessary measures to secure that possession which sages say makes 9 points of the law. At another time I should have been delighted with this change of destination, but now Osbaldistone Hall was accompanied with many painful recollections. Still, however, I thought that in the neighbourhood I was likely to acquire some information respecting the fate of Diana Vernon. I had every reason to fear it must be far different from what I could have wished it, but I could obtain no precise information on the subject. It was in vain that I endeavoured, by such acts of kindness as their situation admitted, to conciliate the confidence of some distant relations who were among the prisoners in Newgate. A pride which I could not condemn, and a natural suspicion of the Whig Frank Osbaldistone, cousin to the double distilled traitor Rashleigh, closed every heart and tongue, and I only received thanks cold and extorted in exchange for such benefits as I had power to offer. The arm of the law was also gradually abridging the numbers of those whom I endeavoured to serve, and the hearts of the survivors became gradually more contracted towards all whom they conceived to be concerned with the existing government, as they were led gradually, and by detachments, to execution. Those who survived lost interest in mankind, and the desire of communicating with them. I shall long remember what one of them, Ned Shafton by name, replied to my anxious inquiry, whether there were any indulgence I could procure him. "Mr. Frank Osbaldistone, I must suppose you mean me kindly, and therefore I thank you, but by G, men can't be fattened like poultry, when they see their neighbours carried off day by day to the place of execution, and know that their own necks are to be twisted round in their turn. Upon the whole, therefore, I was glad to escape from London, from Newgate, and from the scenes which both exhibited, to breathe the free air of Northumberland. Andrew Fairservice had continued in my service more for my father's pleasure than my own. At present there seemed a prospect that his local acquaintance with Osbaldistone Hall and its vicinity might be useful, and of course he accompanied me on my journey, and I enjoyed the prospect of getting rid of him by establishing him in his old quarters. I cannot conceive how he could prevail upon my father to interest himself in him, unless it were by the art, which he possessed in no inconsiderable degree, of affecting an extreme attachment to his master, which theoretical attachment had made compatible in practice with playing all manner of tricks without scruple, providing only against his master being cheated by any one but himself. We performed our journey to the north without any remarkable adventure, and we found the country, so lately agitated by rebellion, now peaceful and in good order. The nearer we approached to Osbaldistone Hall, the more did my heart sink at the thought of entering that deserved mansion. so that, in order to postpone the evil day, I resolved first to make my visit to Mr. Justice Inglewood's. That venerable person had been much disturbed with thoughts of what he had been, and what he now was, and natural recollections of the past had interfered considerably with the active duty which his present situation might have been expected from him. He was fortunate, however, in one respect. He had got rid of his clerk Jobson, who had finally left him in dudgeon at his inactivity, and became legal assistant to a certain Squire Standish, who had lately commenced operation in those parts as a justice, with a zeal for King George and the Protestant succession, which, very different from the feelings of his old patron, Mr. Jobson had more occasion to restrain within the bounds of the law, than to stimulate to exertion. Old Justice Inglewood received me with great courtesy, and readily exhibited my uncle's will, which seemed to be without a flaw. He was for some time in obvious distress, how he should speak and act in my presence, but when he found that, though a supporter of the present government upon principle, I was disposed to think with pity on those who had opposed it on a mistaken feeling of loyalty and duty, his discourse became a very diverting medley of what he had done, and what he had left undone, the pains he had taken to prevent some squires from joining, and to wink at the escape of others, who had been so unlucky as to engage in the affair. We were tete-a-tete, and several bumpers had been quaffed by the justice's special desire, when, on a sudden, he requested me fill a bona fide brimmer to the health of poor dear Di Vernon, the heath belle of Cheviot, and the blossom that's transplanted to an infernal convent. "Is not Miss Vernon married, then?" I exclaimed in great astonishment. "I thought his Excellency—" "Pooh, pooh! His Excellency and his Lordship all a humbug now, you know, mere Saint Germain's titles, Earl of Beauchamp, and Ambassador Plenipotentiary from France, when the Duke Regent of Lowland scarce knew that he lived, I dare say. But you must have seen old Sir Frederick Vernon at the Hall, when he played the part of Father Vaughan?" "Good heavens! Then Vaughan was Miss Vernon's father?" "To be sure he was," said the Justice coolly. "There's no use in keeping the secret now, for he must be out of the country by this time, otherwise no doubt it would be my duty to apprehend him. Come, off with your bumper to my dear lost Di. And let her health go round and around, and let her health go round, for though your stocking be of silk, your knees near kiss the ground, aground. Footnote. This pithy verse occurs, it is believed, in Shadwell's play of Bury Fair. I was unable, as the reader may easily conceive, to join in the justice's jollity. My head swam with the shock I had received. "I never heard," I said, "that Miss Vernon's father was living." "It was not our government's fault that he is," replied Inglewood. "For the devil a man there is whose head would have brought more money. He was condemned to death for Fenwick's plot, and was thought to have some hand in the Knightsbridge affair, in King William's time, and as he had married in Scotland a relation of the house of Breadalbane, he possessed great influence with all their chiefs. There was a talk of his being demanded to be given up at the peace of Ryswick, but he shammed ill, and his death was given publicly out in the French papers. But when he came back here on the old score, we old cavaliers knew him well. That is to say, I knew him, not as being a cavalier myself, but no information being lodged against the poor gentleman, and my memory being shortened by frequent attacks of the gout, I could not have sworn to him, you know." "Was he then not known at Osbaldistone Hall?" I inquired. "To none but to his daughter, the old knight, and Rashleigh, who had got at that secret as he did at every one else's, and held it like a twisted cord about poor Di's neck. I have seen her 100 times she would have spit at him, if it had not been fear for her father, whose life would not have been worth 5 minutes' purchase, if he had been discovered to the government. But don't mistake me, Mr. Osbaldistone. I say the government is a good, a gracious, and a just government, and if it has hanged one half of the rebels, poor things, all will acknowledge that they would not have been touched had they stayed peaceably at home." Waiving the discussion of these political questions, I brought back Mr. Inglewood to his subject, and I found that Diana, having positively refused to marry any of the Osbaldistone family, and expressed her particular detestation of Rashleigh, he had from that time begun to cool in zeal for the cause of the Pretender, to which, as the younger of 6 brethren, and bold, artful, and able, he had hitherto looked forward as the means of making his fortune. Probably, the compulsion with which he had been forced to render up the spoils which he had abstracted from my father's counting-house by the united authority of Sir Frederick Vernon and the Scottish chiefs, had determined his resolution to advance his progress by changing his opinions and betraying his trust. Perhaps, also, for few men were better judges where his interest was concerned, he considered their means and talents to be, as they afterwards proved, greatly inadequate to the important task of overthrowing an established government. Sir Frederick Vernon, or, as he was called among the Jacobites, his Excellency Viscount Beauchamp, had, with his daughter, some difficulty in escaping the consequences of Rashleigh's information. Here Mr. Inglewood's information was at fault, but he did not doubt, since he had not heard of Sir Frederick being in the hands of the government, he must be by this time abroad, where, agreeably to the cruel bond he had entered into with his brother-in-law, Diana, since she had declined to select a husband out of the Osbaldistone family, must be confined to a convent. The original cause of this singular agreement Mr. Inglewood could not perfectly explain, but he understood it was a family compact, entered into for the purpose of securing to Sir Frederick the rents of the remnant of his large estates, which had been vested in the Osbaldistone family by some legal manoeuvre. In short, a family compact, in which, like many of those undertaken at the time of day, the feelings of the principal parties interested were no more regarded than if they had been a part of the livestock upon the lands. I cannot tell, such is the waywardness of the human heart, whether this intelligence gave me joy or sorrow. It seemed to me that, in the knowledge that Miss Vernon was eternally divided from me, not by marriage with another, but by seclusion in a convent, in order to fulfil an absurd bargain of this kind, my regret for her loss was aggravated rather than diminished. I became dull, low-spirited, absent, and unable to support the task of conversing with Justice Inglewood, who in his turn yawned, and proposed to retire early. I took leave of him overnight, determining the next day, before breakfast, to ride over to Osbaldistone Hall. Mr. Inglewood acquiesced in my proposal. "It would be well," he said, "that I made my appearance there before I was known to be in the country, the more especially as Sir Rashleigh Osbaldistone was now, he understood, at Mr. Jacob's house, hatching some mischief, doubtless. They were fit company," he added, "for each other, Sir Rashleigh having lost all right to mingle in the society of men of honour, but it was hardly possible two such d rascals should colleague together without mischief to honest people." He concluded by earnestly recommending a toast and tankard, and an attack upon his venison pasty, before I set out in the morning, just to break the cold air on the words. End of Volume 2, Chapter 20. Recording by Elliot Miller. Volume 2, Chapter 21 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rob Roy by Sir Walter Scott. Volume 2, Chapter 21. His master's gone, and no one now dwells in the halls of Ivor. Men, dogs, and horses, all are dead. He is the sole survivor. Wordsworth. There are few more melancholy sensations than those with which we regard scenes of past pleasure when altered and deserted. In my ride to Osbaldistone Hall, I passed the same objects which I had seen in company with Miss Vernon on the day of our memorable ride from Inglewood Place. Her spirit seemed to keep me company on the way, and when I approached the spot where I had first seen her, I almost listened for the cry of the hounds and the notes of the horn, and strained my eye on the vacant space, as if to descry the fair huntress again descend like an apparition from the hill. But all was silent, and all was solitary. When I reached the hall, the closed doors and windows, the grass-grown pavement, the courts, which were now so silent, presented a strong contrast to the gay and bustling scene I had so often seen them exhibit. When the merry hunters were going forth on their morning sport, or returning to the daily festival, the joyous bark of the foxhounds as they were uncoupled, the cries of the huntsmen, the clang of the horses' hoofs, the loud laugh of the old knight at the head of his strong and numerous descendants, were all silenced now and for ever. While I gazed round the scene of solitude and emptiness, I was inexpressibly affected, even by recollecting those whom, when alive, I had no reason to regard with affection. But the thought that so many youths of goodly presence, warm with life, health, and confidence, were within so short a time cold in the grave, by various yet all violent and unexpected modes of death, afforded a picture of mortality at which the mind trembled. It was little consolation to me that I returned a proprietor to the halls with which I had left almost like a fugitive. My mind was not habituated to regard the scenes around as my property, and I felt myself an usurper, at least an intruding stranger, and could hardly divest myself of the idea that some of the bulky forms of my deceased kinsmen were, like the gigantic spectres of a romance, to appear in the gateway and dispute my entrance. While I was engaged in these sad thoughts, my follower Andrew, whose feelings were of a very different nature, exerted himself in thundering alternately on every door in the building, calling at the same time for admittance, in a tone so loud as to intimate that he, at least, was fully sensible of his newly acquired importance, as squire of the body to the new lord of the manor. At length, timidly and reluctantly, Anthony Siddall, my uncle's aged butler and major domo, presented himself at a lower window, well fenced with iron bars, and inquired our business. "We are come to take charge of your hand, my old friend," said Andrew Fairservice. "You may give up your keys as soon as you like. Ilka dog has his day. I'll take the plate and napery off your hand. Ye had your time, old Mr. Siddall, but Ilka bin has its black, and Ilka path has its puddle, and it will just suit you henceforth to sit at the board end, as weel as it did Andrew lang syne." Checking with some difficulty the forwardness of my follower, I explained to Siddall the nature of my right, and the title I had to demand admittance into the hall, as into my own property. The old man seemed much agitated and distressed, and testified manifest reluctance to give me entrance, although it was couched in a humble and submissive tone. I allowed for the agitation of natural feelings, which really did the old man honour, but continued peremptory in my demand of admittance, explaining to him that his refusal would oblige me to apply for Mr. Inglewood's warrant, and a constable. "We are come from Mr. Justice Inglewood this morning," said Andrew, to enforce the menace, "and I saw Arthur Rutledge, the constable, and I came up by. The country's no to be lawless as it's been, Mr. Siddall, letting rebels and papists gang on as they best listed." The threat of the law sounded dreadful in the old man's ears. Conscious as he was of the suspicion under which he himself lay, from his religion and his devotion to Sir Hildebrand and his sons, he undid, with fear and trembling, one of the postern entrances, which was secured with many a bolt and bar, and humbly hoped I would excuse him for fidelity in the discharge of his duty. I reassured him, and told him I had the better opinion of him for his caution. "Sae have not I," said Andrew. "Siddall is an old neck drawer. He wouldn't have been looking white as a sheet and his knees knocking together unless it was for something mair he was like to tell us." "Lord forgive you, Mr. Fairservice," replied the butler, "to say such things of an old friend and fellow servant. Where," following me humbly along the passage, "where would it be your honour's pleasure to have a fire lighted? I fear me you will find the house very dull and dreary, but perhaps you mean to ride back to Inglewood's place to dinner?" "Light a fire in the library," I replied. "In the library!" answered the old man. "Nobody has sat there this many a day, and the room smokes, for the draws have built in the chimney this spring, and there were no young men about the hall to pull them down." "Our ain reeks better than the other folk's fire," said Andrew. "His honour likes the library. He's nane of your papershers that delight in blinded ignorance, Mr. Siddall." Very reluctantly, as it appeared to me, the butler led the way into the library, and, contrary to what he had given me to expect, the interior of the apartment looked as if it had been lately arranged, and made more comfortable than usual. There was a fire in the grate, which burned clearly, notwithstanding what Siddall had reported of the vent. Taking up the tongs, as if to arrange the wood, but rather perhaps to conceal his own confusion, the butler observed, It was burning clear now, but had smoked woundedly in the morning. Wishing to be alone till I recovered myself from the first painful sensations which everything around me recalled, I desired old Sidle to call the land steward, who lived at about a quarter of a mile from the hall. He departed with obvious reluctance. I next ordered Andrew to procure the attendance of a couple of stout fellows upon whom he could rely, the population around being Papists, and Sir Rashleigh, who was capable of any desperate enterprise, being in the neighbourhood. Andrew Fairservice undertook this task with great cheerfulness, and promised to bring me up from Trinity Co. "twa true blue Presbyterians like himself, that would face and outface baith the Pope, the Devil, and the Pretender, and blithe will of their company myself, for the very last night I was at Osbaldistone Hall, the blight be on ilka blossom in my bit yard, if I dinna see that very picture," pointed to the folding portrait of Miss Vernon's grandfather, "walking by moonlight in the garden. I thought your honour I was flayed with a bogle that night, but you wouldna listen to me. Ay, although there was witchcraft and devilry among the Papishers, but I never saw it with me bloody ease until that awful night." "Get along, sir," said I, "and bring the fellows you talk of, and see that they have more sense than yourself, and are not frightened at their own shadow." "I haven't counted as good a man as my neighbours ere now," said Andrew petulantly, "but I dinna pretend to deal with evil spirits." And so he made his exit, as Wardlaw the land steward made his appearance. He was a man of sense and honesty, without whose careful management my uncle would have found it difficult to have maintained himself a housekeeper so long as he did. He examined the nature of my right to possession carefully, and admitted it candidly. To anyone else the succession would have been a poor one, so much was the land encumbered with debt and mortgage. Most of these, however, were already vested in my father's person, and he was in a train of acquiring the rest, his large gains by the recent rise of the funds having made it a matter of ease and convenience for him to pay off the debt which affected his patrimony. I transacted much necessary business with Mr. Wardlaw, and detained him to dine with me. We preferred taking our repast in the library, although Sidle strongly recommended our removing to the stone hall, which he had put in order for the occasion. Meantime Andrew made his appearance with his true blue recruits, whom he recommended in the highest terms as sober decent men, weel founded in doctrinal points, and above all as bold as lions. I ordered them something to drink, and they left the room. I observed old Sidle shake his head as they went out, and insisted upon knowing the reason. "I maybe cannot expect," he said, "that your honour should put confidence in what I say, but it is heaven's truth for all that. Ambrose Wingfield is as honest a man as lives, but if there is a false knave in the country, it is his brother Lancy. The whole country knows him to be a spy for Clerk Jobson on the poor gentlemen that have been in trouble, but he's a dissenter, and I suppose that's enough nowadays." Having thus far given vent to his feelings, to which, however, I was little disposed to pay attention, and having placed the wine on the table, the old butler left the apartment. Mr. Wardlaw, having remained with me until the evening was somewhat advanced, at length bundled up his papers, and removed himself to his own habitation, leaving me in that confused state of mind in which we can hardly say whether we desire company or solitude. I had not, however, the choice betwixt them, for I was left alone in the room of all others most calculated to inspire me with melancholy reflections. As twilight was darkening the apartment, Andrew had the sagacity to advance his head at the door, not to ask if I wished for lights, but to recommend them as a measure of precaution against the bugles for which still haunted his imagination. I rejected his proffer somewhat peevishly, trimmed the wood fire, and placing myself in one of the large leathern chairs which flanked the old Gothic chimney, I watched unconsciously the bickering of the blaze which I had fostered. "And this," said I alone, "is the progress and the issue of human wishes. Nursed by the merest trifles, they are first kindled by fancy, nay, are fed upon the vapour of hope, till they consume the substance which they inflame, and man and his hopes, passions, and desires sink into a worthless heap of embers and ashes." There was a deep sigh from the opposite side of the room, which seemed to reply to my reflections. I started up in amazement. Diana Vernon stood before me, resting on the arm of a figure so strongly resembling that of the portrait so often mentioned, that I looked hastily at the frame, expecting to see it empty. My first idea was, either that I had gone suddenly distracted, or that the spirits of the dead had arisen and placed before me. A second glance convinced me of my being in the senses, and that the forms which stood before me were real and substantial. It was Diana herself, though paler and thinner than her former self, and it was no tenant of the grave who stood before me, but Vaughan, or rather Sir Frederick Vernon, in a dress made to imitate that of his ancestor, to whose picture his countenance possessed a family resemblance. He was the first that spoke, for Diana kept her tongue fast fixed on the ground, and astonishment actually riveted my tongue to the roof of my mouth. "We are your supplicants, Mr. Osbaldistone," he said, "and we claim the refuge and protection of your roof till we can pursue a journey where dungeons and death gape for me at every step." "Surely," I articulated with great difficulty, "Miss Vernon cannot suppose, you, sir, cannot believe, that I have forgot your interference in my difficulties, or that I am capable of betraying any one, much less you?" "I know it," said Sir Frederick, "yet it is with the most inexpressible reluctance that I impose on you a confidence, disagreeable perhaps, certainly dangerous, and which I would especially wished to have conferred on someone else. But my fate, which has chased me through a life of perils and escapes, is now pressing me hard, and I have no alternative." At this moment the door opened, and the voice of the officious Andrew was heard, "A bringing in the candles, ye can light them gin ye like, can do as easy carry about with ane." I ran to the door, which, as I hoped, I reached in time to prevent his observing who were in the apartment. I turned him out with hasty violence, shut the door after him, and locked it. Then, instantly remembering his two companions below, knowing his talkative humour, and recollecting Seidel's remark, that one of them was supposed to be a spy, I followed him as fast as I could to the servants' hall, in which they were assembled. Andrew's tongue was loud as I opened the door, but my unexpected appearance silenced him. "What is the matter with you, you fool?" said I. "You stare and look wild, as if you had seen a ghost." Nothing," said Andrew, "but your worship was pleased to be hasty." "Because you disturbed me out of a sound sleep, you fool. Seidel tells me he cannot find beds for these good fellows tonight, and Mr. Wardlaw thinks there will be no occasion to detain them. Here is a crown piece for them to drink my health, and thanks for their good will. You will leave the hall immediately, my good lads." The men thanked me for my bounty, took the silver, and withdrew, apparently unsuspicious and contented. I watched their departure until I was sure they could have no further intercourse that night with honest Andrew, and so instantly had I followed on his heels, that I thought he could not have had time to speak 2 words with them before I interrupted him. But it is wonderful what mischief may be done by only 2 words. On this occasion they cost 2 lives. Having made these arrangements, the best which occurred to me upon the pressure of the moment, to secure privacy for my guests, I returned to report my proceedings, and added that I had desired Seidel to answer every summons, concluding that it was by his connivance that I had been secreted in the hall. Diana raised her eyes to thank me for the caution. "You now understand my mystery," she said. "You know, doubtless, how near and dear that relative is, who has so often found shelter here, and will be no longer surprised that Rashleigh, having such a secret at his command, should rule me with a rod of iron." Her father added, that it was their intention to trouble me with their presence as short a time as was possible. I entreated the fugitives to waive every consideration but what affected their safety, and to rely on my utmost exertions to promote it. This led to an explanation of the circumstances under which they stood. "I always suspected Rashleigh Osbaldistone," said Sir Frederick, "but his conduct toward my unprotected child, with which difficulty I wrung from him, and his treachery in your father's affairs, made me hate and despise him. In our last interview I concealed not my sentiments, as I should in prudence have attempted to do, and in resentment of the scorn with which I treated him, he added treachery and apostasy to his catalogue of crimes. I at that time fondly hoped that his defection would be of little consequence. The Earl of Mar had a gallant army in Scotland, and Lord Derwentwater, with Forster, Kenmure, Winterton, and others, were assembling forces on the border. As my connections with these English nobility and gentry were extensive, it was judged proper that I should accompany a detachment of Highlanders, who, under Brigadier Mackintosh of Borlum, crossed the Firth of Forth, traversed the low country of Scotland, and united themselves on the border with the English insurgents. My daughter accompanied me through the perils and fatigues of a march so long and difficult." "And she will never leave her dear father," exclaimed Miss Vernon, clinging fondly to his arm. "I had hardly joined our English friends, when I became sensible that our cause was lost. Our numbers diminished instead of increasing, nor were we joined by any except our own persuasion. The Tories of the High Church remained in general undecided, and at length we were cooped up by a superior force in the little town of Preston. We defended ourselves resolutely for 1 day. On the next, the hearts of our leaders failed, and they resolved to surrender at discretion. To yield myself up on such terms were to have laid my head on the block. About 20 or 30 gentlemen were of my mind. We mounted our horses, and placed my daughter, who insisted on sharing my fate, in the centre of our little party. My companions, struck with her courage and filial piety, declared that they would die rather than leave her behind. We rode in a body down a street called Fisher Gate, which leads to a marshy ground or meadow, extending to the river Ribble, through which one of our party promised to show us a good ford. This marsh had not been strongly invested by the enemy, so that we had only an affair with a patrol of Honeywood's dragoons, whom we dispersed and cut to pieces. We crossed the river, gained the high road to Liverpool, and then dispersed to seek several places of concealment and safety. My fortune led me to Wales, where there are many gentlemen of my religious and political opinions. I could not, however, find a safe opportunity of escaping by sea, and found myself obliged again to draw toward the north. A well-tried friend had appointed to meet me in this neighbourhood, and guide me to a seaport on the Solway, where a sloop is prepared to carry me from my native country for ever. As Osbaldistone Hall was for the present uninhabited, and under the charge of old Seidel, who had been our confidant on former occasions, we drew it to us to a place of known and secure refuge. I resumed the dress which had been used with good effect to scare the superstitious rustics or domestics, who chanced at any time to see me, and we expected from time to time to hear by Seidel of the arrival of our friendly guide, when your sudden coming hither, and occupying this apartment, laid us under the necessity of submitting to your mercy." Thus ended Sir Frederick's story, whose tale sounded to me like one told in a vision, and I could hardly bring myself to believe that I saw his daughter's form once more before me in flesh and blood, though with diminished beauty and sunk spirits. The buoyant vivacity with which she had resisted every touch of adversity had now assumed the air of composed and submissive, but dauntless resolution and constancy. Her father, though aware and jealous of the effect of her praises on my mind, could not forbear expatiating upon them. "She has endured trials," he said, "which might have dignified the history of a martyr. She has faced danger and death in various shapes. She has undergone toil and privation, from which men of the strongest frame would have shrunk. She has spent the day in darkness, and the night in vigil, and has never breathed a murmur of weakness or complaint. In a word, Mr. Osbaldistone," he concluded, "she is a worthy offering to that God to whom, crossing himself, I shall dedicate her as all that is left dear or precious to Frederick Vernon." There was a silence after these words, of which I well understood the mournful import. The father of Diana was still as anxious to destroy my hopes of being united to her now as he had shown himself during our brief meeting in Scotland. "We will now," said he to his daughter, "intrude no further on Mr. Osbaldistone's time, since we have acquainted him with the circumstances of the miserable guests who claim his protection." I requested them to stay, and offered myself to leave the apartment. Sir Frederick observed that my doing so could not but excite my attendant's suspicion, and that the place of their retreat was in every respect commodious, and furnished by Seidel with all they could possibly want. We might perhaps even have contrived to remain there, concealed from your observation, but it would have been unjust to decline the most absolute reliance on your honour. "You have done me but justice," I replied. "To you, Sir Frederick, I am but little known, but Miss Vernon, I am sure, will bear me witness that—" "I do not want my daughter's evidence," he said politely, but yet with an air calculated to prevent my addressing myself to Diana. "Since I am prepared to believe all that is worthy of Mr. Francis Osbaldistone, permit us now to retire. We must take repose when we can, since we are absolutely uncertain when we may be called upon to renew our perilous journey." He drew his daughter's arm within his, and with a profound reverence disappeared with her behind the tapestry. End of Volume 2, Chapter 21. Recording by Elliot Miller. Volume 2, Chapter 22 of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rob Roy by Sir Walter Scott. Volume 2, Chapter 22. But now the hand of fate is on the curtain, and gives the scene to light. Don Sebastian. I felt stunned and chilled as they retired. Imagination, dwelling on an absent object of affection, paints her not only in the fairest light, but in that which we most desire to behold her. I had thought of Diana as she was, with her parting tear dropped on my cheek, when her parting token, received from the wife of MacGregor, augured her wish to convey into exile and conventual seclusion the remembrance of my affection. I saw her, and her cold passive manner, expressive of little except composed melancholy, disappointed, and, in some degree, almost offended me. In the egotism of my feelings, I accused her of indifference, of insensibility. I upbraided her father with pride, with cruelty, with fanaticism, forgetting that both were sacrificing their interest, and Diana her inclination, to the discharge of what they regarded as their duty. Sir Frederick Vernon was a rigid Catholic, who thought the path of salvation too narrow to be trodden by a heretic, and Diana, to whom her father's safety had been for many years the principal and moving spring of thoughts, hopes, and actions, felt that she had discharged her duty in resigning to his will not alone her property in the world, but the dearest affections of her heart. But it was not surprising that I could not, at such a moment, fully appreciate these honourable motives. Yet my spleen sought no ignoble means of discharging itself. "I am condemned, then," I said, when I left to run over the tenor of Sir Frederick's communications. "I am condemned, and thought unworthy even to exchange words with her. Be it so. They shall not, at least, prevent me from watching over her safety. Here will I remain as an outpost, and while under my roof at least, no danger shall threaten her, if it be such as an arm of one determined man can avert." I summoned Syddall to the library. He came, but came attended by the eternal Andrew, who, dreaming of great things in consequence of my taking possession of the hall of the annexed estates, was resolved to lose nothing for want of keeping himself in view, and, as often happens to men who entertain selfish objects, overshot his mark and rendered his attentions tedious and inconvenient. His unrequired presence prevented me from speaking freely to Syddall, and I dared not send him away for fear of increasing such suspicions as he might entertain from his former abrupt dismissal from the library. "I shall sleep here, sir," I said, giving them directions to wheel nearer to the fire an old-fashioned day-bed, or settee. "I have much to do, and shall go late to bed." Syddall, who seemed to understand my look, offered to procure me the accommodation of a mattress and some bedding. I accepted his offer, dismissed my attendant, lighted a pair of candles, and desired that I might not be disturbed till 7 in the ensuing morning. The domestics retired, leaving me to my painful, ill-arranged reflections, until nature, worn out, should require some repose. I endeavoured forcibly to abstract my mind from the singular circumstances in which I found myself placed. Feelings which I had gallantly combated while the exciting object was remote, were now exasperated by my immediate neighbourhood to her whom I was so soon to part with for ever. Her name was written in every book which I attempted to peruse, and her image forced itself in me in whatever train of thought I strove to engage myself. It was like the officious slave of Prior Solomon. "Abra was ready ere I named her name, and when I called another, Abra came." I alternately gave way to these thoughts, and struggled against them, sometimes yielding to a mood of melting tenderness of sorrow which was scarce natural to me, sometimes arming myself with the hurt pride of one who has experienced what he esteemed unmerited rejection. I paced the library until I had chafed myself into a temporary fever. I then threw myself on the couch, and endeavoured to dispose myself to sleep. But it was in vain that I used every effort to compose myself, that I lay without movement of a finger or a muscle, as still as if I had been already a corpse, that I endeavoured to divert or banish disquieting thoughts, by fixing my mind on some act of repetition or arithmetical process. My blood throbbed to my feverish apprehension, in pulsations which resembled the deep and regular strokes of a distant fulling mill, and tingled in my veins like streams of liquid fire. At length I rose, opened the window, and stood by it for some time in the clear moonlight, receiving, in part at least, that refreshment and dissipation of ideas from the clear and calm scene, without which they had become beyond the command of my own volition. I resumed my place in the couch with a heart, heaven knows, not lighter, but firmer, and more resolved for endurance. In a short time a slumber crept over my senses. Still, however, though my senses slumbered, my soul was awake to the painful feelings of my situation, and my dreams were of mental anguish and external objects of terror. I remember a strange agony, under which I conceived myself and Diana in the power of MacGregor's wife, and about to be precipitated from a rock into the lake. The signal was to be the discharge of a cannon, fired by Sir Frederick Vernon, who, in the dress of a cardinal, officiated at the ceremony. Nothing could be more lively than the impression which I received of this imaginary scene. I could paint, even at this moment, the mute and courageous submission expressed in Diana's features, the wild and distorted faces of the executioners, who crowded around us with moping and mawing, grimaces ever changing, and each more hideous than that which preceded. I saw the rigid and inflexible fanaticism painted in the face of the father. I saw him lift the fatal match. The deadly signal exploded. It was repeated again and again and again, in rival thunders, by the echoes of the surrounding cliffs, and I awoke from fancied horror to real apprehension. The sounds in my dream were not ideal. They reverberated on my waking ears, but it was 2 or 3 minutes ere I could collect myself so as distinctly to understand that they proceeded from a violent knocking at the gate. I leapt from my couch in great apprehension, took my sword under my arm, and hastened to forbid the admission of any one. But my route was necessarily circuitous, because the library looked not upon the quadrangle, but into the gardens. When I had reached a staircase, the windows of which opened upon the entrance court, I heard the feeble and intimidated tones of Seidel expostulating with rough voices which demanded admittance, by the warrant of Justice Standish, and in the king's name, and threatened the old domestic with the heaviest penal consequences if he refused instant obedience. Ere they had ceased, I heard, to my unspeakable provocation, the voice of Andrew bidding Seidel stand aside, and let him open the door. "If they come in King George's name, we have naething to fear. We have spent baith blood and gall for him. We dinna need to dern ourselves like some folk, Mr. Seidel. We are neither Papists nor Jacobites, I trow." It was in vain I accelerated my pace downstairs. I heard bolt after bolt withdrawn by the officious scoundrel, while all the time he was boasting his own and master's loyalty to King George, and I could easily calculate that the party must enter before I could arrive at the door to replace the bars. Devoting the back of Andrew Fairservice to the cudgel so soon as I should have time to pay him his deserts, I ran back to the library, barricaded the door as best I could, and hastened to that by which Diana and her father entered, and begged for instant admittance. Diana herself undid the door. She was ready dressed, and betrayed neither perturbation nor fear. "Danger is so familiar to us," she said, "that we are always prepared to meet it. My father is already up. He is in Rashleigh's apartment. We will escape into the garden, and thence by the postern gate. I have the key from Seidel in case of need, into the wood, and know it dingles better than any one now alive. Keep them a few minutes in play, and, dear, dear Frank, once more, fare thee well." She vanished like a meteor to join her father, and the intruders were rapping violently, and attempting to force the library door by the time I had returned into it. "You robber dogs!" I exclaimed, wilfully mistaking the purpose of their disturbance. "If you do not instantly quit the house, I will fire my blunderbuss through the door." "Fire a fool's bauble," said Andrew Fairservice. "It's Mr. Clerk Jobson, with a legal warrant." "To search for, take, and apprehend," said the voice of that execrable pettifogger, "the bodies of certain persons in my warrant named, charged of high treason under the 13th of King William, chapter 3rd. And the violence on the door was renewed. "I am rising, gentlemen," said I, desirous to gain as much time as possible. "Commit no violence. Give me leave to look at your warrant, and if it is formal and legal, I shall not oppose it." "God save great George our king!" ejaculated Andrew. "I told you that ye'd nae find Jacobites here." Spitting out the time as much as possible, I was at length compelled to open the door, which they would otherwise have forced. Mr. Jobson entered with several assistants, among whom I discovered the younger Wingfield, to whom, doubtless, he was obliged for his information, and exhibited his warrant, directed not only against Frederick Vernon, an attainted traitor, but also against Diana Vernon, spinster, and Francis Osbaldistone, gentleman, accused of misprision of treason. It was a case in which resistance would have been madness. I therefore, after capitulating for a few minutes' delay, surrendered myself a prisoner. I had next the mortification to see Jobson go straight to the chamber of Miss Vernon, and I learned that from thence, without hesitation or difficulty, he went to the room where Sir Frederick had slept. "The hare has stolen away," said the brute, "but her form is warm. The greyhounds will have her by the haunches yet." A scream from the garden announced that he prophesied too truly. In the course of 5 minutes, Rashleigh entered the library with Sir Frederick Vernon and his daughter as prisoners. "The fox," he said, "knew his old earth, but he forgot it could be stopped by a careful huntsman. I had not forgot the garden gate, Sir Frederick, or, if that title suits you better, most noble Lord Bilcombe." "Rashleigh," said Sir Frederick, "thou art a detestable villain." "I better deserve the name Sir Knight, or my lord, when under the direction of an able tutor. I sought to introduce civil war into the bosom of peaceful country, but I have done my best," said he, looking upwards, "to atone for my errors." I could hold no longer. I had deigned to watch their proceedings in silence, but I felt that I must speak or die. "If hell," I said, "has one complexion more hideous than another, it is where villainy is masked by hypocrisy." "Ha, my gentle cousin," said Rashleigh, holding a candle towards me, and surveying me from head to foot, "right welcome to Osbaldistone Hall. I can forgive your spleen. It is hard to lose an estate and a mistress in one night, for we shall take possession of this poor manor house in the name of the lawful heir, Sir Rashleigh Osbaldistone." While Rashleigh braved it out in this manner, I could see that he put a strong force upon his feelings, both of anger and shame. But his state of mind was more obvious when Diana Vernon addressed him. "Rashleigh," she said, I pity you, for, deep as the evil is which you have laboured to do me, and the evil you have actually done, I cannot hate you so much as I scorn and pity you. What you have now done may be the work of an hour, but will furnish you with reflection for your life. Of what nature I leave to your own conscience, which will not slumber for ever." Rashleigh strode once or twice through the room, came up to the side table on which wine was still standing, and poured out a large glass with a trembling hand. But when he saw that we observed his tremor, he suppressed it by a strong effort, and, looking at us with fixed and daring composure, he carried the bumper to his head without spilling a drop. "It is my father's old Burgundy," he said, looking to Jobson. "I am glad there is some of it left. You will get proper persons to take care of old Butler, and that foolish Scotch rascal. Meanwhile, we will convey these persons to a more proper place of custody. I have provided the old family coach for your convenience," he said, "though I am not ignorant that even the lady could brave the night air on foot or on horseback, were the errand more to her mind." Andrew wrung his hands.
I only said that my master was surely speaking to a ghaist in the library, and the villain Lancy to betray an old friend that sang off the same psalm book with him for every Sabbath for 20 years. He was turned out of the house, together with Seidel, without being allowed to conclude his lamentation. His expulsion, however, led to some singular consequences. Resolving, according to his own story, to go down for the night where Mother Simpson would give him lodging for an old acquaintance's sake. He had just got clear of the avenue, and into the old wood, as it was called, though it was now used as a pasture ground rather than woodland, when he suddenly lighted on a drove of Scottish cattle, which were lying there to repose themselves after the day's journey. At this Andrew was in no way surprised, it being the well-known custom of his countrymen, who take care of those droves, to quarter themselves after night upon the best unenclosed grass ground they can find, and depart before daybreak to escape paying for their night's lodgings. But he was both surprised and startled when a Highlander, springing up, accused him of disturbing the cattle, and refused him to pass forward till he had spoken to his master. The mountaineer conducted Andrew into a thicket, where he found 3 or 4 more of his countrymen. "And," said Andrew, "I saw soon they were our moneymen for the drove, and from the questions they put to me, I judged they had other tow on their rock." They questioned him closely about all that had passed at Osbaldistone Hall, and seemed surprised and concerned at the report he made to them. "And truth," said Andrew, "I told them a kend, for dirks and pistols were what I could ne'er refuse information to in my life." They talked in whispers among themselves, and at length collected their cattle together, and drove them close up to the entrance of the avenue, which might be half a mile distant from the house. They proceeded to drag together some felled trees which lay in the vicinity, so as to make a temporary barricade across the road, about 15 yards beyond the avenue. It was now near daybreak, and there was a pale eastern gleam mingled with the fading moonlight, so that objects could be discovered with some distinctness. The lumbering sound of a coach drawn by 4 horses, and escorted by 6 men on horseback, was heard coming up the avenue. The Highlanders listened attentively. The carriage contained Mr. Jobson and his unfortunate prisoners. The escort consisted of Rashleigh, and of several horsemen, peace officers, and their assistants. So soon as we had passed the gate at the head of the avenue, it was shut behind the cavalcade by a Highland man, stationed there for that purpose. At the same time the carriage was impeded in its farther progress by the cattle, amongst which we were involved, and by the barricade in front. 2 of the escort dismounted to remove the felled trees, which they might think were left there by accident or carelessness. The others began with their whips to drive the cattle from the road. "Who dares abuse our cattle?" said a rough voice. "Shoot him, Angus." Rashleigh instantly called out, "A rescue! A rescue!" and firing a pistol wounded the man who spoke. "Claymore!" cried the leader of the Highlanders, and a scuffle instantly commenced. The officers of the law, surprised at so sudden an attack, and not usually possessing the most desperate bravery, made but an imperfect defence, considering the superiority of their numbers. Some attempted to ride back to the hall, but on a pistol being fired from behind the gate, they conceived themselves surrounded, and at length galloped off in different directions. Rashleigh, meanwhile, had dismounted, and on foot had maintained a desperate and single-handed conflict with the leader of the band. The window of the carriage, on my side, permitted me to witness it. At length Rashleigh dropped. "Will ye ask forgiveness for the sake of God, King James, and old friendship?" said a voice which I knew right well. "No, never," said Rashleigh firmly. "Then, traitor, die in your treason," retorted MacGregor, and plunged his sword in the prostrate antagonist. In the next moment he was at the carriage door, handed out Miss Vernon, assisted her father and me to alight, and dragging out the attorney, head foremost, threw him under the wheel. "Mr. Osbaldistone," he said in a whisper, "you have nothing to fear. I must look after those who have. Your friends will soon be in safety. Farewell, and forget not the MacGregor." He whistled. His band gathered round him, and hurrying Diana and her father along with him, they were almost instantly lost in the glades of the forest. The coachman and postilion had abandoned their horses, and fled at the first discharge of firearms, but the animals, stopped by the barricade, remained perfectly still, and well for Jobson that they did so, for the slightest motion would have dragged the wheel over his body. My first object was to relieve him, for such was the rascal's terror that he never could have risen by his own exertions. I next commanded him to observe that I had neither taken part in the rescue nor availed myself of it to make my escape, and enjoined him to go down to the hall and call some of his party, who had been left there, to assist the wounded. But Jobson's fears had so mastered and controlled every faculty of his mind that he was totally incapable of moving. I now resolved to go myself, but in my way I stumbled over the body of a man, as I thought, dead or dying. It was, however, Andrew Fairservice, as well and whole as ever he was in life, who had only taken this recumbent posture to avoid the slashes, stabs, and pistol balls, which for a moment or two were flying in various directions. I was so glad to find him that I did not inquire how he came thither, but instantly commanded his assistance. Rashleigh was our first object. He groaned when I approached him, as much through spite as through pain, and shut his eyes, as if determined, like Iago, to speak no word more. We lifted him into the carriage, and performed the same good office to another wounded man of his party, who had been left on the field. I then with difficulty made Jobson understand that he must enter the coach also, and support Sir Rashleigh upon the seat. He obeyed, but with an air as if he but half comprehended my meaning. Andrew and I turned the horses' heads round, and opening the gate of the avenue, led them slowly back to Osbaldistone Hall. Some fugitives had already reached the hall by circuitous routes, and alarmed its garrison by the news that Sir Rashleigh, Clerk Jobson, and all their escort, save they who escaped to tell the tale, had been cut to pieces by the head of the avenue by a whole regiment of wild Highlanders. When we reached the mansion, therefore, we heard such a buzz as arises when bees are alarmed, and mustering in their hives. Mr. Jobson, however, who had now in some measure come to his senses, found voice enough to make himself known. He was the more anxious to be released from the carriage, as one of his companions, the peace officer, had, to his inexpressible terror, expired by his side with a hideous groan. Sir Rashleigh Osbaldistone was still alive, but so dreadfully wounded that the bottom of the coach was filled with his blood, and long traces of it left from the entrance door into the stone hall, where he was placed in a chair, some attempting to stop the bleeding with cloths, while others called for a surgeon. No one seemed willing to go to fetch one. "Torment me not," said the wounded man. "I know no assistance can avail me. I am a dying man." He raised himself in his chair, though the damps and chill of death were already on his brow, and spoke with a firmness which seemed beyond his strength. "Cousin Francis," he said, "draw near to me." I approached him as he requested. "I wish you only to know that the pangs of death do not alter one iota of my feelings toward you. I hate you," he said, the expression of rage throwing a hideous glare into the eyes which were soon to be closed forever. "I hate you with a hatred as intense, now while I lie bleeding and dying before you, as if my foot trode on your neck." "I have given you no cause, sir," I replied, "and for your own sake I could wish your mind in a better temper." "You have given me cause," he rejoined. "In love, in ambition, in the paths of interest, you have crossed and blighted me at every turn. I was born to be the honour of my father's house. I have been its disgrace, and all owing to you. My very patrimony has become yours. Take it," he said, "and may the curse of a dying man cleave to it." In a moment after he uttered this frightful wish, he fell back in the chair. His eyes became glazed, his limbs stiffened, but the grin and glare of mortal hatred survived even the last gasp of life. I will dwell no longer on so painful a picture, nor say any more of the death of Rashleigh, than that it gave me access to my rights of inheritance without further challenge, and that Jobson found himself compelled to allow that the ridiculous charge of misprision of high treason was got up on an affidavit which he made with the sole purpose of favouring Rashleigh's views, and removing me from Osbaldistone Hall. The rascal's name was struck off the list of attorneys, and he was reduced to poverty and contempt. I returned to London when I had put my affairs in order at Osbaldistone Hall, and felt happy to escape from a place which suggested so many painful recollections. my anxiety was now acute to learn the fate of Diana and her father. A French gentleman who came to London on commercial business was entrusted with a letter to me from Miss Vernon, which put my mind at rest respecting their safety. It gave me to understand that the opportune appearance of MacGregor and his party was not so fortuitous. The Scottish nobles and gentry engaged in the insurrection, as well as those of England, were particularly anxious to further the escape of Sir Frederick Vernon, who, as an old and trusted agent of the House of Stuart, was possessed of matter enough to have ruined half Scotland. Rob Roy, of whose sagacity and courage they had known so many proofs, was the person whom they pitched upon to assist his escape, and the place of meeting was fixed at Osbaldistone Hall. You have already heard how nearly the plan had been disconcerted by the unhappy Rashleigh. It succeeded, however, perfectly, for when once Sir Frederick and his daughter were again at large, they found horses prepared for them, and by MacGregor's knowledge of the country, for every part of Scotland and the north of England were familiar to him, were conducted to the western sea coast and safely embarked for France. The same gentleman told me that Sir Frederick was not expected to survive for many months a lingering disease, the consequence of late hardships and privations. His daughter was placed in a convent, and although it was her father's wish she should take the veil, he was understood to refer the matter entirely to her own inclinations. When these news reached me, I frankly told the state of my affections to my father, who was not a little startled at the idea of my marrying a Roman Catholic, but he was very desirous to see me settled in life, as he called it, and he was sensible that, in joining him with heart and hand in his commercial labours, I had sacrificed my own inclinations. After a brief hesitation, and several questions asked and answered to his satisfaction, he broke out with, "I little thought a son of mine could have been a lord of Osbaldistone Manor, and far less that he should go to a French convent for a spouse. But so dutiful a daughter cannot but prove a good wife. You have worked at the desk to please me, Frank. It is but fair you should wive to please yourself." How I sped in my wooing, Will Tresham, I need not tell you. You know too how long and happily I lived with Diana. You know how I lamented her, but you cannot know, how much she deserved her husband's sorrow. I have no more of romantic adventure to tell, nor indeed anything to communicate further, since the latter incidents of my life are so well known to those who have shared, with the most friendly sympathy, the joys as well as the sorrows, by which its scenes have been checkered. I often visited Scotland, but never again saw the bold Highlander who had such an influence on the early events of my life. I learned, however, from time to time, that he continued to maintain his ground among the mountains of Lowland, in despite of his powerful enemies, and that he even obtained, to a certain degree, the connivance of government to his self-elected office of Protector of the Lennox, in virtue of which he levied black mail with as much regularity as the proprietors did their ordinary rents. It seemed impossible that his life should be concluded without a violent end. Nevertheless, he died in old age, and by a peaceful death, some time about the year 1733, and is still remembered in his country as the Robin Hood of Scotland, the dread of the wealthy, but the friend of the poor, and possessed of many qualities, both of head and heart, which would have graced a less equivocal profession than that to which his fate condemned him. Old Andrew Fairservice used to say, that there would be many things ower bad for blessing, and ower guide for banning, like Rob Roy. Here the original manuscript ends somewhat abruptly. I have reason to think that what followed relates to private affairs. End of Volume 2, Chapter 22. Recording by Elliot Miller.
Volume 2, Postscript and Notes of Rob Roy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Rob Roy by Sir Walter Scott, Volume 2, Postscript and Notes. Postscript. The second article of the appendix to the introduction to Rob Roy contains two curious letters respecting the arrest of Mr. Graham of Killearn by that daring freebooter, while levying the Duke of Montrose's rents. These were taken from scroll copies in the possession of his Grace the present Duke, who kindly permitted the use of them in the present publication. The novel had but just passed through the press, when the Right Honourable Mr. Peel, whose important state avocations do not avert his attention from the interests of literature, transmitted to the author copies of the original letters and enclosure, of which he possessed only the rough draft. The originals were discovered in the State Paper Office by the indefatigable researches of Mr. Lemon, who is daily throwing more light on that valuable collection of records. From the documents with which the author has been thus kindly favoured, he is enabled to fill up the addresses which were wanting in the scrolls. That of the 21st of November 1716 is addressed to Lord Viscount Townshend, and is accompanied by one of the same date to Robert Pringle, Esquire, Under Secretary of State, which is here inserted as relative to so curious an incident. Letter from the Duke of Montrose to Robert Pringle, Esquire, Under Secretary to Lord Viscount Townshend. Sir, Glasgow, 21st of November 1716. Having had so many dispatches to make this night, I hope ye'll excuse me that I make use of another hand to give you a short account of the occasion of this express, by which I have written to my Lord Duke of Roxburgh and my Lord Townshend, which I hope ye'll get carefully delivered. Mr. Graham, younger of Killearn, being on Monday last in Menteith at a country house, collecting my rents, was about 9 o'clock that same night surprised by Rob Roy with a party of his men in arms, who, having surrounded the house and secured the avenues, presented their guns in at the windows, while he himself entered the room with some others with cocked pistols, and seized Killearn with all his money, books, papers, and bonds, and carried all away with him to the hills, at the same time ordering Killearn to write a letter to me, of which ye have the copy enclosed, proposing a very honourable treaty to me. I must say the story was as surprising to me as it was insolent, and it must bring a very great concern upon me that this gentleman, my near relation, should be brought to suffer all the barbarities and cruelties which revenge and malice may suggest to these miscreants, for his having acted a faithful part in the service of the government, and his affection to me in my concerns. I need not be more particular to you, since I know that my letter to my Lord Townshend will come into your hands, so shall only now give you the assurances of my being, with great sincerity, Sir, your most humble servant, signed Montrose. I long exceedingly for a return of my former dispatches to the secretaries about Methven and Colonel Urquhart, and my wife's cousins, Balnamoon and Finhaven. I must beg you'll give my humble service to Mr. Secretary Methven, and tell him that I must refer him to what I have written to my Lord Townshend in this affair of Rob Roy, believing it was needless to trouble both with letters. Examined, Robert Lemon, Deputy Keeper of State Papers, State Paper Office, November the 4th, 1829. Note, the enclosure referred to in the preceding letter is another copy of the letter which Mr. Graham of Killearn was compelled by Rob Roy to write to the Duke of Montrose, and is exactly the same as the one enclosed in his Grace's letter to Lord Townshend, dated November 21st, 1716. R.L. The last letter, in the Appendix No. 2, 28th of November, acquainting the Government with Killearn's being set at liberty, is also addressed to the Under Secretary of State, Mr. Pringle. The author may also here remark that immediately previous to the insurrection of 1715, he perceives from some notes of information given to Government, that Rob Roy appears to have been much employed and trusted by the Jacobite party, even in the very delicate task of transporting specie to the Earl of Breadalbane, though it might have somewhat resembled trusting Don Raphael and Ambrose de la Mella with the church treasure. Notes to Rob Roy, Dugald Chair Moor. Note A. The Grey Stone of MacGregor. I have been informed that at no very remote period it was proposed to take this large stone, which marks the grave of Dugald Chair Moor, and convert it to the purpose of the lintel of a window, the threshold of a door, or some such mean use, a man of the clan MacGregor, who was somewhat deranged, took fire at this insult, and when the workmen came to remove the stone, planted himself upon it with a broad axe in his hand, swearing he would dash out the brains of any one who should disturb the monument. Athletic in person, and insane enough to be totally regardless of consequences, it was thought best to give way to his humour, and the poor madman kept sentinel on the stone day and night, till the proposal of removing it was entirely dropped. Note B. Dugald Ciar Mhor. The above is the account which I find in a manuscript history of the clan MacGregor, of which I was indulged with a perusal by Donald MacGregor, Esquire, late Major of the 33rd Regiment, where great pains have been taken to collect traditions and written documents concerning the family. But an ancient and constant tradition preserved among the inhabitants of the country, and particularly those of the clan MacFarlane, relieves Dugald Ciar Mhor of the guilt of murdering the youths, and lays the blame on a certain Donald, or Duncan Lean, who performed the act of cruelty, with the assistance of a gillie who attended him, named Charlioch, or Charlie. They say that the homicides dared not again join their clan, but that they resided in a wild and solitary state as outlaws, in an unfrequented part of the MacFarlanes' territory. Here they lived for some time undisturbed, till they committed an act of brutal violence on two defenceless women, a mother and daughter of the MacFarlane clan. In revenge of this atrocity, the MacFarlanes hunted them down and shot them. It is said that the younger ruffian, Charlioch, might have escaped, being remarkably swift of foot, but his crime became his punishment, for the female whom he had outraged had defended herself desperately, and had stabbed him with his own dirk in the thigh. He was lame from the wound, and was the more easily overtaken and killed. I always inclined to think this last the true edition of the story, and that the guilt was transferred to Dugald Ciar Mhor as a man of higher name, but I have learned that Dugald was in truth dead several years before the battle, my authority being his representative, Mr. Gregerson of Ardtornish. See also note to Introduction, Legend of Montrose, Volume 6. Note C. The Loch Lomond Expedition. The Loch Lomond Expedition was judged worthy to form a separate pamphlet, which I have not seen, but as quoted by the historian Ray, it must be delectable. On the morrow, being Thursday the 13th, they went on their expedition, and about noon came to Inversnaid, the place of danger, where the Paisley men and those of Dumbarton, and several of the other companies, to the number of 100 men, with the greatest intrepidity leapt on shore, got up to the top of the mountains, and stood a considerable time beating their drums all the while. But no enemy appearing, they went in quest of their boats, which the rebels had seized, and having casually lighted on some ropes and oars hid among the shrubs, at length they found the boats drawn up a good way on the land, which they hurled down to the loch. Some of them, as were not damaged, they carried off with them, and such as were, they sank and hewed to pieces. That same night they returned to Luss, and then next day to Dumbarton, from whence they had at first set out, bringing along with them the whole boats they found in their way on either side of the loch, and in the creeks of the isles, and mooring them under the cannon of the castle. During this expedition, the pinnaces discharging their pateraroes, and the men their small arms, made such a thundering noise through the multiplied rebounding echoes of the vast mountains on both sides of the loch, that the MacGregors were cowed, and frighted away to the rest of the rebels, who were encamped at Strathfillan. Ray's History of the Rebellion, Tome 4, page 287. Note D. Author's expedition against the MacLarens. The author is uncertain whether it is worthwhile to mention that he had a personal opportunity of observing, even in his own time, that the king's writ did not pass quite current in the Brass of Balquhidder. There were very considerable debts due by Stewart of Appin, chiefly to the author's family, which were likely to be lost to the creditors if they could not be made available out of this same farm of Invernenty, the scene of the murder done upon MacLaren. His family, consisting of several strapping deer stalkers, still possessed the farm, by virtue of a long lease for a trifling rent. There was no chance of any one buying it with such an encumbrance, and a transaction was entered into by the MacLarens, who, being desirous to emigrate to America, agreed to sell their lease to the creditors for £500, and to remove at the next term of Whitsunday. But whether they repented their bargain, or desired to make a better, or whether from a mere point of honour, the MacLarens declared they would not permit a summons of removal to be executed against them, which was necessary for the legal completion of the bargain. And such was the general impression that they were men capable of resisting the legal execution of warning by very effectual means, no king's messenger would execute the summons without the support of a military force. An escort of a sergeant and 6 men was obtained from a Highland regiment lying in Stirling, and the author, then a writer's apprentice, equivalent to the honourable situation of an attorney's clerk, was invested with the superintendence of the expedition, with directions to see that the messenger discharged his duty fully, and that the gallant sergeant did not exceed his part by committing violence or plunder. And thus it happened, oddly enough, that the author first entered the romantic scenery of Loch Katrine, of which he may perhaps say he has somewhat extended the reputation, riding in all the dignity of danger, with a front and rear guard and loaded arms. The sergeant was absolutely a Highland Sergeant Kite, full of stories of Rob Roy and of himself, and a very good companion. We experienced no interruption whatever, and when we came to Invernenty, found the house deserted. We took up our quarters for the night, and used some of the victuals which we found there. On the morning we returned as unmolested as we came. The MacLarens, who probably never thought of any serious opposition, received their money and went to America, where, having had some slight share in removing them from their pauper regna, I sincerely hope they prospered. The rent of Invernenty instantly rose from £10 to £70 or £80, and when sold the farm was purchased, I think by the late Laird of MacNab, at a price higher in proportion than what even the modern rent authorised the parties interested to hope for. Note E. Alan Breck Stewart. Alan Breck Stewart was a man likely in such a matter to keep his word. James Drummond MacGregor and he, like Catherine and Petruchio, were well matched for a couple of quiet ones. Alan Breck lived till the beginning of the French Revolution. About 1789, a friend of mine, then residing at Paris, was invited to see some procession which was supposed likely to interest him, from the windows of an apartment occupied by a Scottish Benedictine priest. He found, sitting by the fire, a tall, thin, raw-boned, grim-looking old man, with a petit croix of St. Louis. His visage was strongly marked by the irregular projections of the cheekbones and chin. His eyes were grey, his grizzled hair exhibited marks of having been red, and his complexion was weather-beaten and remarkably freckled. Some civilities in French passed between the old man and my friend, in the course of which they talked of the streets and squares of Paris, till at length the old soldier, for such he seemed and such he was, said with a sigh, in a sharp Highland accent, "Dear, any of them a' is worth the history of Edinburgh." On inquiry, this admirer of Old Reekie, which he was never to see again, proved to be Alan Breck Stewart. He lived decently on his little pension, and had, in no subsequent period of his life, shown anything of the savage mood in which he is generally believed to have assassinated the enemy and oppressor, as he supposed him, of his family and clan. Note F. The Abbess of Wilton. The nunnery of Wilton was granted to the Earl of Pembroke upon its dissolution, by the magisterial authority of Henry VIII, or his son Edward VI. On the accession of Queen Mary of Catholic memory, the Earl found it necessary to reinstate the abbess and her fair recluses, which he did with many expressions of his remorse, kneeling humbly to the vestals, and inducting them into the convent and possessions from which he had expelled them. With the accession of Elizabeth, the accommodating earl again resumed his Protestant faith, and a second time drove the nuns from their sanctuary. The remonstrances of the abbess, who reminded him of his penitent expressions on the former occasion, could wring from him no other answer than that in the text, "Go spin, you jade, go spin." Note G. Mons Meg. Mons Meg was a large old-fashioned piece of ordnance, a great favourite with the Scottish common people. She was fabricated at Mons in Flanders, in the reign of James IV. or V. of Scotland. This gun figures frequently in the public accounts of the time, where we find charges for grease, to grease Meg's mouth withal, to increase, as every schoolboy knows, the loudness of the report, ribbons to deck her carriage, and pipes to play before her when she was brought from the castle to accompany the Scottish army on any distant expedition. After the Union, there was much popular apprehension that the regalia of Scotland and the subordinate palladium Mons Meg would be carried to England to complete the odious surrender of national independence. The regalia, sequestered from the sight of the public, were generally supposed to have been abstracted in this manner. As for Mons Meg, she remained in the castle of Edinburgh, till, by order of the Board of Ordnance, she was actually removed to Warwick, about 1757. The regalia, by his Majesty's special command, have been brought forth from their place of concealment in 1818, and exposed to the view of the people, by whom they must be looked upon with deep associations, and in this very winter of 1828-29, Mons Meg has been restored to the country, where that which in every other place or situation was a mere mass of rusty iron, becomes once more a curious monument of antiquity. Note H. Fairy superstition. The lakes and precipices, amidst which the Avon Dhu, or River Forth, has its birth, are still, according to popular tradition, haunted by the elfin people, the most peculiar but most pleasing of the creations of Celtic superstitions. The opinions entertained about these beings are much the same with those of the Irish, so exquisitely well narrated by Mr. Crofton Croker. An eminently beautiful little conical hill, near the eastern extremity of the valley of Aberfoyle, is supposed to be one of their peculiar haunts, and is the scene which awakens in Andrew Fairservice the terror of their power. It is remarkable that two successive clergymen of this parish of Aberfoyle have employed themselves in writing about this fairy superstition. The eldest of these was Robert Kirk, a man of some talents, who translated the Psalms into Gaelic verse. He had formerly been minister at the neighbouring parish of Balquhidder, and died at Aberfoyle in 1688, at the early age of 42. He was author of The Secret Commonwealth, which was printed after his death in 1691, an edition which I have never seen, and was reprinted in Edinburgh 1815. This is a work concerning the fairy people, in whose existence Mr. Kirk appears to have been a devout believer. He describes them with the usual powers and qualities ascribed to such beings in Highland tradition. But what is sufficiently singular, the Reverend Robert Kirk, author of the said treatise, is believed himself to have been taken away by the fairies, in revenge perhaps for having let in too much light upon the secrets of their commonwealth. We learn this catastrophe from the information of his successor, the late amiable and learned Dr. Patrick Graham, also minister at Aberfoyle, who in his Sketches of Perthshire has not forgotten to touch upon the Dianchi, or men of peace. The Reverend Robert Kirk was, it seems, walking upon a little eminence to the west of the present manse, which is still held a Dunshee, or fairy mound, when he sunk down, in what seemed to mortals a fit, and was supposed to be dead. This, however, was not his real fate. Mr. Kirk was the near relation of Graham of Dochrey, the ancestor of the present General Graham Stirling. Shortly after his funeral, he appeared, in the dress in which he had sunk down, to a medical relation of his own and of Dochrey. "Go," said he to him, "to my cousin Dochrey, and tell him that I am not dead. I fell down in a swoon, and was carried into Fairyland, where I now am. Tell him that when he and my friends are assembled at the baptism of my child, for he had left his wife pregnant, I will appear in the room, and that if he throws the knife which he holds in his hand over my head, I will be released and restored to human society." The man, it seems, neglected for some time to deliver the message. Mr. Kirke appeared to him a second time, threatening to haunt him night and day till he executed his commission, which at length he did. The time of the baptism arrived. They were seated at table. The figure of Mr. Kirke entered, but the Laird of Duchray, by some unaccountable fatality, neglected to perform the prescribed ceremony. Mr. Kirke retired by another door and was seen no more. It is firmly believed that he is at this day in Fairyland. Sketches of Perthshire, page 254. The treatise by Robert Kirke here mentioned was written in the year 1691, but not printed till 1815. Note I. Clachan of Aberfoyle. I do not know how this might stand in Mr. Osbaldistone's day, but I can assure the reader, whose curiosity may lead him to visit the scenes of these romantic adventures, that the Clachan of Aberfoyle now affords a very comfortable little inn. If he chances to be a Scottish antiquary, it will be an additional recommendation to him that he will find himself in the vicinity of the Reverend Dr. Patrick Graham, minister of the Gospel at Aberfoyle, whose urbanity in communicating information on the subject of national antiquities is scarce exceeded even by the stores of legendary lore which he has accumulated. Original note. The respectable clergyman alluded to has been dead for some years. See note H. End of volume 2, postscript and notes. End of Rob Roy by Sir Walter Scott. Recording by Felicity Campbell, Whanganui, New Zealand.